Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM network.
All right, we've got a Happy Gilmore 2 review coming up in about 20 minutes. Kind of left you hanging there going to break on this poll question that we want to hear from you on. Bet_sweats over on X, Bet_sweats. Which golfer had the best cameo in Happy Gilmore 2? You can also reply if you have another favorite on this. So the options are John Daly drinking sanitizer, Scotty Scheffler getting arrested again, Xander Schauffele saying that's what she said, and Billy Z as the former caddy. So those you can all vote on. Some good options there with current and former golfers, and there's a million others that you could also point to. We'll get to that coming up in about 20 minutes. Major League Baseball, a lot of it's all about the trade deadline this week. A lot of other stories going on in baseball as well. We've got a pretty full MLB card going on today. The Class A news, like Sam, we were having issues at the start of the show, tech-wise, that we were working through, so we didn't get everything out as far as Class A goes. But, yeah, you would think that they know something. Now, 2 Guardians pitchers not out there due to we don't know exactly. Like, we hesitate to say too much. Major League Baseball knows something. And what is being discussed right now is, were there intentional balls being thrown? A certain pitch that was spiked in the dirt, or if you look at some of the stuff over on X, as you mentioned, in the grass. Like, it was so far away from the plate that it was actually spiked in the grass before even getting to all that dirt in front of the plate. Class A wild in first pitches. So Major League Baseball is taking a close look, and you will not see him on the field this month or next month as they try to get all this figured out. But it sounded like Class A was definitely going to be traded. Not so much now. If you get bad news from Class A's point of view, I don't know that he's going to play again, but that's going to the extreme if something does come out.
I wouldn't play him again this season if I was Major League Baseball. Not until you have an idea of what exactly happened, because now they're just piecemealing everything together. Major League Baseball should honestly hire guys like you and me to assess the situation, because we know what these things are. We understand it and the nuances. And, Class A's pitching in a 7-1 game and he's serving up meatballs. Well, the total's 8.5. Do the math, right? I'm speculating. I'm not saying that's what happened, but it's very easy. If you tell me what the line was, or what the total was, or what the opposing team's team total was, then show me the footage. And I'll give you a pretty good idea whether there was something shady going on or not. But, man, these guys make so much money. Class A has a $10 million team option in 27 and $10 million in 28. So maybe a reliever's a bad example of this, but I would never understand how a starting pitcher or a superstar bat would be doing anything close to illegal betting related, whatever, because you make so much money. Now, Class A this year makes $4.9 million. He's supposed to make $6.4 next year, and then 10 and 10 in 27 and 28. So he's got $26 million coming in the next 3 years, supposed to. That might all go away. So career salary, $11.6 million. If he is, in fact, going to have some stuff come out, where's the money? Where does all that money go? It's not a huge salary, but pay me $11.6 million. I'm going to make that last, So I just don't know. I don't know what to make of it until we see more proof. But it's very easy if you give me the situations and give me the score and show me the footage, you can take a lot away from that if you know what you're looking for.
You've got to have some hard evidence, though, man.
For sure.
But my point is, how do you prove this without hard evidence? Because okay, if you play this out, we're not saying Class A did this, but we're just, given the scenario. If he's on the take, if the deal is first pitch is going to be a ball, which is what is being discussed a lot, you could get away with it. Now, all of these supreme athletes, best pitchers in the world, they have control. When somebody's getting hit, they're doing it intentionally. At the lower levels, players are getting hit all the time because they don't have that control. But we've seen these clips of Clase where the first pitch is he's not even close again, and again. But still, like if you're kicking the dirt, if you're rubbing your hands, like you don't have the grip right, like there are a lot of balls thrown in every single game. Like a lot of pitchers, they're throwing 30, 40% balls. So I don't know how you prove it unless you have hard evidence, because he would just deny it, or any pitcher in this situation. Obviously, you're going to end up denying it unless you get somebody singing, unless you have a text message, something like that. So I've got to believe that Major League Baseball has something. Otherwise, he'd be screaming from the mountaintops, like, what the hell is this all about? I didn't do anything. Why can't I pitch?
Right. That's an interesting way to look at it, because there has not been a chirp from the Class A camp, and he's probably not going to say anything. Why would he? It's very complex because, as we talked about off the top, legalized sports betting has helped a lot of this stuff get flagged or caught. So in that way, it's good. But then you have people that would never listen to our show, or people that hate gambling, that would say, we're the problem. Commercials are the problem. Signs on the outfield wall are the problem. That the culture legalized sports gambling has created is the reason that more people are likely to commit something awful. Hypothetically, of course.
Sure.
I mean, it's a two-way street, though. It's like, I see both sides. Legalizing sports gambling makes this stuff more aware. But because it's legal and it's driven down our throats, and players know about it, and players get tweets and Instagram message, and guys are following them in the parking lot or whatever, like it's never been more out there before. And to think that that's not leading to some of these potential pitfalls is crazy. Like, you have to see the whole photo, right?
Yep. Yeah. There's no doubt. It's a reason it's been caught. Like, it just makes you think. So some people would argue, well, there wasn't as much gambling before, and they're probably right. I think there's a little, both sides are right when you think about it. Well, it wasn't as prevalent. Okay, it was happening, but it wasn't happening as much. Oh, and you're getting caught because of it. Well, look what's happening in the NBA. We've seen guys like Porter getting caught, and now we've got multiple guardians. Like, this is going to keep happening. It was happening in college baseball. We remember that as well. So these stories are going to continue to pop up. Gambling's not going away. And I mean, that's just kind of where we're at. And then the leagues all decided to take that gambling money. So this is going to continue to happen. But, I'm sure there are people inside the league, whatever league you're talking about, that kind of wish it was still hush hush, because now the finger is being pointed directly at the league, and they're out there to prove, hey, we're doing something about it, and we are catching people. So we'll see what ends up happening with Clase and other players, as this is going to continue to be the case moving forward. It's happened in football too, but very low levels, not as much, which is kind of interesting because football is bet on more than anything. Everybody's betting on football. So maybe that one's tougher to spot.
Didn't we have Calvin Ridley creating an account in his name a couple years ago?
Yeah, it was a couple years ago.
We've seen it,
and there was a Lions backup receivers, right?
Yeah, I think that sounds right. But that was so funny. I remember when that story broke. I was still at Nesson at the time. And you started to get a lot more of the details. And I believe the name Calvin Ridley signed up for an account. You're like,
yeah,
dude, you didn't even try and hide it.
Yeah. Yeah. And then he tweeted out like some of his bet slips. He's like, I don't have a gambling problem. He's going on and on. Yeah, he couldn't play for a year. But he came back. He came back. Things are doing just fine for him. All right. 2 days away from the trade deadline. We're still waiting on some of these moves here. But your boy, Sandy's going today. Sandy's a big dog at St. Louis. We think it's going to be his last time pitching in a Marlins uniform. It's going to be fascinating to see how they handle it. You want him to ball out if you're Miami. Like, all right, maybe this will up the price a little bit, but then you got to be careful. Like, do we pull him? Like, what kind of conversations are happening behind the scenes between the front office and the manager? Because the worst case scenario is any sort of a tweak or an injury.
I'm glad you wanted to start there because that's one of the most impressive moves I've seen on the board all day. It opened 8.5. The total is now 7.5 at Pinnacle and Chris and South Point. BetMGM has 7.5. So they've already shoved it down a whole run. And I'm certainly not saying run to the window and bet under 7.5 because you've missed it by a whole run. But you can get 8s out there, 8 under 20, 8 under 25. I don't think under 8 is a bad bet. I'm not going under 7.5. Understand that when you open a game 8.5, I'm not going to bet under 7.5 because I've already missed it. Mm-hmm. But that's a big move today on Alcantara and on Gray. I lean to the dog, but I'm not. I was really hoping to get some under 8, and I got to get a little creative here because I don't have any of those 8s in Massachusetts, unfortunately. But that's certainly a move that speaks volumes today. The other game that I wanted to talk about was Glasnow and Lodolo. That's a 7-10 game. Dodgers at the Reds. I will probably find my way on something Glasnow related. I'm just a believer of him, a believer in that team getting healthy at the right time in the rotation. I did circle 901 LAD. That was at minus 145. So I'll probably play that, maybe parlay that with the Phillies or something. But to your point about Alcantara, that money big time coming in today on that total under in St. Louis.
Yep. Yeah. A lot of eyes going to be on that one for sure. So now we're just starting to get some pitchers, at least on the board here, where there's expectation. So there must be some tweets out there, maybe from beat reporters about who's going to be starting here. But Toronto, Baltimore, they have a double dip going down today. And earlier, we didn't really know a couple of the starters in both games. But now it looks like we've got some numbers. So Baltimore is the favorite in game number 1. And then Toronto's the slight favorite in game number 2. So that's kind of interesting, obviously playing the pitching matchup there. There are some pitchers going that I wonder if it's going to last. Like Lugo is pitching his first game since getting the contract extension. So what kind of performance are we going to see out of Lugo? He's a slight favorite going up against Eric Fetty. Atlanta brings in Eric Fetty after he's DFA'd. That's how bad things are for the Atlanta Braves. They have no pitching to speak of. So they bring in a guy that was DFA'd the other day. And he's thrown into the rotation to start a couple days later.
And he was a part of history last year on the south side of Chicago, Eric Fetty.
Yeah.
Really bad last year. Had no support either, so it was hard to win games. I could see a bet on KC, although I will say that the market has moved against Kansas City, 10 cents at a couple places, which is a little surprising. Is there anything that you liked on this card today? I threw out LAD, and I do like that under 8 if you could find one in St. Louis. But is there anything that you like or love on the board?
Yeah, I think it's about time to go against Lucas Giolito. And he's still a favorite. He's had a couple of poor starts, back-to-back outings. They're at Minnesota. And I think taking the Twins as a dog is not a bad spot here. And it makes sense what we're starting to see out of Lucas Giolito. Like, he had that great run for a little bit here. But if you look at some of the underlying metrics, like, okay, this makes perfect sense. Like the expected ERA versus his actual ERA, like this was supposed to happen. So, yeah, I'm expecting Minnesota to take care of business. Twins, very interesting team. Maybe they don't get the headlines because of we're talking about bullpen arms, not the household names, but that's a team that a lot of others are talking to right now because they've got multiple guys in that bullpen that could really help a team for a deep playoff run.
We'll get our bets end of the show. I'll have at least one, maybe two. You should know, by the way, no matter where the action is, BetMGM will supercharge the odds on your next sports bet. Use this odds boost token to boost your potential payout from any winning bet. We will have some baseball looks end of the show.
All right. What you've been waiting for. Sammy's been looking forward to this for a couple of days now. Our Happy Gilmore 2 review. If you watched the movie and you got something to say, bet_sweats at Joe Ostrowski at SP Shoot. We'll do that on the other side. This is the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
I know a lot of people were watching Happy Gilmore 2 yesterday. Like it's been number one for a number of days over on Netflix, and I actually watched the original movie on Sunday night. So I said we would for the show, and I was gonna watch it anyways. Watched Happy Gilmore 2 as a family last night, and I think what you seem pissed. Like people were just with the anger and the vitriol towards Happy Gilmore 2, you were just like kind of offended. Like, this is so ridiculous. Okay, it's not the greatest movie of all time, but people going over the top, shock value and all that stuff, just wanting to hate on it. I didn't understand it either after watching it last night.
If I were giving it a grade, I'd start at C- and maybe dip lower if I really wanted to be a jerk about it, like a lot of these critics are. Oh, it's the worst thing I've ever seen. Okay, dude, shut the hell up. No, it's not. I didn't think the plot was great. I didn't like how they knocked my girl off 6 minutes into the movie. That was brutal.
Dude.
I thought at first there's no way. But if you think about the way Happy Gilmore starts and the way Happy Gilmore 2 starts, it's the loss of his father, and then it's the loss of his wife. So they did constantly draw back to the old film and bring a lot of that from the past to the future. And again, we're going to spoil some things here, but we warned you about that. If you don't want to have anything else spoiled, hit fast forward or go back and listen to the last hour, because we're going to spoil some things here. Did not like that Virginia Bennett took a golf ball to the head in the 5-6 minute mark. Did not like it.
But look, man, here's the upside. You did get speaking of tying the two movies together, they keep bringing him to his happy place where she's got the 2 mugs of beer.
See, I think Julie Bowen is hotter now than she was in the 90s.
Doubt.
Yeah.
My wife kept saying that. She's like, right? What does she do? She looks so much better now. Right? I'm like, yup. It's not even close.
That is a beautiful woman. Beautiful woman.
Yes.
And so when I was a kid, I watched Happy Gilmore a bunch. It came out, mid to late 90s. I remember thinking, okay, she's good looking, but what's with the hair? The hair in the first one is awful. She's got that Hillary Clinton haircut, kind of. And you're like, maybe we should advance that. And she eventually, becomes a star on Modern Family. And I've always been a Julie Bowen fan. But think about it. Mm-hmm. You don't have Chubbs. Carl Weathers is gone. You don't have the big tall guy that was in GoldenEye, who your ball struck my foot. He's gone. You don't have a couple other of the character. The jackass, that guy died. So you would think that you would try and keep Virginia Bennett a part of it, and she is still a part of it because she's the underlying
Bob Barker's
theme.
Too.
Bob Barker's gone, of course. So you can't bring a lot of that across. And I did not like that right away. But like I said, it's a C-. I laughed a lot. I put together 6 things, my 6 favorite things from it. I'll read them if you want. But I think it was a C-. I laughed a lot. I also thought this is really dumb a lot. But I watched it twice, and I probably don't need to see it again. Like, Happy Gilmore has repeatability. You can watch Happy Gilmore 5 times a year if you really wanted to. I would not watch this movie 5 times a year. I might not watch it 5 times in my life.
I did not. The Maxi Golf thing and that character, like, I get it. He's going to be the villain. I understand it. And then you turn things around, and you had the sense that it was going to turn around with Shooter McGavin. Like, okay, remember, he's all about the tradition of the game. Like, he's a real golf guy. He always thought that Happy Gilmore's a clown. He was hurting the game, and that's why part of the reason he didn't like him so much in the first version, but like you kind of got the sense that's the way that it was going to go. But yeah, I didn't. After a while, I was like, okay, enough. The movie could have been a little bit shorter. Like if I'm going to start negative before we go positive, it could have been a little bit shorter. And yeah, the maxi golf was just a bit much. But what did save it? I see a lot of people comment, oh, there's so many cameos. There's so many cameos. You know, if you were ever bored, like they kind of did a quick turn and they bring in a cameo that was quite amusing, or one that you were not expecting. It was kind of like, not shock factor, but it was a little surprising. So I thought in a way, like if you dislike the movie, okay, fine. But if you're saying there were too many cameos, I would strongly disagree, because the cameos is what saved the movie. And it's actually what most people are talking about that they liked from the movie. And like you have 6 you're going to go over. And I'm curious if there's some that I have written down that you don't mention, but like, I think that's what ended up saving it, because it got your attention. It wasn't just a boring, bad sequel like we see so many times.
And despite what you think about the plot, there was a plot. So Happy is a 6-time tour champion and everything's going well. And they have 4 boys and a daughter. And then he kills his wife with a golf swing and then becomes an alcoholic and loses track of the finances. And he rejoins golf to put his daughter in ballet school. That's how the plot starts. And then he's trying to make it back as a golfer, and he makes it to the tour championship and relapses in the bathroom with one of many flasks, which I'll get to. I mean, how many flasks were in the movie? When he pulls the flask out of his phone in the bathroom, I'm like, Jesus, we put a flask in the iPhone. And then, of course, you have Maxie, which is trying to be a live equivalent and take over golf. And then Happy's a part of that PGA team that takes on the Maxi team. And then, of course, we know how it ends. I don't know, man. Like people were texting me like they thought Aaron Sorkin wrote this or Coppola directed it. And it's a Sandler movie. All his friends are in it. A lot of his day ones, like the guy at the psych ward with the eyes. He's in every movie, right? So a lot of his friends are in it, and now his friends over his career have made it. And I think people were excited to be in the movie. And I also think that would be a very fun movie set to be on. Despite what you think about the movie, I think everybody had fun doing it. And that's got to count for something, right? Dan Patrick, by the way, Paul brought this up, and Paul, hop in here as you want. I thought Dan Patrick was hysterical. Like, did it take away from the movie? No. Did he look ridiculous? No. Kind of. But, like, those people probably all had fun being a part of the movie.
Yeah, I mean, I wrote down a handful of things, like Dan Patrick going kind of full Walter Cronkite or Anchorman was definitely one. The one thing I wrote down, very relevant to our show, John Daly probably could have used a calculator for the ballet school tuition when he was trying to figure out the math, like the math errors when they were trying to figure that out. I thought Billy Z as the caddy, and maybe it's because, again, attached to our show, Billy Z's kind of been a running bit with Jake. I thought that was hilarious. I have not seen a pair of Tims in about 30 years, which I guess makes sense. Appropriate. Did I have a pair? Yeah, maybe back in the day. And the Scotty arrest and stuff was like just too perfect. So, and then as far as like, again, I said earlier, like, was there supposed to be a plot? Yeah, there was a plot, but like I think probably I don't think I was going to go to it with a critical eye, but especially seeing people outraged and everything else about it, I was like, I'm watching this like I'm watching trashy TV. Like, you know, not that I do it that often, but like it's an episode of Below Deck. Like, this is not winning an Oscar, as you guys have said. I enjoyed it. I'd go see. Like, it was fine for what it was. It was fine for what it was. I found myself laughing out loud more than a handful of times.
You know what I thought of? I thought the vibes were very – this isn't a complete comparison, but I'm going to just correlate it with something that I watched as a kid that was really stupid, but you laughed a lot. Beavis and Butthead. That show was so dumb and made no sense. But like, you just watch it and laugh because they're so stupid. So that's sort of fair.
And you also had the gyrations that Beavis and Butthead would do.
I wrote down 6 things. I'll just blow through these quick. In
ahead.
no order. Maybe there is an order though, because this was my favorite part when Eminem gets eaten by a crocodile. I laughed so hard. I was like, that is so, he's the jackass. He is that guy's son who comes into the fold and tries to throw Happy off, and then he gets eaten by a crocodile. Stupid, but I lost it. I went back and watched the scene another 2 or 3 times. How many different flasks? That's on my note. It started with the cucumber, and then it got into the pepper shaker, and then it's the golf ball, and then the grandma's clock, and then the TV remote. It was a lot, but they definitely took their liberty trying to find as many flasks as they could. Comparing Maxie to Liv, we already talked about that. Scheffler getting arrested, Paul brought that up. I love that Happy taught him how to do the hockey fight, pull the shirt over so they don't have any arms, and that's how Scheffler hit the guy. And then, of course, Scotty gets arrested and goes, not again. Very good line. Paul also mentioned Blondie, the caddy, growing up to be Zalatoris. And then Stephen A. Smith being even more ridiculous than usual, saying that Happy Gilmore needs the electric chair. Debbie was like, does he talk like that? And I went, kind of, not that extreme, but they made Stephen A. Smith a character of Stephen A. Smith, which was very funny.
You know what the movie did? It made Scotty Scheffler very likable. Isn't that ridiculous? I'm not saying he's unlikable, but he's just kind of wallpaper. I think he's there to most sports fan. Yeah, like, first off, they got everybody in. Koepka, JT, Willie Z, Bryce, like all the big names in the sport were involved, which I was a little surprised by that they would get that many. I think there was Finau there too. Like they were all in. I was a little surprised by that, but I thought that in a positive sense, I thought that was very good. Random cameo that made me laugh, and probably only me, is Jackie Harry from 227. I'm like, why is Jackie here? And I love that she came back later on. I don't know, because I was always make fun of her and her character from that show 227 from forever ago. I just thought that was the most random cameo, and it was hilarious to me. I didn't hate Travis Kelce. I thought he was pretty good. Like, he didn't look like someone who didn't belong, an athlete that was just trying to act, and he should not have been. I thought that was pretty good. And we asked the kids for ratings on the movie. My daughter gives it a 5 out of 5. Okay, calm down. Emma with the 5. Jack said 4 out of 5. It was a 3, but he decided to bump it up to 4 just because of Bad Bunny. Because he liked Bad Bunny was the best character in the movie. He said, bar none.
Bad Bunny plays the same character basically in every movie, though. That's the problem. It's the same shtick.
He hasn't seen it. Yeah.
He was good as the caddy. A couple other cameos. Reggie Bush.
English.
Reggie Bush on the Maxi team. I'm like, is that Reggie Bush? He comes out, does a backflip, and you're like, okay, that's Reggie Bush. And then at the end, when they raid the facility where they have the rehab, it's Kid Cudi's the FBI agent. So you're like, oh, there's Kid Cudi at the very end. So it was good. I did think about JT, though. The whole time when JT was turning fangirl on Happy, I was thinking about Paul. Because JT's like sneaking photos of Happy Gilmore on the course.
He became likable.
It was stupid. It's supposed to be stupid, people. Lighten up.
And some of the other, I wonder how many of you like inside jokes they kind of played up, like Shoffley. Does he actually do that? Is he the that's what she said guy? Like all like in the among golfers or like Freddie Couples? Does he always snake in like people's leftovers? Like, yo, let me get that cupcake.
Yes.
Or the
would you like another? Would you like another blueberry jubilee, Mr. Couples? Yes. No, maybe one more.
My favorite moment was, and this is off the movie. My wife goes, I thought you said Norm Macdonald was dead. Did they use AI?
Oh, no.
I go, huh? It's like, yeah, you said he was dead. I go, that's Kevin Nealon. That's not, I thought we had a Kate Constable situation going on.
We
I don't
did
know why,
have
but I'm dead.
we did
Oh.
have a Batman Superman issue last Friday, which I don't know if you heard about. But your wife thinking that Kevin Nealon is Norm Macdonald is very funny.
Which it kills me to my core. I love Norm. So good. Criminally underrated. And then, yeah, of course, you think Kevin Nealon. Yes, they were both on SNL, but they are different people. All right, Lightning Bets on the other side. This is the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Panayotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Lightning bets in a few minutes. Joe O, Sammy P. Oh, man, I would have loved to have seen what apparently happened between Rob Manfred and Bryce Harper. If you missed it, Passon wrote a story out this morning. Stuff came out later in the day yesterday. But basically, Manfred is going around and talking to all the teams in the clubhouse. And I guess this happens every year. And what's interesting is Manfred was throwing around the word salary cap. When you're talking to a room full of guys making a whole lot of money, that is not something you want to do. If you're trying to, break bread and get on the same side, have an understanding of where people are coming from, here's what's going to happen. And we all know it. And the players don't want to hear it. And they're not going to partake in any conversations about it. But it's the reality. It sounds like a lockout is coming. This has been talked about for years. And I understand why. I'm not crying poor for owners in any way, but I always felt that there needs to be a salary cap. Now, there's probably a soft cap with the luxury tax and all that a lot of teams adhere to. But I've always felt that they need a cap, and I'd prefer a cap. But I don't know how you end up getting there. That's going to be a tough spot. Like when you still are handing out contracts like Juan Soto just got, or what Ohtani ended up getting a couple of years ago. But it came to a head, apparently in the meeting with the Phillies, that Bryce Harper was quiet for almost the entire meeting. And then once Manfred started throwing around salary cap, Harper wasn't having any of it. And he told the commissioner to get the bleep out of our clubhouse. So that's how that meeting went down with Manfred and the Phillies.
Signs of trouble down the road. Basically, what I take from that, one of your most outspoken players in terms of, the bargaining and, everything that goes into the players union and all that. I mean, Harper's very, maybe not in that meeting, but Harper's very outspoken about what players make and all that. So if that's his response to the commissioner, not a good sign. And we know the commissioners tend to be hard-headed about how they feel about certain things, about how the world works. I have heard the word lockout floated. This has been probably 3 or 4 weeks now since I've heard it the first time. And since that moment, I've heard it 2 more times over the last month. So when you hear the L word 3 times from 3 different people, you kind of figure out that there maybe are some legs there to a potential lockout. I don't know if we lost Joe. I see a black screen. So we shall see. But I was not really surprised at all to hear Bryce Harper speaking up the way that he did. That is a guy that is going to be honest with you, that is going to shoot you straight. And I could only imagine the reaction from his teammates when he said that to the commissioner of baseball. Going to be a fun couple of years to see if they can figure something out. Paul and Jake, hop in here since Joe maybe cooked for the day. We can hop into some looks on the baseball board. I really like this Dodger side today. And it's, minus 150 now, which is sort of my limit if I'm going to do this on the show. Like, I don't like giving out minus 170, minus 180 and higher because you could pick that yourself. You don't need me to tell you to take a favorite. But I think Glasnow is somehow undervalued in this spot. Like, my true price is $1.75. So if I have $1.50 in front of me, that's something that should be bet. And if I want to play the box game, check the box, I can go Dodgers, bang, and I can go Phillies, bang. Dodgers-Phillies tonight is plus 161 at BetMGM. I get to take the Dodgers, and I get to go against the White Sox. Probably not a bad idea, boys and girls. So that's what I'm looking at today. Paul, Jake, hop in here with whatever you got.
So, a couple things. I will probably be going to the Phillies White Sox game. Might see our 108 guys over there for the down on the south side. The poll question, latest update, and we'll finalize it tomorrow morning. But which golfer had the best cameo in Happy Gilmore 2? And feel free to continue to reply with any of your other favorites. Harry said Fowler was good. Daily drinking sanitizer coming in at 26%. Scheffler rested again is your leader at over 50%. Shoffley, what she said, down at 5%. Billy Z is the former caddy at 17.5%. And some of the room have these fresh insights from BetMGM. Most bet teams on the money line today. The Guardians, we're going top down. Number one, Guardians minus 125 at the Orioles. Blue Jays plus 110 at the Tigers. Astros at home minus 125 versus the Athletics. Padres plus 125 at the Cardinals, and the Angels minus 150 at home against the Mariners. Jake, what do you got?
I am going to be on the Orioles in the first. Like Charlie Morton is going to be on the hill for Baltimore, so I'm going against him. He's famously on my list of losers, so I'll go with Toronto. I think I misspoke there. I said the Orioles. I'm going to be on Toronto in the first game of that doubleheader. I'm not going to do anything for the second game. I know people like to do the zigzag theory, but I'm way good on that. And also, Toronto's just a better team. They have the best record in the American League. Baltimore has been better over the last couple weeks, but no thanks with geriatric Charlie Morton. I'm going to take the Dodgers just on the run line. I want to back Glasnow. His last start was awesome, double-digit strikeouts. And Lodolo at home is much, much, much worse than he is on the road. So I'll be on the Dodgers on the run line. I'll take the plus money with that. I'm perfectly fine with that. And I'm going to take the Nationals as frisky dogs against the Astros. Michael Soroka has actually been kind of decent over the last couple weeks. And Jason Alexander, not George Costanza, is on the mound for Houston. So he's whatever. I'll take the Nationals. They won yesterday as huge dogs. You're not getting as good of a price, but I'll still take them with a pitcher that's actually been halfway decent.
And just to repeat over here, I do like the Dodgers on the money line, and that parlay Dodgers and Phillies, I will play that as well at plus 161. I told Joe if he has anything, let me know and I'll read it, but I think the frustration has mounted to a point where we may not get a text back. Given the tech issues today, which, look, I hate having to field questions. What's up with the YouTube? I don't know. I'm doing a show. I have no idea. I have no idea, actually. One other thing I was going to bring up. Apparently last night, one of the players in the WNBA, I don't know if you guys saw this. Oh, there's Joe.
Hey.
One of the players in the WNBA was wearing a wig yesterday, and it fell off mid-game. And there were some fans that were heckling the player. And what happened? One of the fans got ejected from the game. So that's where we're at in the latest drama in the days of our lives that are the WNBA. Player wearing wig has wig fall off. Somebody in the crowd makes fun of the wig, and then they throw out the fan. So that's today's WNBA news, Joe. Wanted to make sure you had that story.
All right, I'm watching the video right now.
It's pretty funny.
Are you serious? Oh, she went running to the locker room?
And then the fan gets
No
the boot.
way.
Yeah, kick the fan out for laughing.
What did the
at
fan
wig falling
say? Oh, my God. How do you not laugh at that?
know.
That is ridiculous.
It's very funny.
I still, because I saw the clip yesterday because of his podcast he was doing with his buddy. I'm still laughing at what Shane Gillis pulled off. That was pure genius at the ESPYs. Like, here's what we're going to do. Let's make fun of the WNBA because we're on ESPN and they're trying to hype it up. Like every sports center you turn on this time of year, they're leading with it. Like it's the most important thing in sports going on right now. And let's go after them. Okay, I'm going to take your wife. I'm going to call her out. I'm going to point to her. Camera's going to go to her. And I'm going to say, let's give a round of applause, 4-time All-Star WNBA player, blah, blah, blah. and everybody's going to buy it and cheer in. Like, suckers. Suckers. We're going to call them on it. I knew you guys didn't know WNBA people. That's awesome.
Oh, imagine watching that joke in real time with Sarah Spain and how upset she got.
Oh, man.
Oh.
Was she the only one that was like really upset about it? Because
that's her job now. Her job is
funny.
to get upset. Her job is to get upset and complain about things. That's literally what she's paid to do.
Is she paid? She's not still there anymore, I don't think.
Oh, I don't know.
I don't know. Anyways. Lightning bets. Oh, man. Time got away from me because of my internet. A lot of tech issues today. Not ideal. Hopefully that stops tomorrow. What you got today?
So we already did this. I pivoted. I'm going Dodgers and the parlay of Dodgers and Phillies. So you have the last minute to yourself, buddy. Any grievances, any lightning bets or lighting bets, take it away.
I think that's a good idea. I mentioned to you in break when I still had internet. I'm like, I think we should bet the Dodgers. Like, what are we going to do? You came up with Phillies. I think that's a pretty strong angle. I like it. I'm going to go, you know what? Let's go Alcantara again. 7 innings, great work last time. Let's see if he can back it up before he gets traded by the Miami Marlins. Big dog plus 140 at the St. Louis Cardinals. Certainly not a team that I'm trusting. I'm going to back Alcantara. Let's go there as an underdog. The Twins haven't named their starter, but if you want to fade Giolito at a plus money price, I don't think that's a bad idea. But for lightning bet purposes, tailing you on Dodgers, Phillies, and then let's go Miami Marlins. Alcantara puts together another solid performance. Did the fellas give their picks? Did they have anything?
Yeah.
Okay.
Everybody's accounted for.
There? All right. Everything sounds good. We'll be back tomorrow. We'll continue with our countdown to kickoff, 9 a.m. Eastern time. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayonovich. Make sure you check in here on BetSweats. YouTube, we'll do our best to make sure that is back up and running. Thanks for giving us word on all that stuff. Talk tomorrow right here on the BetMGM Network.
Thanks for listening to BetSweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvath on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase. Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase. Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. This is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
It certainly is, and it is hour 3 on the show. Great to have you with us as we are live across the country from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. in the East. I'm Michael Jenkins live in D.C. She is Kate Constable live in Chicago. Coming up during our final hour, we will have the day's biggest headlines for you, including what is next for Colorado head coach Deion Sanders. In 20 minutes, we'll stick with football and bring in Greg Auman, who covers the NFL for Fox Sports, and we'll also get his thoughts on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Then it is the Dongster and our best bets at 8:40. Also, welcome to our audience on Stadium via BallySportsLive.com and the Bally Sports Live app. You can also find us on YouTube TV, DirecTV, Amazon Prime, and Samsung TV Plus. Let's begin with our top story this morning, and it is actually some good news in what has been kind of a cauldron of some bad news stories this morning, and it is the recovery of Deion Sanders, the Colorado head coach, revealing yesterday at a press conference that he battled and then beat bladder cancer. So speaking at a press conference in Boulder, Sanders says his bladder was removed after a tumor was discovered, but he is now free from cancer. He appeared with the woman who performed the operation, Janet Koresha, from the University of Colorado Cancer Center. And Deion expressed a lot of gratefulness and then had a very important message for those in attendance.
Like, it's a whole life change. Like, I can't, and I'm going to be transparent, I can't pee like I used to pee. It's totally different. And she not only is a blessing, but she provided other persons that have gone through what I've gone through so that I could talk to them and get some solace and understand like what I'm facing, not just from a doctor, but from another individual. And to have to have been told, like, it's a totally different life. I mean, thank God. I depend on depend. You know, if you know what I mean. I truly depend on depend. Like, I cannot control my bladder. So I get up and go to the bathroom already 4 or 5 times a night, but then I'm sitting up there waking up, you know, like my grandson. We in the same thing, you know. We got the same problem right now. We're going through the same trials and tribulations. We're trying to see who has the heaviest bag at the end of the night. Like, it's ridiculous, But I'm making a joke out of it, but it's real. Like, it is real, it is real, it is real. So if you see porta potty on the sideline, it's real, okay? I'm just telling you right now, you're going to see it. You're going to see the practice, you're going to see one, because it is unbelievable. Like, dozing off and waking up, first thing I'm grabbing my crotch to see if I peed on myself. And it's just totally different. And I know there's a lot of people out there going through what I'm going through and dealing with what I'm dealing with. And let's stop being ashamed of it. And let's deal with it. And let's deal with it head on.
I have to say, I love that Deion came out and addressed this directly in the way that he did. Because, look, it's never easy to say, this is what happened to me, and now this is something I'm going to have to deal with for the rest of my life. But he came out and basically just undercut the idea that we shouldn't talk about this. So this is going to be, again, a battle for him moving forward. But, you know, there's probably that idea amongst a lot of people who aren't as famous as Deion, who have the platform that I don't want to talk about this. It's embarrassing. And for him to come out, first of all, I'm glad he's okay. That's number one. But for him to put this out there, I think makes it so much easier for other people, not only to raise awareness, but to also take away that stigma.
Oh, for sure, Jenks. I mean, huge coming from anyone, but add the fame and notoriety of Deion Sanders on top of that. And I mean, that's huge for him to come out and be able to talk about. And he also said, like, the doctor he worked with put him in touch with some other people who had dealt with similar situations so he could talk to them. And so he's kind of doing his job in passing along that message of what others in a similar situation taught him, and now moving that message forward and just being totally open, because also, like, so much media coverage surrounds everything Deion Sanders does, that if he does have a porta potty on the sidelines at games, like, people will know that now, versus that being a topic of discussion and something that is surprising to people week one of the college football season, and having that be a storyline versus his players and his team on the field. And it is now, instead, he got it out here. He's talking about it all, and we can, you know, understand it and then move on. But bottom line here, like, he's healthy. He might not have his bladder, but I think he would trade his bladder for his life. I think most people would. And the fact that he is healthy and cancer-free is the most important part.
There's no question. And I think that, you know, I've criticized Deion a lot for a lot of times he will blame the media, I think unnecessarily so, for whatever coverage that Colorado gets. That's part of being Deion Sanders. He sort of uses it to his advantage. But I think here, this just speaks to Deion Sanders, the person, because there is a difference between criticizing someone who is a coach and saying, I don't like the way you did this as a head coach of the program, and criticizing the person. And I think we've seen time and time again that Deion Sanders, the person, is such a stand-up individual. He didn't have to do this. There's no end game for him here, outside of saying, okay, this is the way it is. But he definitely used that to say, don't let this stigma affect you. I am not the only one. And sometimes that's what it takes for other people to feel better about their own situations, because if someone who is not Deion Sanders comes out and says this, no one's going to pay attention. No one's going to listen. Maybe they laugh at you. Maybe they have no empathy. But with Deion, he knows he has that platform and is using it in, I think, a very commendable way. And I'm glad he's healthy. He's really battled, Kate, a lot of health problems over the past few years. Remember, he had blood clot issues. There was a time when doctors thought they might have to amputate his legs, or at least a leg. Had 2 toes amputated in 2022. And I think moving forward, you have to wonder how long he is for this Colorado job. He's 57, certainly doesn't need the money. He's got sons that play football. Shedeur is sitting there in Cleveland right now. And even before this, Deion has lamented about the fact that after that initial influx of money to Boulder, that Colorado doesn't have the robust NIL program that a lot of other programs have. And I know that's frustrating for him because he wants an equal playing field. So you take all of those factors into account, and I wonder if maybe he doesn't last long-term at Colorado and he walks away, focuses on his family and his health.
Exactly. And to your first point, Jenks, of Deion coming out and talking about this and just his notoriety of being someone to do that, he's been very polarizing in a lot of interviews. Like, he's a very polarizing figure. Some people love him, some people hate him. And he's said a lot of things that have rubbed people the wrong way, but he's also done a lot of good. And this is one of those good press conferences where he's kind of getting stuff out there and encouraging others. So I do commend him for that. In terms of how much longer he coaches, I wasn't positive he was going to coach this year, Jenks, after Shedeur left, after Travis Hunter left. Like, I kind of thought he was there for to coach his son, to coach Hunter, and then after that he may have hung it up, because ultimately, like, if you look at Colorado's odds right now, 22-1 to win the Big 12, they're a long shot, which means they're not going to be a very good football team this year.
Yeah.
And someone of Deion Sanders, like you said, he doesn't need the money. That's not why he's doing this. And with the health issues even leading up to this, how much longer did he want to do that? And does he want to take on a rebuild of sorts? 22-1, you're at the bottom of the conference. You're in somewhat of a rebuild. And credit to Deion, he's done phenomenal in rebuilds in the past. Jackson State turned them around, turned Colorado around. Now, without some star players, his son Shedeur, Hunter once again, what does that look like? But, I mean, if there's anyone that can take a 22-1 team to win the title to exceeding those expectations, it's probably Deion Sanders.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just that I think that, caught up in the hype of Shedeur and Travis Hunter. I mean, Travis in particular, a generational player, but even at their best last season, they went 9-4 and lost in the Alamo Bowl. That's a fine season, but I think maybe a casual fan wouldn't realize they never won a conference title, not last year, and this will be a step down. And I know someone said to me as soon as Deion was hired, "Oh, this is over. It's over because all these young kids are going to want to play for Deion Sanders." And I'm sure some of that is true, but at the end of the day, we live in a time where money talks, and it doesn't matter who you are. At the end of the day, if another school is offering you exponentially more money, and generally the blue bloods compared to Colorado, be it Ohio State, Texas, Georgia, Bama, whatever, these programs can offer more money, and as likable or as much of a head coach that Deion may be that kids want to play for, money is going to be the differentiating factor here. And I wonder if Colorado struggles this season, Deion says, we can't keep up here like we were talking about. Maybe that's when he says, this isn't the playing field I expected, so I'm done with this.
Yeah, it all comes down to money, as things do in all sorts of industries, right? Like, that's the bottom line, especially with those age kids. You throw that much money in front of them, they've never seen anything like that before. I mean, I would follow the money too. I don't blame them. I mean, you have the option of being coached by Deion Sanders, an absolute legend, or taking an absolute bag home. I'd probably go for the bag too. In Colorado, their NIL budget, their the money that they're able to give players is not going to ever likely be able to compete with those big names, with the Georgias, with the Alabamas, anything like that. So I guess we'll see this season, I feel like, and the health of Deion, how he's able to handle the stress of coaching. I mean, that's not a cakewalk job by any means. Like, that's a fairly high stress job, and the time commitment to that, how that affects his health at all. And if anything, I mean, God forbid, let's hope and pray it doesn't, but he hasn't had, a healthy bill of health recently. So, like, does something else pop up where he decides to hang it up, or at least just focus on things he enjoys outside of football? That could be something too.
Yeah, if you're playing college, the obvious goal is to get to the pros. And one of the more bizarre stories we have heard recently coming out of pro football is this Christian Wilkins story. So he was cut by the Raiders, as we know, last week. And because of that, he is not going to get the $35.2 million of guaranteed money he was supposed to get this season, because the Raiders are using a clause in his contract that says he didn't live up to his responsibilities as a player. And they said, look, you injured your foot last season, got a Jones fracture in his left foot, one of the metatarsals in his left foot that broke, and now he only played 5 games last year, only 17 tackles, wasn't productive. So they said, you didn't rehab this the right way. Now we're going to cut you because of that. Well, now we are hearing there's much more to this story. And this is according to ESPN's Adam Schefter, who says another reason why, in addition to this rehab issue, that Wilkins was cut is that he apparently kissed a fellow player on the forehead in the locker room. So one source tells ESPN the interaction was, quote, playful, but the player himself who got kissed did not see it that way, immediately filed a complaint with the Raiders HR department. There's a lot of rumors on the internet right now, or some sources, or whatever that's worth, that Wilkins was tickling someone's toes. We do know that Adam Schefter is a much more reliable source, but now we're getting a better idea of why Wilkins was let go. Because at first it seemed like, okay, you're taking a chance of releasing a guy because of this, and now we're getting a fuller picture.
Yeah, you can't be kissing people in the locker room. That can't be happening. I know the report is it was in a playful manner. He kissed someone on the head, but like, some people just don't want to be kissed. Some people don't want to be tickled, and all this is alleged. But you can't do that. And if anything, it just gave the Raiders a reason to dismiss him and maybe recoup some of the guaranteed money that they owed him, because it was 58 some that he was guaranteed when he signed that contract with the Raiders, and with letting him go. And I don't know if it's more so the HR violation or the discrepancy in how he rehabbed that now the Raiders only have to pay him the $23 million in guaranteed money, or maybe it's 32. Maybe I'm a little dyslexic on this one. Either way, that's what the Raiders are going with, and it's allowing them to get out of some of that money. Now he's going to file a grievance with the Players Association, and we'll see how much he gets back. But he's going to be picked up. He's going to be on another NFL roster this season. It just certainly won't be in Las Vegas.
What a wild story. Like, I think most people probably don't want to be kissed on the forehead, but you know who especially doesn't want to be kissed on the forehead? An NFL player. Like, hey, I dare you to go over there and kiss Trent Williams on the forehead. See what happens. I mean, your ass beat.
Pass. Yeah, I'm good. I'm good.
So we'll see how this story plays out. Of course, the NFLPA is trying to get more of Wilkins' money back because, again, it was guaranteed. You were right, $35.2 million. And also, you are correct. He will find a place in the National Football League. It's going to be a little weird at first. We've seen so much worse in the NFL. If you can play, and Christian Wilkins can still play, there's a reason why he signed this monster contract in the first place, coming over from the Dolphins. So for whatever team needs help on the defensive line, they'll say, guys, Christian's coming in. Just keep your space unless you want a little smooch. We'll see if more details about his behavior comes out, and I have a feeling that they will. Coming up next year on this show, we're going to take you around the league and also scatter in some news when it comes to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers as we bring in Greg Auman from Fox Sports. That is next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
The Daily Tip will be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. powered by BetMGM.
Welcome back on a Tuesday, the Daily Tap on the BetMGM Network. I'm Michael Jenkins. She's Kay Constable. Coming up on the show, the Bucs try to make it 4 straight division titles in the NFC South. We will bring in Greg Allman from Fox Sports to talk about that and the rest of the goings-on in the NFL. I haven't even asked you. You got the Bears helmet behind you. You're a Bears fan. How jacked are you for the upcoming season? I mean, it's almost here.
It is almost here, Jenks. And my jacked upness, 9.5 right now. It'll be 10 by week 1. I'm fired up for this season. A lot to look forward to for Bears fans. We'll see how it all plays out on the field. I'm not going to go crazy and say they're going to win the division or even make a playoff run. Are the playoffs in question? Sure. If all goes right. That's saying a lot for Chicago. But there's plenty to be optimistic for, and I'm going to take it while I can get it, because there are also plenty of years where optimism is not in the cards for the Bears at all. So we got to take what we can get.
Yeah, I was going to say, I feel like the Bears were the hot team, last year, and maybe because of Caleb Williams. And the offseason. But is it a different feel this year? Because this is all of a sudden you talk about turnover, be it with the players, with the coaches. I mean, it's been a 180 shift in many ways. So has that given you maybe a little bit more like, all right, this is a fresh start, or is it, I'm not going to get too excited? I'm excited for football season, but also maybe I'll temper my excitement and we'll see.
A little bit of both. I think you always have to temper your excitement with the Bears, but the way Ben Johnson has been talking in his press conference, night and day versus what we saw last year with Matt Eberflus. So that part, a lot of optimism there.
Yeah. Well, that's the truth. Eberflus being, I mean, even I'm excited that Eberflus is gone. Yeah. And isn't he coaching linebackers for the Cowboys or something? Something like that?
Yeah, with the Cowboys right now. So, I mean, the Bears defense under him was fairly good. So we'll see what he can do with the Cowboys, but not the best head coach in the league. That's for sure.
Yeah. I mean, some guys just are meant to be very good assistant coaches or position coaches, and they're great at that, just not meant to be head coaches, and I feel like he's one of those guys. Let's talk about another guy who is definitely qualified to cover the NFL. He does that for Fox Sports. He's also covered the Tampa Bay Buccaneers since 2013. We're talking about Greg Allman. Greg, good morning to you. Thanks for your patience and for being with us. And I wanted to see if I could get your thoughts on Terry McLaurin, which is a big topic of conversation across the NFL. Mike Evans signed a massive 2-year deal with the Bucs last year at age 30, but Evans is a special case. Knowing what you know about the league, where would you place the value on McLaurin?
I mean, it's certainly more than he's getting right now. I actually wrote on McLaurin like 2 weeks ago, and you can make a lot of parallels between him and Mike Evans. I mean, Mike is probably a little bit more high profile, but like McLaurin, missed one game at the end of his rookie year. And if he had made that, he'd have the same kind of 1,000-yard streak going. Mike Evans has a streak where he's had 1,000 yards in each of his first 11 seasons. It's unprecedented. But McLaurin, I think he missed his rookie year by less than 100 yards and didn't play the last game of the year. And he's kind of the same thing, just very steady, played his whole career with one team, wants to be there. It's just one of those where, they signed the deal he signed and wants to add to it. So it's that tricky situation where, nowadays these new contracts get tacked on to the contracts that are in place. So it's not even like you have to tear up the contract that's there. So no, was happy to see that he reported, just because that takes some of the edge off the drama of what's otherwise a pretty positive offseason for Washington.
Yeah, Greg, speaking of contracts, yesterday Baker Mayfield and the Bucs, they restructured his contract to give him some more guaranteed money in 2026. What does that say just about how the organization feels about Baker overall and the longevity of his time in Tampa Bay?
Yeah, I think it speaks well to it. They love him here. Again, this is one of those where, it's not an easy thing to follow Tom Brady and take over after a quarterback like that. But Baker's done a really good job of it. I mean, in 2 years, probably has had better numbers in his 2 years than Brady had in the 2 years before that. And it's one of those where, Baker signed a 3-year, $100 million contract, which he's now already kind of exceeded. I don't think the Bucs want to set the precedent of giving a new deal to somebody who has 2 years left. And this seemed like a good compromise, kind of an olive branch to be able to throw out there and give him a little bit more security to know if he does get hurt. He's got $30 million now that's, guaranteed against injury for next year, and will, by early next year be guaranteed completely. And honestly, it's one of those where if this year is anything like his last year, I think he'll have another new deal with the Bucs this coming off season that pays him even more.
Greg, how potentially good or great is this Bucs offense going to be with all of the playmakers that they have? And I feel like another year of Baker in that system, that there's a reason why that he has gotten that big contract and why this team continues to win the division.
I think they definitely should be. I mean, they were a top 5 offense in nearly any metric last year. Bring back literally everyone. Like lost a couple backup offensive linemen. That's really about it. And then honestly, to use their first-round pick on Emeka Egbuka at Ohio State is not something people expected here. I think most people thought they would go defense and try and shore up things there. So they've it's a wealth of riches on offense. Just a crazy amount of talent. Obviously, Chris Godwin is still coming back from injury, hasn't practiced yet, so he's a little bit of a question mark. They have a first-year coordinator in Josh Grizzard. So that's, a potential hurdle, but it's worked really well for them the last 2 times they've had first-time coordinators the last 2 years in Dave Canales and in Liam Cohen.
This rookie class this year for Tampa Bay is looking like, from reports coming out of camp, that they're going to be pretty impressive. Emeka Egbuka, a lot of great things said about him. Benjamin Morrison, Jacob Parrish. Like, how good can this rookie class, or how much of an impact can this rookie class make this season for this team?
I think a fair amount. I mean, they've had really good luck with their rookies last couple of years. Graham Barton did a ton last year, Tyke Smith. And in this group, Egbuka is probably the first one that jumps right on the field and makes an impact. Benjamin Morrison is the second-round pick. He's an outside corner, so maybe not a starter initially just because they have Jamel Dean and Zion McCullum back. Their third-round pick, another corner, probably a nickel corner inside. Jacob Parrish could very well be their main nickel, their starting nickel this year. They just lost, actually, their fourth-round pick. They had a pass rusher named David Walker who tore his ACL Friday. So down note there. But otherwise, they're really – I mean, even the last pick in this draft is a receiver from Oregon named Tez Johnson, who looks very much like somebody who can make the roster and help them potentially on returns a lot.
We're talking with Greg Auman. He covers the NFL for Fox Sports, has also covered the Bucs since 2013. So when you look at the odds and when you look at what we've seen from Tampa, once again, the favorites to win the South, followed by the Falcons and the Panthers. Are the Falcons the biggest threat, and why?
I think the Falcons probably are. If they aren't, it's a good story and probably speaks well to Carolina, at least. I don't think the Saints are really in the conversation. But, Falcons – everything kind of hangs on Michael Penix. That's a lot to put on a second-year guy that's only played 3 games in his career. But they like him a lot. He has a ton of talent to throw to. In Drake London, obviously 2 great backs. You look at Bijan Robinson and Tyler Algier and how much pressure they can take off of Michael Penix. They swept the Bucs last year. So if they can do that again, that's usually a ticket to winning the division. But they have to take care of business, with the lesser games and be a little more consistent. Their defense probably is a little bit of a concern. But I think if Penix does well and that run game is everything it's been, they'll be right there and probably the best challengers to the Bucs in the South.
Greg, Tristan Wirfs starting the season on the PUP list. Not ideal for the Bucs. How is the feel at left tackle right now with Wirfs sidelined for a couple of games to start the year?
Yeah, definitely uncertain. I mean, they don't necessarily have great tackle depth. They lost their swing tackle from last year, Justin School, to Minnesota, replaced him with a veteran named Charlie Heck. That's Andy's son. Charlie Heck's been in the NFL 6 years. He's huge. He's like 6'8". But only started 2 games last year, played with 2 teams. What works in their favor is that they know, right now, 6 weeks out, that they probably need him in the first month of the season. So I think they have plenty of time, all of preseason, all of training camp, to prep him, to adjust the game plan, maybe kind of put a tight end on that side a little bit more, just to kind of hide, a vulnerability. I mean, they're used to having maybe the best tackle in football in Tristan Wirfs, so you just got to get by without him. Wirfs is out there at practice. He's honestly on crutches still, so I mean, it's hard to know where he'll be in 5 or 6 weeks, whether he starts the year on the PUP list and then misses the first 4 games, or whether he can get back sooner than that. That kind of remains to be seen.
Greg, I'm curious your thoughts staying in the division on Bryce Young, because I think he's going to be an interesting case study this season, where his rookie season, it looked like he wasn't going to make it, wasn't good enough to play in the league. And then at the end of last year kind of came on and looked like, okay, maybe he just needed some time and maybe better support around him. Is he going to be able to do enough to be a legitimate NFL quarterback, or have we not seen enough?
Yeah, this is probably that pinch point for him, that kind of pivot year where he either gets it or they move on to somebody else. He's had 2 300-yard games in 2 seasons. So, I think the few games that Carolina has won, they've generally won despite Bryce Young. This is a year where they have to start winning games because of him. I think to put their first-round pick into a receiver for the second year in a row, Tedoroa McMillan's great receiver. Compare him to Drake London, compare him to Mike Evans, some of the other big receivers in the NFC South. I think that helps them a lot. Honestly, Hunter Renfrow is a guy that's getting a lot of praise there in Carolina. So I think he'll have better targets to throw to, maybe a little better run game. They put a lot of money last year into the offensive line. So doesn't really have that many excuses. I think he has good personnel around him, the continuity of the same coach 2 years in a row, which is a treat. This is one of those where he has to be a 25-touchdown passer, a 3,000-yard passer, do the things you expect a number 1 overall pick to do.
Week 1, Tampa Bay is at Atlanta. The Bucs right now, the look-ahead market, 1.5-point favorites. How does this Bucs team stack up against the Falcons this season?
Falcons got them twice last year. Falcons were never better than they were against the Bucs last year. You wonder if they could start Kirk Cousins just in those 2 games against the Bucs. He had 8 touchdowns and no picks last year. But no, it's a pivotal game. It sets one team as the team to beat in the South. Atlanta, it's at their place. I'll be curious. It's interesting. The big thing to watch is that tackle we just talked about. Tristan Wirfs is not there. The Falcons have really struggled to have a consistent pass rush, but they put their first 2 picks this year into outside rushers. You think about Jalen Walker, you think about Pierce from Tennessee. Use next year's first rounder to get him. So that's doubling down on their biggest need. I don't know how ready those guys will be to make plays and be game changers in week 1. But protecting Mayfield is a big part of that. That's you look at last year's Bucs season. The reason it was a close thing at the end and an uphill battle in December for the Bucs was that they lost those 2 games to Atlanta, and both were close. I think they'll be very motivated to take care of business in those 2 games. Whether they get it done or not, it will kind of change the course of whether this is a close race or one they can have a little bit of cushion in down the road.
Greg, what is your choice there's plenty to choose from, but one of the more compelling storylines that you're going to follow this season? Is it Aaron Rodgers with the Steelers, Ben Johnson taking over the Bears, the Commanders trying to be really good for a second straight year, the Eagles trying to repeat? You can go in a lot of different directions, but what's something you're specifically keeping an eye on?
There's a couple things. NFC North is super intriguing to me. Had 3 great teams last year, 3 that won 12 or more games, and then went 0-3 in the playoffs and was just a non-factor in the postseason. So, Minnesota probably goes down a peg. Not sure what J.J. McCarthy can do. Chicago's probably on the rise. Detroit probably goes down a peg just because they lost both their coordinators, and that's a tough thing to get through. So I think that division and how that shakes out is really big. The young quarterbacks, we saw so much from the rookie quarterbacks last year, and the 2 that really didn't get to play that much were McCarthy and Penix in Minnesota and in Atlanta. And those 2, I'm intrigued to see how they fit in. Can they be at that same great level last year that we saw Caleb Williams and Drake May and Bo Nix and obviously Jaden Daniels? Really amazing rookie class of quarterbacks. So can they get in that mix? If Minnesota and Atlanta are going to be the teams that some people think, a lot of that falls on, basically 2 redshirt freshmen that have to play like vets and be leaders at a tough position to do that. So, yeah, definitely excited about that. Aaron Rodgers is definitely something everyone's going to watch. AFC North is another division where, again, the Bengals have a great offense and absolutely no defense. I don't know how well that'll shake out. Baltimore has done everything they need to kind of shore things up and make themselves the prohibitive favorite there. Pittsburgh, has been amazingly kind of good but not great to go so many years without a losing record, but also they haven't won a playoff game since 2017. Lots of different storylines to shake out. Divisions that I think are legitimately up for grabs some places. And exciting that it's only, 5 weeks away now.
Yeah, almost there. He covers the NFL for Fox Sports. Has covered the Bucs since 2013, and is our friend Greg Allman. Greg, great stuff. Thank you so much for being with us.
Oh, no problem. You guys take care. Thanks for having me.
You bet. I think the Bryce Young thing, I just personally am fascinated because, and I think Greg put it perfectly, it's kind of a pivot year for him. Like in the NFL, there's always that debate, how much time do you give a rookie quarterback? And this is definitely a prove it year for Young.
Oh, 1,000%. if he can build off what he did in the second half of the season or the latter half last year, I think this Panthers team could be on the up and up, and Bryce Young's career could just be getting started. If he starts the season how he started the season last year, then they could be in a little bit more trouble. So I think we'll know pretty quick, Jenks, how Bryce Young is looking and what his career might continue to be like early on in the season.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I wish him well. I mean, it can't be easy with all that pressure, especially playing in Carolina. Coming up next on the show, we going big card or little card? We're going to hand out our favorite bets on this Tuesday. We'll bring in that dumb donkey as well. It is a daily tip on the BetMGM Network.
The Daily Tip will be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. Welcome back to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
Welcome back. It is a Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Great to have you with us. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Kate Constable. It is a Tuesday. Thanks for being along as we're live from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. in the East across the country. And we've got Bet Sweats coming up, our best bets of the day. We'll talk with the Dogster. Kate, I know yesterday we were talking about how neither of us particularly love cooking and we'd rather just order DoorDash. And that is what's going to happen today, because during the break I poured some coffee for Catherine and I thought, all right, the show's going to be done here in about 20 minutes. What's on the menu this morning for me? And I swear to God, I looked inside and I'm like, all right, we have 4 eggs, some tuna that Catherine made last night after I was in bed, and some hummus. So I don't know what I'm going to do with that, but I think what I'm going to do is go straight to my phone, because none of that sounds appetizing at all.
Jenks, tuna hummus omelet. Not exactly something that... Yeah, sounds appetizing at all. That sounds absolutely disgusting. But I have those same things in my fridge, minus the hummus. And I told you yesterday, my oven broke over the weekend. We can't even get someone out here to look at it until next Monday. So it's going to be like air fryer this week, or just things that you don't have. We're going to have a lot of turkey sandwiches on the menu. Yeah, it's not going to be good. I made some overnight oats last night, prepped that for this morning, which actually I've had a couple bites in a couple of breaks here. It's actually pretty good. I'm not typically an overnight oat person, but I've been seeing a lot of recipes for that, so tried it, and it's not too shabby. So that might be where I'm going the rest of the week for breakfast. But eggs and tuna, Jenks. That's pretty.
That's brutal.
Pretty bad.
Brutal.
That's brutal. That's
all right,
brutal. So where's the go-to DoorDash breakfast?
Oh my God, there is a place. First of all, I will tell this story to the day that I die. There used to be, it was the best. There was a place about 2 blocks from here, and it was this kind of mom and pop underground cafe, and they made the best breakfast burrito I have ever had. It was so good. Oh my, and so I would call, and it got to the point where I would call, I just couldn't resist it. I'd call every morning. It was like a 5-second phone call. I'm like, hi. They're like, burrito and a Diet Coke. I'm like, perfect. See you soon. I walk in, grab it. It was great. And then there would be, because it's across the street from the convention center here in DC, and when there would be conventions, there would be a line out the door. But for some reason, I think it was a husband and wife team, and I think they got a divorce, so that's why the cafe is no longer. But towards the end, when they were kind of open sporadically, I swear to God, I called once, and the phone kept ringing. Finally, someone picked up. And I think they lived actually above the actual cafe. And so the guy's like, you know what? I'll make it for you. Just come around to the door. Come around to the side. And I was like, okay. So I swear to God, this place was not open. I guess he just happened to hear the phone ring in the cafe. I walked down. I'm like, the side door. I walk around to the side. It's a front door to a home or to a condo. The door opens up, I hand him some cash, and he gives me the burrito and the Diet Coke, and I walked away. And then after that, as you might imagine, the cafe closed down. That used to be my go-to. I miss it. Anyway, there's a place called Cracked Eggery here, and they have tater tots with like Old Bay sprinkled on them. Ooh. Delicious. They also have like this, this amazing bread and scrambled eggs and crispy bacon on top of cheese. So good. Oh, my God. Everyone's asking me if this burrito is a metaphor for weed. It could be. The irony is that place is now...
a little deal going down on the back alley things.
Well, the irony is that place is now a weed shop. I swear to... It's amazing how that works. But this was... It actually turned into a weed shop because weed shops are everywhere here in D.C. But back in the day, it was a burrito. It's like, I went to, get a burrito, and I slid my cash to the side door, and he handed me my burrito. But honestly, that would be perfect because, you smoke some bud and you're like, I think I want a breakfast burrito. But no, it was just breakfast back in the day.
You should. I mean, you probably would have had to do this before they closed down, but like get their number. They might have just made you one in their own kitchen. Like they know the recipe. It could have just been a side hustle for whichever one of the two decided to stick with you, and you just call their home line. They pick up. Jenks, all right, burrito coming up. They just make it in their kitchen and pass it off to you. That would be
that's what I'm saying.
Because mom and pop shops are the best when you can find a really good one, like a hole in the wall that's like your local thing. Sometimes that's the best food. I mean, straight out of their kitchen would probably be even better.
Yeah, they got like the flat top grill in there. You know what I mean? Like they're cooking it up old school. Oh my God, those are the best. And I miss that. So it's no longer got a weed shop there, but there's a place down the street that I'll order from. So do you have a place there in Chicago that
we have a place across the street. It's called Nookie's. It's not really a mom and pop. Well, I don't quite know, but it's like across the street. They have the best chocolate chip pancakes.
Okay.
We're going there tomorrow afternoon, and that's kind of my husband and I had like one of our first breakfast dates there. So it's just kind of stuck as our spot, and it just happens to be across the street, which makes it all that more convenient. So they have phenomenal stuff that we will be indulging in around this time tomorrow.
That sounds awesome. All right, let's win some money so that we can spend a little extra there on breakfast or whatever. Coming up next on Bet Sweats, Joe O and Sammy P will preview the Panthers and the Big 12 in college football. Sheena Quick will join the crew to join their preview of Carolina at 9:40, and then Trey Elling from ESPN Austin joins at 10:20. All right, let's break out our favorite plays of the day, Kate.
Time to place your bets.
All right. Nice night for you last evening. Let's keep it going.
All right, let's do it, Jenks. I'm going to go, again, WNBA. I did that as my best bet yesterday. I'm going to do it again today. I'm going to go Rachel Bannum of the Chicago Sky to go over 11.5 points this year. She has kind of become one of the more reliable players on the Chicago Sky team in recent weeks with so many injuries. Now, Angel Reese, I believe, is expected to be back, but I still don't see Bannum's production dropping whatsoever. She's coming off a season high 26 points. She's gone over 11.5 in almost every game except maybe 3 in the month of July. And she's kind of, again, the more reliable piece to this Chicago Sky team. So over 11.5 for Rachel Bannum is my best bet for today.
Okay. I love the WNBA bets. I'm going back to baseball after my garbage night last night. Just buyer beware. Royals, first 5 money line, -139 hosting the Braves. Eric Fetty going for Atlanta. Seth Lugo going for the Royals. Seth Lugo has been awesome. 7-5, 2.95 ERA. But we are fading Eric Fetty, who has given up 26 runs in his last 17 2/3 innings. Braves have lost 5 straight outright when he's on the mound. They've been trailing after 5 in every single one of those matchups. Royals first 5 money line is -135.
Love it, Jenks.
Right.
I will also go back to some Major League Baseball today. I'm going to go Reds money line over the Dodgers today. You get a nice little plus money on that. Nick Lodolo going for the Reds today. 7-3 in his starts this year, coming off his best start of his career through a complete game, 8 Ks against the Nationals recently. And Tyler Glasnow, solid at home, not so great on the road, ERA over 4. So I'm going to back the Reds at +125. And then I'm also going to take the over in the Marlins and Cards today. Pitching matchup, Sandy Alcantara, Sonny Gray, fading both of those. I think we're going to see a lot of runs in that one. So I'll go over 7.5.
Yeah, I am too. Alcantara, ERA of 6.66, Devil's number on the road this season. And also Sonny Gray has given up 14 runs in his last 8 1/3. So Marlins bats have some sneaky pops, so I'm with you over 7.5 in St. Louis. All right, Dogster, you're in studio. We are here. We got to get to Sammy P. What's going on there down in Navy Yard?
I can't believe everyone is so offended by Christian Wilkins kissing a teammate on the forehead. Big deal.
Well, Dogster, you can't do that at work.
Oh, yes, you can.
Well, you shouldn't.
I've never heard a single person complain when I say, welcome to the company, and surprise them with a gentle, dry hump.
Okay.
Oh, Dogster.
Dogster, come on.
I was going to say don't tickle people, don't tickle feet, but dry hump, that takes it to a whole nother level.
Yeah. How many times have you been reported to HR, Donkster?
69!
Okay, that's it. That's it. Let's hear about it.
Astros money line against the Nets. That's for Sammy P.
Okay. Good. That's your intro, Sammy P. Good morning, my friend. How you doing?
I hear that Donkster's all talk, actually. I hear it's all just a front, and he ain't about it. That's what I heard.
Man. He talks a big game, that guy. I've never seen him with anybody.
I'm not sure I'd test the Donkster.
I don't know. I heard he was running his yap yesterday about bet sweats or something like that. So, you gotta pay attention. Actually, Joe goes, you'll never guess what the Donkster said. And I said, I could make a couple guesses. And apparently, rumor has it, Donkster said when Bet Sweat starts, the ratings go down after his performance at the end of Daily Tip. So,
he thinks for some
That could
reason
be
that
true.
when he speaks, like the ratings come in, and then when he's gone, they just drop out. I don't know. Talks a big game, that guy. Yeah,
the
you
Red
know,
Sea parts, and then Donkster just...
Donkster walks through.
I'm not going to finish that joke. I was going to say something else, but never
Yep,
mind.
probably smart.
We are reviewing Happy Gilmore 2 today. I just hope that Joe stayed awake for it last night. I don't know. I hope he did, but I don't know.
Are you on the camp that you liked it or it was terrible?
It was in the middle. I just think that anybody saying it's the worst movie ever is looking for attention, and that's stupid.
It's an Adam Sandler movie. What do you expect? Yeah.
Actually, some people I think expected Citizen Kane or something like that. I don't know. It's dumb, but it's supposed to be dumb. We'll talk about it on the show.
Yeah, we did the same thing. I kind of felt the same way. We're like, it's not amazing, but it's Adam. Like, you know what you're gonna get. You're gonna smile a little bit. You're gonna see some cameos, and you're gonna walk
Cameos
by.
are great.
Yeah,
Can't complain about the cameos.
But we want the hardcore Sammy P review. I know that's coming up. Sammy P, always good to see you, buddy.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Okay, that's it for us here on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. For that Herbie Donkster, Kate Constable, I'm Michael Jenkins, and the entire crew. Go out. Have a great Tuesday. We'll see you bright and early tomorrow at 6 a.m. Bye.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
A happy Tuesday. Welcome to Send It In, presented by BetMGM here on the BetMGM Network. I'm your host, PJ Glasser. We got a great show for you guys today as we continue through our college football NFL previews. We also will dive into today's Major League Baseball slate. And fresh off of our win with Kitty and Minnie, Kurt Kitayama at the 3M Open, we'll give out some golfers that we like today at the Wyndham Championship. We also got Nick Henyon joining us in the middle of the show as well. So it's going to be an awesome 30 minutes. As always, any questions, any comments, any best bets that you guys have for us, in anything that's on your mind, let us know. Hit us up at the BetMGM Network on Twitch, on YouTube, on our live stream on X. We'll get to your questions over the next 30 minutes of the show. And if you guys miss any part of the show today, if you want to go back and listen to any of our previews that we've had, it's all available. The Send It In podcast available wherever you get your podcasts. Let's get rolling on a Tuesday. Glasses in session. And let's talk a little Texas A&M out of the SEC. A team that in year one under Mike Elko nearly made the SEC championship, and then if they would have made it there and won the SEC title game, they could have made it to the college football playoff. A lot of people like this A&M team coming into this upcoming season, and it makes a lot of sense. They got a lot of returning production, including their offensive line, which might be the best offensive line this year in college football. 7 of their top 8 O-linemen from last year, 156 combined starts. They're back in College Station. So Mike Elko football teams are going to be physical. They're going to be great on defense, and they're going to be good on both lines of scrimmage. And this A&M team going to be no different. They're also going to be really solid in the secondary. Could be like a top 10 secondary in all of college football. And then they went out in the transfer portal and got some explosive playmakers on offense, including KC Concepcion from NC State, should be one of their leading wide receivers. They got Le'Veon Moss returning at running back, should be one of the better running backs in the SEC as well. So I like this A&M team quite a bit. Marcel Reed is back at quarterback after Connor Wegman started the season, was ineffective. They brought in Marcel Reed, found a splash. Now with the full offseason, knowing that he is going to be the guy, should upgrade as a passer because the athletic ability is fantastic. A&M should have a great season. You can see their schedule on your screen right now. First 2 games should be easy wins, UTSA, Utah State, and then they get that game at Notre Dame, a home and home between both of those teams. Last year, that game kicked off the season at College Station, and Notre Dame went in there and beat them. Now A&M gets a chance to go into South Bend and beat Notre Dame. I still like Notre Dame in that game. I know revenge is going to be on A&M's mind. Again, a veteran offensive line with a quarterback as a sophomore in Marcel Reed, who got adapted into life in the SEC, played plenty of hostile environments. And certainly from a team from Texas, if you're going to go to South Bend, Indiana, you want to do so in September rather than like November. So there are a lot of things going in the favor of Texas A&M, but Marcus Freeman has shown that when you give him multiple weeks to prepare, when you have his team, when he can get his team ready, they tend to play pretty well. So I like Notre Dame in that game. Then they have a bye week and get ready for SEC play. The home schedule, not all that difficult, right? Auburn, Florida at home, South Carolina at home. Certainly all games that they could lose, but not playing any of the top teams in the SEC. The road schedule is what's difficult. You have a road game at LSU, at Texas. You have to play at Arkansas, which could be a tricky game as well. The win total for A&M is 7.5 right now. On BetMGM, juice heavily to the over, minus 175 if you want to bet over 7.5 wins for A&M. So I certainly wouldn't do that. I'd maybe look at like an alt win total if you can find an 8.5, maybe bet the over there. I would look at maybe A&M finishing the year with 9, possibly 10 wins, even though I don't think that they get there. But again, I think the case to be made for A&M this season is they really didn't get all that great quarterback play last year. It was year 1 of Mike Elko. Now in year 2, with a ton of returning production, great on both lines of scrimmage, and a team that was a game away last year from making the SEC championship, playing the same schedule, just flip-flopping the home and road games. I think there's a case to be made that A&M could find themselves in another opportunity. That final game of the regular season against Texas in the winter potentially could be heading to Atlanta for the SEC title game. So that should be really interesting. Marcel Reed is 40-1 to win the Heisman Trophy. Again, Reed's kind of the type of quarterback that I look for. Dual threat ability, could have a great year through the air, certainly on the ground as well. And if his team has 9 or 10 wins the SEC, certainly going to find himself in New York. I think the bet with A&M, though, is probably 14-1 to win the SEC, or just plus 550 for them to make it to the SEC title game. It's not a team that I have the strongest opinion about in the SEC. I think I'm higher, more so than I'm not, on the Aggies. Feels like an 8 or 9 win football team to me, but I like some of the prices that we're getting. I like the upside of the quarterback. Mike Elko is a really good coach, and this schedule is certainly not amongst the toughest that we've seen for some of these teams in the ACC. So a lot going for A&M. I think big picture, that game at Notre Dame could be absolutely massive for them, even though it doesn't affect what's going to happen in the SEC standings. Obviously will hold a lot of weight if they're a team battling with some others trying to make the college football playoff. But I like this A&M team. Think 14-1 to win the SEC is worth a look. I like plus 550 for them just to make it to the SEC championship game as well. All right, from college to the pros, let's stay in the state of Texas and look at the Houston Texans, as they are trying to win the AFC South for the third consecutive year. Texans on paper have the hardest schedule of any team in the division, which makes sense because they have a first place schedule and they won the division last year. Houston's got the best quarterback head coach combo in the division, and I don't really think it's even close with Stroud and DeMeco Ryans. The last 2 years in the AFC, there are 4 teams that have played in the divisional round every year. It's been the Chiefs, the Bills, the Ravens, and the Texans. So that's the next step for the Texans, right? The Chiefs, Ravens, and Bills are kind of on their own tier. Roster-wise, you could actually probably argue the Chiefs are on their own tier. Then it's the Bills and the Ravens. And then it's probably Houston who's up there next. I don't think they did enough in the offseason to close the gap with some of the big boys in the AFC. So I would not bet them to win the AFC. I would not bet them to win the Super Bowl. Their defense is still going to be really good, but offensively, I still have my questions about the Texans. Their offensive line is still going to be one of the worst in the NFL. Joe Mixon just got injured. They're hoping he can be back early on in the season, but your backup is Nick Chubb. So you have 2 aging running backs there. And wide receiver, they went out, they got Christian Kirk. In the draft, they drafted a couple guys, Jalen Noel and Jaden Higgins, to hopefully help out Nico Collins and Christian Kirk. But I think there are going to be some growing pains for the Texans throughout the season. The problem is I don't really like any of these other teams in the AFC South. So I kind of just like the Houston Texans by default this season to win the division. I think they're a good bet at plus 105. They are the most talented team in the division with the best quarterback and the best head coach. And until somebody beats them, I think getting them at plus money is a good bet. I'm not high on Jacksonville this year. Tennessee and Indianapolis both certainly have their issues as well. They're trying to bounce back after some disappointing seasons last year. The Texans are still the team to beat with the best defense in the division, the best quarterback, and the best head coach. You check all 3 of those boxes pretty clearly. The gap between the 3 of those things and the rest in the division is pretty wide. I think the Texans clearly still the team to beat. So even though I wouldn't bet them to win the AFC, I wouldn't bet them to win the Super Bowl, I wouldn't even bet their win total. I just look at that division. I think any bet plus money for Houston to win the AFC South is a good bet in my mind. So I take the Texans to win it for a 3rd straight year in a row. All right, let's check in now with our guy, Nick Kenyon, who joins us each and every Tuesday here on Send It In. Give Nick a follow on X at Nick Kenyon, BetMGM senior writer. Nick, great to be back with you, my friend. Hope you had a nice trip across the pond out there in London, and you're just in time for the Wyndham Championship, the final leg before the FedEx Cup playoffs. What can you tell us about the Wyndham Championship? What's the handicapped kind of golfers that you're looking for this week?
Yeah, hey PJ, good to be back in good old US of A. Wyndham Championship is actually a pretty easy handicap. You need to hit it in the fairway, you need to hit your irons well, and you need to make a lot of putts. Easy enough, right? But what really stands out about this course is there's very penal rough as well. So you're going to want to separate the accuracy over the distance players off the tee. So your guys like Jake Knapp, maybe where you played him last week, you're not going to look at him this week. That's why you've seen guys like Aaron Rye, Lucas Glover win at Sedgefield Country Club. Another thing that I looked at in my handicap, and I'll mention that bettors can find my full model over on the BetMGM blog, is there's a decent correlation between this course and how guys have performed at Detroit Golf Club. If you look at the last 4 of the last 5 winners here also played in Detroit in the lead up to the event. All 4 of those finished T11th or better in their start of Detroit. It's another Donald Ross design. There's a lot of similarities around the green, so be sure to look out for that when you're making your bets this week.
I like that. Yeah, we're always looking for comp courses. That's a good one to keep out. Same architect, like you said, with Donald Ross, so keep an eye on that. Nick, you're going to hear, a lot of people are going to hear a lot this week leading up to the event on Thursday. This is the final regular season event, so guys are trying to make that top 70 to advance to the playoffs next week in Memphis. Do you buy into that at all? Like, was that part of your handicap, that guys that are maybe in that 77, 81 range that need a good week, maybe a little extra motivation? Do you take into account that at all when handicapping this week?
I really don't. I kind of equate it to NFL Week 18, where if you're in that position where you need to have a strong week to make the playoffs, there's pretty much a reason for that. So I don't really buy those guys unless you're getting a really good price to do so, which when I was looking at the board this week, it didn't seem like there was a lot to, there was a lot of motivation where you find a guy like 150 to 1 where a strong performance gets him into the playoffs. So it didn't come across in my handicapping. The one thing I did consider, and this is a little hint as far as the first guy on my card, Ryder Cup motivation is something I definitely looked at. You have a couple of U.S. guys playing this week where I think there's some motivation to make the team and try to get one of the last few automatic qualifier spots. So definitely consider that in the handicap, but not anything as far as the playoffs go.
I like that. I like the Ryder Cup angle. All right, Nick, who are some of the golfers that you like this week out at Sedgefield Country Club? Who made your card?
Yeah, 2 guys under 45 and then a couple of long shots for you later. But we'll start with Ben Griffin at 25 to 1, already a winner on tour this year. And if you look at the first 10 guys on the odds board, he's really one of the only guys who has a really great course history here. Played here in 2022, finished in a tie for 4th. Played here in 2024, finished in a tie for 7th. And I think you're getting a really good price on a player who is 4th in strokes gained approach over his last 24 rounds over the same time frame, 1st in bogey avoidance, and he's 5th in eagles gained. Sneakily, the 2 par 5s here at Sedgefield both have an eagle or better rate of 4% or higher, which doesn't sound like a lot, but compared to some other par 5s, quite a lot. So I think you look at Ben Griffin, he's 9th in the Ryder Cup standings right now. I think I haven't done the math on if a win gets him into the automatic qualifier spots, but it can only help his case for Captain Keegan Bradley to pick him if he plays well. And then I will go with Lucas Glover at 40 to 1. I mentioned he's a past winner here at Sedgefield, won here 2 years ago. He's kind of that fits that mold where he's really good off the tee. He's not a big hitter, but he's very accurate when it comes to his iron play off the tee. He's arriving at Sedgefield with 3 straight top 25 finishes before he crossed the pond for the Open. Tied for 9th at the Travelers, tied for 5th at the John Deere. So didn't play the Rocket Classic, like I mentioned, but he did also finish on the podium at TPC Sawgrass, which according to Data Golf is the #1 correlated course to Sedgefield Country Club. So if you look at him, decent off the tee, really good iron play recently. And I think if you just find a hot putter with him this week, I think you could see him get a second win at Sedgefield.
All right, very good. Ben Griffin, Lucas Glover, a couple guys to keep an eye on. What about some long shots this week, Nick? Somebody down the board that maybe entices you.
Yeah, these are always the fun ones, right? Kevin Roy at 100 to 1 is going to lead off the 2 long shots I have. He lost 3.4 strokes on approach last week at the 3M, and he is still 2nd in strokes gained approach over his last 24 qualifying rounds. he really had a strong finish at the 3M because of the flat stick. Gained 7.3 strokes putting over at TPC Twin Cities. Is that replicable week over week? I don't think so. But this is a guy who has gained strokes putting in 5 of his last 6 events. The only one where he lost strokes putting was at the Rocket Classic. Kind of a little bit of a concern, but when you're giving me 100 to 1 on a guy who finished tied for 8th at Detroit Golf Club, another Donald Ross design, I'm willing to take a bite of the apple there. And then I'm going to join golf betting Twitter and be on Nico Echeverria at 100 to 1. All the signs are there. He was a top 10 finish at Detroit Golf Club. He was runner-up at the Sony Open earlier this year. He lost in a playoff. If you go all the way back to late last year, runner-up at the RSM Classic down in Sea Island, Georgia. Those are all short positional courses where you don't have to hit it a long way off the tee, and he can just rely on his irons to have a really strong ball striking performance. Echeverria, over his last 24 rounds, 7th in the field in strokes gained total on courses under 7,200 yards. He also leads the field in strokes gained putting on Bermuda grass over his last 24 rounds. So Nico Echeverria, I know I'm not the first person to give that out. I probably won't be the last, but 100 to 1, it's good enough for me.
All right. I like that, Nick. We getting a question here from somebody watching the show. First time caller 708 wants to know any make or miss cut bets. I don't know if you bet into that market yet. You mentioned a lot of the guys towards the top of the leaderboard. Not great course history here. You do like Ben Griffin. Was there maybe a name towards the top of the board that you think could miss the cut this week that might be worth a bet?
Nothing I researched. It wasn't anything that came up for me as far as who's going to make the cut. Jake Knapp, off the top of my head, this is not fully researched, so take it with a grain of salt, but Jake Knapp, it is kind of a good sell high position on him coming off a near win at the 3M Open, but I think this course doesn't really benefit him the same way that TPC Twin City does. Again, I mentioned you really need to be accurate off the tee. That said, he did play well at Detroit Golf Club, but for as much as I mentioned the correlation with Detroit and Sedgefield, it's very different off the tee. So if I had to give you somebody towards the top of the board, I would say someone like Jake Knapp, just because his price has gotten a little bit inflated, but that's the best I can give you.
Now, you know what? It's funny. When I saw that question too, Knapp was the first name that popped into my mind for everything that you said. I like Knapp on these longer courses where he can use his length. These shorter courses, I think he would be somebody that I would look to fade this week. Nick, let's talk some NFL before we let you go. Yesterday, we wrapped up our NFC previews. We've talked about all those teams. It's an interesting conference this year, right? Certainly the Eagles are the team to beat, winning the Super Bowl, but you could really make a case for a lot of different teams, the Packers, the Lions, the Bears people like, the Commanders. Who in the NFC at this point would you pick to win that conference and be the representative in the Super Bowl?
I like Green Bay quite a bit. I think there's a little bit of concern that they could see some negative regression defensively. But if you look at the way their schedule breaks down, what I like about it is all their most difficult games come at home. I'd have to go back and look and see if there's any variance in the splits as far as how they perform defensively on the at home versus on the road. But I really think that Jeff Hafley has a good scheme. There's a bunch of untapped potential in that offense. And I think Jordan Love kind of gets a bad rap for his quarterbacking play based on the mistakes of his wide receivers. And look, I get there's a bunch of concern with the fact that Green Bay, they don't have a wide receiver one. That's their big flaw. But is there a path to the NFC title where they just rely on one of the best offensive lines in the entire league and run Josh Jacobs into the ground? I think yes. I think that problem is easily solvable. I think there's regression coming for both Detroit and Minnesota. And, there's so much hype around Chicago that everyone, I think, has forgotten about Green Bay. And I think you could see them represent the NFC at the Super Bowl this year.
I like it. And then, Nick, before we let you go, we were talking about the Texans today. They're looking for their 3rd straight AFC South title. You had told me, though, before the show, you are not on the Texans this year. So what is it about the Texans that has you fading them this year?
Yeah, sorry, PJ, to disappoint. This is the first time PJ and I are disagreeing, so this is going to
True.
be a surprise. But There's so much regression coming for this team defensively. Like, look, I get their front seven might be the best in the NFL. I am not going to dispute the talent that's on the defense and the fact that D'Amico Ryans is a very good head coach. But they were third in defensive DVOA last year against the 22nd hardest schedule of opposing offenses. If you look at their schedule this year, they are scheduled to face the 8th hardest set of opposing offenses based on 2024 DVOA ratings. Now, that also includes teams like Denver, who I expect to be better offensively, Vegas, 2 games against Tennessee. They can only be better with Cam Ward at quarterback than Will Levis. So they play 8 games this year against teams that were 11th or better in offensive DVOA last year. Last year, they played only 6 games against teams that were 10th or better in offensive DVOA. They were 1-5 in those games. The only game they won was at home against the Bills off a Sunday night football game against the Ravens. Oh, and by the way, they didn't have Khalil Shakir playing in that game. So that was a 3-point win. They were incredibly lucky in the division. I think 4 of their 5 wins came by like 4 or fewer points, something ridiculous. The offensive line might be the worst in the entire league. If you're telling me they can't run the ball and it's going to be 3rd and long for CJ Stroud behind an offensive line that can't protect him, I will take that bet. Like, I will pay to see him ball out and just prove me wrong. Can he do it? Maybe, but I'm on under 9.5 wins. I took a small piece of Jacksonville to win the division, but I think there's no surprise coming out of that division besides, for me, Houston winning it for a 3rd year in a row.
All right, very good. Making a good case. Nick Kenyon, give him a follow on X at Nick Kenyon, BetMGM senior writer. Nick, always appreciate the time and insight, my friend. We'll talk to you again next week.
You bet. Thanks, PJ.
You got it. All right, guys, a promo from our friends at BetMGM and BetMGM account holders. We'll receive an Any Sport Parlay Boost token. Score a bigger payout if your wager with the Parlay Boost token hits. Tokens can be used on parlays and same-game parlays. Brought to you by the sportsbook born in Vegas, BetMGM. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. All right, let's talk a little golf. It is a Teed Up Tuesday here on Send It In. And we got the Wyndham Championship this week out at Sedgefield Country Club. It's a par 70 golf course, 7,131 yards. And Nick gave you guys the breakdown. There are some weeks on tour, like last week at the 3M Open, we're looking at strokes gained off the tee. We're looking at bombers. We're looking at guys that can really air it out. This week, it's all about accuracy. It's all about positioning, iron play. Got to be really good with your wedges, and you got to be able to make some putts this week as well. Only 2 par 5s on this course, 4 par 3s, and then as I mentioned, shorter golf course, 9 of the 12 par 4s that they're going to play this week are 445 yards or shorter. So again, got to be really good with those short to mid irons this week if you want to contend. 4 golfers that I have my eye on this week in North Carolina. We're going to start with Akshay Bhatia, who is 33-1 this week. They're putting on Bermuda grass this week. Akshay has been very good on Bermuda grass this week. He is 18th right now on the PGA Tour in proximity with his irons. So look, again, because it's a shorter course, the rough isn't crazy penal. Guys are going to hit greens this week, but I want guys that can get it closest to the pin and give themselves good birdie looks, and that's what Akshay does. 18th again on the PGA Tour, so I love that. He has played here 4 times, and he's missed the cut all 4 times. But as Nick was saying, really Aaron Ryan, Ben Griffin are the only guys who are towards the top of the leaderboard that have actually played well here. So I don't think course history really means all that much this week as maybe it does at some other tournaments because of the top names on the leaderboard. And the form that Akshay is in currently and how this course should set up for him, I like him quite a bit this week. He's finished top 30 in his last 3 events. So I think he's a good bet, 33-1. He's the first guy that I would look at. The next one is going to be Harry Hall at 35-1. He has played well on courses this year that are similar to Sedgefield Country Club, just like Nick was talking about with Donald Ross Design. You also have Colonial Country Club, the Travelers Championship, golf courses that really aren't that long, where you don't have to use driver on every single hole, kind of these tight driving golf courses, got to be good with your irons and make some putts. That's where Harry Hall tends to excel. He was tied for 9th at the Travelers. He was tied for 6th at Colonial. I think he could have another good week this week as well. So give me Harry Hall 35-1. And then I got 2 long shots for you guys at 100-1 that I like this week. The first one's going to be Matt Kuchar at 100-1. Kuch is getting up there at age, but he still thrives on these shorter golf courses. The last time we saw him play on the PGA Tour was the John Deere Classic. He finished in a tied for 5th. Last year, he finished 12th at this event. And right now, he's 14th on the PGA Tour in proximity to the hole. So again, when Cooch has a short to mid iron in his hand, extremely accurate, he gets it close to the pin. I think he's going to be in contention this week. I love his top 20 price at plus 350. So keep an eye on Matt Kuchar. And then Eric Cole is going to be the last one. He has played here 2 times. He's finished tied for 7th and tied for 14th. And it makes a lot of sense. Eric Cole is one of the shortest hitters on the PGA Tour, but he's a very good iron player and a very good putter. So no coincidence that he has played well here at this tournament before. I think he's got a great shot at playing well here again. The reason his number is so high is because he's missed the cut in 4 of his last 5 events. But I think this is the event where he turns the page, and at 100-1, I'm absolutely think it's worth betting him. So Eric Cole, Matt Kuchar, 2 long shots at 100-1 that I would look at this week. All right, let's talk some baseball real quick. Getting a little big league page here on Send It In. We got the Orioles and the Blue Jays playing a doubleheader today. O's are up 2-1 currently right now on the Blue Jays. The second game will start at 6:35 p.m. Eastern time. First pitch total in that game is 10. Eric Lauer is going to be pitching for Toronto. The Orioles have not decided yet who they're going to throw in that game. Blue Jays a minus 125 favorite. I'm going to stay away from that game 2 doubleheader. Give me the Tigers, though, today at minus 140 against the D-backs. Tigers have won 2 in a row, maybe starting to get out of this slump a little bit. Casey Mize is on the mound. I think we're getting nice value on Detroit tonight, so give me the Tigers at minus 140. I like the Rockies tonight, plus 180 against the Guardians. I want nothing to do with the Guardians right now in that locker room and that clubhouse because of the whole Class A investigation. They lost last night to the Rockies. I think Cleveland could be headed for a little bit of a downfall. So give me the Rockies tonight. Nice price at plus 180. Yankees and Rays, Max Fried on the bump for the Yanks after losing last night. Fried's been so good for them, especially at home. I'd look at the under 8.5. I'd look at Tampa team total under 3.5 runs as well. That's how I bet Yankees, Rays. And then Dodgers and Reds, we got our guy Nick Lodolo on the mound. We love it when Lodolo's on the mound. We love betting him when he's on the road and love fading him when he's at home. He's at home tonight. Give me the Dodgers on the money line at minus 150. Braves and Royals tonight. Seth Lugo just got paid. He's on the mound tonight. I think he pitches well. Give me KC money line minus 125. Red Sox Twins, no play for me there. Quinn Priester has won. The Brewers have won the last 10 games in which he has started for Milwaukee. I think that might come to an end tonight. Give me the Cubs at plus 105. No play Phillies, White Sox. I do like the under 7.5 in Marlins and Cardinals tonight. Sandy Alcantara might be pitching his last game for the Marlins before he gets traded. Think he wants to make a good impression. Sonny Gray on the bump for St. Louis as well. We'll go under 7.5 in that game. And then a couple more plays for tonight. I like the Mets to bounce back, minus 125 on the road against the Padres. And give me the over in Mariners and Athletics. Just like with Lodolo, Severino is a guy I love fading when he's at home and betting when he's on the road. How about Severino 0-9 this year at home with an ERA over 6.5 and an ERA under 3.5 when he's on the road? Give me Seattle minus 120 against the A's. All right, some of our favorite plays to wrap up the show here on Send It In. Give me Jorge Polanco tonight to get a base hit against Luis Severino. Polanco, good history in his career against Sevy. And I just told you guys, Sevy, great to fade when he's pitching at home. Matt Kuchar, top 20 at plus 350. Kuchar plays well at this golf course. He's in pretty decent form. And these shorter courses at his age are where he can still contend. So Kuchar plus 350. I like that prop lock. Dog of the day, give me the Rockies. We're going to continue to fade the Guardians. I think they're a mess right now with all the Class A stuff going on. Rockies plus 180. And then my best bet, give me the Dodgers minus 150. Do have to lay some juice, but I think it's worth it. Love fading Lodolo when he's at home, so we'll take LA money line as our best bet. Thanks again to Nick Henyon. A lot of great stuff from him today. Jenny Carlson, Chase Kitty going to join us tomorrow. We're talking Oklahoma with Jenny. We'll see you guys then. Have a great rest of your day. A happy Tuesday. Welcome to Sending In, presented by BetMGM here on the BetMGM Network. I'm your host, PJ Glasser. We got a great show for you guys today as we continue through our college football NFL previews. We also will dive into today's Major League Baseball slate. And fresh off of our win with Kitty and Minnie, Kurt Kitayama at the 3M Open, we'll give out some golfers that we like today at the Wyndham Championship. We also got Nick Henyon joining us in the middle of the show as well. So it's going to be an awesome 30 minutes. As always, any questions, any comments, any best bets that you guys have for us in anything that's on your mind, let us know. Hit us up at the BetMGM Network on Twitch, on YouTube, on our live stream on X. We'll get to your questions over the next 30 minutes of the show. And if you guys miss any part of the show today, if you want to go back and listen to any of our previews that we've had, it's all available. The Send It In podcast available wherever you get your podcasts. Let's get rolling on a Tuesday. Glasses in session. Now let's talk a little Texas A&M out of the SEC. A team that in year one under Mike Elko nearly made the SEC championship, and then if they would have made it there and won the SEC title game, they could have made it to the college football playoff. A lot of people like this A&M team coming into this upcoming season, and it makes a lot of sense. They got a lot of returning production, including their offensive line, which might be the best offensive line this year in college football. 7 of their top 8 O-linemen from last year, 156 combined starts. They're back in College Station. So Mike Elko football teams are going to be physical. They're going to be great on defense, and they're going to be good on both lines of scrimmage. And this A&M team going to be no different. They're also going to be really solid in the secondary. Could be like a top 10 secondary in all of college football. And then they went out in the transfer portal and got some explosive playmakers on offense, including KC Concepcion from NC State, should be one of their leading wide receivers. They got Le'Veon Moss returning at running back, should be one of the better running backs in the SEC as well. So I like this A&M team quite a bit. Marcel Reed is back at quarterback after Connor Wegman started the season, was ineffective. They brought in Marcel Reed, found a splash. Now with the full offseason, knowing that he is going to be the guy, should upgrade as a passer because the athletic ability is fantastic. A&M should have a great season. You can see their schedule on your screen right now. First 2 games should be easy wins, UTSA, Utah State, and then they get that game at Notre Dame, a home and home between both of those teams. Last year, that game kicked off the season at College Station, and Notre Dame went in there and beat them. Now A&M gets a chance to go into South Bend and beat Notre Dame. I still like Notre Dame in that game. I know revenge is going to be on A&M's mind. Again, a veteran offensive line with a quarterback as a sophomore in Marcel Reed, who got adapted into life in the SEC, played plenty of hostile environments. And certainly from a team from Texas, if you're going to go to South Bend, Indiana, you want to do so in September rather than like November. So there are a lot of things going in the favor of Texas A&M, but Marcus Freeman has shown that when you give him multiple weeks to prepare, when you have his team, when he can get his team ready, they tend to play pretty well. So I like Notre Dame in that game. Then they have a bye week and get ready for SEC play. The home schedule, not all that difficult, right? Auburn, Florida at home, South Carolina at home. Certainly all games that they could lose, but not playing any of the top teams in the SEC. The road schedule is what's difficult. You have a road game at LSU, at Texas. You have to play at Arkansas, which could be a tricky game as well. The win total for A&M is 7.5 right now. On BetMGM, juiced heavily to the over, -175 if you want to bet over 7.5 wins for A&M. So I certainly wouldn't do that. I'd maybe look at like an alt win total if you can find an 8.5, maybe bet the over there. I would look at maybe A&M finishing the year with 9, possibly 10 wins, even though I don't think that they get there. But again, I think the case to be made for A&M this season is they really didn't get all that great quarterback play last year. It was year 1 of Mike Elko. Now in year 2, with a ton of returning production, great on both lines of scrimmage, and a team that was a game away last year from making the SEC championship, playing the same schedule, just flip-flopping the home and road games. I think there's a case to be made that A&M could find themselves in another opportunity. That final game of the regular season against Texas in the winter potentially could be heading to Atlanta for the SEC title game. So that should be really interesting. Marcel Reed is 40-1 to win the Heisman Trophy. Again, Reed's kind of the type of quarterback that I look for. Dual threat ability, could have a great year through the air, certainly on the ground as well. And if his team has 9 or 10 wins the SEC, certainly going to find himself in New York. I think the bet with A&M, though, is probably 14-1 to win the SEC, or just plus 550 for them to make it to the SEC title game. It's not a team that I have the strongest opinion about in the SEC. I think I'm higher, more so than I'm not, on the Aggies. Feels like an 8 or 9 win football team to me, but I like some of the prices that we're getting. I like the upside of the quarterback. Mike Elko is a really good coach, and the schedule is certainly not amongst the toughest that we've seen for some of these teams in the ACC. So a lot going for A&M. I think big picture, that game at Notre Dame could be absolutely massive for them, even though it doesn't affect what's going to happen in the SEC standings. Obviously will hold a lot of weight if they're a team battling with some others trying to make the college football playoff. But I like this A&M team. Think 14-1 to win the SEC is worth a look. I like plus 550 for them just to make it to the SEC championship game as well. All right, from college to the pros, let's stay in the state of Texas and look at the Houston Texans, as they are trying to win the AFC South for the 3rd consecutive year. Texans on paper have the hardest schedule of any team in the division, which makes sense because they have a first place schedule and they won the division last year. Houston's got the best quarterback head coach combo in the division, and I don't really think it's even close with Stroud and DeMeco Ryans. The last 2 years in the AFC, there are 4 teams that have played in the divisional round every year. It's been the Chiefs, the Bills, the Ravens, and the Texans. So that's the next step for the Texans, right? The Chiefs, Ravens, and Bills are kind of on their own tier. Roster-wise, you could actually probably argue the Chiefs are on their own tier. Then it's the Bills and the Ravens. And then it's probably Houston who's up there next. I don't think they did enough in the offseason to close the gap with some of the big boys in the AFC. So I would not bet them to win the AFC. I would not bet them to win the Super Bowl. Their defense is still going to be really good, but offensively, I still have my questions about the Texans. Their offensive line is still going to be one of the worst in the NFL. Joe Mixon just got injured. They're hoping he can be back early on in the season, but your backup is Nick Chubb. So you have 2 aging running backs there. And wide receiver, they went out, they got Christian Kirk. In the draft, they drafted a couple guys, Jalen Noel and Jaden Higgins, to hopefully help out Nico Collins and Christian Kirk. But I think there are going to be some growing pains for the Texans throughout the season. The problem is I don't really like any of these other teams in the AFC South. So I kind of just like the Houston Texans by default this season to win the division. I think they're a good bet at plus 105. They are the most talented team in the division with the best quarterback and the best head coach. And until somebody beats them, I think getting them at plus money is a good bet. I'm not high on Jacksonville this year. Tennessee and Indianapolis both certainly have their issues as well. They're trying to bounce back after some disappointing seasons last year. The Texans are still the team to beat with the best defense in the division, the best quarterback, and the best head coach. You check all 3 of those boxes pretty clearly. The gap between the 3 of those things and the rest in the division is pretty wide. I think the Texans clearly still the team to beat. So even though I wouldn't bet them to win the AFC, I wouldn't bet them to win the Super Bowl. I wouldn't even bet their win total. I just look at that division. I think any bet plus money for Houston to win the AFC South is a good bet in my mind. So I take the Texans to win it for a third straight year in a row. All right, let's check in now with our guy, Nick Kenyon, who joins us each and every Tuesday here on Send It In. Give Nick a follow on X at Nick Kenyon, BetMGM senior writer. Nick, great to be back with you, my friend. Hope you had a nice trip across the pond out there in London, and you're just in time for the Wyndham Championship, the final leg before the FedEx Cup playoffs. What can you tell us about the Wyndham Championship? What's the handicapped kind of golfers that you're looking for this week?
Yeah, hey PJ, good to be back in good old US of A. Wyndham Championship is actually a pretty easy handicap. You need to hit it in the fairway, you need to hit your irons well, and you need to make a lot of putts. Easy enough, right? But what really stands out about this course is there's very penal rough as well. So you're going to want to separate the accuracy over the distance players off the tee. So your guys like Jake Knapp, maybe where you played him last week, you're not going to look at him this week. That's why you've seen guys like Aaron Rye, Lucas Glover win at Sedgefield Country Club. Another thing that I looked at in my handicap, and I'll mention that bettors can find my full model over on the BetMGM blog, is there's a decent correlation between this course and how guys have performed at Detroit Golf Club. If you look at the last 4 of the last 5 winners here also played in Detroit in the lead up to the event. All 4 of those finished T11th or better in their start at Detroit. It's another Donald Ross design. There's a lot of similarities around the green, so be sure to look out for that when you're making your bets this week.
I like that. Yeah, we're always looking for comp courses. That's a good one to keep out. Same architect, like you said, with Donald Ross, so keep an eye on that. Nick, you're going to hear, a lot of people are going to hear a lot this week leading up to the event on Thursday. This is the final regular season event, so guys are trying to make that top 70 to advance to the playoffs next week in Memphis. Do you buy into that at all? Like, was that part of your handicap, that guys that are maybe in that 77, 81 range that need a good week, maybe a little extra motivation? Do you take into account that at all when handicapping this week?
I really don't. I kind of equate it to NFL Week 18, where if you're in that position where you need to have a strong week to make the playoffs, there's pretty much a reason for that. So I don't really buy those guys unless you're getting a really good price to do so, which when I was looking at the board this week, it didn't seem like there was a lot to, there was a lot of motivation where you find a guy like 150 to 1 where a strong performance gets him into the playoffs. So it didn't come across in my handicapping. The one thing I did consider, and this is a little hint as far as the first guy on my card, Ryder Cup motivation is something I definitely looked at. You have a couple of U.S. guys playing this week where I think there's some motivation to make the team and try to get one of the last few automatic qualifier spots. So definitely consider that in the handicap, but not anything as far as the playoffs go.
I like that. I like the Ryder Cup angle. All right, Nick, who are some of the golfers that you like this week out at Sedgefield Country Club? Who made your card?
Yeah, 2 guys under 45 and then a couple of long shots for you later. But we'll start with Ben Griffin at 25 to 1, already a winner on tour this year. And if you look at the first 10 guys on the odds board, he's really one of the only guys who has a really great course history here. Played here in 2022, finished in a tie for 4th. Played here in 2024, finished in a tie for 7th. And I think you're getting a really good price on a player who is 4th in strokes gained approach over his last 24 rounds over the same time frame, 1st in bogey avoidance, and he's 5th in eagles gained. Sneakily, the 2 par 5s here at Sedgefield both have an eagle or better rate of 4% or higher, which doesn't sound like a lot, but compared to some other par 5s, quite a lot. So I think you look at Ben Griffin, he's 9th in the Ryder Cup standings right now. I think I haven't done the math on if a win gets him into the automatic qualifier spots, but it can only help his case for Captain Keegan Bradley to pick him if he plays well. And then I will go with Lucas Glover at 40 to 1. I mentioned he's a past winner here at Sedgefield, won here 2 years ago. He's kind of that fits that mold where he's really good off the tee. He's not a big hitter, but he's very accurate when it comes to his iron play off the tee. He's arriving at Sedgefield with 3 straight top 25 finishes. Before he crossed the pond for the Open, tied for 9th at the Travelers, tied for 5th at the John Deere. So didn't play the Rocket Classic, like I mentioned, but he did also finish on the podium at TPC Sawgrass, which, according to Data Golf, is the #1 correlated course to Sedgefield Country Club. So if you look at him, decent off the tee, really good iron play recently, and I think if you just find a hot putter with him this week, I think you could see him get a second win at Sedgefield.
All right, very good. Ben Griffin, Lucas Glover, a couple guys to keep an eye on. What about some long shots this week, Nick? Somebody down the board that maybe entices you.
Yeah, these are always the fun ones, right? Kevin Roy at 100-1 is going to lead off the 2 long shots I have. He lost 3.4 strokes on approach last week at the 3M, and he is still second in strokes gained approach over his last 24 qualifying rounds. He really had a strong finish at the 3M because of the flat stick. Gained 7.3 strokes putting over at TPC Twin Cities. Is that replicable week over week? I don't think so. But this is a guy who has gained strokes putting in 5 of his last 6 events. The only one where he lost strokes putting was at the Rocket Classic. Kind of a little bit of a concern, but when you're giving me 100-1 on a guy who finished tied for 8th at Detroit Golf Club, another Donald Ross design, I'm willing to take a bite of the apple there. And then I'm going to join golf betting Twitter and be on Nico Echeverria at 100-1. All the signs are there. He was a top 10 finish at Detroit Golf Club. He was runner-up at the Sony Open earlier this year. He lost in a playoff. If you go all the way back to late last year, runner-up at the RSM Classic down in Sea Island, Georgia. Those are all short positional courses where you don't have to hit it a long way off the tee, and he can just rely on his irons to have a really strong ball striking performance. Echeverria, over his last 24 rounds, 7th in the field in strokes gained total on courses under 7,200 yards. He also leads the field in strokes gained putting on Bermuda grass over his last 24 rounds. So Nico Echeverria, I know I'm not the first person to give that out. I probably won't be the last, but 100-1, it's good enough for me.
All right. I like that, Nick. We getting a question here from somebody watching the show. First time caller to 708 wants to know any make or miss cut bets. I don't know if you bet into that market yet. You mentioned a lot of the guys towards the top of the leaderboard. Not great course history here. You do like Ben Griffin. Was there maybe a name towards the top of the board that you think could miss the cut this week that might be worth a bet?
Nothing I researched. It wasn't anything that came up for me as far as who's going to make the cut. Jake Knapp, off the top of my head, this is not fully researched, so take it with a grain of salt, but Jake Knapp, it is kind of a good sell high position on him coming off a near win at the 3M Open, but I think this course doesn't really benefit him the same way that TPC Twin City does. Again, I mentioned you really need to be accurate off the tee. That said, he did play well at Detroit Golf Club, but for as much as I mentioned the correlation with Detroit and Sedgefield, it's very different off the tee. So if I had to give you somebody towards the top of the board, I would say someone like Jake Knapp, just because his price has gotten a little bit inflated, but that's the best I can give you.
Now, you know what? It's funny. When I saw that question too, Knapp was the first name that popped into my mind for everything that you said. I like Knapp on these longer courses where he can use his length. These shorter courses, I think he would be somebody that I would look to fade this week. Nick, let's talk some NFL before we let you go. Yesterday, we wrapped up our NFC previews. We've talked about all those teams. It's an interesting conference this year, right? Certainly the Eagles are the team to beat, winning the Super Bowl, but you could really make a case for a lot of different teams, the Packers, the Lions, the Bears people like, the Commanders. Who in the NFC at this point would you pick to win that conference and be the representative in the Super Bowl?
I like Green Bay quite a bit. I think there's a little bit of concern that they could see some negative regression defensively. But if you look at the way their schedule breaks down, what I like about it is all their most difficult games come at home. I'd have to go back and look and see if there's any variance in the splits as far as how they perform defensively on the at home versus on the road. But I really think that Jeff Hafley has a good scheme. There's a bunch of untapped potential in that offense. And I think Jordan Love kind of gets a bad rap for his quarterbacking play based on the mistakes of his wide receivers. And look, I get there's a bunch of concern with the fact that Green Bay, they don't have a wide receiver one. That's their big flaw. But is there a path to the NFC title where they just rely on one of the best offensive lines in the entire league and run Josh Jacobs into the ground? I think yes. I think that problem is easily solvable. I think there's regression coming for both Detroit and Minnesota. And, there's so much hype around Chicago that everyone, I think, has forgotten about Green Bay. And I think you could see them represent the NFC at the Super Bowl this year.
I like it. And then, Nick, before I let you go, we were talking about the Texans today. They're looking for their third straight AFC South title. You had told me, though, before the show, you are not on the Texans this year. So what is it about the Texans that has you fading them this year?
Yeah, sorry, PJ, to disappoint you. This is the first time PJ and I are disagreeing, so this is going to be a surprise. But there's so much regression coming for this team defensively. Like, look, I get their front seven might be the best in the NFL. I am not going to dispute the talent that's on the defense and the fact that D'Amico Ryans is a very good head coach. But they were third in defensive DVOA last year against the 22nd hardest schedule of opposing offenses. If you look at their schedule this year, they are scheduled to face the 8th hardest set of offenses based on 2024 DVOA ratings. Now, that also includes teams like Denver, who I expect to be better offensively, Vegas, 2 games against Tennessee. They can only be better with Cam Ward at quarterback than Will Levis. So they play 8 games this year against teams that were 11th or better in offensive DVOA last year. Last year, they played only 6 games against teams that were 10th or better in offensive DVOA. They were 1-5 in those games. The only game they won was at home against the Bills off a Sunday night football game against the Ravens. Oh, and by the way, they didn't have Khalil Shakir playing in that game. So that was a 3-point win. They were incredibly lucky in the division. I think 4 of their 5 wins came by like 4 or fewer points, something ridiculous. The offensive line might be the worst in the entire league. If you're telling me they can't run the ball and it's going to be 3rd and long for CJ Stroud behind an offensive line that can't protect him, I will take that bet. Like, I will pay to see him ball out and just prove me wrong. Can he do it? Maybe, but I'm on under 9.5 wins. I took a small piece of Jacksonville to win the division, but I think there's no surprise coming out of that division besides, for me, Houston winning it for a 3rd year in a row.
All right, very good. Making a good case. Nick Kenyon, give him a follow on X at Nick Kenyon, BetMGM senior writer. Nick, always appreciate the time and insight, my friend. We'll talk to you again next week.
You bet. Thanks, PJ.
You got it. All right, guys, a promo from our friends at BetMGM and BetMGM account holders. We're receiving any sport parlay boost token. Score a bigger payout if your wager with the parlay boost token hits. Tokens can be used on parlays and same game parlays. Brought to you by the sportsbook born in Vegas, BetMGM. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. All right, let's talk a little golf. It is a teed up Tuesday here on Send It In. And we got the Wyndham Championship this week out at Sedgefield Country Club. It's a par 70 golf course, 7,131 yards. And Nick gave you guys the breakdown. There are some weeks on tour, like last week at the 3M Open, we're looking at strokes gained off the tee. We're looking at bombers. We're looking at guys that can really air it out. This week, it's all about accuracy. It's all about positioning, iron play. Got to be really good with your wedges, and you got to be able to make some putts this week as well. Only 2 par 5s on this course, 4 par 3s, and then as I mentioned, shorter golf course, 9 of the 12 par 4s that they're going to play this week are 445 yards or shorter. So again, got to be really good with those short to mid irons this week if you want to contend. 4 golfers that I have my eye on this week in North Carolina. We're going to start with Akshay Bhatia, who is 33-1 this week. They're putting on Bermuda grass this week. Akshay has been very good on Bermuda grass this week. He is 18th right now on the PGA Tour in proximity with his irons. So look, again, because it's a shorter course, the rough isn't crazy penal. guys are going to hit greens this week, but I want guys that can get it closest to the pin and give themselves good birdie looks, and that's what Akshay does. 18th again on the PGA Tour, so I love that. He has played here 4 times, and he's missed the cut all 4 times. But as Nick was saying, really Aaron Ryan, Ben Griffin are the only guys who are towards the top of the leaderboard that have actually played well here. So I don't think course history really means all that much this week as maybe it does at some other tournaments because of the top names on the leaderboard and the form that Akshay is in currently and how this course should set up for him. I like him quite a bit this week. He's finished top 30 in his last 3 events. So I think he's a good bet, 33-1. He's the first guy that I would look at. The next one is going to be Harry Hall at 35-1. He has played well on courses this year that are similar to Sedgefield Country Club. Just like Nick was talking about with Donald Ross Design, you also have Colonial Country Club, the Travelers Championship, golf courses that really aren't that long, where you don't have to use driver on every single hole, kind of these tight driving golf courses, got to be good with your irons and make some putts. That's where Harry Hall tends to excel. He was tied for 9th at the Travelers. He was tied for 6th at Colonial. I think he could have another good week this week as well. So give me Harry Hall 35-1. And then I got 2 long shots for you guys at 100-1 that I like this week. The first one's going to be Matt Kuchar at 100-1. Kuch is getting up there at age, but he still thrives on these shorter golf courses. The last time we saw him play on the PGA Tour was the John Deere Classic. He finished in a tied for 5th. Last year, he finished 12th at this event. And right now, he's 14th on the PGA Tour in proximity to the hole. So again, when Cooch has a short to mid iron in his hand, extremely accurate, he gets it close to the pin. I think he's going to be in contention this week. I love his top 20 price at plus 350. So keep an eye on Matt Kuchar. And then Eric Cole is going to be the last one. He has played here 2 times. He's finished tied for 7th and tied for 14th. And it makes a lot of sense. Eric Cole is one of the shortest hitters on the PGA Tour, but he's a very good iron player and a very good putter. So no coincidence that he has played well here at this tournament before. I think he's got a great shot at playing well here again. The reason his number is so high is because he's missed the cut in 4 of his last 5 events. But I think this is the event where he turns the page, and at 100-1, I'm absolutely think it's worth betting him. So Eric Cole, Matt Kuchar, 2 long shots at 100-1 that I would look at this week. All right, let's talk some baseball real quick. Getting a little big league page here on Send It In. We got the Orioles and the Blue Jays playing a doubleheader today. O's are up 2-1 currently right now on the Blue Jays. The second game will start at 6:35 p.m. Eastern time. First pitch total in that game is 10. Eric Lauer is going to be pitching for Toronto. The Orioles have not decided yet who they're going to throw in that game. Blue Jays a minus 125 favorite. I'm going to stay away from that game 2 doubleheader. Give me the Tigers, though, today at minus 140 against the D-backs. Tigers have won 2 in a row, maybe starting to get out of this slump a little bit. Casey Mize is on the mound. I think we're getting nice value on Detroit tonight, so give me the Tigers at minus 140. I like the Rockies tonight, plus 180 against the Guardians. I want nothing to do with the Guardians right now in that locker room and that clubhouse because of the whole Class A investigation. They lost last night to the Rockies. I think Cleveland could be headed for a little bit of a downfall. So give me the Rockies tonight. Nice price at plus 180. Yankees and Rays, Max Fried on the bump for the Yanks after losing net last night. Fried's been so good for them, especially at home. I'd look at the under 8.5. I'd look at Tampa team total under 3.5 runs as well. That's how I bet Yankees, Rays. And then Dodgers and Reds, we got our guy Nick Lodolo on the mound. We love it when Lodolo's on the mound. We love betting him when he's on the road and love fading him when he's at home. He's at home tonight. Give me the Dodgers on the money line at minus 150. Braves and Royals tonight. Seth Lugo just got paid. He's on the mound tonight. I think he pitches well. Give me KC money line minus 125. Red Sox Twins, no play for me there. Quinn Priester has won. The Brewers have won the last 10 games in which he has started for Milwaukee. I think that might come to an end tonight. Give me the Cubs at plus 105. No play Phillies, White Sox. I do like the under 7.5 in Marlins and Cardinals tonight. Sandy Alcantara might be pitching his last game for the Marlins before he gets traded. Think he wants to make a good impression. Sonny Gray on the bump for St. Louis as well. We'll go under 7.5 in that game. And then a couple more plays for tonight. I like the Mets to bounce back minus 125 on the road against the Padres, and give me the over in Mariners and Athletics. Just like with Lodolo, Severino is a guy I love fading when he's at home and betting when he's on the road. How about Severino 0-9 this year at home with an ERA over 6.5 and an ERA under 3.5 when he's on the road? Give me Seattle minus 120 against the A's. All right, some of our favorite plays to wrap up the show here on Send It In. Give me Jorge Polanco tonight to get a base hit against Luis Severino. Polanco, good history in his career against Sevy. And I just told you guys, Sevy, great to fade when he's pitching at home. Matt Kuchar, top 20 at plus 350. Kuchar plays well at this golf course. He's in pretty decent form, and these shorter courses at his age are where he can still contend. So Kuchar plus 350, I like that prop lock. Dog of the day, give me the Rockies. We're going to continue to fade the Guardians. I think they're a mess right now with all the Class A stuff going on. Rockies plus 180. And then my best bet, give me the Dodgers minus 150. Do have to lay some juice, but I think it's worth it. Love fading Lodolo when he's at home, so we'll take LA money line as our best bet. Thanks again to Nick Henyon. A lot of great stuff from him today. Jenny Carlson, Chase Kitty going to join us tomorrow. We're talking Oklahoma with Jenny. We'll see you guys then. Have a great rest of your day.
Now, from the BetMGM Network, it's time for The Daily Tip.
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
With Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League Soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
It is a Tuesday on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. It is great to have you along with us. I am Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Got the whole crew here. Denton, Dylan, Double D. Coming up in our final hour, we will look at which player is cashing in and which players are on the move in the NBA. At 8:20, back to the diamond we go as we bring in Keith Law, senior baseball writer for The Athletic. And you know what's coming your way in 40 minutes. It's our best bets and the Donkster as well. Also, hello to our audience on Stadium as we stream our final hour each and every single day. You can stream the show on BallySportsLive.com and the Bally Sports Live app. Okay, here we are on a Tuesday. Not a whole lot going on, but we do have some NBA news, Chelsea, and this is how you know we're in the doldrums. Okay, it's the NBA. We got some baseball going on. We got some NFL news, but we're just sort of following along with what's happening in the basketball offseason. And Devin Booker, has signed a monster deal to stay with the Phoenix Suns. It is a 2-year, $150 million extension. So this means the Suns are going to pay Book through 2030 over the next 5 seasons. He's going to make $321 million. So big picture, the Suns, the Big Three experiment did not work. We got Kevin Durant going to the Rockets. The Suns are trying to work an official buyout of Bradley Beal. So they're going to pay him to leave, and then he's going to go somewhere. And now it's just Book, Jalen Green, and a team that is 150-1 to win the West. I feel like this was the last, well, I don't want to say the last of the super teams, but pretty close. Like, I guess you could make the argument that Jimmy Butler and Golden State is kind of a super team, right? But these guys are sort of on their last legs. But we've seen that super team era, I feel like, kind of flame out, and now teams are going back to sort of the old school way of building a team with superstars, but not exclusively superstars.
Yeah, and we saw it last year because I was looking at a chart of the best isolation scorers in the NBA. And guess who was number 1 and number 2 on the list? Devin Booker and Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant was number 1. And you would think to yourself, okay, there are only 5 guys on the court at once. How do you have these 2 guys that are so good at creating their own shots, and you're not even a contender in the West? how does this happen? Because the game of basketball over the last 10 years or so has gone back to the team style play where you have to have the depth, because we know the postseason is basically like a season onto itself, and you have to be able to have the depth, and you have to go almost 12 man deep to be one of the best teams in basketball. We saw it with the Thunder this year. So obviously Devin Booker is going to get his money. I don't think any of us would sit there and be like, oh, $325 million. No, I want to play for a contender. No, you take the money. And I do think it is interesting to me that Devin Booker has been with the Suns for his whole career. I feel like this is something you don't see that often, as a true franchise player who's been the face of the franchise for quite some time when he was drafted. His first season was 2015 and 16. And speaking of throwbacks, I do feel like we're going to get back to the days where, remember the game where Devin Booker scored 70 points and the Suns still lost? It feels like we're going to get a lot of that. So if you're into points props, feels like Devin Booker is going to be a good bet for the foreseeable future.
Oh, is that something going to jump on early in the season? You know what I am? I'll call it. I'll steal it. I mean, I'm not going to steal it, but I think you make a very good point. He's going to be the guy, right? Jalen Green, yes. I thought it was very interesting when the Rockets made that trade and they gave up Jalen Green. You're saying, okay, well, that's a very impressive young talent. They had to give up something, certainly. But when you talk to people who follow the Rockets or who follow the NBA in general, they'll say, okay, yeah, he's a volume scorer, but he's not necessarily efficient. And also he kind of showed himself during the playoffs where he could be kind of shut down. So even though you have a guy like that on your roster in addition to Devin Booker is clearly the more proven talent. So I think you're right. I know this is looking way ahead if you're talking about futures bets, but I think it's certainly one trend early on that you could look at in the NBA.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll see how Jalen Green pans out. But as far as points prop goes, Devin Booker is going to be the guy. And listen, he's going to be comfortable. He has his home in Phoenix for the next, however many years, and he's been there for forever. I did see where he posted a tribute video to Kevin Durant. I'm pretty sure they were besties. And that is sad to see, because as much as people hate on Kevin Durant, I feel like the people who are very close to him are really close. He feels like one of those friends that are kind of prickly at the start, but once you get to know him and once you're his friend, he will be super loyal to you. I know loyalty is not something you associate with Kevin Durant and the teams that he chooses, but I feel like as far as his friendships go, a lot of guys really like him. Yeah,
I think it's a really good point, because, what we see from an athlete is very different from what guys in the locker room see. Like Kevin Durant, I saw this story, I think, over the weekend, and he was saying he was responding to someone on X, which he always does, and he said he will, quote, troll on Twitter till the day I expire. He's going to come after people. He will slide into your DMs. He doesn't give a damn. That's who he is. And that adds, of course, to his public perception. But that is a very different person, it seems, than the person we get in the locker room. He's not trolling guys in the locker room. But I think you're right. What you see publicly versus privately are two very different things. And honestly, you see this with athletes all the time. Sometimes you'll meet an athlete, or you'll think an athlete is, oh, my God, this guy's great. Every interview I see seems so nice. You've had this happen, right? And then you meet them and you're like, oh, you're not like this at all. So the opposite can be true as well, where if you're Kevin Durant, you can be kind of a curmudgeon and you're trolling people. But if you get to know him, you work with him, you're like, oh, he's much different than I thought.
Yeah, I learned this lesson the hard way. There was a high school football player in Florida that he was one of our scholar athletes. I was like, oh, this is a stand-up kid. And I went as far as to when people would ask me about him, I'm like, oh yeah, he's super respectful, great interview. A year later, he was on trial for murder. You're like, wow, maybe I really didn't know him. I'm not saying he's guilty.
Right.
I'm just saying it's funny how you think you know people, but sometimes you really don't.
There was a high school coach at my first job. Oh my God. I was so embarrassed. And he was very successful. Had a lot of success, and he was playing in the state final almost every year. Don't think he got over the hump, but his teams were just balling out. And he was the head football coach, one of the teams that we covered. And I remember I got an interview with him one day. It was just me in his office, which for small town local TV was kind of a big deal. And I was like, okay, it's a straight shooter. I feel like he's a good guy. But our equipment sucked so much because we were shooting on super VHS. And I can assure you there's nothing super about VHS. They just like called it like S VHS. It was just like VHS tape. But I remember, and I would just use, instead of the news rig, sometimes you had to use your own car because this is not a big station, this is small town TV. So I remember taking the super VHS camera in my car, which I had air conditioning, but it was like 100 and something degrees outside. So I took the camera out of my car and condensation started forming inside the camera, which was a common thing. So you would look through the viewfinder and you would see the word flashing "do." Like you've got dew inside your camera. And so I'm like, please, like go away. And so I'm setting up in this guy's office. He lets me in and he's just down to business. And I set it up on the tripod and I'm like ready to go. And I look through and dew is still flashing. And I remember he just looks at me and he goes, "You guys need some new equipment." I was like, yes. Yes, sir. I know. We could. Do you know what it's like to ask a high school football coach if you could just let the camera thaw out for a few minutes? He was just like, what in the hell type of operation are you guys running? The camera did thaw out. I got the interview, but it was not great. And so from that point forward, like I thought, that was kind of my first insight into, okay, this guy seems really good. When he's winning, he's happy. But behind the scenes, I understand, but he was also very prickly.
I had that happen to me. I think I was interviewing the manager of the Twins during spring training, and I was in Fort Myers, Florida, and I was holding the mic and the camera at the same time, as one-man band reporters do. And like my cord kept like dropping on his desk. He was like, "What is this, amateur hour?" I was like, "Yes, it is. I make $22,000 a year. What do you expect?"
It's so true. I had some guy. Well, and then they made these assumptions like you'd be in TV, and I remember this guy, and he was frustrated with the interview. He goes, "You're sitting here in your $10,000 suit or something." I was like, "Dude, buddy, let me let you in on a little secret. This cost about $65, okay? And I have two suits. I'm making $13,000 a year right now, so this is not, But he just looked at me, saw me in a black suit, and saw me holding a camera, and I'm like, "Do you know what market we're in?" So anyway, that was quite a time. Whew, glad those days are over. Well, elsewhere in the NBA, I'm sure Tyrese Halliburton seems like a nice guy. I'm sure he is. The Pacers, unfortunately, have confirmed that he is out for next season, as we sort of thought, with a torn Achilles. He's undergone surgery. Team president Kevin Pritchard says the surgery went fantastically. So, not a direct quote, but it went well. He's got the blood flowing. But I think Pritchard sort of hinted at the idea that, we could ideally maybe bring him back, but we're not going to take that risk. This is a young guy. There's no reason to do that. We're going to take our time, make sure he is back 100% before we bring him back to the court. Of course, for his Achilles, Game 7 of the NBA Finals. But it's crazy that the Pacers have gone from a Game 7 in the NBA Finals, and now Miles Turner is gone, Hallie's out next season, and they're 80-1 now to win the NBA title.
Yeah, I don't think we're getting a sequel to what we saw from the Pacers last season. Because here's the thing. Like, maybe if it was just Tyrese Halliburton going down, you say, okay, McConnell's pretty good. Maybe he can fill in the interim. But when they gave away Miles Turner, that is a big part of their franchise. And I understand in the finals he didn't put up big numbers, but he's a good center. And there's a reason why the Bucks wanted him. So they let him go. And not only to a team, but a team that's one of their rivals in the Milwaukee Bucks. So I've heard Pacers fans talking about this, the fact that the team does not want to spend money, because that was one of the reasons that they let Miles Turner walk, is because they didn't want to go past that certain apron where they have to pay an extra luxury tax or something. But like, if you're the Pacers, like, the time is now. Like, I understand Tyrese Halliburton is hurt and maybe there's some conversation about that where you do have to rebuild. It's just, it stinks that the story was so good and you got so much momentum last postseason, and now what do you have for it? Nothing. Like, I guess an Eastern Conference Finals, which is, something, but you don't really hang that. I guess you hang it in the rafters, but still, it's disappointing.
Yeah, it is. And it was such a great story. I mean, you're absolutely right. Where how much fun was it to, even if you're not a Pacers fan, like how much fun was it to watch the Pacers keep knocking off the big dogs? I mean, take the Thunder to a Game 7. Also, can I just say, I keep hearing this argument that the Thunder's championship deserves an asterisk, which I think is one of the dumbest things I've ever heard. I've seen people debate this. I'm like, this is not a thing. Like, you guys understand that injuries are a part of sports, right? Like, I'm sorry that Tyrese Halliburton got injured. That sucked. No one wanted to see that. But the idea that, oh, other players got injured along the way, and then here are the Thunder standing at the end, like, that's sports. It happens all of the time. And if you're on the other side and then someone unfortunately gets injured, like, are you going to say, well, I guess our title deserves an asterisk? No. Like, we've all been in that situation where our favorite teams suffer a significant setback and it impedes their progress or impedes their run at a title. So the Thunder during the regular season, Chelsea, were a juggernaut. And what were we saying last year? It's only a matter of time before this Thunder team matures and becomes a championship team. And they did. And now people want to say, well, you know, if Tyrese Halliburton hadn't gotten injured, you don't know that. Like, the Thunder are worthy champions.
Yeah, this is stupid. I feel like people use asterisk too much. It's like when people say literally on TikTok. People don't know what literally means. They're like, I'm literally dead. I'm like, no, you're not literally dead. So asterisk, I feel like they're fine for, like, when you mention baseball stats and a guy like went to war or something, they're like, he had 11 consecutive seasons, asterisk, he went to war for a few years. Or maybe you can say something to the effect of like steroids. But, like, because somebody got hurt, people get injured every single year in sports. It's part of the game.
Yeah. I remember when I was at the Rose Bowl when Texas was playing Alabama, this is back 2010, and Colt McCoy, and we were on point. I thought we were going to beat Bama. Colt McCoy went out in the first quarter. Do people look back and say, oh, well, asterisk by Alabama's top? No. It sucked, but that's sports. Coming next in the show. What is next for the Nationals, and which team is poised to make a run in the second half of the season? We will ask Keith Law, senior baseball writer for The Athletic, next on The Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on The Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back. Great to have you with us on a Tuesday. It is a Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Great to have you with us. Coming up in a couple minutes, as we inch closer to the All-Star break, we will bring in Keith Law, senior baseball writer for The Athletic, for his take on what we've seen thus far in the majors. You know what I saw yesterday in the break room? A man make a terrible mistake. And that man was me. Because, as we talk about on this show, I go in the kitchen, break room, Roger, the glue here at Odyssey, usually makes just a vat of coffee. So I go in and I pour myself some coffee. I'm like, a lot of people have been drinking this coffee today. It's warm. It's dark. Roger had not been here in 4 days. Number one, why is this thing still on? That's my question. That's a fire hazard. Number two, this tasted like, what's the best way I can describe it? Like asphalt syrup. It's just like straight black, not even a maple, just like, I took a couple sips. I took the first one like, ooh, it's not great. You know, I stirred it and I was like, I think this coffee is 2 years old. Like, it was gross. So what I had to do was, in the next break, go back up to the break room, pour it out, and then use a fresh pod up there, and that was fine. But let me tell you, yesterday was a struggle. And I kept it to myself out of embarrassment. But now the truth is out because I drank, I don't know what that was. I was going to say sap. That doesn't even do it. Like motor oil. That's what I drank yesterday. Like Pennzoil. Like imagine just taking some Pennzoil and be like, time to wake up. That's what it was.
I won't even drink coffee that's like 2 hours old. Like, I'm a snob when it comes to leftovers, when it comes to anything. Like, I'm not drinking old coffee, even if it's still hot. The only food that deserves to be leftovers is Italian food, like pizza and pasta. Other than that, I ain't eating it. I hate leftovers.
Oh, man. Whew. I mean, you can taste the difference, right? It can just be like 4 or 5 hours old, and you're like, this isn't fresh coffee. So just imagine 4 or 5 days old. You're like, oh.
I don't want to.
This is STP. Wow. What a jolt in the morning. Let's get a jolt now, you know, when it comes to our baseball knowledge. And for that, we bring in Keith Law, senior baseball writer for The Athletic. Keith, thanks for being with us here on this Tuesday morning. We appreciate the time. I hope you have a fresh pot of coffee or whatever it is you're drinking this morning. I hope it's fresh and ready to go. I wanted to ask about the Nationals. I know it's 48 hours after the fact, but we're located right here in D.C. At least I am, and that's my team. What is the plan moving forward for Washington, and do they have one?
No, well, if they have a plan, nobody seems to know it.
Yeah.
Everybody I spoke to in the wake of and I'm thinking a lot more about the firing of Mike Rizzo. Right? Firing Davey Martinez is pretty unsurprising. He kind of buried himself with some of those comments where he seemed to blame the players and try to defer any blame away from the coaches a couple of weeks ago. So that wasn't surprising. But firing Rizzo, the guy who brought them a World Series championship, who engineered the Juan Soto trade, which is going to set this franchise up for years to come. They got two guys from that trade are going to the All-Star game, in fact. And Juan Soto, last I looked, Juan Soto is not, actually. So that alone should have saved Rizzo's job. But the timing on this is super bizarre. Doing it a week before the draft when they have the first pick, just a couple of weeks before the trade deadline, it really says to me that ownership has no plan, that this was some kind of knee-jerk reaction. And if ownership is surprised that they're not contending this year, they have nobody to blame but themselves. They weren't willing to spend money this offseason to upgrade the roster. And this is what you get when you don't spend, particularly when you have a team that you've got a good rising young core. That's when you go out and start spending to try to supplement. And they decided not to do so.
All right, Keith, since you have a background working in the front office with the Blue Jays, I figured I would ask you about Toronto. On a nice little run as of late, leading the AL East, what has made Toronto so good over this recent stretch?
Well, I think one of many factors here is the fact that they signed George Springer to a pretty large contract several years ago. They expected him to be kind of a anchor, co-anchor in their lineup with Vlad Guerrero, and he's been not very good and also very, very frequently hurt. And just in the last couple of weeks or so, they've finally gotten what I would say at least is kind of the George Springer that they signed up for, where he's getting on base, he's hitting for power, he is giving them another real offensive force but beyond Vlad Guerrero in that lineup. And if he can stay healthy, I think that's the player he's always been. I just think even when he's been able to take the field, he hasn't been 100% healthy. That can continue to drive them towards a potential playoff spot. That said, I also look at this team. I look at the fact they barely outscored their opponents on the year. They're playing a little bit above their heads too. So that is a club that I think if they want to continue to contend and to get to the playoffs, they really need to be buyers as we approach the trade deadline.
Keith, when you look at what Cal Raleigh is doing right now, it's really one of the more fun stories to have followed in the first half of the season. Do you think he can actually give Aaron Judge a run for the home run title? And what has been the difference for Cal Raleigh this season as opposed to maybe previous seasons that we've seen?
I think he can give Judge a run for the title, and I kind of wouldn't mind seeing Raleigh end up winning the MVP award, even though Judge has clearly been the more valuable player, and he should probably win. But it's fun to see a guy come out of nowhere and win an award like that. Somebody asked me, it was another radio hit the other day, is it going to be Aaron Judge and Shohei Ohtani for MVP again? Yeah, I get it. Nobody likes that. Nobody likes to see the same team or the same player win again and again and again. So the fact that there might be other contenders in both leagues is pretty fun. In Raleigh's case, I don't have a good explanation. I've seen Raleigh going back to saw him at Florida State, which is, that's 10 years ago now. And I thought, hey, this guy might be maybe an everyday catcher. At least he's a good backup in the big league. So clearly I did not see him on a 60-homer pace at any point. And the one thing I wonder is if there's a long-held baseball axiom, at least on the scouting side, which is that catchers sometimes develop a lot later because there's just so much. We're asking them to do two jobs, and it's so much wear and tear on the body that a lot of times they don't develop at all offensively, or if they do, it just comes later than it does for guys at other positions. And that may be the case with Raleigh. He's peaking at ages 30, 31. That's really unusual for any position player. Maybe it's just a function of him being a catcher and taking that beating from being behind the plate so many games.
All right, so the All-Star Game's coming up, and obviously there are so many big names and so many good players to watch, but I think as far as a national spotlight goes, especially for people who don't have like the MLB package, this is their chance to see players that they normally don't get to see. So for casual fans, who do you think they should be paying attention to during the All-Star Game?
Well, I have to, full disclosure, I am somewhat of a curmudgeon when it comes to the All-Star Game because, in fact, I won't be watching it this year. I generally don't watch it because I hate the way they do it. These guys come in, they throw 10 pitches, maybe they get one at-bat. It's not like it used to be where a guy would come in and, you'd have position players maybe play the whole game, or a pitcher would come in and face, at least throw 2 innings or so that you really have a chance to get to know some of these guys, to see them a lot more. So to me, it's just frustrating that it's not the game that it used to be. But just looking at the rosters here, guys, I would particularly highlight Riley Green is one of the starters in the American League. He's kind of a rising. I think he's already a star, but he's not a household name, certainly. From that Tigers team that looks like they're definitely going to the playoffs. And at some point, probably after 1 or 2 at-bats, he'll come out of the game, and maybe Byron Buxton will come in, Buxton is finally having the season I think most of us from the scouting side always thought he was capable of having, but like George Springer, he's been hurt a lot. And so we've never really seen the fully healthy Byron Buxton, I would say, until this year. Obviously, on the National League side, Paul Skeens is, the moment he's in the game, it's sort of must-see TV. He might win the Cy Young Award in the National League this year. I think if we did the voting right now, he would win the award. And I mentioned that Juan Soto trade, the fact that James Wood is one of the starters. Mackenzie Gore is going to, I don't know who's going to actually be the first pitcher, but he's going to pitch at some point in the game. That's 2 of the 5 guys that the Nats got back in that Soto trade. And I think that this is, obviously Rizzo's not there anymore, but a testament to how well he handled a very difficult situation. There were not going to be a ton of buyers willing to pay such a high price in prospects to get Soto. And Rizzo swung a deal like I said, I think it sets this Nationals franchise up for the next 5 years.
Keith, even though you're not a fan of maybe All-Star Weekend in Major League Baseball, when you look at the Home Run Derby in particular, I feel like this has been really well done by the major leagues and how they've carried it out in the star power, and it's added to the weekend. But are we seeing now, or do we have the potential of seeing stars starting to slowly opt out, and it becomes kind of like the slam dunk contest where all of a sudden the superstars are saying, nah, this competition is not for me?
Yeah, I think that's true. And I should say, I'm going down to Atlanta. I'm going to the Futures game on Saturday, which I think is awesome. That's basically, for folks who don't know, it's an all-star game, but a prospect. So obviously it's right in my wheelhouse. And I'll be down there for the draft, which happens the first 3 rounds happen on Sunday, and then they'll finish it on Monday. As for the Home Run Derby, and I think this is true for the all-star game too, you do see players decline to participate or opt out because they'd rather just have a few days of rest or go spend time with their families. And I think that the cachet of these events has definitely gone down over time. I like the way that Major League Baseball has changed the Home Run Derby to make it kind of new and a little bit fresh and just more interesting. I think the NBA has done that with a lot of their all-star events too. Just recognizing that what fans want to see is always going to be evolving, and that's what these events are. The All-Star Game too, these are marketing events. They have no meaning for the whole season. So play it up a little bit. Give the fans what they're looking for to keep that audience engaged and maybe to draw new people in who aren't regular baseball fans but might get more interested after they watch the Derby, the All-Star Game, even the Futures Game, any of these events this weekend.
All right, so we have a couple minutes left, but I want to ask you, because we're a betting show, so we're always looking for that team where I feel like we see this every year. There is a team on the second half of the season that catches fire and comes out of nowhere. Well, maybe not nowhere. Maybe they have the foundation, but they kind of sandbag the first half of the season. Is there a team that you look at and say, this team could be a lot better in the second half?
I thought Seattle had a chance. I actually picked them to win the AL West coming into the season. They have underperformed a little bit, and I think some of it is also the offense they don't have the firepower that they probably needed to have coming into the season, but they do have a tremendous pitching staff. The pitchers are healthier now than they were in the first half of the season, so I expect them to at least continue on that pace of run prevention, maybe even improve on that in the second half. I also expect them to be buyers. I think they're actively out there trying to find bats to help them continue to help them play better in the second half and to get to the postseason.
He is Keith Law, the senior baseball writer for The Athletic. Keith, have a great time going down there, enjoying all the baseball festivities, and thanks for being with us.
Yep, my pleasure.
All right. Well, that's got to be a nice week. I forgot about the Futures game. Is that something you follow or followed before? I know you're a baseball gal, or is it something that as part of that weekend you're like, I'm going to pass on this?
I'll watch it if it's on.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's on like normal channels, is it? Like I think you have to have MLB Network to even watch it. Like that's the frustrating part about baseball is that when we were growing up, you could watch, teams on normal channels. Like I remember watching the Cubs on WGN and the Braves on TBS. If I could do the antenna right to where I could get those channels. But now it's like you have to have the MLB package or like the certain network, or there's blackouts where even if you pay for the MLB package, you don't get the local teams. So even if I wanted to watch the Braves, I can't, even though I'm paying $100 and some a year to watch, MLB network. So I think that's the frustrating part of baseball is just that it's hard to get in those casual fans if casual fans can't watch it on normal TV.
No, I totally agree. I mean, why? And don't you want to grow the sport? Like, don't you want those fans there? I understand, in theory, the thought behind it. But I think in practice, you're like, okay, yeah, I understand. But ultimately, especially in today's day and age, grow the sport as much as you can, because I think it could have the flip effect where you watch more and you're like, you know what? I want to go to these games. I want to be there. I'm not necessarily sitting it out. Like, I want to be more into the action, or at least closer to the action, and actually be a part of that as opposed to just sitting at home. I feel like sometimes that sort of thinking is flawed.
Yeah, and like the blackout teams for Nashville is Cincinnati and Atlanta. Neither of those are within 4 hours of us. So like, what am I supposed to do? Every day make a 5-hour commute to Cincinnati to watch this team in person? It doesn't make sense. So I understand there's like Bally Sports whatever, but it's not included in YouTube TV. So I don't know. They got to figure something out.
Yeah, because you can stream us live on the Bally Sports Live app or BallySportsLive.com. Come on. Get us on the TV. Yeah, come on. Get us on there, YouTube. You owe us. I mean, they keep jacking up the prices each and every single month. The least you could do is throw us a bone. I like how I'm just taking shots at individual companies every week on the show. But I got a good one for tomorrow for One About It Wednesday. It was all I could do not to talk about it today. And I was like, hold it, Michael, hold it. Don't be a jerk today. Wait until tomorrow. Coming up next in the show. I would say we're looking at tennis, but we're looking at baseball. Best bets coming your way next on the Daily Tip here on the BetMGM Network. Stay right there.
Coming up, Jenks and Chelsea give out their best bets here on the BetMGM Network, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back to the show. It is a Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Great to have you with us on a Tuesday. Best bets on the way. Doctor's here as well. So, Chelsea, I learned something about ChatGPT last night. I learned this via TikTok. I thought this was sort of interesting. Because I don't lean on artificial intelligence a lot, except when it comes to complicated subjects like finance or super technical stuff, to make sure I sort of get the ins and outs correct, to sort of hone my knowledge, but I'm not going to ask it to like write something for me. But I didn't realize, remember that story last week where a guy programmed, not necessarily ChatGPT, but he built that AI model to flirt with him? And the AI model like proposed to him and he cried for half an hour. Remember that?
Yes.
Yeah, it was pretty gross. So if you go into ChatGPT, for example, and you look at settings, which I have never done, I'll just throw in like some random queries. You can go into settings and adjust how you want the AI program to interact with you. So I was like, are you just feeding me a bunch of BS this entire time? Are you telling me things that I want to hear as opposed to things that I need to hear? Because ChatGPT is always like, oh, you're doing an amazing job. I'm like, am I? Or are you just saying that? You know what I mean? You have to be careful about that kind of stuff. So you can go in and adjust. And I was actually reading that if you adjust how you want the program to speak to you, you can get it to be, it can speak all flowery to you and tell you everything you want to hear, or you can tell it to be mean-spirited if you want, or you can put it in, hey, I want you to be honest and to push back if need be to make sure everything is factual and correct. So I put that in to make sure that any sort of feedback I get is as true as it can be. But I did not realize that this was a thing until yesterday.
I think I've seen this, but with Grok, because people do this on X, and they're like, Grok, summarize this and tell me what it's all about, but say it as Crocodile Dundee or like some type of like accent. And people love doing this. And I can't decide if this is like helpful or if it's just making people dumber, because we're not using like logic anymore. And I'm not saying for like the things that you're using it for, because, you know, some things are really challenging, like, you know, building a trip itinerary or like taxes. We've been talking about taxes a bunch today. Because it's just a lot of words and a lot of things to, you know, digest. But like people will ask Grok about the dumbest things on X. Like things that like a quick Google search could have told you the answer to.
Correct.
And they're like, Grok, who is Haley Steinfeld married to? It's like, I don't know how much energy it takes, but we've talked about this before. Doesn't it take like a ton of energy to run these AI programs to where like we're killing the environment so we can see the bobblehead of ourselves? You know, like these dumb things that are so useless, but people are like, well, I wanted to see it. And I kind of want to see mine. But listen, like it's like when you use a credit card for the first time where you're like, oh, like if I don't see the money, it doesn't exist. I feel like people are that way with AI stuff.
Oh, all the time. Like we were talking about Kevin Durant snapping back to people on X or whatever. And someone below a tweet like that will be like, Grok, give me a picture of someone who would talk like this if they spoke with a Cockney accent. You know, it's like, okay, why do you want to see this? And that takes up a ton of power, which is why you have all these tech companies building these massive warehouses just full of like data centers to handle all the capacity and all the questions that people are asking. But I thought it was interesting because I don't want to be told something. Like, I'm very judicious in what I ask, but also if you're going to give me some sort of feedback that I think is useful, I don't want it to be thrown out there just to placate me. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't want to hear just what I want to hear. I want you to be honest based on actual information gathering so I can make a more educated decision.
I think some of this you could apply to like journalism as well, because like I would like my news to be, you know, objective. And it's
Yes.
wild to me, like the day that you discover that like Fox News and CNN like have a leaning, you're like, what? How is this a thing? Like I remember when I was like 13 or 14, I like just first realized this. I'm like, how was this news? You know, if it has like a tilt towards it, because isn't that like the number one rule of like journalism is to not have a tilt? But, you know, they make a ton of money off of it.
Oh, yeah, and it didn't used to be that way. I mean, you could always make an argument, well, subjectively, you know, the way things are presented, because journalists can act as gatekeepers, right? And how that information is disseminated to the public is just going to be naturally subjective. But, you know, now these organizations, whoever it is, they've realized, we can make a lot more money by firing people up, putting this out there, slanting it a certain way. So that's changed dramatically. One thing that doesn't change, the feeling that you get when you listen to Bed Sweats. Oh, yes. Sammy P giving their best plays for today. They'll talk about which teams will go from worst to first in the NFL. That's always a fun conversation. Matt Fortuna joins to preview college football at 9:40 in less than an hour. Then the legendary pro gambler, Bill Krackomberger, joins the show at 11 o'clock. Bill Krackomberger, I should say. Crack. Everybody knows him if you know gambling at all. All right, so time to get to it and tell you our best plays for today.
Time to place your bets.
I see you are going with a certain pitcher from a certain town who's been crushing it this season.
No, I was like, I don't know what town Shota Imanaga's from, but I'm assuming you mean Chicago, the town that he is, you know, playing for the Cubs in. All right, so best bet of the day is going to be on the Cubs on the money line at -145 over the Twins. The Twins have not been a great team as of late. Over the last 20 games, they are just 7-13. Their offense has been in the bottom 10 of just about every statistical metric over the last month and overall for the season. And so usually I see the starting pitchers. I'm like, okay, Shota Imanaga in the circle of trust. Listen, he doesn't even have to be great in this matchup. Like, he just has to be good because the offense for the Cubs is miles better than what we've seen from the Twins. If you look at the Cubs this year, top 3 offense overall when it comes to WRC+, top 5 in just about every statistical category when it comes to their offense over the last month. And surprisingly, they have a winning record on the road at 24-20. But even more so, they have been fantastic as favorites, a blistering 43-19 when the market is giving them credit. So they're favorites here. I think that's what I'm going to go with. Plus, the Twins have not been great against left-handed starters, which Imanaga is. The Twins are 4-11 this year against lefties. So let's go with the Cubs on the money line at -145.
All righty. I'm going to start with the Mets. I found them at -137. Visiting Baltimore. Mets have not been good on the road, but they have Clay Holmes on the mound tonight taking on Brandon Young. Clay Holmes has been very consistent, right? Giving up more than 2 runs only twice in his last 9 starts. Brandon Young, since being called up from the minors, has been kind of a train wreck. 0-3, 7.02 ERA, 13 earned and 16 2/3 innings pitched. I think it's a good price on the Mets to get to Young early and then take advantage of their bullpen as well because the O's are weak in that spot. So let's go Mets -135 in Charm City. All right, couple more bets, Chelsea. You have any leans? I should ask about that.
I do like the Mets as a lean. I didn't put pen to paper, but I do like it. But only one play for me.
Okay, very good. I'm trying to get on the right side, but as I said, I think I'm going to get cold. I can feel it in my bones. I can feel it in my bones. I hate to put it out there. Braves, A's. Let's go over 10. -118. Didier Fuentes going for the Bravos. Jeffrey Springs going for Oakland. I think we get 11 or 12 in this game. Didier Fuentes, woo! Maybe go over the first 5. He's given up 12 earned in 12 innings this season. He will not go long. He's made 2 appearances on the road this year, an ERA over 10. Opponents are batting .378 against him. Now, Jeffrey Springs going for the A's. I have to say, he's been very good after a tough start to the season. 2 runs or less in each of his last 4 starts. But again, this game in Sacramento, that has been a massive overpark this season. And the A's bullpen, one of the worst in baseball, as we know, ranked 29th in the majors. So let's go over 10 -118. And how about some plus money on the card? Yeah, Rays +105 in Detroit taking on the Tigers. We have Ryan Pepio going for Tampa, Jack Flaherty going for Detroit. Jack Flaherty has just been a disappointment this season. Bottom line, giving up 21 runs in his last 18 innings pitched. The Tigers have lost each of his last 4 starts by a combined 37-13. Ryan Pepiot was on the mound against the Tigers back in June, allowed 1 run over 5 innings. Yesterday, we kind of like the Tigers at plus money. Today, we're going to flip it. Tampa on the money line is plus 105. I need a dub. That is the card.
Well, you've got 3 chances. 3 chances to get you some dubs. I do appreciate remaining aggressive. I probably need to be more aggressive, but maybe tomorrow.
I'm trying. We'll see how it works out. You never know. I'm trying to be aggressive and go after the plays. I'm trying not to say, oh, I'm scared, because I do like all these plays. I researched all these plays. We'll see if it actually pans out or not. Dogster, what's going on with you? You generally have a play or two, something that's been bothering you. What's going on?
Yeah, you guys aren't the only ones who have talked to famous people before.
Oh, was that right?
Yeah, I decided to leave the barn last weekend, and guess who I happened to run into?
Who is that?
Charlotte Johansson. And let me tell you, she got handsy real quick.
Dongster, that's Scarlett Johansson. You know that, right?
What?
Yeah, I don't know who you talked to, but it's Scarlett, not Charlotte, so you didn't talk to the Hollywood actress.
So I got this rash for nothing?
Yeah, sorry. You did.
Yuck.
Do you have a bet?
Padres money line, hosting the D-backs. Bye.
Bye, Dongster. And now, coming up on Bet Sweats. Oh, what a way to start your morning. It's Sammy P. Sammy P, good morning.
Good morning. I missed you guys last week. I was
Yeah,
back
how
in
you doing?
Chicago. Barbecues, cookouts, hot dogs, the whole 9.
How was it? Sounds great.
I lost weight, believe it or not. Somehow.
No way.
Yeah,
Stronger than ever. You look better than ever. I'm gonna talk to management. Give you another week off. Come back. Be shredded. Good show, Sammy P. Good to see you. That's going to do it for this edition of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. For the entire crew, have a great Tuesday. We'll see you tomorrow.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
ready? It's time to laugh, to win, and to live the thrill of the action.
Hey, baby, let's go out there like a bunch of crazy dogs. What the hell's going on out here? No idea what's going on, but I am excited.
Every pick, every play, every game-changing moment. This is You Better You Bet, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas on the BetMGM network.
It's a great day to be alive, and it's a great day to be a better. Welcome to another edition of You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, right here on the BetMGM network. I'm Femi Abebefe, hanging out with you guys over the next 4 hours, where you can find us across a multitude of platforms. Make sure to watch us live 24/7 on the BetMGM network and directly on the free Odyssey app. You can also check us out on Twitch at BetMGM Network and on YouTube at the BetMGM Network. You can also watch us on YouTube TV, Roku, Fubo TV, Samsung TV Plus, and more. And you can go ahead and listen to us live on Sirius Channel 160 and Sirius XM 205. And throughout these 4 hours, make sure to hit us up on social media. You can find me on Twitter at Femi Abebefe. Check me out on Instagram, Femi_Abebefe. Check out the show on Twitter at You Better You Bet, in the entire network at BetMGM Network over on Twitter. If you like our show, you like Bet Sweats, BetMGM Tonight, Daily Tip, all the shows that we have across the network, weekdays and weekends, check them out at BetMGM Network over on Twitter. We got the crew hanging with us here on this Tuesday. We have Tyler Morales, Jake Hassan, Bill Zimmerman, Mike Brown, Sean Ha. Nick Costos joins us at the top of the hour with his thoughts on the running back sleepers across the National Football League and how you should be betting those teams this upcoming season. We're talking some sleepers as training camp pads are on. We are active with all 32 teams across the NFL. But as always, if you miss anything over these next 4 hours, and we're going to talk a lot of win totals, we're also going to talk some Heisman Trophy. Oh yeah, baby, our college football preview continues with who can win the Heisman Trophy and the bet that I like in the Heisman Trophy market. We'll get into that a little bit later on the program. And if you miss any part of it, make sure you check us out in podcast form. Just search You Better You Bet wherever you get your podcasts. And while you're there, you might as well subscribe, rate, and review. We greatly appreciate how much you guys love the Wagertainment. We put all these out there for you guys to consume. On-demand products. So the least you can do, subscribe, rate, and review. We greatly appreciate that. Let's get into last night's betting recap, though, because boy, howdy, the baseball did not go great for me. The baseball was not fun. We were ambitious out there with 6 bets last night, and the first 5 money line with the Blue Jays did not win. Unfortunately, that was a loser. The Diamondbacks, they took an L. That was Diamondbacks plus 110. The Yankees, I thought I was going to be able to get out of there with a push with the New York Yankees. The Yankees give up a run in that 5th inning. The Rays beat them, so Yankees' first 5 money line did not get home. Neither did the Twins in the first 5 money line against the Boston Red Sox. They came back to win the game, which great. There's nothing for me, but in the first 5, they did not win. Late night West Coast action was a little bit better to where, like, all right, we did not lose every bet. We won a couple just to kind of somewhat ease the pain a little bit from last night. But shout out to the Padres who got it done in the first 5. Dylan Cease, he gave up a grand slam in the top of the 5th, but somehow the Padres were able to bounce back and lead 6-5 after 5 innings. So shout out to the Friars Bats for helping out Dylan Cease against the New York Mets. And then the Seattle Mariners, never a doubt. Luis Castillo was stellar on the mound against the A's. They win the first 5 3-0. So the Mariners and the Padres with the late night West Coast winners, but the early slate, no bueno for yours truly. And the WNBA, I mean, like, I'll say this. The fallen hero spot worked last weekend, all right? Like, the Golden State was missing. Thornton, she was out after tearing her knee up in practice, out for the season. First game that they have without her, they win the game by double digits. Tried to go to that well with the New York Liberty last night. Brianna Stewart out with a leg injury. They got boat raced in the game. The Dallas Wings put it on them. New York, I don't know if they just did not care or what was going on. Maybe a bad spot. But the Wings, they get it done, as unfortunately the WNBA did not go well for yours truly. So a little bit of a rough night of betting. We'll try to get back on the horse. Not as many bets for me tonight. And it's not because I'm gun shy. I was looking at the baseball card. Even though there's a lot of games, it's just not a lot that I liked. Like, I have 2 bets tonight. Maybe I'll come up with another one. But like right now, it's just 2 games that I bet in Major League Baseball, a couple first 5s that we'll get into later on at 6:40 Eastern time. But let's start the show with some National Football League because that's what's at the top of my mind. I know for those of you out there watching and listening, it's probably at the top of your mind as well. I think we're all there collectively as sports fans and as sports bettors. I'm consuming every piece of NFL content that I can consume. In fact, I went as far because I'm so jonesing for the National Football League. I actually watched the Netflix Quarterback 2 docuseries. I watched it with Joe Burrow and Kirk Cousins and Jared Goff. I watched the series because I need football back in my life. I know Hard Knocks is about to debut next week with the Buffalo Bills. I'm probably going to watch that. Even though Hard Knocks is, no shade towards NFL films at HBO, it's pretty formulaic. We kind of have seen Hard Knocks. We know what they can do. They're only going to give us so much behind the scenes. Here's going to be half of the episode on the preseason game, which I don't really care to watch. I'd rather see the training camp stuff, the off the field stuff, the meetings, the personnel discussions, which we no longer get. Used to get the personnel discussions. Now teams are do not put that out there. We do not allow you to do that, as all the teams have final edit. But I'm going to consume all of this stuff because I'm fired up for the NFL. And 2 nights from right now, we will have the Hall of Fame game between the Lions and the Chargers. Hall of Fame weekend in Canton, always fun to go back and kind of enjoy NFL history as we have another class joining the Pro Football Hall of Fame. So it's an exciting time, and it's really the benchmark moment of where you start to think, all right, football season is here. Like I said on the show yesterday, I think we're close. We're not quite back. But by Thursday, I think we will be back, and I'm absolutely fired up for it. So let's talk about some training camp stories from just this afternoon that really stand out to me as we head into the summer months here. Not already into the summer months, but as we head into the real nitty-gritty portion of training camp and the preseason on the horizon. And the first one, and I've been saying this in our group chat, our show chat that we have here in our VMix, which is the program in which we air the show. I've been saying this a little bit, and I've kind of hinted at it last week when talking about this team with Nick. And maybe they'll come up today during 8 Buckets because I do think they're really interesting. And that's the New York Jets. The New York Jets right now, of course, led by first-year head coach Aaron Glenn. Their quarterback, Justin Fields, had the injury scare last week. Sounds like he's all good to go. He's back at camp. He's practicing 11-on-11s. So crisis averted for the New York Jets heading into 2025. But I think what's most interesting about the New York Jets, it's the way the veteran players are talking about first-year head coach Aaron Glenn. Now, I saw this quote from their wide receiver, Garrett Wilson, one of the best wide receivers in the league. We're all waiting for him to at least get some stable quarterback play so we can see the full Garrett Wilson experience. He's been really productive with Zach Wilson, old Aaron Rodgers, and Mike White and all these other quarterbacks that they've been trotting out there in the Meadowlands. He's still been a productive player. But I think what's really Tyler puts in that, Chris Streveler. Streveler literally was his quarterback for one of those games. It's been that bad for the New York Jets. But earlier today, Garrett Wilson was asked about the difference between Aaron Glenn and previous training camps that he's had in the NFL, aka Robert Saleh. That's what we're talking about. What's the difference between Aaron Glenn and other training camps you've had? The guy's literally played on one team. He's only had 2 coaches. It's the difference between Aaron Glenn and what was happening in the previous regime with Robert Saleh as the head guy. And here's what Wilson said. He said, quote, "The biggest difference, the competitiveness. It's not just talking about being competitive. It can't just be, we'll turn it on when the games come on. It's the way we're practicing, the intensity, the stakes feel higher." Garrett Wilson, just today, not the only New York Jet that's talking about Aaron Glenn in that light. How about Quinnen Williams, their star defensive tackle, one of the best defensive players in the league? He was on with Kay Adams earlier this afternoon, and she's been kind of making the rounds in her training camp visits. And Quinnen Williams said that the accountability feels different under Aaron Glenn. That's the biggest difference to him, Aaron Glenn, as opposed to Robert Saleh and other coaches that he's had. And he said this, quote, "This is probably the first time ever in my career where I've had live periods in practice, going full speed, contact, pads on, live periods, not just in a scrimmage, but actually all throughout practice." The way these Jets veterans are talking about Aaron Glenn, I think I'm falling in love with Aaron Glenn as a head coach. Now, what does that mean for 2025? We'll get into that because the Jets are facing an uphill battle. The division is not difficult, but the quarterback is making this an uphill battle, that quarterback being Justin Fields. But just focusing on Glenn for right now and why I'm really high on this team in the future and maybe a little bit higher than the market thinks in 2025, Like, Aaron Glenn has been going through a really good coaching education ever since he became a coach. Like, we think back to Aaron Glenn when he was a position coach in New Orleans under Sean Payton. Dan Campbell was on that staff as well. That's why the two of them went to Detroit together. But like, Aaron Glenn has been able to learn under Sean Payton. And before that, when you want to go back to his playing days, Aaron Glenn was able to learn under Bill Parcells, one of the greatest coaches of all time, like with the New York Jets. Aaron Glenn was a first-round pick for Bill Parcells. And also, when Parcells took the job with the Dallas Cowboys, Aaron Glenn was one of the first guys that he brought in to be kind of a veteran presence in helping that turnaround for the Cowboys after the Dave Campo years. Like, Glenn has been learning under Parcells. He's been learning under Sean Payton. And most recently, he's been learning under Dan Campbell, who's widely considered one of the best coaches in the National Football League, especially from a culture standpoint. Like, that's what Campbell specializes in. It's building a culture and turning things around. Like, the Detroit Lions were literally a laughingstock, one of the worst teams in the league. He turned them into a contender now, just in 4 seasons. The Lions are a perennial contender. And like, that tutelage that Aaron Glenn was kind of under, I think speaks really, really highly to what this potentially could be for Aaron Glenn in his head coaching career. Like, I love the makeup of all those coaches. And if Aaron Glenn can kind of take a little bit from Peyton, take a little bit from Parcells, take a little bit from Dan Campbell, put his own sauce on it as well, like, this could end up being a really big-time home run hire for the New York Jets, because the way these guys are talking about him, it's glowing reviews as opposed to what it was last year. And you've heard me say on this show, going on a year now, coaching matters so much in the NFL. And having the right coach as opposed to the wrong coach, that can, like, quantum leap in year one. It's on the table to where this team could be completely turned around and perhaps have a winning record as early as this season. Like, looking at the betting markets for the New York Jets right now, their win total sitting at 6.5, juiced heavily to the under. Like, they could definitely go over that number. And I'm not even sure if I'd want to bet over 6.5, because I think if the Jets have somewhat credible quarterback play from Justin Fields, like, that's a stretch, but like, just get him to stop turning the football over. Like, he doesn't need to turn into Peyton Manning, because that's never going to be his game, but just stop turning the football over. With their run game and their offensive line, like, that offense can just ground and pound you to death. And defensively, they have all this talent that we've been ranting and raving about going on 3 years now. And now you have a really good defensive coach in Aaron Glenn. Like, this team in a weak division where you have Buffalo as your clear favorite. But after that, I mean, New England, everybody seems to love them. I loved them earlier this offseason, but like, let's be honest about it. The New York Jets and New England Patriots, take the quarterbacks out of the equation. Which roster would you rather have? I'm taking the Jets roster over the Patriots one. Now, football's not that simple, because Mike Vrabel, the head coach, right now, Mike Vrabel is a better head coach than Aaron Glenn, because we've seen Mike Vrabel go to an AFC title game. We've seen him have playoff runs and be really, really good. Drake May, I'd much rather have Drake May than Justin Fields. And I think a lot of football fans feel the same way. So like, that's what's tilting the betting market's, I guess, optimism towards New England, is that the two most important positions, head coach and quarterback, definitely in favor of the Patriots. But if you strip that away and you just look at the other 52 guys, the Jets roster is much better than the New England Patriots roster. And if Aaron Glenn can get close to Mike Vrabel in year one in terms of what he does as a head coach, maybe the gap is not as wide as 6.5 win total versus 8.5 win total. Maybe those two teams are actually really close together. And maybe those two teams are going to be the teams that finish ahead of the Miami Dolphins, who I am not high on this upcoming season in 2025. Like, there is a legitimate path for the Jets being the third best team and perhaps maybe even the second best team in the AFC East. And if that happens, given the fact that the other teams in the division aren't like super juggernauts outside of the Buffalo Bills, could the Jets actually make the playoffs? Plus 475 is the price on the New York Jets to make the playoffs. Now, I wouldn't make that bet even if I was bullish on the Jets, and here's why. If the Jets make the playoffs, I think Aaron Glenn's going to win Coach of the Year. Bottom line. Like, I think Aaron Glenn will win Coach of the Year if the New York Jets make the playoffs. And Aaron Glenn right now over at BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas, 15-1 to win Coach of the Year right now. Now, is that like the greatest bet ever? I don't know. It's not like Kevin O'Connell 25-1 this time last year, but like 15-1 when you have a clear path to improvement and a clear narrative, I think is a great, great bet to make currently. Because think about it this way. Coach of the Year, and we'll outline all the NFL awards and do that stuff later on, probably starting next week. The big thing to keep in mind with Coach of the Year, it's not just the improvement. It's also improving with a quarterback where the perception is that the quarterback sucks. Like, that is how you win Coach of the Year. That's how Kevin O'Connell won Coach of the Year, as going from a Vikings team that was bad in 2023, won 14 in 2024, with a perceived bad quarterback in Sam Darnold. Like, that's how you win that award. And I think that's why there is a clear path for, if this team is good, all the credit is going towards Aaron Glenn, the guy that Jets veterans continue to rant and rave about as being light years better than what they previously had in their NFL career. So early on this offseason, I was out on the New York Jets. Right now, the more I hear, the more I read, the more I see, I'm starting to fall in love with some of the training camp developments out there at Florham Park. And I think AG might be the big improvement that the Jets needed to be credible once again in the NFL. All right, we'll get to the other headlines from around the National Football League as we're just getting started here on a Tuesday on You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
I think listening to that soundbite spoke to me about how baseball and other sports need to be proactive here. Like, if you're the commissioner of the sport, how are you taken aback by the idea that this may be a serious problem? Because we hear stories like this. Think about the countless stories we don't hear, because this happens daily, by the way. It's not like a one-off. It's just the ones we hear about. Lucas Giolito has not been in the headlines for this until just now, but he's saying, look, it gets worse every single day. And by the way, these players can't win because from a betting perspective, look, for every guy that is betting for you, there's probably someone fading you. So no matter how you perform, guess what? You lose. Like, if you're an athlete, you lose. And Rob Manfred and other commissioners, they need to be really proactive here as far as their cybersecurity in going after people who are guilty of this and putting something really punitive in place, because as Lucas was saying, you can't wait until someone gets hurt to do something, because as empty as some of these threats may be, there are some crazy people out there, and we don't need someone finally stepping over the line and hurting an athlete before we say, oh, I guess we need to take this seriously. It's already a problem. It's been a problem for a long time now. So it's time for these leagues to step up. And I don't know how much more they can do, but whatever they can do to increase the number of people really honing in and punishing the fans, taking them to court, putting them in jail, doing whatever they need to do to slow down these threats or at least mitigate them a little bit, it needs to be done.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Oh, let's get back to it here on a Tuesday on You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Femi Abebefe hanging out with you guys this afternoon. 40 minutes from now, we'll be joined by Nick Kostos with his thoughts on the NFL running back sleepers throughout training camp and how to bet those players heading into this 2025 regular season. We're going deep diving here on You Better You Bet. Some running back sleepers from Nick Kostos in 40 minutes to begin the 4 o'clock hour. Coming up in 20 minutes, Jake Hassan will join me as we'll break down some MLB awards. Didn't get the chance to talk AL Rookie of the Year yesterday, but it actually worked out because we can talk some AL Rookie of the Year, NL Rookie of the Year after last night's start by Jacob Mizorowski, and also the NL Cy Young after Christopher Sanchez put out a below-average start. Both Phillies guys. I don't know if they're crumbling under the spotlight of the NL Cy Young race here, but no bueno for the Phillies over the last few days as Paul Skeens has now regained control as your odds-on favorite to be NL Cy Young. But before we bring in our executive producer, Bill Zimmerman, who usually joins us each and every weekday here at 3:20, wanted to pass this nugget along because get ready, folks. The NFL preseason is here, and it starts Thursday night with the Hall of Fame game, Chargers and the Lions. And Chargers head coach Jim Harbaugh was speaking with the media today, outlining their quarterback depth chart for Thursday's Hall of Fame game. And he went ahead and said that Trey Lance will be the starter for the Chargers during Thursday's game, and then added, quote, "If all goes well, Lance will play the first half and a drive into the third quarter. After Trey Lance, it will be DJ Uiagalelei who will take over from there, and Taylor Heineke will serve as the emergency quarterback." So Trey Lance for at least a half. It also sounds like a drive into the third quarter. Then after that, it's hold on to your breath, hold on to your ass, because here's DJU for the Los Angeles Chargers, the same DJU who struggled in college will now be out there in the Hall of Fame game. So just keep that in mind as you're making your bets for the Hall of Fame game. Lance to start, DJU in the second half. Right now, we're at a pick'em in the betting market. There are some places that have the Detroit Lions as a 1-point favorite, but the total is sitting at 33. I'm curious to see what the Lions decide to do with their quarterback depth chart in the Hall of Fame game. Of course, it's not going to be Jared Goff. I'm not sure if we're going to see Hendon Hooker, who right now is slated to be QB2. Usually teams don't like to play their QB2 in the Hall of Fame game. It might be Kyle Allen for the whole game. There could be a fourth quarterback on the Lions depth chart. We'll find out probably tomorrow as to what Dan Campbell and the Lions decide for Thursday night's Hall of Fame game. But joining us right now, like he does each and every weekday at 3:20 Eastern, it's our executive producer, Bill Zimmerman. Bill, get ready, baby. We got football going on Thursday, breaking down quarterback depth charts. Who do you want in the fourth quarter, deciding your bet? We're almost here.
It's about to get heavy, Femi. Absolutely, man. Look, if I'm being fully transparent, I've never been one that's really dove in too much in gambling in the preseason, but I'm going to give this a whirl this year. This should be fun. I will be diving in with you and Nick and the rest of the crew. And quarterback depth charts. Here we come.
Oh, dude, it's actually incredible. Like, you will be sweating preseason games, and the play on the field will be terrible, but it will feel like you're watching regular season football, especially on those Saturdays when you got about 8 games going on or whatever, because for some reason they just want to backload them to Saturday. It's the best. And I'll have the live streams up. We got the iPad cranking up. We got the screens ready to roll for an NFL preseason. Still got to wait a week, but we do get the nice appetizer coming up in Canton on Thursday. But let's get to some other headlines that we have from around the world of sports, particularly the National Football League with today's top stories. Bill, what's the number one story we need to know on this Tuesday?
Absolutely, Femi. We'll be focusing on the National Football League, and we are going to be starting with your Dallas Cowboys, who had quite the scare yesterday. Starting left tackle Tyler Guyton went down with a leg injury, was carted off the field. Early fears were that he tore his ACL, and of course that would be a season-ending injury, but the Cowboys did get better news. That ACL is intact, but he does have a bone fracture that's going to keep him out 4 to 6 weeks, potentially 8 weeks. So, Femi, a big bullet dodge by your Cowboys there. Small chance Guyton could be back for week 1, but it does look like he may miss a couple regular season games.
Yeah, I would anticipate that he misses a couple of regular season games. But once again, you would much rather have this than he missed the entire season. Because, like, from a development standpoint, when they drafted Tyler Guyton in last year's draft, the whole book on him was that, like, okay, like, he's pretty raw to the sport, like, doesn't really have a lot of, like, football experience. And also at Oklahoma, he was playing right tackle, and the Cowboys were going to put him at left tackle. So, number one, doesn't have a lot of football playing experience. And then number two, he's switching positions and playing, like, the toughest position on the offensive line, that being protecting Dak Prescott's blind side. So, there's been a big-time adjustment period for Tyler Guyton, last year's first-round pick. If he missed all of this season, that would have been a massive blow for his development. So at least he's still able to practice and still able to play. It might be a little bit delayed. Maybe we get it late September or early October, depending on how the rehab is going. But, like, once again, crisis averted for the Dallas Cowboys. The fact that they will at least have him on this offensive line, because you look at their offensive line depth, like, and I think a lot of teams would say this as well, because there's not a whole lot of great offensive linemen in the league. O-line play has definitely been down when you compare it to, like, decades past. But, like, dude, it's not looking good once you get beyond the starters for the Dallas Cowboys. And that's not something that's exclusive to them. Like I said, like, this is across the league. Maybe Philly has some backup offensive linemen who are good, but, like, even that, I don't think they would want to be missing Mailata or Lane Johnson. So, like, you need your O-lineman out there. So luckily for the Cowboys, he'll be out there. And hopefully it means that this offense can protect Dak Prescott this year, because I do think if Dak gets time, that offensive passing game should be efficient for Dallas with CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens. So I think it should be good for Dallas. Crisis averted. Take a deep breath. Sigh of relief. Guyton will be out there just a little bit delayed, maybe sometime in late September or early October. Bill, hit me with the next story.
How about Aiden Hutchinson? Of course, the Detroit Lions star pass rusher missed most of last season with a significant broken leg. He was off to an incredible start last year with 7.5 sacks in less than 5 games. But Hutchinson is back healthy. He may be even better than he was last season in that short stint. Hutchinson has been a force so far in training camp. He absolutely dominated the team's first scrimmage of the year with 4 sacks, including one against Penei Sewell. So, Femi, looks like Aiden Hutchinson might be all the way back, and that is big news for the Detroit Lions.
Yeah, this is massive. And, like, I think this is massive because, one, the Detroit Lions are one of the contenders in the NFC. Like, you now have a bona fide, big-time pass rusher at a very premium position. So, like, for their defense, like, it's not going to look like what we saw at the end of last season, where they couldn't really get a lot of pressure. They were getting lit on fire. I mean, think about that playoff game against the Commanders. Washington was doing whatever they wanted, moving the ball up and down the field, matriculating the ball down the field, boys. Like, that was the Commanders' offense against this Lions defense, who had, like, 8 starters who were missing time sitting on IR. But if Hutchinson can go back to what we saw prior to the injury, and, like, here's what's crazy, because he believes he's actually better than what he was prior to the injury. Like, he thinks he is a better football player. And everyone who's out there at Lions camp, they can't stop talking about how good Aiden Hutchinson has been. And, like, if that's the case, boy, like, Detroit defensively, they're going to be better than what we saw at the end of last season. Like, this team, they have to be, because they're going to be healthier. I know they have some injuries. Terrion Arnold is now dealing with a hamstring after dealing with a calf injury last week. Obviously, Levi Onwuzurike is out for the season. Alex Anzalone wants to get a contract, so it's been touch and go at practice. So there's some things they got to work through. But, like, Hutchinson is the key piece, because Hutchinson is the best player on the team. As great as those offensive players are, like St. Brown and Jahmyr Gibbs, Jameson Williams, everyone's been raving about him. Like, hell, he might be the wide receiver one this year for the Detroit Lions. Like, people can't stop talking about J-Mo. Hutchinson's the guy for this team. He is the franchise changer. And I think he's the guy. If you're looking to bet Defensive Player of the Year, like, we're going to talk awards next week. I would be looking at Hutchinson before I bet Micah Parsons. I'd be looking at Hutchinson before I bet Myles Garrett. I'd be looking at him before I bet Max Crosby. Like, he's the guy amongst these edge rushers, the premier guys in the league. He's the one that's on the team that you can at least trust will have a good team. Like, the Cowboys, I'm high on them, could go either way. The Raiders could go either way. I think most people think it's going to go negatively. I think it's positive, but, like, you just have to be honest about it. The win total is 6.5. So, like, that's not a team that you want to be investing in from an award standpoint. Like the Cleveland Browns, they're one of the lowest win totals as well. The Pittsburgh Steelers, sitting right there at 500 at 8.5. The Lions win total is at least like 9.5, 10. So you can trust that Detroit is going to be like a playoff caliber team. And if that's the case, and Hutchinson is 12, 15, 16 sacks, I think he's going to be in the driver's seat to win Defensive Player of the Year. I truly believe he was about to walk to that award last year had he not suffered that leg injury. Like, Hutchinson, I think if this is true, Like, this man is going to have a monster season, which only bodes well for the Detroit Lions. Bill, hit me with the next one.
Well, Femi, we know Browns owner Jimmy Haslam likes to get involved in the team's quarterback decisions. We all know the Johnny Manziel, where a homeless man told him to draft Johnny Manziel, so he did it. Of course, the Deshaun Watson contract was all Jimmy Haslam.
Oof.
So when the Browns selected Shedeur Sanders just a couple rounds after they had selected Dylan Gabriel, everyone thought clearly this was that Jimmy Haslam must have stepped in and told the football operations to make that pick. But according to Haslam, that is not the case. Haslam said the team had a good process and that the decision to draft Sanders was GM Andrew Berry's and not his. So, Femi, what is your reaction to what Haslam had to say about this?
I just find it pretty funny. Like, because I know what he's trying to do here, because he's like, hey, no, like, I don't meddle. I'm not in this thing, which, like, on the surface, like, you would want that from your owner. Like, you don't want your owner to be in there making the decisions and forcing the hand of the general manager. But, like, we also were not born last night. Like, we know how these things tend to go in the NFL. If you're drafting a quarterback, you best believe the owner is signing off on that. The most important position in the sport, especially when you drafted one the night before. Like, you just drafted Dylan Gabriel on Friday. You think that Andrew Berry is going to go out there and be able to freelance and be like, oh, I'm going to take another quarterback, and Jimmy Haslam's not going to sign off on that? He's not going to be aware that's what's happening? I doubt Jimmy Haslam was just watching the draft at home, chilling with the rest of us. He's in the war room. Like, they're talking about this stuff. Like, not to say that he's the one that, like, really pushed Andrew Berry to do it, but damn it, he's right there next to him and saying, let's go do this thing. And I think what's really funny about this, and I was talking to Bill about this earlier this morning when we were preparing for the show. Like, let's say Shedeur Sanders goes out there and plays in the regular season. He balls out. 2-3 games, really good play, and everyone's raving about Shedeur Sanders. Do you really think Jimmy Haslam's going to be like, yeah, man, I had nothing to do with that? Like, get out of here. These dudes are all egomaniacs. They all want credit. Like, you will get the whole piece about how, oh, Jimmy Haslam and Andrew Berry worked together monitoring Shedeur Sanders throughout the draft process. Like, that's what will be coming after Shedeur plays well. So, like, I'm not really with this. Like, this just, to me, sounds like an owner that's just trying to get good PR for saying, I'm not the meddling guy that you guys think I am. Whatever, buddy. I doubt that this year was the year that you decided to take a step back. Andrew Berry might have wanted to do this as well, but best believe you are right there with them, Jimmy Haslam. So if this goes well or this goes poorly, you deserve just as much blame or credit that Andrew Berry will get whenever this thing actually plays out. Like, this is just him trying to separate himself. We're not buying it, buddy. You're too influential in that building to go out there and be like a passenger and say, hey, I'm just spectating here. It wasn't me. Please. Nobody's buying that. Bill, hit me with the next one.
All right, Femi. The Indianapolis Colts may not know who's going to be quarterbacking their team for the next couple of years, but they do know who's going to be protecting that quarterback's blind side, as they have rewarded their left tackle, Bernard Raymond, with a massive extension, signing him to a 4-year, $100 million deal with $60 million of that guaranteed. So, Femi, Raymond is a solid tackle, but we continue to see these salaries of these offensive tackles soar.
Yeah, I mean, this is the reason why they go high in the draft. There's a reason why teams hang on to them. There's a reason why if you go out in free agency, you can't find them if you're a team that needs a tackle. Like, good tackle play is hard to find. I just mentioned it with the Dallas Cowboys earlier in this segment. Like, you need those guys out there. And if you have a good one or even an above average one, you better pay them because it's hard to upgrade at that position. And for the Indianapolis, they continue to churn out these good offensive linemen. Like, obviously, Quentin Nelson is the headliner when you look at that offensive line, what he's been able to do throughout his career. But Bernard Raymond, he's a success story for the Indianapolis Colts. Like, this is a guy that was, like, grew up in Germany, didn't have a whole lot of football experience. Early in his career, kind of got thrown in the fire, getting beat like a drum a little bit, but recently has been really good. And, like, they wanted to reward him, and kudos to him for getting that contract. Now, this Colts team is all going to come down to the quarterback, which we can talk about later on in the show and probably in the next segment. Like, if Anthony Richardson is good, which there have been some nice reviews about Anthony Richardson over the last few days, this team could actually take off and potentially win the AFC South because they have the pieces on the offensive line. They have enough skill positions, guys, to where I think they have an efficient offense. And then defensively, defensive line looks pretty solid. Secondary looks pretty solid. Like, I think this team could actually make a run to challenge the Houston Texans. But once again, it's all on the shoulder and the legs of Anthony Richardson, who you listen to a lot of the Colts beat writers, they're saying he's been phenomenal this week at training camp. What does that mean? I don't know. We're going to find out coming up a little bit later. But if I'm wrong about this team, that's why I'd be wrong, is that Richardson actually takes that next step forward and fulfills some of those expectations that we had as he entered his career as the fourth overall pick. Bill, hit me with the last one before we head to break.
Hey, Femi, let's finish up with a little baseball because Yankees manager Aaron Boone gave us an update on Judge, saying he's going to be hitting off the tee and things still look good for him to return when he's eligible to come off the IL in the shortest amount of time. So, Femi, initially feared could have been a disaster, but looks like things are pretty positive for Judge to get back on the field for the Yanks.
I mean, I'm starting to wonder to myself, was this just like the manna from heaven, this Judge injury? Like, was this a gift that we were getting? Because this guy was minus 650 last week to win the AL MVP. He's now plus 105. It sounds like he's on track to come back in like 9 days. I'm sorry, man. Like, he's better than Cal Raleigh, like much better than Cal Raleigh. Like, if it's not going to be Judge, I don't think it's going to be Raleigh, but if it's not going to be like one of these other long shot guys, I think it's going to be Aaron Judge that wins this award. And if we can get him at even money, might be something to invest in over the next week or so. All right, we'll be on the other side to get some best bets and break down the other nuggets from training camp in the NFL.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
Any take that we have here about any team is predicated with holler at me on Thursday night, right? Let's get to the deadline. Let's see what moves get made, because we ran through some of the teams earlier in the day that we think should and should not, will and will not make moves. And I think it's fair. Like, we haven't even touched what moves, if any, the Phillies may make here. We talked about teams that are in the market for relievers and closers, and the fact that there are a couple but not a ton out there. And I think the Phillies are another team that is very much in that group. So I feel better about them if they do go find one of those guys that they can add to the list. Guys, I'm not done with the Cubs either. I genuinely think the Cubs are good enough to win the National League. I do think that, much like the Phillies, I really would like to see them add one more frontline starter. Again, I think if Justin Steele's available for this team this year, they may not be sitting at 60 wins and in charge of that, or hanging one game behind the Brewers. They might be sitting at 64, 65 wins, and on top of the National League at large. So I think the Brewers went on that 11-game run. They'll come back to the middle. I think the Cubs in the next week or two will be back on top of the NL Central. I don't think they're going anywhere. I am fine with the answer being the Phillies or the Cubs to win the NL, and either one of those makes sense to me.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back. This is You Better You Bet here on the BetMGM Network. Femi and Bebefe hanging out with you guys this Tuesday afternoon. 20 minutes from now, we'll be joined by Nick Costos with his thoughts on the NFL running back sleepers across training camp. Some of the training camp news and nuggets. I know he's got some stuff on the Houston Texans running back situation, the Dallas Cowboys running back situation. Really looking forward to hearing Nick's thoughts and how you should be betting some of these sleepers heading into this 2025 regular season. In a matter of moments, I'll be joined by Jake Hassan, Tyler Morales with some of their best bets. We'll go over some MLB awards with Jake as well as we continue to get new developments in those markets over the last handful of days. Like MLB awards really started to crank up in the last week, which is fun. It gives us some fun stuff to talk about and also some fun bets to make in Major League Baseball. But let's go and hit a couple of other training camp news items that we have. And this one just came out recently from Baltimore. Ravens tight end Isaiah Likely was carted back to the locker room at the end of practice after rolling his ankle. That is what Ravens head coach John Harbaugh told the media after practice. Likely rolled his ankle during a one-on-one rep and is now expected to miss a few weeks. So crisis averted, because every time you see the training camp injury, the player always gets carted off, which you think the worst. Like it's hard not to see carted off and think the absolute worst as an outcome. But luckily for Likely, this is just going to be a few weeks, and that should still put him in line to be ready to go for week one for that monster showdown in the rematch of last year's AFC divisional game between the Ravens and the Buffalo Bills. So that's Isaiah Likely. A couple other news items, one out of Green Bay. And this one excites me because I'm high on the Green Bay Packers. And head coach Matt LaFleur, in talking to the media today, says he's really liked what he's seen from the defense, saying, quote, it's the best that he's seen from the defense going after the football in his 7 seasons as the head coach of the Pack. That's great. Because I think this offense can really take off this year with their focus on the run game. They can be explosive with Jordan Love and those wide receivers. Jordan Love connected with Matthew Golden on a 55-yard touchdown at practice today. Very excited about that. Those prospects. I know Nick was talking about Golden as an offensive rookie of the year, kind of a bet to make. I think he has a high upside this year, potentially as their number 1 deep threat. But if the offense is going to be cooking and the defense can be opportunistic, because that's all they need them to be. They don't need them to be the 85 Bears. They have to be the 2000 Ravens or whatever. They just need to be opportunistic. Just get the ball back to the offense so the offense can continue to build on those leads. That's the perfect formula for Green Bay to be successful this year and to potentially win the NFC North, which currently, right now, they are plus 275 to go ahead and do so over at BetMGM. So I'm liking what I'm hearing out of Green Bay Packers camp. And then finally, we talked about Jimmy Haslam, the owner of the Cleveland Browns, in the last segment. Well, he also said this during the press conference. He was mentioning, and I was asked, I should say, about Texas quarterback Arch Manning. Because, of course, Browns folks, they're all wondering, hey, like the Cleveland Browns franchise quarterback, we all know is not on the roster. Browns have 2 first-round picks in next year's NFL draft. Are they keeping an eye on Arch Manning? And Jimmy Haslam said, quote, I think if you know the Manning family, I would bet that, and I don't know Arch at all, I would bet he stays in college 2 years. So I don't even really think that's worth discussing. Apparently, I didn't know this until today. Haslam is a Tennessee alum, so he has a pretty strong relationship with the Manning family. In particular, Arch's uncle, Peyton Manning, who went to Tennessee and played 4 years for the Volunteers. So a little bit of an Arch Manning discussion at training camp, which I still contest, and we're going to talk Heisman later on in the show today. We don't really know what Arch Manning is. We have an idea. We've seen some stuff. But it was against Louisiana Tech. I don't know if that's what I'm really holding on to as a nice prior for Arch Manning, but he's the favorite to win the Heisman. And Texas is among the favorites to win the national title. Big year for Arch Manning, but it doesn't sound like Jimmy Haslam is a believer in Arch Manning being in next year's NFL draft. And I actually kind of agree with them. I think Arch is going to play this year in college and probably next year in college with the NIL that he's going to get. I mean, if he's actually as good as people say, that dude's probably going to make $8 million, $10 million in NIL next year. Why are you rushing to the NFL? Just go out there and be a king in the University of Texas, maybe win a national title where you'll really become a king, and then go enjoy the NFL. The NFL is not going anywhere, and you can get paid in college these days. So I don't really see a rush for Arch Manning to try to make that leap to the professional ranks. And then finally, this last news item, not from the National Football League, but from the WNBA. How about this one? Los Angeles Sparks center Cameron Brink set to make her season debut tonight when the team hosts the Las Vegas Aces. Brink, of course, tore her ACL last June, which ended her rookie campaign. We have not seen her on the court. We've certainly seen her courtside, but we've not seen her on the court since last June. But the Sparks have actually been the hottest team in the W recently. They've won 5 straight games, only a game back of the final playoff spot. Still about a month and a half to go before we get to the playoffs, but a nice addition for LA, because Cameron Brink, when she was out there last year, I mean, one of the best rim protectors in the WNBA. So something to look out for between the LA Sparks tonight hosting the Las Vegas Aces. But joining me right now is our baseball aficionado here on You Better You Bet. It is Jake Hassan to break down Major League Baseball awards. Jake, I want to start off with the NL Cy Young, because this is one where it feels like we're headed towards, all right, 2-horse race, maybe a 3-horse race. We might be back to 2-horse race after last night, Christopher Sanchez leaving a lot to be desired against the Chicago White Sox. But here we are with these 2 Phillies guys. Wheeler struggles against the Yankees. Sanchez struggles against the White Sox. Skeens coming off an awesome outing on Sunday where he went 6 innings, a shutout ball. I think he's the rightful favorite here. I don't know how to bet this thing because I don't know if Skeens is going to win it. So maybe that means we should be betting Wheeler. But currently, I think we're kind of at an impasse here with the NL Cy Young betting market.
Yeah, I think it's just right. I mean, he had one job, Christopher Sanchez. He had one
White
job.
Sox of all teams.
And it was the White Sox. Like, come on, man. It's a bunch of rookies who don't even know what they're doing out there. But yeah, he left a lot to be desired. It wasn't atrocious. It wasn't a terrible start. He's not dead in the water, but just left a lot to be desired. He could have easily leapfrogged Zach Wheeler as the, at least maybe not in the odds wise, but to the eye test, the second favorite for NL Cy Young. And now it's just Skeens. I mean, he's far and away the favorite. If this is just what it is and all things remain the same the rest of the way, and let's say the 3 of them all just have similar starts the rest of the way, Skeens just wins. Unless he stumbles for a start or 2, to me, this is just it. Wheeler, the one stumble was enough over the weekend for him, and just the legacy award isn't going to be his if the stats aren't enough. So you need Skeens to stumble, which it could happen. We've seen it before with him. We haven't seen it in about 3 months, but we've seen it before. So it's not that he has to win. But yeah, I think the market's just right now.
I think important to note too about Skeens, they let him go on Sunday. Like he got there was 6 innings, like 100 pitches. That had not been the case over the last handful of starts. It was like, all right, let's yank him at like 80, 85 pitches. If they're going to let him go and allow him to continue to rack up strikeouts and go ahead and rack up wins above replacement, like then he could actually pull ahead of Zach Wheeler. So like I still think Wheeler's going to win this thing just because like it's just in my gut. I feel like it's his time and people want to vote for Wheeler. They just need him to be close enough. But like you mentioned, if Skeens is going to be like rock steady and like just be awesome the rest of the way and continue to pitch 6+ innings, it's going to be hard to overtake the guy that is seen as like the potentially legendary pitcher as the next face of the pitching in the Major League Baseball this upcoming decade.
Femi, and the problem is Skeens' next start. Here's the Colorado Rockies. Does anyone think that's not going to go well for Paul Skeens? So
like 7 innings, 11 strikeouts, like no earned runs. Like get ready for that one with Skeens against the Rockies. How about the NL Rookie of the Year though? Because last night Jacob Mizorowski going up against the Cubs, high profile series, NL Central at stake there. Miz was not that great. A little bit of an up and down start. 4 innings, 3 hits, 2 earned runs. Walked a couple guys, struck out 7. His ERA this month, it's not great, like 4.15 over 17 and a third innings pitched across 4 starts. It's much worse than what it started out in June with those first 3 starts. Feels like Miz is kind of losing that grip in terms of the eyes of the voters. The betting market already has kind of put him off to the side as number 2, but in the eyes of the voters, I'm not hearing as much excitement about Mizorowski, who was able to be in the All-Star game after just 3 starts.
Yeah, that left a lot to be desired. He salvaged it yesterday. I mean, it looked like it was going to be way worse because those runs he gave up were in the first inning. It looked like it was about to be a 1-2 inning start for Jacob Mizorowski. He salvages it. He still gets 7 Ks in 4 innings, which is pretty good as well for his numbers overall in the season. I'm not going to count him out of it just because nobody else is in this race. Drake Baldwin didn't even play yesterday in the game for the Braves, but he's minus 170. Does anyone think that's right? So I still think this is kind of wide open. Maybe I'm trying to gaslight myself, as I'm known to do both in betting and my personal life, but I kind of think Matt Shaw is still a little alive.
Buddy.
I mean, he's had a really good second half. I would have given up a foot yesterday for Matt Shaw to hit a home run. Instead, here's 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts, so not awesome. But he's had a good second half in the last week or so. I'm not willing to say that he's dead. I look at Drake Baldwin, and I'm just, really? This guy's going to win? Maybe it is Mizorowski. Maybe he turns it around, and he's going to be awesome for the rest of his career, and we look back and we're like, yeah, okay, that made sense. But, I mean, right now, and Baldwin should be the favorite just because you can't make Mizorowski the favorite after that start yesterday, so it had to be somebody. If I had to guess, it's just going to be Baldwin, I guess. But I think Mizorowski still very much has a chance, and I'm not willing to rule out Matt Shaw just yet. But also, I'm gaslighting myself, etc.
Yeah, Matt Shaw, I don't know if I can get that. I hope it happens. I just don't see it happening for him. I think Miz, if he goes out and shoves in his next start, I think Miz goes back to being the favorite. Like the market's just waiting for Miz to kind of have that moment. In about 30 seconds, because there's probably not a whole lot to talk about here. AL Rookie of the Year. I mean, your guy, Nick Kurtz. I'm not saying take the victory lap now because it's only July 29th.
No.
But after what he did Friday night, 6 for 6, 4 home runs, he is a clear choice as the AL Rookie of the Year right now.
It's really coming up exactly how we chalked it up. I mean, Jacob Wilson was a glorified singles hitter. He changes his approach for some reason after being an all-star. And Nick Kurtz, the numbers were always there. The power numbers, the peripherals, the contact. It was all always there. I'm not going to take my victory lap. I learned my lesson with Wyatt Langford last year when he became the favorite, and I thought we were there. But Kurtz continues to play really, really well. And I feel very confident. Wilson has done nothing since the first week of June, and no one else is really in this conversation either. Cam Smith is hanging around. Roman Anthony continues to be decent, but Kurtz right now looks like the star of this show, and still got 2.5 months to go, but I have no reason to think he's not going to keep it up.
Yeah, I mean, and also the other guys chasing him, they just really have kind of hit the skids. Jacob Wilson in particular. Yeah. All right, let's talk bets for tonight. Jake, real quick, in about 15 seconds, give me your bet, and then we'll get Tyler's bets to wrap up this 3:00 hour.
Yeah, it's going to be gross. I'm going to back the Marlins and Sandy Alcantara's probably final start as a Miami Marlin. I think he shoves.
Tyler, what do you like?
Luis Severino's pitching at home. I'll take the Mariners.
Let's go. Soto Mojo, baby. So Severino, anti-Severino here on You Better You Bet. We're going with the Mariners. That's what Tyler likes. That does it for us here in the 3:00 hour. On the other side, Nick Kostos with his running back sleepers across NFL training camp and how you should bet them coming at you. Begin the 4:00 hour here on YBYB.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
What's that I hear? Yeah, everybody is on the bandwagon with both butt cheeks right now. Very trendy team, which scares living daylights out of me. But Illinois to make the college football playoff is still 5-1, despite all the positivity that is emanating right now from Champaign-Urbana. I think there is a very real chance that Illinois is going to live up to the hype. Why? Because they got 18 starters back from last season, including Luke Altmaier, who, and, again, let me bury the bias as much as I possibly can, is a dark horse in the Heisman race. Illinois got their secondary back, their entire offensive line back, other key players on defense. They got a lot of turnover at wide receiver, but they got a strong stable of running backs, strong tight end play, and the wideouts that have come in are pretty talented overall. And again, Altmaier is a classic dual threat quarterback, and Brett Bielema can coach his butt off. I think this team has got a tremendous schedule. They have their toughest game of the season, in my opinion, is against the Ohio State, but that might mean played in Champaign in October. I talked to my buddy Jake Butt. We've had him on the show. We had him on the show back in May. He was talking up Illinois. I've talked to other insiders in the world of college football that have a lot of Big Ten ties. They're all in on Illinois. Again, it frightens the bejesus out of me, but this team, I think, will deliver. And they're not going to be this year's Indiana, because Indiana was like, 200 to 1, 150 to 1 to make the college football playoff last year. Illinois is only 5 to 1, but that is still a dark horse team to make the postseason, and I think they're going to be able to do exactly that. And yes, I'm a season ticket holder, 50-yard line on the west side, and yes, my son is a base 3 in the Marching Illini band. So again, orange and blue is pumping through the veins, but the ILL, baby, they're going to take care of business. Dun, 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 dun. Hey! Yeah.
BetMGM Network presents to you the most unique show in sports.
Money won is twice as sweet as money earned.
A show so entertaining, so informative, and so sensational, it needs its own word to describe it. Wagertainment.
This is the problem with society, because no one wants to be great. Everybody just wants to be lazy.
Featuring the prop king himself, Nick Costos.
I'll take Lamar Jackson over Patrick Mahomes. Great, you can have Lamar Jackson from September to December, and then in January, he poops down his leg and short circuits. And if Matthew Stafford's not Matthew Stafford, the Rams are going to be in a world of trouble this season.
This is You Better You Bet, brought to you by BetMGM, the sports book born in Vegas, on the BetMGM Network.
What's up, everybody? Happy and merry, terrific Football Tuesday to you and yours. This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, our crew, and you here on the Odyssey app, on Sirius XM, on YouTube, on Twitch, on radio stations nationwide. We are in your hearts and in your minds as we bring you the fastest show in all of Wagertainment. Talking all things sports betting. The show presented today and always by the sportsbook born in Vegas, the great people at BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app. Visit BetMGM.com. All right. You know how we do. Costos, Femi, our crew, and you here on You Better You Bet. So much sports betting goodness is coming your way, including our expansive NFL win total preview rolling on 8 buckets. Yesterday, we got through 4 teams: the Los Angeles Chargers, the Green Bay Packers, the Kansas City Chiefs, and the Indianapolis Colts. I was talking to Femi before we came on the air here at 4 o'clock Eastern. Femi, I think, already regrets what he said yesterday about the Indianapolis Colts. He is worried that Anthony Richardson is going to make him look stupid. I told Femi, don't worry. I think it's going to be okay. 4 teams yesterday for 8 buckets. And today, because our executive producer, Bill Zimmerman, failed at his job of booking one guest for today's show, unless PJ Glasser is going to join us. We had to break glass in case of emergency. So PJ may be joining us. Because Bill did not book a guest for today's show, we are definitely getting through 5 teams today. 8 buckets here as we attempt to finish the entire NFL last week into this week. 14 teams to go over the next 3 shows. We're going to make it happen. At least 5 teams today. Win total breakdown. 8 buckets on You Better You Bet. Yesterday on the show, Femi Abebefe told me and told you, our listeners and viewers, that he likes Penn State at price to win the national championship at plus 700. Does that mean that Femi likes Drew Aller to win the Heisman Trophy? I don't know the answer to that question. What I do know is that Femi has done work on the Heisman Trophy. Femi's going to give out at least one bet today on the Heisman Trophy. I don't even know who it is. I'm going to find out. I knew yesterday the Penn State, so when I teased it yesterday, I said, it will surprise you because I knew it was Penn State. I don't know who Femi likes to win the Heisman Trophy. We're going to find out together in the power hour of the show. Femi Abebefe, it's Heisman market breakdown, analysis, and bets coming up at 6 o'clock Eastern time. And all our bets for tonight in the power hour, the final hour of the show. I got a couple baseball bets after a 1-3 night last night. I just sometimes think I should just hold my money for Thursday when the NFL's back and for football season. But you know, baseball calling out to me, the siren song of Major League Baseball. And perhaps Femi will talk me into a WNBA bet as well. We will give you all our bets for tonight to close the show. Power Hour Plays is what we're calling it for now. I don't know how good that is, but all our bets are coming up at the end of the program. We need to start with what we saw yesterday in the National Football League after we went off the air. And I feel like I need to say this here. Obviously, our thoughts and prayers go out to the horrific incident yesterday at 345 Park Avenue, NFL headquarters in Manhattan. And just we reside in this show in the toy department of life. We try to have a lot of fun. We're talking about sports. That's really great. Sports is an escape for people. I mean, someone sent me that shooting in Midtown Manhattan. And my first thought is, as a New York native, who, my sister works, not in Midtown, but my sister works in Manhattan. I know a lot of people that work in Manhattan, friends, family members. I hope everyone's okay. And unfortunately, in just a senseless shooting at 345 Park, 4 people lose their lives, including an NYPD officer. It's absolutely heinous and feels like just over absolutely nothing. So, you can't say, the news in the NFL, and then everyone's, oh, well, what about, obviously you were aware of what happened, and it's absolutely terrible. So, we're going to keep this, as we always do on You Better You Bet, to on-field matters. And the big news in the NFL last night, after we went off the air, as far as on-field is concerned, was the injury suffered by Dallas Cowboys left tackle, second year Dallas Cowboys left tackle, last year's first-round pick, the 29th overall pick of last year's NFL draft, Tyler Guyton. Now, there were conflicting reports on this, and what a roller coaster ride for Cowboys fans. Femi was going through it as a huge Cowboys fan. If you're someone who's been interested in betting on the Dallas Cowboys, this is something that really matters, because the initial report was that Tyler Guyton tore his ACL and was going to miss the entire season for the Dallas Cowboys. Dallas really lucked out here because upon further examination, it's not an ACL tear for Tyler Guyton. Instead, it is a bone fracture that will not require surgery, and Guyton is going to be out 4 to 6 weeks. You do the math there, and it's not outside the realm of possibility. Unlikely, it feels like, but not outside the realm of possibility that Tyler Guyton could be back for the opening game of the NFL season Thursday night on the road at the Philadelphia Eagles in September. Again, feels unlikely that that's going to be the case, but, 4 to 6 weeks, if it's on the short end of that, it doesn't require surgery. Guyton could very well be out there for the season opener against the Philadelphia Eagles. So crisis averted for now with the Dallas Cowboys. But I think this scare with Tyler Guyton serves as a warning for those of us, and I'm one of those people, that think the Dallas Cowboys could exceed expectations this season. You know, I'm on record saying that I think Dallas is going to go over its win total, that I think Dallas is live to beat the reigning defending Super Bowl champion Philadelphia Eagles in Week 1. So I'm in on the Cowboys this season. I think Dallas, and let's get Micah Parsons signed, please. Like this whole thing with Parsons, as it's just like, what year is this? The Cowboys are completely butchering and blowing a situation here. This should be very easy to pay like the best defensive player in the league. They're making it difficult. Report comes out earlier today that the Cowboys and Parsons are farther away from a deal today than they were in March, which could be posturing by Parsons, like representation. Look, who knows where that's coming from? But just like, can you get this done, please? And maybe a deal's done today. Maybe it's 2 weeks from now. Just like, get this frickin' deal done. Come on, guys. Come on, Jerry. There's some top-end talent on this team. And you can look at it and say, man, like they got some really good players on both offense and defense. But the Guyton scare, again, serves as a warning. This is a stars and scrubs roster that's lacking depth, especially on the offensive line. So let's just play this out. Let's say that the diagnosis had been torn ACL for Tyler Guyton. Let's play out the series of events that unfolds from there. Like the Cowboys can say what they want about maybe we would do this at left tackle. I think what they would obviously do is move Tyler Smith out to left tackle, where he played some last year. He's currently slated to be the left guard. So Tyler Smith would play left tackle. You know, Robert Jones, Robert Jones would replace him at guard. The problem there is that Robert Jones just broke a bone in his neck. Cue the Kurt Angle, won an Olympic gold medal. The broken frickin' neck. He just broke a bone in his neck, is going to miss multiple months. It's already starting here. And once it starts, the Dallas Cowboys don't have the requisite depth to be able to survive injuries to top-end talent, injuries along the offensive line. Now, it goes without saying that the Cowboys, like any team, are screwed if the starting quarterback goes down. Like, Dak Prescott doesn't play as many games this season as he played last season. Like, they're screwed. Just like the Chiefs are screwed if Mahomes gets hurt, Bengals with Burrow, onward, and etc. But beyond the quarterback, like if one of these offensive linemen gets hurt, if Guyton's out for the season, is this a disaster? If CeeDee Lamb gets hurt? Hell, if George Pickens gets hurt? What if Parsons gets hurt? I mean, like, you can take any one of these big names and pieces out of the Jenga tower, and it feels like the whole thing could come crashing down. Conversely, if the Cowboys get good health this season, and they avoid getting bitten by the old injury bug, I think the Cowboys' 10 wins is not out of the equation. And I'm higher on Brian Schottenheimer as Cowboys head coach than most. So, crisis averted. No need to sound the alarms. Like, Guyton should be back at some point, like pretty early in the season based on this timeline. But man, just again, if you want to be on the Cowboys this season, you need to be crossing your fingers that things go well from an injury perspective. Because there are some teams out there that are built to handle it, that have the depth to withstand it. The 2025 Dallas Cowboys, I do not believe, are one of those teams. Other topic here for the open, and this will extend into the second segment of the show. I was talking to someone today that works for Odyssey on the podcast side, and we were talking about just like content heading into the season, etc. And I described myself, and I think a lot of our audience is like this. You know, we use the expression, the phrase, in the weeds, right, to talk about when you're super into like the minutia of a topic, in this instance, the National Football League. And when it comes to the NFL and other sports also, and I think I'm in the weeds with lots of sports, but with the NFL, I'm underground. I'm like with the roots of the weeds. So we're not in the weeds. We're like in the roots, in the dirt with the weeds. And I've spent a lot of time thinking, as one does this time of year, as sickos, of which I am one, do this time of year, about players, both from a fantasy perspective and because I'm sick, I'm already thinking about potential prop bets that I'm going to place for week 1 in the NFL. Now, for you're like, oh, but the markets aren't open. I know they're not open. This is all subject to change. What I'm going to tell you is, if things continue to progress the way that they are progressing right now at these training camps, and the markets are going to be what I think they're going to be, where these guys I'm going to talk about are going to be at long prices, not that I'm definitely going to bet them, things can change, but I've got guys, both from a prop betting and a fantasy football perspective, that are squarely on my radar, that I think should be on your radar as well. You, the person watching, you, the person listening. Because I am guessing, and it's a really educated guess, that if you are watching or listening to the show on Tuesday, July 29th, or the day after, Wednesday the 30th, you are a sicko, and you are really, really into this stuff in terms of betting and in terms of fantasy. So I'm going to hit you with 5 names right now that I think are definitely going under the radar. Some of them are really, truly Rip Van Winkle level deep sleepers that I think could exceed expectations in fantasy and in prop betting. And honestly, across the board, these 5 names, basically no one's talking about them. Like beat writers are, some fantasy analysts are, people like me and like this show, we are. But overall, I think that most people don't even know who these guys are. And I want to start with the Dallas Cowboys. And if you've been listening to or watching the show, you know that I have a man crush on Phil Mafah. Phil Mafah, 7th round rookie running back out of Clemson. It warmed my heart. Honestly, a little arousing yesterday when I saw a tweet from John Machota of The Athletic tweeting this quote from Brian Schottenheimer, Cowboys head coach, and I will paraphrase the quote. Quote, "I'm starting to feel Phil." Talking about Phil Mafah. Now, when you listen to like really smart fantasy football analysts or NFL analysts in general, and they break down this Dallas Cowboys run game for the coming season, they talk about Miles Sanders, who the Cowboys signed in free agency. They talk about Javonte Williams, who the Cowboys signed in free agency, and they talk about Jaden Blue out of Texas. You know, the really speedy, undersized back that Dallas drafted in the 5th round. No one talks about Phil Mafah, even though Phil Mafah is the only running back out of that group, out of those 4, that actually has some size to him, and you feel like could win in short yardage and the goal line. There's even buzz about Deuce Vaughn, who's entering year 3, and he's shorter than me. He's 5'5". You would think at some point Deuce Vaughn would have done it. If he was Maurice Jones-Drew, we would know already. And I'm not trying to bury the young man. I'm just saying we would know already. Miles Sanders stinks. Period. Jag, just a guy. Javonte Williams stinks. Period. Jag, just a guy. Maybe Jaden Blue's good, but there are reports saying the Cowboys think he's lazy and he's undersized. Is he built to be the number 1 running back of the Dallas Cowboys or of any team? And we are just ignoring this 7th round running back who's got big time size, he's got power, and the head coach is starting to feel him, and no one's talking about him. So I ask you, dear listener and dear viewer, with everything I just said, all facts, is it impossible that Phil Mafah is Dallas's number 1 running back this season? Or at very least, the goal line back? Anytime touchdown bets loading for week 1 in the NFL. On the other side, 4 more players that I have my eye on, sleepers in fantasy and prop betting for the coming season.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
What's that I hear? Yeah, everybody is on the bandwagon with both butt cheeks right now. Very trendy team, which scares living daylights out of me. But Illinois to make the college football playoff is still 5-1, despite all the positivity that is emanating right now from Champaign-Urbana. I think there is a very real chance that Illinois is going to live up to the hype. Why? Because they got 18 starters back from last season, including Luke Altmaier, who, and again, let me bury the bias as much as I possibly can, is a dark horse in the Heisman race. Illinois got their secondary back, their entire offensive line back, other key players on defense. They got a lot of turnover at wide receiver, but they got a strong stable of running backs, strong tight end play, and the wideouts that have come in are pretty talented overall. And again, Altmaier is a classic dual threat quarterback, and Brett Bielema can coach his butt off. I think this team has got a tremendous schedule. They have their toughest game of the season, in my opinion, is against the Ohio State, but that might mean played in Champaign in October. I talked to my buddy Jake Butt. We've had him on the show. We had him on the show back in May. He was talking up Illinois. I've talked to other insiders in the world of college football that have a lot of Big Ten ties. They're all in on Illinois. Again, it frightens the bejesus out of me, but this team, I think, will deliver. And they're not going to be this year's Indiana, because Indiana was like, 200-1, 150-1 to make the college football playoff last year. Illinois is only 5-1, but that is still a dark horse team to make the postseason, and I think they're going to be able to do exactly that. And yes, I'm a season ticket holder, 50-yard line on the west side, and yes, my son is a base 3 in the Marching Illini band. So again, orange and blue is pumping through the veins, but the ILL, baby, they're going to take care of business. Dun, 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 dun. Hey! Yeah.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew. Presented by BetMGM.
All right, we got 4 more sleepers to hit for fantasy and for prop betting for week 1. And then Femi and I will keep the 8 buckets train rolling. We're going to try and get through 5 teams today on our NFL win total preview for the coming season. So we talked about a rookie running back to end last segment in Cowboys' 7th round pick, Phil Maffa. How about for the next one, Houston Texans rookie running back Woody Marks. So here's the situation right now in Houston. I'm going to lay out facts for everybody right now, and then I'm going to ask a question at the end of the laying out of said facts. So Joe Mixon was Houston's number 1 running back last year and is expected to be their number 1 running back this year. And candidly, he had an awesome season last year behind a terrible offensive line. He was really good. Finished as one of I think the top 7 running back in fantasy football. Mixon was great last season. This offseason has not been a great one thus far for Joe Mixon from a health perspective. Mixon dealing with foot and ankle injuries, going to miss, quote, an extended period of time, and is currently on the NFI list. So he is on the injured list already, and his status for week 1 very much appears to be in doubt for the Houston Texans. So let's assume that Joe Mixon's out for week 1, and it's really bad that injuries are lingering for him already. It's July, and he's got multiple injuries already, like he's the knight from Monty Python. Maybe a dated reference for everybody, but there you go. So Joe Mixon is not healthy. The next man up for the Houston Texans at the running back position is Nick Chubb. Yes, that Nick Chubb. This were 3-4 years ago, man, we would be super excited about this. And it gives me no glee, it gives me no pleasure to say to all of you right now, I think Nick Chubb is washed. And it's not his fault. He's dealt with multiple significant injuries. We watched Nick Chubb last season in Cleveland. Did anyone think he looked like the Nick Chubb of old? Reports thus far have not exactly been glowing on Nick Chubb at Texans camp throughout either this summer or throughout the spring when he signed a 1-year, $2.5 million contract with the Houston Texans. So I know conventional wisdom says that Nick Chubb's going to be the first guy up. Why? Why? And maybe he is the first guy up. I don't think he's any good. And this is a team harboring playoff aspirations coming off back-to-back AFC South champions. Now, perhaps you'd like to make a case for incumbent Dameon Pierce, to which I would say, if they liked Dameon Pierce so much behind Joe Mixon, do you think they would have signed Nick Chubb and drafted Woody Marks? Probably not, if they felt like Pierce was the guy. Also, maybe wouldn't have brought in Joe Mixon in the first place if they liked Dameon Pierce. I think the Texans have told us via roster moves, draft picks, signings, etc., what they think of Dameon Pierce. So if it's true that Joe Mixon dealing with injuries, lingering injuries to his ankles and feet, seems important if your job is running the football. If that's true, and it is. And if it's true that Nick Chubb is the next man up, and that is true. And if it's true, I can't prove this, but I think I'm right, that Chubb's washed up, why can't Woody Marks be the Texans' top running back? Why can't that happen? And I know the Texans' offensive line isn't great. It also wasn't great last year. Joe Mixon played pretty well and had a pretty nice season. I think people are looking past Woody Marks, and I'm not saying that Woody Marks is Barry Sanders. Just that, think about opportunity, think about a potential path, and tell me it's not there after the facts, not opinion, after the facts that I just laid out. I guess it's my opinion that Nick Chubb's washed up, but I mean, I don't know how you watched the games last year and come to a different conclusion. And I don't say that with glee, just like, it's kind of what I think, and I think I'm going to be right about that. So Woody Marks, the second player. So we started with 2 running backs. Let's end with 3 wide receivers. Wide receiver number 1 is a rookie for the Los Angeles Chargers. Now, I know what you're probably thinking if you're a sicko. Man, like Trey Harris was a second-round pick. Everybody knows about Trey Harris. But we're not talking about Trey Harris. We're going to talk instead about 5th-round wide receiver out of Auburn, Keandre Lambert-Smith. Now, because the Chargers are playing in the Hall of Fame game in a couple nights, just like the Lions, they have been at training camp longer than every team except for Detroit. So we are farther along in Chargers training camp than we are at other training camps. And it feels like since Chargers camp opened, there has basically been a video every single day from a Chargers beat reporter. Here's Keandre Lambert-Smith absolutely flaming one of their cornerbacks for a deep reception from Justin Herbert or another quarterback on the roster. So let's think about the Chargers wide receivers. They signed Mike Williams to be a starter. He retired the night before training camp started, and we feel bad for Mike Williams, who's been has dealt with the knee injuries and injuries basically since the Chargers made him a first-round pick, a top 10 pick out of Clemson many years ago. So Mike Williams retires. That leaves, for the Los Angeles Chargers, Quentin Johnston, who maybe you want to argue can fulfill some of that potential that made him a first-round pick. I think it's a little unlikely. Every single day, it's like an up and down for Quentin Johnston. Here's one great catch, then he has a drop, and he's hanging his head. We've watched Quentin Johnston for a couple years. I think he's not Treylon Burks, like he's an NFL player. Like, he's not going to get cut. And if the Chargers released him, he would get picked up immediately by another team. He's not a scrub. He's not Jag, just a guy. But I don't know if he's a difference maker. I don't know if that's ever going to be the case. So we have Quentin Johnston. Ladd McConkey's role is secure. And Ladd McConkey's upside is to be one of the 10 best receivers in football. This year, he's great. I love Ladd McConkey. Trey Harris. Maybe Trey Harris has got the goods. We'll see. There has been objectively, not subjectively, objectively, more buzz about Lambert Smith than there has been about Trey Harris. Now think about Justin Herbert's skill set. And think about what the Los Angeles Chargers lacked last season, both in the run game, to be fair, and also the pass game. And they look to address that problem in the run game. Here's Omari and Hampton, who's certainly capable of busting off big runs and explosive plays. They lack explosive plays in the pass game down the field. This is Lambert Smith's game. Now, it's still July. Certainly possible that Trey Harris laps him in between now and the start of the regular season. Maybe even Quentin Johnston laps him. There's even been some positive praise for Darius Davis, another wide receiver on the roster who plays special teams also. So there's still time here. But I think you absolutely, fantasy football, you're in deep leagues, you're playing best ball. As we start to think about how we want to bet week one, if he's going to make this roster and he's good in the preseason, just keep that name in mind. Keandre Lambert Smith from the Los Angeles Chargers. Let's stay in division for the fourth name in the AFC West. And members of the show crew off air will know the name that I'm about to mention. Third round receiver from the Denver Broncos out of the University of Illinois. The one, the only, Pat Bryant, who compares to Michael Thomas. You might be saying to yourself, wow, that's pretty lofty. How could you say something like that, Nick? Well, how about because Sean Payton himself has said it this offseason? Payton obviously coached Michael Thomas in New Orleans. Now he coaches Pat Bryant in Denver. Bryant basically has identical size to Michael Thomas. I'm not saying he's going to be as good as Michael Thomas, who won Offensive Player of the Year and absolutely dominated for the New Orleans Saints. I'm not saying that Pat Bryant's going to be that good as a rookie or ever. But think about path for this Broncos receiving corps. Cortland Sutton is the established one, and he had deserved to sign a big money contract extension yesterday. 4 years, $92 million. Sutton was great last year, year one with Bo Nix, and Sutton's going to be a mainstay for this receiving corps for years to come. It is going to be the number one this season. The rest of the names, though, in this Broncos receiving corps are not exactly household names, or ones where you can just pencil them in and say, hey, I have a pretty good idea of what this is going to look like come week one at home against the Tennessee Titans. There's Marvin Mims. This is why he's hot. This is why he's hot. This is why he's hot. Marvin Mims is a gadget player, and he's a really good gadget player, but that's what he devolved into last year. Passes behind the line of scrimmage, the occasional deep shot. He's going to be involved in the offense. Is he going to be a volume hog? I doubt it. Okay. What about Devon Vele? 7th round pick last year. Did you know Devon Vele's 28 years old? I think Vele has a decently high floor. He showed that last year. He's got no ceiling. And I have nothing against the guy, but let's call it like it is. Like, he's fine. He's going to make the team, I think. I don't think he's a huge threat here. There's Trent Sherfield. Jag. Just a guy. There's Bo Nix's college teammate, who I like, in Troy Franklin. But I mean, Troy Franklin was wildly inconsistent last year. He would have plays where he would get behind the defense, drop passes. Bo Nix, I think, missed him, to be fair to him, on a couple deep balls last year. But Troy Franklin, his game is more down the field. Pat Bryant's game is over the middle. And I know the Broncos signed Evan Ingram to play the Joker role in Sean Payton's offense, but there is opportunity to be had in this Broncos offense. And I think Bryant and his skill set fits Bo Nix's game perfectly. I have drafted Pat Bryant pretty aggressively in dynasty leagues. I drafted him in the Scott Fish Bowl, and I'm going to be looking at him in redraft leagues, assuming things continue to go well. There's a lot of positive praise at Broncos camp for him. I'll be looking to draft Pat Bryant, and man, if he's going to be in this rotation, let's check out that anytime touchdown price coming up for week one against the Tennessee Titans. And the last name here out of 5, wide receiver, and we'll stay in the AFC for this one. And this player is not a rookie, but I think he's worthy of everybody's attention. I think he needs to be back on everybody's radar. Last year, the Cincinnati Bengals spent a 3rd-round pick, wide receiver out of Alabama, Jermaine Burton. And Burton, despite the fact that everyone, and I'm not grinding college football tape, but the fact that everyone said this guy is way more than a 3rd-round talent, but lasted to the 3rd round because he's kind of loco. He's cuckoo. He's nuts. And that manifested last year because Burton, despite having this unbelievably high ceiling as a talent, couldn't get on the field because he's missing meetings. He's not lining up in practice in the right spots. He's not showing up for team pictures. It was always something last year for Jermaine Burton. Couldn't get on the field for the Cincinnati Bengals. Bengals offensive coordinator Dan Pitcher is on record saying that Burton this offseason is doing all the things that he needs to do. Now, to be fair, it's a low bar to clear. Like, he's showing up on time. He's not no-showing events. He's showing up on time, and he's lining up in the right spot in practice. You might say, well, I mean, of course, that's the expectation. That's like the first thing. That's like what they teach you on day one. But he was lacking that. See, Jermaine Burton's got all the other stuff. He's got the physical ability. He's got the sky-high talent. He needed to get the basics locked down. And sky's the limit. It's too early to say if Jermaine Burton is going to carve out a role in this Bengals passing attack, because he is nuts and could go off the reservation at any moment. But if he continues with his head on straight, think about what that passing offense was last year. Think about the fact that this defense is going to be bad this year, whether Shamar Stewart's good or not, whether they sign Trey Hendrickson or not. They're going to be in shootouts. They're going to have to score. Here's Burrow. Here's Chase. Here's Higgins. Here's Chase Brown. And here's Jermaine Burton. If Burton keeps his head on straight and performs well in the preseason, wheels up big time on Jermaine Burton, who will be not your normal number 3 wide receiver on an NFL team. We like Andre Yoshivas. We like Mike Gesicki. Neither have the talent of Jermaine Burton. Keep him on your radar big time for fantasy, and let's keep him on the radar as we approach week 1 for Cincinnati on the road at the Cleveland Browns. All right. I mean, we're really in the weeds there, man. We're underground, I think, right? Yeah.
Yeah, man, I love it, dude. This is the time of year to do that. You want to get further in the weeds? You want to talk a little bit of Hall of Fame game before we go to break here? As we got news from Jim Harbaugh. Yeah, man, Trey Lance starting for the Chargers, baby. He'll be playing the first half for the Chargers. A little bit of DJ Uiagalelei in the second half. So it sounds like Lance will be the first half. DJU. Those are the 2 guys that will be playing for the Chargers. The betting market says, okay, great, we're betting Detroit. Because it moved. Detroit now a 1.5-point favorite, 2 in some places for Thursday night's game. We don't know Detroit and what Dan Campbell are going to do, but the Chargers with DJU likely being out there in the fourth quarter deciding your bet. Betting market wants no parts of that, and I agree. I'd rather have Kyle Allen than DJU in this Hall of Fame game.
Well, Kyle Allen will play the end of the game for the Lions, but the first half of the game is going to be Hendon Hooker.
Yeah. He's talented. This was good at Tennessee.
Lance to make her dance.
I'm excited to watch.
8 Buckets continues on the other side.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
So if you look at the last 2 drafts, they've taken Skoronski at left guard and Latham at right tackle, 2 very high-level offensive linemen. And then this offseason, they go out and get a left tackle, Dan Moore from Pittsburgh. They bring in Cushenberry from Denver to play center, and their new right guard is from Detroit, Kevin Zeitler. So they have built a monster, no pun intended, on the offensive line. That is a big deal for a bad team because a lot of bad teams have bad offensive lines. There's a lot of correlation there. Oh, you stink? You can't move the ball? Oh, your offensive line probably stinks. This is one of the better lines of the league now. So now, when you get through the snap, what do your skill guys do? And they have a rookie quarterback and a bunch of new pieces on offense. You got Tyler Lockett from Seattle. You got Van Jefferson, former Ram, former Steeler. And Calvin Ridley is back in the fold, along with some guys that they like that they got in the draft. 3 receivers, actually, that they added in the offseason. 2 in the draft and then 1 free agent. That's Restrepo from Miami, who played in college with Cam Ward. So this offense is going to be a lot different than it was last year. I don't know that it's good enough to get to 6 wins, but of the 3 teams we've talked about so far, the 3 trash teams, if you will, the Browns, the Saints, and the Titans, I'm more inclined to lean over with this one because I think the division is much easier. A lot like how we talked about with New Orleans, where, all right, like, we know Tampa on the surface is decent, but do we really trust Atlanta? Do we like Carolina? In this division, I have questions about a lot of the teams. When you drop off Houston, of course. I don't know what Jacksonville is, and I really have no idea what's going on in Indianapolis with Anthony Richardson and Daniel Jones. So if I had a head-to-head market, if somebody gave me a price on who will have more wins, the Colts or the Titans, I might take Tennessee. And maybe I look at them to finish 3rd in the division instead of last. That's sort of where I'm at least early.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew. Presented by BetMGM.
Okay. 8 buckets. Talk some NFL win totals for the coming season. Femi, we've got 14 teams to hit in the next 3 days. Let's make it happen, Captain. Let's go into the salad bowl of bets and which team is coming first.
All right, we got the salad bowl right here, pulling a team out of the salad bowl. Ooh, this team was in the news today. The Cleveland Browns, with their owner Jimmy Haslam, meeting with the media earlier this afternoon. The Cleveland Browns is our team at 8 buckets, and their win total currently at BetMGM is sitting at 5.5. Juice to the over, -150. Sorry, to the under. -150 to the under. The over is +125. How about the Brownies here for 8 bucks?
Yeah, and do we want to play the Ken Barkley soundbite or no?
I mean, we have a little bit of time today, don't we? We
Go
can
ahead.
do it.
Jake, do you have the Ken soundbite,
Yeah,
which is poorly
playing 8
edited?
buckets.
Yeah,
So
here we go.
Nick and I have bucket hats on. That's 2 buckets. We have the bucket of bets right here.
Slaying
That's
8
3 buckets. We will draw a team out of the bucket, an NFL team. Whoever we draw, we will go through every game on their schedule, all 17. And when we go through each individual game, we will ask ourselves what the point spread will be in that game. And based on our consensus answer, we will then put that game into one of 5 buckets of games. Blowout win and blowout loss, if the spread is 7 or more in each direction. Likely win and likely loss if the spread is between 3 and 6.5 in each direction. And then toss-up games, which the spread is less than 3. So, one team by 1, the other team by 2.5. These are toss-ups. And why does each bucket matter? Because depending on what bucket a game goes in, that's how many wins you get. So if it's a blowout win, you get a full win for that. If it's a likely win, toss-up, likely loss, any of the other ones, you get less than a full win to varying degrees. So we go through every game, we add them up, add up all the games and all the buckets, and it gives us a number. Then we compare that number to the number in the market for the win total. And it's sort of one way of many, many ways that you can think about NFL win totals.
All right, so let's get into it with the Cleveland Browns. Win total of 5.5, juiced under. The news out of Browns camp today, Femi, on this Tuesday, and you did a great job alluding to Jimmy Haslam speaking to the media, and the big news that came out of there is not something that impacts on field, but is interesting. He's saying that he's not the one that made the Shadur Sanders pick. Browns general manager Andrew Berry did. Was it Jay-Z that famously said, Femi, we don't believe you? You need more people? I don't believe him.
I'm not sure if it was Jay-Z, but yes, I agree. I do not believe him. No, none whatsoever.
It was Jay-Z or Nas, right?
Let me Google this. We don't believe you.
It's Jay-Z. Like almost 100%.
You need more. It's Jay-Z? Yeah, it is Jay-Z.
Am I right?
And Takeover.
Yeah.
Yep, it's Jay-Z.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep. Tyler writes in our chat he knows nothing about Jay-Z. Tyler's more into Dem franchise boys than Jay-Z.
Lean with it. Rock with it. Lean with it.
Is Jay-Z overrated, underrated, or properly rated as a rapper?
I think he's properly rated. I think most people consider him one of the greats of his era, which I think exactly what he is. I think he's properly rated.
He might be underrated. So good.
Like I don't think Jay-Z's like my favorite artist ever, but like I loved Jay-Z growing up. Like I had like the Black Album when I was in high school and stuff, like the Blueprint. Like I listened to a lot of.
What's the best Jay-Z song?
The best Jay-Z song? I mean,
you can only hear one.
Oh, man, if I can only hear one Jay-Z song. I mean, I'm always going to be a sucker for Hard Knock Life just because of, like, when I was a kid, really I loved that song so much. Like, it's perfect. Like, it's a hard knock life for us. I love that song. Yeah.
I'm a hustler, baby.
It's another great song.
Ain't no telling, will I bleep him, will I diss him? That's what they be yelling, I'm a pimp by blood. And it's like, you can't say too many lines in the song. Nope. Drunk off Chris, mommy on something we can't say. Can't keep a little model hands off me.
And I wish
both
I
in the club.
Met her.
It gets better. Ordered another round. It's about to go down. Yeah,
it's
awesome.
It's a phenomenal song.
Yeah, he loved Cristal. Mentioned it like 4 times in that one song. Anyway.
A lot of rappers did back then.
Yeah, I don't believe Jimmy Haslam. Who cares also? Because it doesn't really impact what's on the field. So Kenny Pickett is dealing with a hamstring injury. I'm working under the assumption that the Browns will either keep all 4 quarterbacks. It's like, who cares about burning a roster spot? Like, they stink this year. I don't think they're trying to be good this year. They have 2 first-rounders next year. So I don't care if they keep 4 quarterbacks. Or I think they're going to cut Pickett or Flacco and keep both Dylan Gabriel and Shadur Sanders. Why would you cut one of them in the season where you're not going to be good? And I think they're all going to play.
Yeah, I think it's the latter, what you said. I think one of the veterans gets cut and they keep the 2 rookie guys.
First-round pick, Mason Graham's looking pretty good in training camp videos. It's early, but just wanted to say. And Martin Emerson Jr., this is bad news for the Browns. One of their better cornerbacks suffered what's being called an Achilles injury in today's practice. The expectation is, per our friend Mike Garafolo of NFL Media, that it's a significant tear for Martin Emerson. So that is like really bad news, because if you want to make a bull case, Femi, for the Cleveland Browns this year, it has to be that the defense is going to be awesome and keep them in games. And Emerson was slotted to be one of their starting corners, along with Denzel Ward, Greg Newsome. So we'll see what they do with the cornerback depth being tested now with Martin Emerson. It feels like likely to miss the entire season. Not confirmed yet, but it looks like that's what it's going to be for the Cleveland Browns. All right. Week 1 for Cleveland, Femi, we know that they are 5.5-point home dogs against the Cincinnati Bengals. So we are starting with a likely loss for Cleveland in week number 1.
Yep. We got ourselves a likely loss, baby. At that 0.25.
And just, who would you bet will start the most games this season for Cleveland?
I think it's Flacco. I think Flacco starts the most. I would say he's at about 9 starts, maybe 8 starts. And then you get Gabriel for a couple, Shadur for like maybe 3 to 4. I know the math is not mathing there with the full 17-game schedule, but like I think that's like Flacco. I would say the majority for sure, like maybe half the season, then they maybe however they disperse it amongst the two rookies. Because I think Flacco makes the team over Pickett. And this injury, Pickett was playing well, but I think it's going to set him back here at training camp and give Flacco the inside track.
I think it's going to be Shador. I'll hold to that what I said the day
Really?
after when we came on the Monday after. I do. Like, I think.
Oh, Roy?
Remember Willa Ford back in the day?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hot blonde singer.
Pretty good.
I think the Cleveland Browns, to quote Willa Ford, they want to be bad.
Make
I remember,
it feel so good.
Yes. So I had this is like the equivalent of like when you're like really young, like the equivalent of like softcore porn. It was like Britney Spears, "I'm a slave for you" video, and like the Willa Ford, like "I want to be bad" video. I had these videos like downloaded on my college computer.
Beyonce, "Crazy in Love." These. That's what it was.
There was a better Beyonce video. Yeah, that probably was the best one.
"Crazy in Love" was pretty good.
But this was like good. So 2001 is my freshman. So this was like Jennifer Lopez.
Yeah, that was bordering.
So is this? So let me ask you.
That was BET
Tyler
Uncut.
Writes,
Some
Tyler
late
writes
night.
so there was. I remember. There was one night, like my junior year. It was junior year because I was in Finley Hall at Fordham. If you went to Fordham, you know what I'm talking about. That's where like the juniors lived, and it was like late night, and we were like drinking, whatever, smoking weed, whatever. And there was this music video, and it was. I'm guessing it was this one. And in this video, I still remember. I remember thinking like, I can't believe what I'm watching right now. There's a part in the video where like, this like, like whatever, like model or whatever, like what's the like rap girl or whatever, like video girl, music video girl.
Yes.
Yeah,
the
she's
FCC
like
way to
in,
phrase
like,
it. Yes.
She's in like a thong bikini, right? And I think it's T.I. like literally takes like a credit card and like it's like and like swipes it like I mean.
Yep.
I remember thinking,
it is
like,
Tiptrol.
is this? That's this video. See, like I like
Yes.
how I couldn't remember the song, but I knew as soon as you started, like, this has to be what it is.
A seminal moment in a young man's life is seeing this video.
So I saw that and I was like,
BET
that's the best
Uncut.
credit card machine I've ever seen.
Like we can't even rap the lyrics because like they're all just vulgar as all get out. The video's even
Honestly,
more vulgar.
this was like Apple Pay 20 years ahead of its time.
The original OnlyFans was the Tiptrol video.
All right. I don't even know like where were we just now? Like how did it get to that?
The Cleveland Browns. I don't know how we got there, but Cleveland 0.25 against Cincinnati.
Yeah. Okay, 0.25. You likely lost week 1 against the Cincinnati Bengals. All right, we move on. Week 2. Oh,
Yeah, I wonder what this
at
one
Baltimore.
is. Yeah, it's a blowout loss.
The blowout loss to end all blowout losses. Okay. Week 3. I actually think that has to be before the season starts. Like that's going to be the biggest point spread of the season.
Browns at Ravens. Yeah. Like
yeah,
in terms of
prior
like all
to like quarterback getting hurt or something, that
Yeah.
has to be the highest point spread.
Yeah, we're double digits.
So I don't think
at
Cleveland
that
plays
point.
Buffalo. Cleveland hosts Buffalo at the end of the year.
Well, Buffalo had like a jabroni team too, like at some point in their season, because their schedule's pretty easy. There was one in there that felt like wasn't New Orleans at Buffalo
Saints,
or something
New
like
Orleans.
that?
Yeah, New Orleans.
Yeah.
Yep.
So so look, these are the two that are competing here. Like Browns at Ravens, Saints at Bills for biggest point spread prior to the start of the season.
Okay, week 3, home Green Bay.
Is Green Bay a full
Likely
7
loss.
here?
No, I think it's a likely loss.
Yeah, I guess Green Bay is rated similarly to Cincinnati, so it's probably like at most like 6.5. So yeah, probably likely loss.
At Detroit, blowout loss.
Blowout loss.
Home Minnesota,
That's a likely loss.
likely loss. At Pittsburgh, I don't think this is 7.
No, I don't think the Steelers will be like 7 against anyone this year. It's a likely loss.
Okay, likely loss. Home Miami. Is this a toss-up?
I think we might have called it that when we did the Dolphins exercise.
It's probably 3, right? Is it? It's
Yeah, I think it's
probably
3.
not 3.5.
No, I'd be interested in Cleveland if it was 3.5. So yeah, I think we're right on 3.
Can I share a crazy take?
Please do.
It's going to sidetrack us for the rest of the segments. I'm starting
But if it's
to
crazy,
warm
it's
up.
probably good.
I'm starting to warm up to the Dolphins like not being really terrible. I don't think they're going to be great.
I mean, if that's the case, is it Buffalo under? Because New England's pretty solid.
No.
If you think Miami's going to be better.
So how about, okay, so I think Miami
Are they
could
going to
go like
smash
9
these
and
teams
8.
if Miami's. So are they
Miami could go
smashing
like
a
9
9 and 8 caliber team?
Yes. They destroy Miami every time they play.
I mean, I don't know if that destroy. There was that game, 2 years ago Sunday? I guess they beat them when Tua threw the pick at the end of the game for the division on the line, but Miami's got a good home field advantage. Jets might be frisky. I got some Jets stuff that I'm willing to get off my chest.
I know you like.
You know
the
how I
Jets.
love about
It's a little
Vrabel.
weird. It's a little weird.
Maybe this isn't going to be 15-2 for Buffalo.
All right. Tough. But yeah, you're right. It might be 14-3. Hour 1 done. Hour 2 for you coming up on the other side. We will get through 3 to 4 teams next hour. 8 buckets. That is my promise to you, the listener and viewer, here on this Tuesday.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
Mike, you might lose your job. Nobody wants to play there. What happened to Miami?
Yeah. I think it's one of those cases of like the culture is just crumbling.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's Tua Tagovailoa's fault, because when I first heard this quote, I would say to myself, if there's anybody who can handle this situation with grace, it's Tua. Because say what you want about him when he's on the field or when he can't stay on the field, but I feel like he has handled adversity pretty well. And even with all these former head coaches and offensive coordinators kind of dragging him through the mud, like he's remained like pretty positive, and I feel like he feels sure of himself. So he handles this situation maturely like he always does. But it just feels like there's not enough leaders in the locker room in Miami. And we saw that was going to be a storyline coming into the season because they lost a lot of their veterans, including guys like Calais Campbell and guys who've just been in the locker room for so long. And we talk about this as an X factor for a lot of teams. A lot of times we don't say it's like one of the top things, but you do need leadership, especially when like one of your top players is Tyreek Hill, who's constantly flip-flopping back and forth between being on his best behavior and making great catches to saying, I don't want to be here and I want to be traded. So it's one of those things where it just feels like they have a culture issue. Like that's what we've seen. And I think that continues to be the problem. And a lot of that falls on the head coach. So whether we like to admit it or not, because a lot of people really like Mike McDaniel, they do have a culture issue. And I think that's one of the reasons why he is one of the favorites to be fired this year.
Bets are on You Better You Bet with Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Hey, this is Joe Buck, and you have done it. You have found it. You are listening to You Better You Bet. Great decision.
The great Iron Eagle.
Nick and Femi are such close friends. I would even consider getting divorced, even though I'm very happily married, just to get remarried, to have them as groomsmen. That's how much they mean to me.
Hi, this is Kevin Harlan of CBS, Westwood One, and TNT, and I'm listening as you do every day to You Better You Bet with the most handsome single man in the radio business. A man who, if I was not married for 38 years, I might consider myself the kind of guy that can electrify a listening audience and a crowd of bystanders watching him do what he does so well each and every day. Continue to listen right here on You Better You Bet.
This is You Better You Bet, brought to you by BetMGM on the BetMGM Network.
The terrific Football Tuesday edition of You Better You Bet rolls on. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, our crew, and you here on the BetMGM Network. All right, we got some ground to make up. Let's get right back into it. 8 buckets as we talk about the 2025 Cleveland Browns. So as a refresher for people listening to the podcast feed, likely loss week 1 against the Bengals. Blowout loss week 2 in Baltimore. Likely loss week 3 at home against the Packers. Blowout loss week 4 at the Lions. Likely loss week 5 home to the Vikings. Likely loss week 6 against the Steelers. And what are we calling the Miami game? Toss-up?
Yeah, we said toss-up with the Miami Dolphins.
So now we move at the New England Patriots.
Ooh, this is a likely loss, right?
Definitely likely loss.
Seen as a pretty solid team.
Yeah, the Patriots are 3 against the Raiders right now in week 1.
Yeah.
They would be at least 3.5 at home against the Browns. Okay, then the Browns go into their bye, come out of the bye, at the New York Jets.
Toss up, right? Like the Jets can't. I don't think Justin Fields can be more than a field goal against anybody.
No way.
As much as I want to be bullish on like what I'm hearing out of Jets camp, it just cannot be that. So toss up.
So toss up.
It's a game you can win.
Home Baltimore. Likely loss or blowout loss. Excuse me.
I was gonna say. I was like, this might be blowout. Yeah. I'm like, I don't know if this is
definitely.
Yeah. This
definitely blowout.
Like Ravens, like 7.5, 8. Probably maybe even more.
Yeah, let's call it that. In between 7.5 and 9.5. It's not 10 at home.
A little teaser protection. 9.5.
We'll see.
Get ready for that conversation.
At the Raiders.
Is it just toss up?
No way.
Raiders win total was what, 6.5? Browns 5.5.
There's
Raiders
a
do have a
loss.
good home field though. Yeah, it's probably likely. I think,
and it's 6.5 juice way over for the Raiders.
Yeah, and I think we said it was a likely win when we did the Raiders exercise. So, yeah, just to keep it consistent.
Okay, home Niners.
We might be like right on 7. I think we might be right on 7. Because they're rated better than Cincinnati. They're rated better than Cincinnati. They're rated better than Green Bay.
But I don't think that gets you. I think it gets you it may get you 6. It may get you through 6. I don't know if it gets you through 6.5 to 7.
Oh man, I mean, if it's 6.5, you're not betting San Francisco.
Well,
I feel like I just did.
Well, when you put it like that, certainly consider it. Do you want to call it a blowout loss? I don't think it would be 7, but you can make the call.
I think it's right on 7. I think it's 7 minus 110.
Okay, so I disagree, but we can roll with you. We'll say blowout loss. Home Tennessee. It's a toss-up.
Yeah.
I actually think the Browns would be favored in this game to start the year at least.
Probably. Yeah, to start the
assuming
year.
Assuming it's Pickett or Flacco.
Yeah, and then we'll see what Cam Ward looks like. But yeah, right now it has to be a toss-up.
God, I love Cam Ward. Okay. At the Bears.
Likely loss.
No, there's a blowout loss.
You think a blowout?
So I think the Bears are better rated than Pittsburgh, right? And like we said, that was going to be right up against 7, but not 7. So this has to be 7.
Are they better rated than? I think they're similarly rated to Pittsburgh.
The Bears are 8.5. I think the Bears are 8.5 juiced over, right? Over.
Yeah, same with Pittsburgh. They're minus 120 to be over.
Are they?
Yeah,
I thought they were under when we did them.
No, it's 8.5 minus 120 to the over, like even money to the under.
Okay. So what do you want to call this? You want to call this likely or blowout?
I think it's likely loss. It's probably like Chicago, like 6.5. Yeah, I think it's likely. At least as of right now. Then we'll see what Caleb Williams looks like in year 2 with Ben Johnson. But right now,
likely loss. Home Buffalo blowout loss.
Yep.
Home Steelers is a toss-up, right?
Yeah, probably. Like Steelers 3, something like that.
And then at the Bengals is obviously a blowout loss.
Yep, blowout loss there.
Okay, so where are we at, guys, with the Cincinnati Bengals? Or the Cleveland Browns, excuse me.
I'm at 3.75 with the Cleveland Browns right now.
Does Bill have that as well?
Bill has that as well. So Cleveland, once again, the win total, for those just joining us now, 5.5, heavily juiced to the under -150, the over +125, 8 buckets. According to their schedule, says 3.75 is the expected win total for Cleveland. For me, I kind of disagree with 8 buckets just because there's the potential for Cleveland's quarterbacks to be better than what we're projecting going in, given the fact that the projected guys are either Flacco or Pickett. Defensively, I still think the defense is pretty good. I love Jim Schwartz as the defensive coordinator. There's talent on this roster. They just got to figure out the most important position. But I actually think Cleveland's like pretty close to the win total. Like I think the win total's right. Like this should be 5.5 or 6. 3.75, I think, is just a reflection of what the schedule is like playing all these contending teams.
I've said at points that I'm higher on the Browns than the betting market indicates. I'm higher on the Steelers. I'm higher on the Ravens. I'm lower on the Bengals. I think Cleveland's probably just fine. Yeah. My concern with Cleveland, my concern, and like Stefanski's a really good I can't, because let's say they go over, like they're gonna go like 6-11 to win the bet. Like they're never going 7-10 in this division. But this schedule, no way. No. And so I don't want to make bets like I want to bet at over 5.5 if I feel like they could win like 8 or 9 games. I don't think the Browns can do that. I think they have to like tooth and nail, scratch and claw to get to 6. I don't want to make.
Well, I mean, unless the quarterbacks are like much better than what we think. Now the consensus decided like Gabriel and Shador, like one of the two, the 2 young guys. Like when we talk about rookie quarterbacks, there's always that kind of upside because we just have never seen it happen. Now there's a severe downside to where they might be the worst quarterbacks to ever step foot on an NFL field. But like I think you always have to factor in like, hey, if they're actually good, like could they be as good as Cincinnati? If they're like actually good, like I'm low on Cincinnati. If Shador's good, like Cleveland can be a good team. If Dylan Gabriel's good, they could be a good team. It's just that it's not likely. So I think the extreme stuff is on the table. I just wouldn't bet it. I don't want to do anything with this win total. I just want to sit back and watch what happens because we don't know when those guys are going to get the opportunity to actually play.
Yeah, I want to be optimistic, mostly because of the infrastructure. Mostly because of Stefanski, although like Jim Schwartz is a good defensive coordinator also. Like the defense and like the Emerson loss is going to hurt, but there's still like some like really good talent on this defense. Kid Carson Schweisinger, the 2nd-round linebacker out of UCLA. I tell you, me and Bill Zimmerman and Tyler's in the league also, I think, are in a dynasty league together. And like I took Schweisinger ahead of Jihad Campbell, and like Campbell's going to start like week 1 for the Eagles, and I think I blew it. I know.
Campbell's been some rave reviews out of Eagles camp.
Yeah, I think I blew it. I thought
he was going to be hurt to start the year. All of a sudden, it's like, no, he's knocking the guys on their ass. I'm like, oh, okay. Eagles got another one, apparently.
Yeah, Bill writes that he took. I just said that, Bill, that you took him. Is Bill listening or no? Femi, I did just say that, right?
You did say it. Multitasking. Should I pull another team?
Bill, what else are you doing right now?
I'm just counting up 8 buckets, baby.
Yeah, he's doing the math.
Okay.
But no, honestly, when you started talking about the linebackers, I literally went and checked the draft. So that's how I missed that, because I was like, I think I have Campbell in that league because I have too many dynasty leagues to know which ones have Campbell and which ones don't.
Because my goal was I want to take Schweisinger and then take Campbell like 2 picks later, and you were picking right after me, and then you picked Campbell, and I was like, damn it! Like I knew immediately
you weren't
I
happy.
screwed this up.
Yeah, you texted immediately.
Yeah. Tyler's mentioning that in one league in that league he has Quinshon Judkins, who's 25 to 1 to an offensive rookie of the year, and Jimmy Haslam said he's optimistic Judkins will play for the Browns. Not like optimistic, like
hear.
like he's going to win Rookie of the Year. No, he's optimistic that he's going to like sign with the Browns this year.
It's not what
25 to 1 to win Offensive Rookie of the Year. Does anyone think any of this is right? I should have brought up Dylan Sampson, by the way, who's like the other Cleveland rookie running back, who's got like Jerome Ford in front of him. I'll quote Dave Chappelle, Femi, from the movie Half Baked. Bitch, you know what I want? I want to talk to Sampson. Fly me to the moon. Dude, Dylan Sampson plays well. I'm going to turn that into a bit this year. I should have done Dylan Sampson also in the first hour of the show. What a great movie. The doctor said I need a backiotomy. Okay. So I'd like to bet the Browns over just because like I have such strong belief in the coach. I can't do it. Not with this roster. And I think, more importantly, I actually think like NFL teams don't tank. I think like this team might actually be trying to lose. They might be trying to lose this year.
If there's an organization that would go down that road, it would be the Cleveland Browns. They're the number one power rated organization in terms of like which ones are most likely to tank. Just like all like factors like out of the equation.
Well, the
like
Eagles I think would be in there also if they were like in a spot to do it. They did
Andrew
it.
Berry
It
came from
happened.
the Eagles. Yeah, that is
like,
true.
the Eagles
they
did it.
Pull Jalen Hurts. They said Hurts, get out of there. Who
For
was it?
Nate
Sudfeld
Sudfeld.
as they put in. Yeah,
I have to tell you, man, that is one of the most like tilted I've ever been in my entire life. Was that Sunday night game to end the season?
Yeah, because if
the
Philly
Giants
wins,
had
Giants
beaten
win
the
the
Cowboys
division.
earlier in the day. Giants won at 6-10, which they didn't really deserve.
One of the worst divisions ever. Instead, it was the football team back then. Was 7-9 or like 7-8-1, whatever. Yeah,
So
just
7-9,
disgusting.
they won the division.
Yeah, that's what happens when
And then,
Dak Prescott snaps his ankle.
And then covered against the Bucks in the wild card round, plus 8.5 and lost 31-23 to Tom Brady and company.
The legend of Taylor Heineke.
The legend of Taylor
next
Heineke.
team, because I pulled it. It's the team that I want to talk about. The Las Vegas Raiders. Team I've been talking about quite a bit. Raiders, 8 buckets.
Is it
The
true that
win
Christian
total-
Wilkins kissed you on the head?
He did not. I steered clear of Henderson, Nevada, so I did not run into any Las Vegas Raiders, Christian Wilkins in particular. But you never know. I don't know what he's up to these days. He might still be hanging around town, so I'm still going to hang out on this end of Las Vegas here. But the win total sitting at 6.5, over -150. The under is plus 125 at BetMGM.
Okay.
And to answer
So
Jake's
we
question, I
know-
do not wish that he did. No.
So we know that the Raiders are a toss-up in Week 1 against the New England Patriots. I just think that point spread's so interesting. I don't think that's going to close 3 is my guess.
Feels like we're headed towards 2.5, heavily juiced towards New England. But I mean, I don't know. Maybe there's some respected bettors who are just lying in wait, waiting to slam like New England once we get to like game week. But I think we're gonna be 2.5 -120.
All right. So toss-up Week 1 for the Raiders. Week 2, home Chargers.
I believe we had that as a toss-up as well, like Chargers 3. I think is what we said when we did the Chargers.
Raiders sick home field advantage. Like, yeah, I would say 3 would be the number. Yeah. Okay. At the Commanders.
Is this? Did we say likely loss when we did the Commanders, or did we say blowout? Or we haven't done the Commanders. So Commanders win total 9.5. They're starting to get a home field advantage. Ooh.
I think it's 7.
Yeah, it might be 7. If New England's going to be almost 3 at home, Commanders are a better team than but not that much better than the Patriots. Patriots getting a lot of respect.
What do you want to call it? No,
I'll let
they're
you call it
definitely
because I'm
better
so
than the
biased toward
Patriots.
this team. Yeah, I want you to call these toss-up ones because like I'm how I'm biased on this team. I'm always probably going to shade towards the Raiders.
I think I'd take 7. I think like 6.5 is the right number.
That's what it feels like to me. Like likely loss.
So likely
At the
loss.
Commanders.
Okay. Yeah. Likely loss. Okay. Home Bears. It's a toss-up.
Toss-up.
At the Colts is a
I
toss-up.
believe we had that as a toss-up category.
Home Titans. I think this might just be
Feels
3.
like- Yeah, I feel like it's another toss-up. I don't think it's ever 3.5 unless Titans look like a disaster, but right now it's probably just toss-up.
It's close. It might be 3.5. It's 3. It's 3.
I think it's 3.
Toss-up. Okay.
Yeah.
At the Chiefs, blowout loss.
Yep.
Okay, bye.
Mm-hmm.
Home Jaguars. Toss-up.
Toss-up.
At the Broncos.
Did we do we say blowout loss for this one, or do we say likely? I think we might have said likely loss.
I think it's a likely loss.
Yeah, because they did be 3 against Tennessee at home. Like Tennessee's getting 7.5. So yeah, likely loss to Denver.
It might be 7.
I could see 6. I mean, like they're probably going to be 3 against Tennessee.
We'll give Pete Carroll and Gino some credit here. Yeah. We'll call it a likely loss. Okay. Home Dallas, toss up, right?
Toss up. Yep.
Cleveland at home, we said, is a likely win.
Likely win.
At the Chargers is a likely loss.
Yep.
Home Broncos is a likely loss.
Likely loss.
At the Eagles is a blowout loss.
Blowout.
And we'll do the last 3 games. We'll pick the new team out of the hat coming up right after this.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
They are a scary, scary team. Offensively, they can go toe-to-toe with anyone in Major League Baseball, period, stop. You cannot make that argument otherwise, including the Dodgers at full health. The question is going to be their pitching now. Ranger Suarez has been amazing. Their pitching has been really, really good. Zach Wheeler is probably going to win the Cy Young if it doesn't go to Paul Skeens. We'll see what happens as time goes forward. I think it's going to be Zach Wheeler because at the end of the day, these are reporters and writers that are voting on this, and frankly, you can make the argument that Zach Wheeler should already have 1 or 2 Cy Youngs already. So absolutely, I think he's going to win it. But man, they do need to get active in the trade deadline. That everything is with a caveat of whether or not they're active at the trade deadline, because I will not say the Brewers yet. And the reason I won't say the Brewers yet is, one, they are very young, even though they do have some elderly talent in like a Christian Yelich, who's having a phenomenal year himself. It's more so they're young, and each time they get into the playoffs, they keep getting knocked out early. And that's not like a recent thing. That has basically been the Brewers' MO for like the last 25 years. The Mets, I'm not ready to believe in yet. I really am not. I still don't believe in their pitching staff very much, and I do think in October that's going to end up biting them. The Giants, I don't believe in unless they make some serious moves at the trade deadline. I'm not ready for the Cincinnati Reds yet. The Padres would have been my answer, but the Padres seemingly are all over the place, and now they're looking to trade Dylan Cease to get their hands on Duran out of Boston, if not somebody else. To me, it's almost by default, but I do think the Philadelphia Phillies are the best team that can do it. And by the way, I'm not sleeping on the Cubs either. I just need to see what they're going to do at the trade deadline.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew. Presented by BetMGM.
All right, continue on with 8 buckets here on this Tuesday and the Las Vegas Raiders. Femi, we pick up. We're at the end of the season for the Raiders here. 3 more games to play. On the road at the Houston Texans.
This, to me, feels like a likely loss. Like Houston rated similarly to Denver. So, yeah, like another likely loss for my beloved Raiders.
Home Giants.
Is this just a toss-up? I think it might just be a toss-up.
Yeah. Raiders favor 2.5, 3. And we close home against the Chiefs. A likely loss.
It's a likely win since the Chiefs will be resting. Let's add that.
Yeah, well, maybe. Yeah, that's a decent way to. Yeah, maybe, possibly.
Hey, man,
possibly.
I need him. I need him where I can get him with this Raiders team. But yeah, a likely loss for the for the Raiders.
Okay, so what does that leave us then for the Las Vegas Raiders as we tabulate the 8 buckets win total?
6.25 for the Las Vegas Raiders, and
Bill,
that is exactly what
have?
Bill got.
6.25. And the win total is what?
Once again, 6.5 juice to the over, -150, the under +125. I've done my Raider stuff quite a bit. I'll just say this really quickly. 8 buckets could have told me it was 2.25. I like the Raiders just because of the upgrades they made at the 2 most important positions in the organization. I think this team has sneaky dark horse playoff potential in 2025. I love this team.
I don't. I think the secondary is bad. I don't see, outside of Max Crosby, especially with Christian Wilkins gone now, I don't think there's top-end talent on this defense. You're banking on, you need some, Jermaine Pratt, Landon Roberts. You need these guys to show up and show out. You got to hope that Tyree Wilson gives you something, gives you anything. I really think, Wilkins not being on the field is going to be a big deal for them. Can they get consistent pass rush opposite Max Crosby? Can Kuntz kind of repeat what he did last year? They're going to need a little more. And the weapons on offense, it's really interesting, right? They're Frankensteining this a little bit with Chip Kelly.
Yeah.
Because how many teams do it with a running back and a tight end and not wide receivers?
Yeah, not many.
Genty should be a top player at the position. Bowers is the best tight end in the league already. But it's Jacoby Myers and Dante Thornton and Trey Tucker and Jack Besh. Can the rookies flash? Can they give you something? I'm not as big a Geno guy as a lot of people are here, Femi. I'm down on. I think the offensive line could be average. Probably a little bit below. And I like every team in the division more. I would actually, and I agree with you. There's no argument. Geno and Pete Carroll are a significant upgrade. I think they need more talent here to compete in this division. I won't bet it because I respect them too much. If I had to, I would bet the under with the Raiders.
I like the fact that they're going to be unorthodox. This team that talent for band for band with other teams that are contenders, they're not there. But the fact that they're going to be unorthodox, I do think gives them a path to exceeding expectations. And also too, you mentioned it, the playmakers that they have are not at the traditional positions. It's not a wide receiver. But if this team had, instead of a stud running back and the best tight end, if they had 2 really good receivers and just had those 2 playmakers, I think a lot of people would feel really good about them. But because it's a tight end and a running back, it's a little bit weird. Great, let's be weird because we're going to have to be weird to upset some of these teams. So I like the Raiders. I'll be betting I already bet the win total low, whatever, but I'm going to be betting them to make the playoffs at 3-1. And I'll try to drum up some other stuff to bet as well with this team because I do think they're the surprise team in the AFC.
One thing that we disagree on, let's say the Raiders are really good. Let's say that's, and I don't like them, but I can be wrong. I think that, I don't believe this. I actually don't believe this is going to happen. But if it did and I'm wrong, I think I want to say that they'd be better than the Chargers. I guess I think I like Denver more than I like the Chargers. But I guess the Chargers probably have a higher floor than Denver because they have Herbert, right? And the Broncos have Bo Nix. So I guess it would be Denver that would finish in last if the Raiders didn't.
Yeah.
But I think it'll
someone
be.
Has to.
I think it'll be Chiefs, Broncos, Chargers, Raiders. I think will be the finishing order in the division. And the Raiders could be cooking with gas next year after another offseason with Pete Carroll and Spytek and this new regime in Las Vegas. All right, so Femi higher on the Raiders than me. I would bet the under if I had to do something with it. Okay. Let's pick another team out of that.
The Washington Commanders, the darlings of the NFL, the improvement team from last year, made it all the way to the NFC title game, which I bet them to beat the Eagles and immediately regretted it within one drive.
Where are we at with the Commanders win total?
The win total for the Washington Commanders, because once again, like a lot of people expecting them to take another step forward, but it's sitting at 9.5, which is a big jump from what it was last year, where it was like 5.5, 6.5. Now we're 9.5, juiced to the over -125, under +105 at BetMGM. So Commanders not sneaking up on anybody this year.
Okay, week 1 for the Washington Commanders. This was 7, and look, Washington could win by 1 million. We were right about this. It was one of the first bets we identified for week 1. We don't think this is going to close 7, assuming health. And I do think the Giants could potentially win that game. I will hold to that. The point spread is now 6.5 -110. So this has gone from, and this is going to matter when it's all said and done, right? For 8 buckets. This has gone from a full blowout win now to a likely win for the Commanders in week 1.
100%. Yeah, it's an interesting game. Division games, we know those tend to be close, especially early in the season. Made a whole lot of sense why the betting market said, I will take all of those 7s. There's even 6s out there. So the 6.5s are getting bet as well. So, I mean, who knows what this is on game week. I think 6 is probably the low floor here, but yeah, the 6.5 I think is still a good bet.
Man, more Marvin Harrison incredible catches being posted to the old Twitter timeline.
I did see that.
To throw that in there. Just wanted to throw that in there. Okay. Week 2, Thursday Night Football for the Commanders. They are on the road at the Green Bay Packers. I think this is
the one
toss
that
up.
we were kind of going back and forth yesterday about this one when we did the Green Bay portion of the exercise. I was on the Green Bay likely win camp, so I thought this was a likely loss. I don't know what we ended up settling on. I don't remember.
Toss up.
Did we settle on toss up? Is that what we settled on? Okay, I think we might have settled on that. Yeah, I mean, please at 3, I'll lay.
I think it's Green Bay -3. That's what that would be my guess as to what it is. Okay.
I will be there week 2.
Home Raiders. What did we just call this? A likely win, right? 6.5?
Yeah. I think we said likely win.
Did we? Are you 100% sure?
Yep. We put it at likely win.
On the road at the Atlanta Falcons.
Toss up. You think they're 3.5 on the road?
What, do you think so?
I don't think so. I think this is 3. I don't think they're 3.5.
All right. I don't disagree.
I think it's just
okay.
I think it's just 3.
Okay. Toss up. Okay. If it were 3.5, what would you bet?
I'd bet the Falcons.
Oh man. Dude, the Commanders might score 40 points in that game on this Falcons defense. And possess the ball the entire game.
Falcons why can't they score 41? Where's the pass rush coming from the Commanders?
Just oh man. The Falcons would never have the ball in the game. Okay, so we'll call it 3, so toss up. At the Chargers, toss up.
Toss up. Yep.
Home Bears.
Likely win. I think is what we had. We did the Bears exercise.
3.5.
Yeah, in that range. 3.5, maybe 4. Potentially.
At your Cowboys. It's toss up.
Toss up.
At the Chiefs.
Likely loss.
Likely loss, agreed. Home Seattle.
I think likely win. I think it's 3.5.
Has to be likely win. I think it's a little more than that probably, but yeah, likely win. Home Detroit.
Toss up.
Agreed.
I don't think Detroit's 3.5.
No,
I'm not even 3, honestly.
Who do you think would be favored?
Oh, I think Detroit would be favored, but I think it's a small point.
In Washington? Oh, I think the Commanders.
I think so. Favored. Ooh, really? I mean,
1.5.
Plus. I mean, if you're gonna give me even money on the Lions, I'll bet them in that game.
But pick them. Look, we're quibbling over the other side is 0.
It's toss up. Yeah.
At Miami.
Toss up. Make the case.
This point spread can't be 3.5?
I don't think so. I think it's just 3. Miami has a really good home field. It's tough to go down there. And that sweltering
What's the Dolphins win total right now?
7.5. I believe it's juiced to the over because it was 8.5 earlier this offseason, but now it's down to 7.5. Oh, it's actually minus 110 each way. So I guess it's two full wins. So Commanders are two full wins ahead of them.
I think it's juiced over for Washington. I think this is 3.5.
Man, they have a great home field advantage though. Like they cover a lot of games down there.
But you keep saying that, but like it's not like it's like Denver or New Orleans or Vegas or Indianapolis.
I mean, it's kind of in that category.
It's a good home.
Is.
I do not think that it is on that level.
Like
it's
look
a
at the
good
ATS
home field.
numbers.
I would not say it's one of the best. I would not say it's one of the best home fields.
They exceed expectation at home all the time. I don't know. Like the numbers are
you
the
would
numbers.
put Miami with like Indy and Minnesota, New Orleans and Denver.
I would. Not with Denver, but I would put them in so I think like Denver, like Green Bay, like those are like your Minnesota, like your elites. But like right before that, like the tier down below, I would put the Dolphins in that tier too.
Dude, New Orleans has to be there also with the Dome.
I mean, they suck though. It's just like
okay,
when they're
I'm
good,
saying like home field advantage, like in the Dome, I think is more significant.
But it's always fluid though, isn't it? Like Seattle, like when Seattle's good, they're in the tier 1. But like right now, they can't win at home. Like, it's always fluid. Like, New England, like when they were good, nobody ever won there.
So what do you want to call it?
I think it's a toss-up. I think it's like Commanders 3. I don't think this is...
I'm going to put my finger on the scale here. I'm going to say this is a likely win. I think it's more than 3.
All right, we'll go likely win.
Bye week, home Denver, toss-up.
Toss-up, yep.
At Minnesota, toss-up.
Yeah, another toss-up.
At the Giants, likely win.
Yep.
They play the Eagles twice. So 3 division games to close, 2 of them against Philly. Home Eagles, toss-up.
Toss-up.
Home Cowboys, likely
win.
At the Eagles.
It's a likely loss.
Yep, agreed. So where are we at here with the Washington Commanders?
I get 9.75. With the Commanders.
Bill, do you have the same?
Yep, he has the same.
9.75. So basically almost right on it.
Yeah, like minus 125 to the over at 9.5. We come up with 9.75 on 8 buckets. This is a tricky one because I think a lot of like betting kind of like gut feeling wants to bet the under on this just because like this team so exceeded expectations last year. And the way that they did it too was like all the high leverage plays with the 4th down conversions. But like, I don't know, man. Like I understand why you'd want to bet the under, but like Jaden Daniels also just might be that dude, which is what's scaring me off from betting the under. I'm doing nothing with this. I'm glad 8 buckets said that we're right on the win total because I don't want to bet this win total. I could see like all the signs pointing to them underachieving, but then they have the quarterback who just drags them to the finish line, and all of a sudden they finish with 10 wins. So I'm passing the Commanders. A fun team, a team that maybe should regress, but also might have the best quarterback in the conference.
I think I've said this already. Like I'm not trying to I did all of 8 buckets before we started it last week. Now, some of like my projections are a little different than the ones that we come up with, which is totally fine. We're not going to be off by a ton. What I came up with the NFC East surprised me a little bit because I came in expecting one thing and got something a little bit different. So I don't know if it spoils it because Femi, you'll have your opinion to give, obviously. And what I'm going to say right now does not mean that I think this team can't win the Super Bowl again. 8 buckets is not going to like the Philadelphia Eagles. I don't think as much as the betting market does. So what I did was, I think people can tell, like when I kind of talk about divisions when we do these teams. So I would get through all of it and I would like write down. So I have like in an email, basically like here's like my thought on the division based off 8 buckets. I think I'm going to like the Philadelphia under. Cowboys over. We haven't done, like, we'll get through every team. The Giants, I think, are going to be absolutely terrible. And I think Washington's just right. Now, I'm going to give an opinion here. And I don't know if I'm going to bet it or not. Do you think Jaden Daniels is going to make it through the entire season?
He's got a smaller frame. I think he will just because he's really good about getting the ball out of his hands pretty quickly. But, I mean, it's a legitimate question.
So I'm a little worried about that. Also for Washington, this is, aside from the quarterback, an old roster. I think Von Miller is totally shot. I would have rather seen them bring Jonathan Allen back than bring Javon Kinlaw in. Like, I don't know. Like, Dorrance Armstrong is like an okay pass rusher. He's not great.
He's solid.
And now, yeah, he's solid. But he's not great. Like, can Johnny Newton be great? I don't know. You know, like, Bobby Wagner's getting old. Like, I don't think, like, this secondary is that great. Like, I think this defense has got issues. We don't know when Sam Cosmi's going to play. Laramie Tunsil went off the reservation last year in Houston. They're hoping that he's able to turn it around. We'll see about the rookie Connerly. And outside of McLaurin, it's like, here's Deebo Samuel, who the Niners gave up on. Jaden's so good that I don't want to bet the under, but it's going to be a pass for me. On the other side, more 8 buckets here on a Tuesday.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
Let's put some numbers to Bryce Young when he returned after that Dalton injury. So he played in the last 10 games of the year for Carolina. Bryce Young did. In those 10 games, 15 touchdowns, 6 interceptions. Yeah, you want a higher touchdown rate, but he stopped turning the ball over. He was turning the ball over at a pretty high clip for about a year and a half here. So 15 touchdowns, 6 interceptions. I don't know, 4 and 6? From where Carolina was in those 10 games, that's pretty solid. Of those 10 games, when Young returned, 7 of the 10 were one-score games. So you're competitive because you're not turning the ball over. And now let's give you a weapon. We're going to bring in Ted McMillan, according to most people, the best receiver. It was a weak class, but the best receiver in the draft. In the last 3 games of the year, Bryce Young, 7 touchdowns, no interceptions. In the last game, week 18, a 5-touchdown game. That's how they end the season. He had 3 passing, 2 rushing. It was a ridiculous performance out of him. So obviously, people leave the season like, okay, we got our guy. I don't know that that's unanimous because you don't forget about what was going on before that. But, I mean, that's a good half of football. This is not a sample size of just 2, 3, 4 games that we're talking about. We're talking about a 10-game stretch in this league. I don't care who you're playing. When you have a 10-game stretch where all of a sudden you look like the dude that you drafted, I think there's reason for optimism there. I'm not saying he's top 10 quarterback in the league. We're not going that far. But don't forget, he was labeled an outright bust. And now they're in a position where they're building around him. And let's see what you can do defensively.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew. Presented by BetMGM.
All right, we ended last segment with the Washington Commanders. Both Femi and I will pass the Commanders.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to bet the under, but I'm just being honest with everybody. I think Jaden's already the best quarterback in the NFC. I don't know if I really want to be a part of that, so it's going to be a pass for me. I'm going to end up betting the under on the reigning defending Super Bowl champion Eagles, I think, when it's all said and done. Femi, who is next here for 8 buckets?
Fire the Cannons. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers are our next team here on 8 buckets.
It's a fascinating one. So just so give the win total, and then I'll give a couple pieces of news.
So the Tampa Bay Buccaneers win total over at BetMGM is sitting at, my God, what is going on my internet? 9.5 minus 110 each way. 9.5 minus 110 to the over to the under. So a pure 9.5 wins. I think they're going for their 5th straight NFC South title. They've been destroying that division since 2021. But the Tampa Bay Buccaneers 9.5.
So the big injury news with Tampa this offseason is Tristan Wirfs, who we think is going to start the season on PUP and miss the first 4 games. It is, you cannot overstate how big a deal this is for Tampa. Charlie Heck, journeyman, would be slated to fill in, and maybe they'd make it. Maybe they bring Donovan Smith back. We'll see what Tampa opts to do. Tristan Wirfs, you can make a case, is the best offensive lineman in the league, regardless of position. Mm-hmm. It is a huge, huge loss to not have Tristan Wirfs. The other, we could get really in the weeds with the injury stuff, but the one that people are going to care about, we don't think Chris Godwin's going to be ready for week 1, although it's a little bit up in the air. And, to give Jason Light and give the Bucs credit, it seems like they got way out ahead of this by drafting Emeka Egbuka in the first round. So if for whatever reason, Godwin's not ready for week 1, it's okay, here's Mike Evans, Egbuka, and Jalen McMillan as your 3 receivers to start the year. Not bad. The other thing is, Liam Cohen obviously takes the head coaching job in Jacksonville. Josh Grizzard, who's promoted from within to call the plays on offense. Look, is it possible that he's great? Yes, it is. And I think this is the gambler's fallacy a little bit, right? I hope I'm using this correctly. Canales was awesome, gets a head coaching job. He leaves. And we're like, oh, what about Liam Cohen? He's amazing, gets a head coaching job. Is the fact that it happened twice in a row, does that mean it's less likely that Grizzard's great? I don't know the answer. I should have paid more attention in statistics class.
That is gambler's fallacy. It's do factor, right? Essentially.
Yeah. Because those two being great has nothing to do with him potentially being great. But just offering that is just interesting, right? The last 2 OCs for Tampa both got head coaching jobs after 1 year calling plays. So Josh Grizzard has big shoes to fill with Dave Canales and then obviously Liam Cohen. So let's get into it with the Tampa Bay Bucs, who are. And do you just have their division price also?
Let me scroll up here real quick. I believe the division price is plus 150 in that range or so, because I know Atlanta's plus 200. So even money actually. So I was off on that. Even money for the Bucs. Falcons plus 220. Panthers plus 380. Saints 15-1.
Honestly, I would never bet the Saints or the Panthers. It's either Tampa or Atlanta for me. Okay, Week 1 for Tampa Bay, and just a fascinating game, as every NFL game is, especially early in the season. Tampa starts the season on the road at the Atlanta Falcons. Current price right now at BetMGM is a juiced 1.5 with the Bucs as favorites. Mm-hmm. So we can call this a toss-up.
Yep.
I like how I said we can call this a toss-up. It is a toss-up.
It's very much a toss-up. Pretty Sharp Sportsbook actually has a pick right now here in Las Vegas. But yeah, the consensus, Bucs short road favorite.
Because if Wirfs doesn't play, and we don't think he's going to, and if James Pierce and Jalen Walker both look good, you can make the case that the Falcons should maybe even be a 1-point favorite in this game. But we'll talk about that, have that conversation when we get there. So toss up to start the year for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Week 2, on the road at the Houston Texans.
I think it's another toss-up.
I would agree with that.
It might even be the same point spread, just a pick 'em or something like that.
Week 3, revenge game for Todd Bowles against the former team he was the head coach of, the New York Jets.
This is a blowout win.
It is, right?
Yeah, I think it's a blowout win.
Yeah, I would say 7.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep. Home Eagles.
Toss up. They also play the Eagles really, really tough. So that's a fun game to kind of think about. Like, they've been destroying the Bowles
Yeah, I was going to
versus
say,
Hurts
I don't know if they play them tough. I feel like they beat the crap out of the Eagles when they play them.
Yeah, that's true. That's probably the better way to phrase it. Yeah, the playoff game last year, where I think Philly ended up closing like 1.5 or 2, and they beat them by like 20 points or whatever it was. Yeah, the Bucs have dominated them, especially in Tampa, where this game will also be played as well.
At Seattle.
Toss-up?
Toss-up. Home, San Francisco.
Another toss-up.
Toss-up.
Tough schedule early here, man. Eagles and Niners. And
Well,
at
gonna
Houston,
get a
at
little
Atlanta.
Going to get a little tougher. At the Lions.
Likely loss. Not by much, though, but I do think it is a likely loss.
Do you think it's a toss-up? Could it be 3 or is it more than 3?
I mean, there's a chance that it's 3 because, like, 9.5. Because
What's
Detroit's
win total right now?
I mean, I believe there's like a 10 or 10.5 on the Lions. Let's see here. Detroit Lions, their win total is, like 10.5. But it's juiced under. So it's minus 135 to the under, plus 110 to the over. So, yeah, the Lions are better, but not by a lot. But the Lions do have a good home field advantage. It might be 3.
I think that gets it to 3.
Remember that game last year when we did it and we had the Lions in Survivor?
I do.
That was fun.
Oh, also
I gained
something
about like
to keep in
300
mind.
yards.
Something to keep in mind. Let's say Wirfs misses the first 4 games. He would miss Atlanta, at Houston with Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter, home against the Jets with like Aaron Glenn, and like they do have some good players on the defensive front. Most notably Quinnen Williams, obviously, and then home against the Eagles with that defensive line. So hopefully it's only 4 games for Tampa's sake for Tristan Wirfs. And honestly, like maybe it's Eagles 3 if Wirfs isn't out, but I think like every range is the same. I think it's 3. I want to call it a toss-up against Detroit.
Let's do it. Toss-up.
Okay, at the Saints. I don't think is 7.
No. Well, I mean, Arizona right now is 6 at New Orleans. So, like, I think we might be 7. Like, we actually might be 7.
You know what? It's a really good point. Yeah, I think you're right, actually.
The Saints are, like, rated as, like, a
division
dumpster
game,
truck.
6.5, maybe?
Because this win total, it's a pure 9.5. Cardinals, I guess, are like, what, an 8.5? Are they juiced under or are they juiced over? Juiced over. So maybe it is just 6.5 because it does take a lot to go from like 6 to 6.5 and 6.5 to 7. So maybe it's just
I think it's 6.5. Yeah, I think it's a likely
maybe
win.
It's but like we are flirting though with blowout because like the way the Saints are rated, it's 6-point dog at home against Arizona. Like Arizona's frisky, but like their win total says they're a league average team and almost a touchdown underdog at home. But
that
let's do
woo noise you made.
Likely.
The woo noise you just made is the noise that I make when like my daughter will like ask me to smell her feet. She smiles and like puts her feet up, and I smell them and I go woo and like make it like sting, and she like laughs hysterically. And then she'll walk around like going like this, like waving her hand in front of her face like something stinks.
She said, "I got them stinky feet."
Yeah, she's and like they don't stink, but she just like she laughs hysterically every time. Okay,
she gets a kick out of it.
Anyway, yeah, she's the best. Okay, bye week for Tampa. They host the New England Patriots out of the bye.
Likely win.
Likely win. Yep. Okay. We move on to at the Buffalo Bills. Likely loss.
Yeah, likely loss. I like to bet the over in that game, though.
At the LA Rams. Toss-up.
Toss-up. Yeah. Toss-up.
Here's an interesting one. Home Cardinals.
I mean, we just talked about how these two teams, Bucs are rated a little bit better. This might just be 3, to where this is like Tampa 3, like right on there.
Would get bet. I think it's 3 also.
Like Arizona gets a decent amount of credit. Yeah, I think it's toss-up.
Toss-up. Okay. Home Saints blowout win. This one, next couple. Okay, this is home Atlanta is a likely win.
Likely win.
At Carolina is a likely win.
Yep.
At Miami is a toss-up. It's probably like Tampa minus 2.5.
I agree.
And then home Carolina. Is that 7?
I think it is, but I'm also like a Carolina hater.
I think it's 7.
I do believe, yeah.
And you would get dude, Carolina's defense is dreadful. I think it's 7.
Yep. Bucks will light them on fire like they did last year at the end of the season.
Okay, where does that leave us with Tampa?
I have 10.75 on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Okay, so that's interesting,
That
right?
is-
10.75 for the Bucks. The win total's 9.5.
I mean, their offense is incredibly efficient. That's why the betting market is high on this team. Last year, they were top 5 offense. We talked about the changes at offensive coordinator and how they've been able to just not miss a beat with those guys taking head coaching jobs. I have concerns about the defense. Now, maybe Kalijah Kancey can take a step forward, and maybe he's like the guy that can be like their interior pass rusher, but I think they're going to be in a lot of shootouts. And these coin flip games early on, if they don't go their way with the Wirfs injury, I think I'm just sitting on this win total and saying that this is just right. Like 9.5, I think just might be where it needs to be. I don't want to bet the over. I don't want to bet the under because I think this could be like almost a little bit like the Bengals last year where they score a lot of points but sometimes lose some of these coin flip games.
So I think the Falcons are kind of like, I'd like for Atlanta to be good because I think it's going to be fun. And I am on record saying I think their offense is going to be sick this year. The defense is like, it feels like cashing, you need to cash like a 4-leg parlay. Like Pierce needs to be good. Walker needs to be good. Like one of the young, like Rukaroro needs to be good. One of the young defensive linemen needs to be good. You need like a linebacker to be good or like another corner to be good. Like you need a rookie safety to be good. I think what's likely is like their defense is not very good. And, dude, we're like 8 buckets is like a 1.5 more than the win total.
Yeah. I mean,
I think they're just gonna win the division.
that's the bet to make as opposed to the win total. Like if you're bullish on this team, just bet the even money. Don't waste your time with the -110 to the over.
I wanna so I'm not doing anything yet. I really I want to see what Atlanta's defense looks like in the preseason and like what the reports are as training camp rolls along. But like if it's not great, I think it's all systems go on the Bucks to win the NFC South again because I think the Panthers and the Saints both stink. On the other side, final hour, power hour, more 8 buckets, Heisman talk, and all our bets for tonight.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
All right, let's put some numbers to Bryce Young when he returned after that Dalton injury. So he played in the last 10 games of the year for Carolina. Bryce Young did. In those 10 games, 15 touchdowns, 6 interceptions. Yeah, you want a higher touchdown rate, but he stopped turning the ball over. He was turning the ball over at a pretty high clip for about a year and a half here. So 15 touchdowns, 6 interceptions. I don't know, 4 and 6 from where Carolina was in those 10 games. That's pretty solid. Of those 10 games, when Young returned, 7 of the 10 were one-score games. So you're competitive because you're not turning the ball over. And now let's give you a weapon. We're going to bring in Tet McMillan, according to most people, the best receiver. It was a weak class, but the best receiver in the draft. In the last 3 games of the year, Bryce Young, 7 touchdowns, no interceptions. In the last game, week 18, a 5-touchdown game. That's how they end the season. He had 3 passing, 2 rushing. It was a ridiculous performance out of him. So obviously, people leave the season like, okay, we got our guy. I don't know that that's unanimous because you don't forget about what was going on before that. But, I mean, that's a good half of football. This is not a sample size of just 2, 3, 4 games that we're talking about. We're talking about a 10-game stretch in this league. I don't care who you're playing. When you have a 10-game stretch where all of a sudden you look like the dude that you drafted, I think there's reason for optimism there. I'm not saying he's top 10 quarterback in the league. We're not going that far. But don't forget, he was labeled an outright bust. And now they're in a position where they're building around him. And let's see what you can do defensively.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew. Presented by BetMGM.
Bring it up, Jake. Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, our crew, and you. All right, Femi, we will get to your Heisman thoughts in 20 minutes. I can't wait for that. I don't know who you're going to say is your bet for Heisman Trophy, where Arch Manning is the favorite. I'll tell you, man, some fascinating names on the list for Heisman Trophy, and I think you can make the case for a lot of different names to potentially win the Heisman Trophy. I know you're not going to like Dante Moore, who's 25-1, the new Oregon quarterback, because you put some stank on his name when you mentioned him yesterday. Dante Moore. So we can probably cross Dante Moore off the list for Femi.
He was sight unseen. Maybe don't cross him off. We'll find out in 20 minutes. But
ooh,
sight unseen
that's a nice
with
little
some of these
tease
guys.
There.
Yeah,
maybe that's a nice little tease there from Femi. Okay. But before we get to Heisman, and all our bets for tonight are coming up at the end of the show, let's continue on with 8 buckets. We are a nice little pace here, man. We're going to get through 5 teams today. Absolutely love to see it. Jake's got the music rolling. Femi, let's go into the salad bowl, and let's pick another team.
While I'm mixing in the salad bowl here real quick, just wanted to ask you something, like maybe we could spend 30 seconds on it. Like, does Tampa Bay have Super Bowl upside, like with the offense that they have?
No.
Like 10.75 is high.
No.
But just wanted to go ahead and throw that out there. I feel like we should do a different team. So I drew the New Orleans Saints, but we just did the NFC style. Do you want to do the Saints or do you want to do a different team? I guess it doesn't matter. All right, let's do the Saints and get them out of the way. The New Orleans Saints, obviously this season, is first-year head coach Kellen Moore. Quarterback either going to be Spencer Rattler or Tyler Shuck week 1. Maybe Rattler, but at some point we'll probably see Tyler Shuck. Win total sitting at 5.5, juice to the under, -145 at BetMGM. The over, +120.
Who do you think will be the Saints starting quarterback in week 1?
I think it'll be Rattler, but I think Shuck starts more games this season. Like, I don't think it's going to go that great with Rattler.
I agree.
Yeah.
This comes courtesy of Ross Jackson, who covers the Saints for LouisianaSports.net and hosts a podcast for Locked On from the Locked On Network on the Saints. And 32 beat writers. It was I feel like I talk about every day now on the show. Like, an amazing Twitter account if you're an NFL sicko like we are. This is from 7 hours ago regarding Spencer Rattler. Again, per Ross Jackson, quote, "As camp goes along, if Rattler can show a bit more consistency, it's going to be hard to deny him the starting job out of the gate." Rattler obviously has like the year under his belt already. So I agree totally with what Femi said. I think Rattler is more likely to start week 1. And I think Shuck is more likely to start the majority of games this season. Jake Haener stinks. So I think Rattler and Shuck will be starting the season for the Saints. So I think it'll be Rattler week 1 at home against the Arizona Cardinals. This team is not going to be very good. Week 1.
Get ready for this one, folks.
Week 1, 6-point home dogs against the Arizona Cardinals. Not against a team with like a 10-win total, a team with an 8.5 win total, 6-point home dogs. And the Saints have a great home field advantage. So likely loss right out of the gate for New Orleans.
Yeah. That is going to be one of the more popular Survivor selections. Start thinking about that stuff. The Cardinals being a 6.5 point favorite, or 6-point favorite, I should say. But yeah, this is likely loss.
Home San Francisco.
I mean, this is blowout, right?
Has to be. Yes, has to be.
Yeah, like it has to be a blowout because San Francisco is better than Arizona, and you're 6th to Arizona. So yeah, blowout.
At Seattle.
Is this another blowout?
I don't think it's 7. I think like we're close to 7.
Did we? We did this. The Seahawks were actually the first thing that we did. We might have said likely win for Seattle.
I don't think this is a blowout. I don't think Seattle's 7 against New Orleans at home.
Yeah. Whew. Might be close. But yeah, likely win. Or sorry, likely loss.
Okay.
Excuse me.
Likely loss for New Orleans. Yep. At Buffalo. See ya.
What's that? I think we said 13 on the point spread.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, is that like Tyler Shuck's first start? I mean, it could be 14.
Oh my goodness! I mean, you got to save him for the Giants. You can't throw him out there. Western New York, Bills Mafia. Save him for the Giants game. Don't do that to the young man, or I guess old man, given the fact that he played 17 years in college. But yeah, don't do that to him.
I do think like the offense has a chance to be interesting. So they've invested a ton in this offensive line. Trevor Penning kicks into guard now. I like Kelvin Banks, the rookie out of Texas they picked in the top 10. Fuaga playing on the right side. Ruiz and McCoy. Like, the offensive line might not be bad. I mean, Brandon Cooks is the number 2. Like, you need Olave and Shaheed desperately to stay healthy because if they don't, you got nothing. Kamara, I mean, I don't know. Can he keep doing it in this defense is? Yeah. Defense is not... It's not what you want. Okay.
I didn't even know Brandon Cooks was out there for another tour of duty for the New Orleans Saints. I didn't.
Good soldier for the New Orleans Saints. Back in New Orleans, where he's been like 9 teams in his career. Home Giants, toss up.
Toss up.
Home Patriots.
Likely loss. Not by much, but I think likely loss.
I think this is just 3. I think it's New England 3.
You think? New England, but they're like 8.5 on the win total, same as Arizona, and Arizona's 6. Like, I don't think this can be 3. That's too big of a gap between New England and Arizona. Like, I'm looking at the Patriots win total right now. It's juiced to the under, but it's 8.5 minus 120. Like, I think this is like 3.5.
Arizona, I think, way better division. You want to call it 3? I don't think it's 3.5. I think it's 3, but
I think it's 3.5.
All right, we can go likely loss. I disagree. We can go likely loss.
Even factoring in like that Arizona's, and obviously like that's plays a part of their win total as well. But like, I don't think the gap is that wide between the Cardinals and the Patriots to where like Cardinals could be 6, Patriots could be 3.5. But either way, I think a likely loss for New Orleans.
Okay, at the Bears, blowout loss.
Yeah, blowout loss.
I mean, that's the thing about that.
This is gonna be sad.
Yeah, it's gonna be bad. Home Tampa, likely loss. It's not Tampa 7 on the road.
I think this is like, I think we said like Tampa 6.5 is what we said in the last segment. So yeah. So likely loss.
At the Rams, this is a blowout loss.
Yep, a blowout loss.
At Carolina, like Carolina has to be more than 3, right?
Do they? I feel like we might be like on 3. Like Panthers 3.
No, oh man, I don't think so.
You would lay it? Like, no hesitation?
Would you? Carolina minus 3 against Tyler Shuck? I probably would.
I would lean that side, but man. It's not for me, it's not no hesitation.
I feel pretty good about this. I think this would be more than 3.
All right. Let's go. So likely loss for the New Orleans Saints.
Okay, bye. Then come out of the bye. Home
might
Atlanta.
have a likely loss in the bye.
Toss up against Atlanta at home. Atlanta's not 3.5 in New Orleans.
No, and like that's a game that the fans will get up for since that's a heated rivalry. Probably might be honestly the best rivalry in the league. Like hot take.
At Miami, likely loss.
Likely loss. Yep.
At Tampa, blowout loss.
Yep, blowout loss.
Home Carolina, toss up.
Yep, the toss up.
You stop me if like any of this. I think these are all pretty easy now. Well, one of them's not. Home Jets is a toss up.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, at Tennessee.
Quite flip games. I think it's a toss up.
Is Tennessee more than 3?
I don't think so. At least not right now. Now, when we get there, perhaps. If like Cam Ward shows that he's really good, and we are both high on Cam Ward. But right now, like sight unseen, I still think that this is like Tennessee 3. Like, I mean, the Titans were atrocious last year.
I would bet Tennessee and like not even think twice about it.
But I'd probably be right there with you. But like I think as of right now, I think we have to call it.
We can call it toss up. Okay, at Atlanta in Week 18 is a likely loss.
Yep, likely loss.
Okay, where are we at with the New Orleans Saints?
So the Saints, not the lowest that we've done. That belongs to the Cleveland Browns. But 4.25 is what I got for the New Orleans Saints. And that is what Bill has.
They are.
And the win total is 5.5.
Truly dreadful.
Yeah. Because the schedule's not even that tough.
Awesome.
It's a 4.25. Like the schedule's not like gaudy. And man, the fact that this is this low. Shuck being good is the only path to exceeding expectations. Like I don't even know what the bull case is on Rattler. Like I'm Mr. Spencer Rattler on this show, but like we at least saw enough of him last year.
For people that don't remember, Femi said last year Spencer Rattler is better than Bo Nix, and then the Broncos beat the Saints by 1 million on Thursday Night Football.
Yeah, I put my money where my mouth was, and I had less of it after the game. But
Rattler got hurt in that game, right? And Hayner came in at the end.
No, I think he just got benched. To be honest, if I remember correctly.
Benched? Okay, yeah, something happened.
Yeah.
Like
he didn't finish the game though, for sure. Is what I remember. But yes, I was for a 3-day crusade. Spencer Rattler over Bo Nix, and then here are the Broncos destroying the New Orleans Saints in prime time for everybody to see. I think this is a team that you bet the under, but even that, I'm not excited about betting unders when we don't know if the rookie quarterback's gonna be good or not. I'll just fade them week to week. I think is how I'm going to attack the New Orleans Saints.
I think they stink, and I think the Saints, and I think the Panthers stink.
I think the Panthers are pretty brutal.
Man, I might lay Arizona in week 1.
See, I wouldn't do that because I think the betting market is very much attacked that market since that was like 4 when it opened, and now we're all the way out to 6.
Yeah, I think maybe it should be bigger.
It might be. Like, let's say if it's 7, what do? You just pass the game?
Nothing. Yeah.
I bet +7.
Yeah, I think you'd have to, right?
Yeah. 7 is way too much. I think there's an argument to be made that 6 is a little bit much.
I think Arizona's going to railroad them in week 1.
They're certainly much better, but with these injuries that Arizona has on defense, maybe, New Orleans can do something. Early start for the Cardinals as well. Having to play that 10 a.m. kickoff. Right now it's a lean towards New Orleans, but the rest of the schedule, I'd be looking for spots to fade them. But week 1, I think it's heavily baked in that everybody thinks that this team just sucks out loud.
I do love me some Chris Olave this year, and I do love me some Rashid Shaheed also, and it scares me because you don't want to draft like multiple players on bad teams on potential bad offenses, but I like both guys this year. I love Olave this year. He's going in and again, I'll just offer this caveat always because it's still July. We are not yet in the heart of fantasy football draft season. Olave is going way later than I think he should be in drafts.
I mean, it's all because of the concussions, right? Because the next one that he gets, it's probably going to be a short-term IR stint, right? If he gets another concussion, which knock on wood, we don't want that to happen to him. But he's had 3 in his career so far. That's probably why people are a little bit skittish on him. But
yeah, this is anecdotal what I'm going to say, but I think it's it'll paint the picture that Femi's talking about right now. So I did a startup dynasty draft last year with a group of people that I would consider to be they're not industry fantasy football players, but they are serious fantasy football players. They really, really give a you-know-what. They care. They love it. So this year was the first rookie draft that we did in this league. And my partner and I in the league, I co-own the league. I co-own a team. We were trying to swing. We have Olave. And we have Olave, DJ Moore, Brian Thomas Jr., and Drake London. So we have really good receivers, which I think is the key to winning in Dynasty. The rest of our team is a little, some holes on the roster, but our wide receivers are great. And we were peddling all receivers to see what we could get for them. And no one wanted Olave. And everyone said to a man, we're concerned about the concussions. And in my head, I'm thinking okay, I understand that to a degree. I get it. But at cost, where he's going in drafts right now, I think he is it's a big time buy. It's an easy buy. When he plays, he's sick. He's awesome.
Yeah, he's a really good player.
Kellen Moore, go and get him the ball. I love Olave this year. And maybe he just gets concussed and it's a disaster. I don't know. But I'm willing to take that risk and roll the dice.
Where's he going in the draft? Because you keep mentioning that, he keeps going super, super low. Is he what, 11th round? What are we talking about here?
I was listening to the Underdog podcast with Josh Norris and Hayden Winks because I'm getting into best ball now in August. I think they said he's going in the 6th round of Underdog drafts right now.
Okay. And this is a guy that when he plays is getting the majority of the targets and is a go-to guy for this offense.
Last year in best ball drafts, he was like an early 2nd round pick, a mid 2nd round pick. And now he's going in the 6th round. Because Derek Carr is gone and because of concussions. You can make why can't Tyler Shuck be just as good as Derek Carr? Derek Carr stinks. And Kellen Moore's down in charge of the offense. Yeah. We like Clint Kubiak, but I like Kellen Moore better. At least until Clint Kubiak shows me a little more. All right. On the other side, Heisman bets. Courtesy of Femi Abebefe. All our bets for tonight will wrap up the show.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
who's in a better spot quarterback-wise? You got Russ, Jackson Dart, Jameis, or back to the Browns. The Browns just dominating the show today.
God.
Or the Browns who have 5 quarterbacks on the – it's all about the Browns. Or the Browns who have 5 quarterbacks on their roster, including 2 rookies in Dylan Gabriel and Shedeur Sanders. This quarterback room is something. This should be a sitcom in Cleveland. Who has it better than us? That's what the Harbaughs would ask. The Browns or the Giants?
The Giants. Because, listen, like, it doesn't count for extra when you have extra quarterbacks. Like, you can't combine them all into one super quarterback. And only one quarterback can play at a time. So the question is, who has the best number 1 starter?
Yeah.
And for me, it's still the Giants. Like, Russell Wilson is a veteran. I know he's had his down years, but we saw that he can be a decent starter with his time in Pittsburgh. So I think this is the right move for the Giants, especially with a young quarterback in Jackson Dart who can learn under Russell Wilson. So I do think it's the Giants here that are in the better spot when it comes to starting quarterback.
This Browns quarterback room needs to be a sitcom. This needs to be a sitcom. It's setting up perfectly for one, right? You got the 2 rookies, Dylan Gabriel, Shedeur Sanders. They're playful. They're always kind of bickering because they're young guys. You have Joe Flacco, so annoyed. Just leave him alone. He's the grumpy old guy. He's won it all. Every now and then they'll have a serious moment. He leans in. He gives some sage advice. Nobody likes Deshaun Watson. Every time he comes on screen, boo. And then Kenny Pickett is the guy. He's the comic relief guy, right? Like, he probably doesn't belong. He's not going to play any games. You know, everybody will be sitting around watching film, and then the door opens, and it's Kenny Pickett. He's like, hey, is there a meeting going on in here? And everybody laughs. And he goes, dude, because they're sponsored by Dude Wipes. I mean, this has all the makings of an absolute hit. So if the Browns are going to stink, why not make some money on primetime TV?
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew. Presented by BetMGM.
All right, all our bets for tonight coming up 20 minutes from now to wrap up the show. We'll also get some fantasy and prop betting sleepers from Brad Evans at BetMGM tonight. I know because I texted Brad earlier and said, hey, could you have a couple ready? Because I did mine earlier today in the show. So we look forward to that coming up 20 minutes from now from our pal Brad Evans. But for right now, Femi, let's talk some Heisman Trophy. For those that missed it yesterday on the show, Femi revealed, to the surprise of many, I think, including me, maybe even including himself, that at Price, he likes the Penn State Nittany Lions to win the national championship this year, despite the fact that their head coach, James Franklin, is a notorious big game choke artist. Penn State plus 700 to win the national championship. Let's see what Femi has up his sleeve. And they're big sleeves because Femi's a big guy. My sleeves are a little smaller. We'll see what Femi has up. Yeah, those are big-ass sleeves. We'll see what Femi's got up his sleeve for Heisman Trophy for this season. I will give the market, Femi, up until guys at 25-1. And if you want to talk about guys beyond that, please feel free to do so. Just in the interest of time, that's where I chose to draw the line. Arch Manning of Texas is the favorite at 6-1. LSU's Garrett Nussmeier and Clemson's Cade Klubnik are both at 9. They play in week 1. Clemson and LSU. For Ohio State phenom wide receiver Jeremiah Smith who in some dynasty leagues I'm in, people are tanking already to set up to draft Jeremiah Smith in a couple of years. You think I'm kidding? I'm not.
That's amazing.
He has his upside is to be a Hall of Famer, like already.
Yeah. I mean, he looks like
Jeremiah
he's Julio
Smith
Jones
is 10 to 1. Dude, it's crazy. South Carolina quarterback Lenora Sellers at 16. Drew Aller of Penn State, 18. How do you pronounce the Ohio State quarterback? Sayin or Cyan?
Yeah,
Sayin.
Sayin.
Right? Julian
Sayin. Yep.
This is a really nerdy question, and I know I love Japanese stuff. I'm not into anime. So in Dragon Ball Z, a character, it's Super Saiyan or Super Saiyan, when the character goes nuts. How do you pronounce that word? Is it Saiyan?
I think it's Super
Saiyan.
I think it's I've heard the term. I think it's Super Saiyan. Yeah, Mike Brown says the second one.
Super Saiyan.
So Saiyan.
Okay.
Yes.
So that should be this guy's nickname, right? He goes Super Saiyan.
Super Saiyan. Maybe
right?
Heisman Saiyan. If he was smart and Ohio State was getting around him for a campaign, this is what you do to lean into all that stuff, and then every broadcast will lean into it as well. That's how you build a campaign.
Super Saiyan.
Heisman changed his name to get the Heisman.
I like all sorts of really nerdy stuff. Anime was never my thing, but I do know Dragon Ball Z has kind of permeated pop culture in that kind of way. Okay, so Julian
Goku
Saiyan,
and
Super Saiyan.
Gohan. I think those are the two that I know.
Goku is the only one I know.
Yeah, there's Goku and then Gohan. Isn't Gohan another one?
There's Vegeta. I think Mike Brown's typing in our chat. Piccolo. I don't know who any of these guys are. I've heard of Vegeta, I guess. Now that I see the name in typed out.
Could have gotten it past me. But Goku, I do know. Gohan.
I'm super nerdy. This is a level of nerdy that I'm not even at. Julian Saiyan, 18 to 1. DJ Lagway, who the vibes are bad, I feel like, with Florida right now, in a walking boot. And what was the report today that you saw for DJ Lagway?
Calf strain for DJ Lagway. So we've already done that in the NBA. We don't want that to happen to DJ Lagway. So hopefully they err on the side of caution, which might mean he misses some training camp, which I believe starts next week.
Okay. Moving on. Gunnar Stockton, the new Georgia starting quarterback with Carson Beck. We'll get to him in a second in Miami. Gunnar Stockton is a 20 to 1, as is Arizona State quarterback Sam Levitt and Bama quarterback Ty Simpson. This price
crashed.
Went nuclear, right? Yes.
Yes. Yeah, this was 3-4 weeks ago, 66 to 1. I know we've been talking about him quite a bit whenever we bring up the Heisman Trophy, just initially earlier this summer. Yeah, now it's 20 to 1 now. It was I think 40 to 1 last week. So people were picking up and betting it. So that ship has sailed.
A couple quarterbacks, 22 and 25 to 1. Carson Beck, now at Miami, 22 to 1. And then two guys at 25, Oregon's Dante Moore and Oklahoma's John Mateer. So, Femi, what do you think here? Heisman Trophy, break it down for us, your criteria, et cetera, how you're betting this right now.
Yeah, I mean, obviously last year was another year where we saw a non-quarterback win it, which we had not seen in the playoff era outside of the Alabama guys. Derrick Henry won it in 2015. Devontae Smith won it in 2020. I think a lot of that was Devontae Smith was sick, but you look at Mac Jones's numbers, you might be able to relitigate that and say that Mac Jones probably should have won the Heisman, given the fact that I think he was the most efficient quarterback of the decade. But hey, we don't need to relitigate all that stuff. Congratulations to Devontae Smith, Heisman Trophy winner. But Travis Hunter winning it last year, the unicorn, do everything wide receiver cornerback for a Colorado team that was projected to be bad, but ended up being solid, went 9-3. I think a lot of people have been interested in Travis Hunter had they known that Colorado was going to win 9 games, because that's the crux of the handicap. You need the team success. Now, you don't have to be a national title contender. You don't need to be playing for the national championship, but we see, you need to be winning at least 9 games to win the Heisman Trophy. So I think if you're going to sort of let the market do the legwork for you, I'd be looking at players on teams with win totals of worst case scenario 8.5, but theoretically you want to kind of be 9 or higher, teams that are thought of as playoff contenders or national title contenders. Also teams that are rated highly. I was talking about this stat yesterday. ESPN's Bill Connolly, he does the SP Plus, which is a college football rating that he kind of compiles that puts in recruiting rankings and returning production and overall team strength all into a composite rating to kind of decipher who are the best teams in the country. And he listed all the way down to the worst team in the country. That is a statistic that you should be using. Shout out to Bill Connolly at ESPN for doing that. 8 of the last 11 winners have been in the top 10 preseason. of the SP Plus. Now, Travis Hunter was not. Neither was Caleb Williams. Neither was Lamar Jackson. But like, you get where we're coming from. It's teams that are thought of as really good teams. So using that and using the win totals, I think is a good start for thinking about who can actually win the Heisman Trophy or which kind of team produces a Heisman Trophy winner. So, of course, your usual suspects are in that category. But for me, looking at the quarterbacks, I want to look this year. I want to get a little bit crazy and look at the sight unseen guys before the season begins. I'm not saying they are 100% going to win it, but the guys who we have not seen play like a full season, those are the guys that I want to look at because I think we might see early on, whoa, look what this player just did. Look what Julian Sayin just did. Look what Ty Simpson just did. And I think that's a guy that could see the price shorten even more than it has over the summer. Now, the Simpson price is shortened quite a bit. I don't want to bet him right now. Kind of missed the boat on that one. Sayin at 18-1, like you can make the case. I'm a little bit gonna back off just because I'm gonna go for the longer price guy, and it's the guy that I was kind of joking about yesterday, the Oregon quarterback Dante Moore, who is a 5-star prospect with a team, that is loaded.
You bleeped all over him yesterday. So I interrupted when you said that. So I want you to kind of like, because this will be a great social video, I want you to kind of like do that again, the intro into Dante Moore, so we can cut it for social. But you like bleeped all over him yesterday. Like it does need to be said.
So I did. I didn't even like intentionally do that. I don't know why I said his name so derisively, but I happened to do it. But I was also talking about who can win the national title. I don't think Oregon can do that. Not with it. But I do think they can produce a Heisman Trophy winner. So when we're looking at these sight unseen quarterbacks, like we were mentioning, Julian Sayin, Ty Simpson, those guys can definitely win. I want a longer price, though, and the longest price of those players that are on teams that produce Heisman Trophy winners is Oregon's Dante Moore, who's sitting at 25-1 right now at BetMGM. Like, if you look at the way quarterbacks have been playing at Oregon, it's gone over the last few years when Dan Lanning has really cranked this thing up to being a national title contending team. The last 2 years with Bo Nix, incredibly efficient. Bo Nix, I believe his junior year or the second to last year, because it might have been like his first senior year technically, but his second to last season in Eugene, he was fourth in the country in quarterback efficiency in QBR. His final year, when he was neck and neck with Jaden Daniels the whole season to win the Heisman Trophy, he was second just behind Jaden Daniels in quarterback efficiency. Like, why can't, and also Dylan Gabriel last year was, I believe, the number one quarterback in efficiency in QBR in the country. Like, Oregon, the way they play offense, and shout out to their offensive coordinator, Will Stein, it's efficient, it's ruthless, and this team puts up big numbers. Dante Moore, who coming out of high school, once again, 5-star recruit, big-time prospect out of high school, is now surrounded with other really talented players because we know Dan Lanning recruits his ass off. That is a team that has enough high-profile games, has the team quality that's high enough with a win total of 10.5 that can get you Dante Moore to win the Heisman Trophy. Like, Arch Manning, I understand. Texas has big expectations. That's great. He's 6-1. I don't want to bet someone sight unseen at 6-1. I'd rather bet it at 25-1. Or in Ty Simpson's case, few weeks ago at 60-1. Like, those are the bets you want to be making on these guys who are sight unseen. Now, the top of the board, and why I'm like not as bullish on Nussmeier as I was last year, because if you remember and watching us and listening to us all throughout last season, I was talking about Garrett Nussmeier to win the Heisman Trophy. Defense let him down. They didn't win enough games. He was never in the picture. Now he's 9-1. I don't really like LSU that much. Like, I'm just going to go out there and say it. I don't trust Brian Kelly. He's on the hot seat. I think that thing has a chance to go off the rails, even though Nussmeier is a guy that I think a lot of NFL people like. And I think he's really fun to watch because he's always pushing the ball down the field. I don't want to do it. Cade Klubnik, I think he can win the Heisman. The betting market thinks so as well. Drew Aller, 18-1, maybe, but Penn State might blow teams out to where he doesn't have to be the guy that puts up the gaudy statistics. I like Dante Moore's setup at 25-1. We can talk about some of the other exciting players as well, but just off of the jump, Dante Moore is the bet that I would make right now over at BetMGM.
So I love that. I think you explained it really well. Honestly, like, the question that I had out of that was not Dante Moore related. It sounds like, are you going to like Clemson against LSU in week 1?
I will like Clemson against LSU. I think Clemson, like, their front seven, and specifically their defensive line, like going back onto their national title winning days, was always strong. It's strong again this year. I think they control the line of scrimmage in that game. Like, I will like Clemson to beat LSU.
Fascinating. Okay, so Dante Moore at 25-1. I guess that's the guy that you like the most. You bet on this Tuesday. Femi, you did kind of reference there are some other names a little bit further down the board that you might find interesting. Who are they and why?
So, yeah, these are names that I would not bet, but I think they're going to be names that a lot of people are really excited about. And I mean, I'm going to be the cold blanket guy, the cold water guy, but like DJ Lagway, who we just mentioned, he's already banged up. Florida is not expected to be good. The win total is 7.5. Now, that doesn't mean that they can't be good. We just saw Travis Hunter win the Heisman Trophy when Colorado's win total was 5.5 last year. They go 9-3, and he shines and wins the trophy. So this doesn't mean that they can't win. I just wouldn't bet it, given the fact that he's already amongst kind of like the shorter prices to win this award, sitting currently at 18-1. I'm not betting 18-1 on a guy that has a win total of 7.5. That just doesn't make sense to me. Maybe put him at 100-1, I'll bet him. But at 18-1, no, I'm not doing that. Lenoris Sellers. I'm excited to watch Lenoris Sellers. The NFL is excited about Lenoris Sellers. He might be Donovan McNabb 2.0. Who knows? Like, he's a big-time athlete, big, strong, really good. South Carolina's win total is 7.5. Like, those, I just cannot invest in those kinds of players. If you want some long shot guys, other side unseen, maybe it's an Austin Simmons out of Ole Miss, who I know Tyler's talked about quite a bit over the summer. He's at 40-1 at BetMGM. CJ Carr of Notre Dame, I don't really trust it because quarterbacks at Notre Dame don't really put up big stats. They like to run the football, but like that's another sight unseen guy right now who's at a big price. Maybe you want to go that direction. But I think Austin Simmons for me would be the guy. And maybe, I mean, he's not listed at BetMGM right now, but I mean, amongst all these quarterbacks, the guy I'm most excited to see this year is probably Bryce Underwood of Michigan. People talk about this dude like he was a freaking high school football legend. Yeah, like he is like supposed to be like the next coming.
The number one recruit. Like the number one recruit in the country.
Now, the problem is that true freshmen typically don't win this award, but at some point, like these like never happened, they sometimes happen. So he's not listed right now. If he plays well early on in the season, I'm sure he'll eventually get listed, but that's just a name to keep in mind as we get closer to the season. Michigan should be much better than what they were last year. Defensively, they should be really, really good. Offensively, if he's as good as everybody thinks he is, a dual threat quarterback, maybe he can put up big numbers for the Wolverines.
Any love for the Rock's son?
Jaden Maya.
Is it Mayava or Maivia? I'm going to call him Maivia.
It's Mayava, but I think if we call him Maivia, it's more fun.
Yeah, if you smell what Jaden Maivia, Rocky Maiavia's son, he's not the Rock's son, but
no. But it'd be really cool if he was. I don't trust Lincoln Riley.
Honestly, he should lie and say he is.
Yeah, he's the new Brahma Bull. I don't trust
for the People's team, USC.
Yeah, no, they're not the people's team this year. I think his teams are just soft. I don't really trust that the defense, which I know was a little bit improved last year.
I like it. I like USC this year.
I don't know. They're going to have to prove it to me. I feel like we've done this with Lincoln Riley. It's where we think that it's going to be better. And even last year, they have Miller Moss, and the defensive coordinator now is in there. It's no longer Alex Grinch, the Grinch who stole defense, who can't coordinate defense. Like, I can't get there. I think there's something fundamentally wrong with how Lincoln Riley runs his programs to where I don't think his defenses will ever be good. They'll put up big numbers, but I don't think that's going to be enough to win enough games in a really good conference.
I know I should probably be used to it at this point because it's been a little bit now with the transfer portal being what it is. It's still like unnerving to me to see like Miller Moss on the Heisman board.
Yeah.
I'm like, is he still at US? Oh, he's at Louisville? Like, what?
It's weird, man. It's college football.
I like the Dante Moore thought, dude. I think like you kind of broke that down really nicely.
Their offense is really efficient, and he's a big-time prospect, bigger than the guys that were really good. Gabriel Nix, they were not like massive. Nix was a pretty good prospect out of high school, but not like 5-star prospect. If that talent meets that efficiency, it could be a big year in Eugene.
I kind of want to bet Julian Saiyan just because I want to call him the Super Saiyan. But the Dante Moore is a longer price at 25-1. Okay. On the other side, Brad Evans from BetMGM tonight will join us, give us some fantasy football and prop betting sleepers, and we'll give you all our bets in the world of sport for tonight. Baseball, WNBA. On the other side, here to wrap up the Tuesday edition of the show.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
who's in a better spot quarterback-wise? You got Russ, Jackson Dart, Jameis, or back to the Browns. The Browns just dominating the show today.
God.
Or the Browns who have 5 quarterbacks on the. It's all about the Browns. Or the Browns who have 5 quarterbacks on their roster, including 2 rookies in Dylan Gabriel and Shedeur Sanders. This quarterback room is something. This should be a sitcom in Cleveland. Who has it better than us? That's what the Harbaughs would ask. The Browns or the Giants?
The Giants. Because listen, like, it doesn't count for extra when you have extra quarterbacks. Like, you can't combine them all into one super quarterback, and only one quarterback can play at a time. So the question is, who has the best number 1 starter?
Yeah.
And for me, it's still the Giants. Like, Russell Wilson is a veteran. I know he's had his down years, but we saw that he can be a decent starter with his time in Pittsburgh. So I think this is the right move for the Giants, especially with a young quarterback in Jackson Dart who can learn under Russell Wilson. So I do think it's the Giants here that are in the better spot when it comes to starting quarterback.
This Browns quarterback room needs to be a sitcom. This needs to be a sitcom. It's setting up perfectly for one, right? You got the 2 rookies, Dylan Gabriel, Shedeur Sanders. They're playful. They're always kind of bickering because they're young guys. You have Joe Flacco, so annoyed. Just leave him alone. He's the grumpy old guy. He's won it all. Every now and then they'll have a serious moment. He leans in. He gives some sage advice. Nobody likes Deshaun Watson. Every time he comes on screen, boo. And then Kenny Pickett is the guy. He's the comic relief guy, right? Like, he probably doesn't belong. He's not going to play any games. You know, everybody will be sitting around watching film, and then the door opens, and it's Kenny Pickett. He's like, hey, is there a meeting going on in here? And everybody laughs. And he goes, dude, because they're sponsored by Dude Wipes. I mean, this has all the makings of an absolute hit. So if the Browns are going to stink, why not make some money on primetime TV?
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew. Presented by BetMGM.
All right, have some thank yous to dole out before we wrap up the terrific Football Tuesday edition of You Better You Bet with all our bets for tonight in the world of sports. We had no guests today. Femi, what did Bill do today other than, like, count the wins in 8 buckets? Like, what did Bill do?
We worked out the 3 o'clock hour, and he did the headlines in the 3 o'clock hour. So,
how was he?
He contributes every day. It was really good.
When it's his turn to when he like gives the headline, what % of the time does he go "all right, Femi" before he says it?
Before the first one,
All right,
I think it's
Femi.
about like
Number
95%, I want to say, before the first headline. But once we're into it, we don't get the all right, Femi. But the first one, I think there's usually an all right, Femi.
And when you guys plan the 3 o'clock hour, because I usually I can't hang up fast enough. Like when we're done planning 4 to 7, I always hear Bill say on the phone, like, Femi, do you want to talk? And I'm just like, hang up. Let me get off the phone as fast as possible. What % of that is you and what % of it is Bill?
I would say it's like I'm obviously a large portion of it because I already have it like mapped out in my head or on a piece of a Google Doc, piece of paper, on a freaking Google Doc. But I would say it's about 80% me, 20% Bill. I think. Like
Bill says 75% you, 25% Tim. Is that fair?
Okay. I think it's fair. I mean, we're in the same ballpark. I said 80, he says 75, so I think we're.
I will say the opener of the show is really good. I'll also say we had no guests today. I did say earlier today I'd like to have one guest.
Hey, we'll have guests on Thursday and on Wednesday.
Right, wait, who's on tomorrow? Do we have a guest tomorrow?
I think Schlereth, isn't Schlereth and Knish tomorrow?
Oh, Mark Schlereth's coming on tomorrow, right? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Oh no. Knish and Crouch are on Thursday. So Mark Schlereth.
So Joey
tomorrow.
Knish and Jay Crouch are on Thursday. Mark Schlereth. All right, that's pretty good. That's a good job.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Yeah. Yes, we had no guests today. Our executive producer is Bill.
If you missed him.
Our executive producer is Bill Zimmerman. Oh yeah, I don't want to do the bit anymore. I don't like it anymore because it requires
I didn't come up with one
thought
today
from me
either.
now.
Sorry, I did not come up with one.
No, because I have to it requires brain power and I don't enjoy it anymore. Like we've cycled through all the fun sports quotes, like all the fun movie quotes. I feel also like I'm done. I'm done with the bit. But you know what? We're not done with You Better You Bet as a podcast. Odyssey app, Spotify, Apple, and iHeart. Just search You Bet wherever you find your podcast to get the award-winning Wagertainment. Bill is our executive producer. Tyler's our technical director. Jake is our engineer. Mike is our video producer. And coming up after us is a 4-hour live betting extravaganza known to you and yours as BetMGM Tonight, featuring our guest at this time, the one, the only, the very handsome and entertaining Brad Evans. Brad, welcome back to the show. Happy Tuesday. Hola, amigo. Brad, when you have worked with Bill Zimmerman on shows, and I think you've done a couple that I was not on, with you and Bill, is that right?
No, I think you were always on the shows. The ones that we did in Vegas or the NCAA tournament.
Okay. I was going to ask how much.
That's
show versus,
I stand corrected. Yes, you were gone. I think for 3 or 4 days, and I filled in on You Better You Bet. So yes, I did work alongside Bill without your presence in the vicinity.
What was the pie chart of contribution?
Mine 99.9%.
Wow, so Femi, to people those keeping track at home, Femi 75%, Bill 25%. Yeah, Brad
putting too much work on
Bill 1. Bill, just so people know, Bill does a great job. We're busting Bill's chops.
We love it, Bill. We love
Bill's a great sport. Because Bill's a great sport and he's a great producer. Brad, I asked you before the show, I know you'd come up with some good answers. Give me 5 sleepers. This could be as deep as you want, as shallow as you want. 5 sleepers for fantasy football and prop betting. And just for context, I gave some deep sleepers earlier in the show. They were Phil Maffa, Woody Marks, Keandre Lambert-Smith, your guy, Pat Bryant, and Jermaine Burton. Give me a couple guys that you like here as deep sleepers or regular sleepers for fantasy football and prop betting.
Yeah, let's qualify what a sleeper is. And the names you laid out are indeed deep pulls from the pocket, to say the least. Certifiable Rip Van Winkles. The way that I define a sleeper, anybody that's going outside the starter ranks by position. So traditionally in a 12-team league, you're starting 1 quarterback, 2 running backs, 3 wide receivers, and a tight end. So they got to be outside the top 12 tight ends, the top 12 quarterbacks, the top 24 running backs, the top 36 wide receivers, or they got to go well after pick 100 in average fantasy drafts. Those are true sleepers. So don't give me this nonsense. Get out of here with that bull crap that Omarion Hampton is an actual sleeper. He ain't.
Oh, who's saying that? Who's saying that?
Oh,
I want to know who's saying that. I will publicly shame them.
I don't know the person per se off the top of my head, but I have seen that kind of viewpoint enter my Twitter scroll on occasion. And those are people just hungry for clicks and, some sort of farm engagement. So get the heck out of here with Omarion Hampton. He ain't a sleeper. But anyway.
So give us a couple names in a couple minutes here. Yeah.
Okay. Tank Bigsby. I absolutely love. We had Mia O'Brien on the show last night. She covers the Jacksonville Jaguars locally there. I like it for the anytime touchdown market week 1, as a matter of fact. I think he's got a cannonball splash, contribute double-digit fantasy production right out of the gate, taking on the Carolina Panthers. I saw a price of plus 180 for him to splash 6 in that opener. He is going to be Liam Cohen's new Bucky Irving, a guy that's going to be an early down running back, really dominating the goal line looks as well with Travis Etienne supplanting him on receiving downs. And I know you're a big Tootin guy, but he has got a hill to climb in terms of pass pro. So I think Bigsby has a pretty defined role there in Jacksonville. You also threw out to me that you wanted some prop bets in week 1. Cam Ward is going to throw an INT, folks. And he may throw like 2 or 3 interceptions week 1 against the Denver Broncos, who could arguably have the best defense in the entire National Football League. Ward reportedly today, and really last couple of days at Titans training camp, has been airmailing passes all over the place. You're going to do that against a daunting and vaunted secondary of the Denver Broncos on the road there in thin air of the Mile High City week 1. Godspeed to your negative production that you're going to turn out from a fantasy football perspective. So if you're looking to get early market Cam Ward INTs whenever it opens up BetMGM, cannonball splash into that pool. I think T. Higgins is also going to score an anytime touchdown in week 1. Obviously not a fantasy sleeper by any stretch. He's a certifiable wide receiver 2, taking on Cleveland. He's really done a bang-up job against the Browns in his career. 5 games, 5.1 receptions, nearly 65 yards per game, 3 touchdowns last season, whether it was against Martin Emerson or Denzel Ward. He found the end zone in those 2 games. I think he is going to start off hot again this year. I think Pat Bryant is an excellent deep stab in fantasy football drafts. Why he attended the Harvard of the Midwest.
One more after Pat Bryant.
And then after Pat Bryant, another guy that I think could actually be surprisingly good. You better hold on to something. It's Daniel Jones of the Indianapolis Colts now. I'm in
Brad,
a lot
we'll
of
talk to you
Superflex
tomorrow.
leagues.
Have a great show.
Oh, come on, brother. Daniel Jones is legitimate. Anthony Richardson sucks. He's terrible. Daniel Jones is going to be the starter week 1 for the Colts. And you Superflex fans out there, go the extra dollar, go the extra mile, get him on your team. He is going to be at least a top 20 quarterback, if not top 15 this year.
Have a great show, my friend. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
I love you, gentlemen. The Cubs money line. I'm out.
Yeah, in all seriousness, like in honor of the late great Ryan Sandberg, who unfortunately passed away last night, which sucks, obviously. Thank you to the great Brad Evans for joining us on the show. You can't come on the show and praise Daniel Jones and expect to get some runway here. BetMGM tonight is coming up after us here on You Better You Bet. Yes, yeah.
Giants couldn't wait to get rid of him.
Okay, he might be right. I hate.
He's athletic.
All right.
Get some rushing touchdowns.
All right, let's get to all our bets for tonight in the world of sports. Jake the Snake, please drop the dope ass beat. BetMGM account holders will receive an Any Sport Parlay Boost token. You can score a bigger payout if your wager with the Parlay Boost token hits. These tokens can be used on parlays and same-game parlays. Download the BetMGM app and please gamble responsibly. All right, Femi, Major League Baseball bets for tonight. I tell you, I think what makes me the most interested here, we do have some breaking news here that I want to get into the show. Bengals disgruntled star defensive end Trey Hendrickson is reporting to Bengals camp. Tom Pelissero of NFL Media says that they're not any closer on a deal, and he's not going to practice until he gets the new deal, but he basically wants to avoid getting fined $50,000 a day. So this is kind of like a step in the right direction, like an olive branch towards the Bengals. So Hendrickson will report to Bengals camp, but not practice, Femi, until he gets a new deal. Wanted to get that into the show. What are your bets for tonight in Major League Baseball?
Just 2 in baseball. I'm not gun shy after yesterday. Yesterday did not go well for me, but just only 2 that I liked, and we'll give them right now. The Cubs and the Brewers game, I'm going to go with the first 5 over with Colin Ray and Quinn Priester on the mound. I think both of these lineups pretty potent. Neither guy really excites me that much on the mound. I'll go over 4.5, especially at the minus 105 price. And then finally, I'm backing Yusei Kikuchi on the mound against the Texas Rangers. Texas has been hot, but Kikuchi, nice bounce back spot after not pitching well against the Seattle Mariners. Minus 125 are the Angels in the first 5 against Texas.
For me tonight, Femi, in Major League Baseball, I think we're going to see Sandy Alcantara get traded by the deadline on Thursday, and I think he knows it, and he is balling out big time for the Miami Marlins. So I just want to see where we're at price-wise here. Where is this?
It's like Miami's as high as plus 135, I see. First 5.
So, but I want to do first 5, which is plus 135. Okay, so this has gotten bet. Yeah, big time. That's why I want to say it's plus 118 now. It's moved 20 cents. Ooh. I still like it. Marlins first 5 with Sandy Alcantara against Sonny Gray, who's struggled as of late. And I'm just going to give I can be wrong about this. I think I'm right. Watching Max Fried's last start for the Yankees against the Blue Jays, he has a blister. I don't think he's healthy. The Yankees are minus 190 tonight. I'll put a small bet on the Rays plus 160 because I don't think Max Fried's healthy for the Yankees. So my baseball bets for tonight. Femi, anything for you on the WNBA to close? 3 games tonight.
No, the Dallas Wings kicked me in the teeth last night, so I'm passing the W tonight. Although, welcome back Cameron Brink. She'll be on the court since tearing her ACL last year against the Las Vegas Aces. The Sparks are playing.
Jake is very happy about that news.
Yeah.
Great player. All right.
And protector.
That does it for the.
See you tomorrow.
That does it for the terrific Football Tuesday edition of You Better You Bet. We'll see you tomorrow on a Wednesday. Until then, I'm Nick Costos wishing you minimal sweats, winning bets, the absolute very best of luck.
Thanks for listening to You Better You Bet. Up next, it's BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
I think there's a bet you can make on this team right now, and it's at BetMGM. Tet McMillan's receiving number for yards is 795.5. Now, in the market, there's an 800.5 and an 825.5. So you're already getting the best of the number, and you're buying the low end of the market at 795.5. Joe, go back. Look at most of these guys taken in the top 10 receivers. Let's go back 5-6 years. Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase, Drake London, Chris Olave, Garrett Wilson, Malik Neighbors. These guys are mostly over 1,000 yards in year number 1. Forget 800. They're getting to 1,000. Right opportunity, right place, proper volume, and decent to average quarterback play. He has all of those things. And I last year bet Rome Odunze over 650.5. He didn't even play the whole schedule, and he got over that number pretty handily. I don't understand why this number is not closer to 900. All accounts are good. People are loving what he's doing, and they're going to feed him the ball. He's their best receiver right now. Who's better than him? You got Leggett and Thielen and Jalen Coker and Jimmy Horn Jr. No, this is their best receiver already.
Yeah.
And who better than a 6'4", 215-pound receiver to get the ball to and target and throw open? That number's a joke at 795.5. I love the over.
the betting show.
There is no other show on the planet that packs in more picks nightly.
With the big noise, Brad Evans.
Oh, sharp action! They gotta listen to the sharps! Get the heck out of here with that nonsense. I'm on JMU as well. Drake, hate the Drake. Love the Drake, hate the Drake. No, you never fade the Drake!
And the mad better, Ryan Horvat.
The Keep the Points special. I'll keep cashing tickets around here on Odyssey. Yeah, put me at night, baby. That's where we cash tickets.
They're bringing the heat and helping you cash in big.
It's a lock! It's over! It's a guarantee! It's easy money!
Nobody wants to bet Seattle U, except for this guy. They're going to win this game outright, but I'll be safe and take the points plus 6.5.
And delivering the late night sweats.
And it's gone! It's gone!
Oh,
and it's gone!
No way!
It's gone! Holy God! It is gone!
I need to celebrate tonight with my family! Do it for my kids! Do it for my boy!
It's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Oh, amigos! It's time to bring the noise here. Another Balls Out edition of BetMGM tonight. I'm Brad the Big Noise Evans, and rejoining me, reunited, and it feels so good. The one, the only, Ryan Horvat. Yeah, the band is back together, and we got a rocking program for you tonight. Of course, we're going to reveal our top 3 bets on our cards this evening. Will the heater that your boy is currently riding continue to hold true? I went 3-0 last night. Parlay Pete even cashed in on his parlay of the day. The Sledgehammer special came through. It was a whale of a night on the diamond. So hopefully I'm going to carry that momentum over to the action here on Tuesday night. After that, we're going to get Parlay Pete in here to see if he gets back-to-back dubs. We're going to say hello to our little friend, the Sledgehammer Special. Roll the shoulders, get seduced by the juice, and working some bonus time bets as well. Followed by Better Up. We got a lot of action on the left coast. We're going to try to lock and load another hot hit parlay play, accrue to cash of the night. Corey Seager let us down, but we're going to run it back and see if we can indeed cash in on that 5-legger. And we got a mountain of other bets that Horvat and I have a keen eye on in regards to Diamond this evening. And then the outstanding, the legendary John McClain of the Houston, formerly the Houston Chronicle, covers the Houston Texans, knows that organization forwards and backwards. We're going to talk to him about the fallout of Joe Mixon's foot injury. What does that mean for the Chubb Club? Is it going to have a revival down there in H-Town? And what other components is the offensive line getting fixed, which is a major issue for the Texans last season? Again, we're going to dig in on that organization with John McClain and Seg Ford. Then in the news in the NFL, spinning the latest on James Cook, Luther Burden, J.K. Dobbins, now the Denver Broncos, and Jaden Blue could be a fantasy sleeper. How deep of a sleeper? Horvat and I will discuss, followed by College Cash. We're zeroed in on the Big 12 tonight. We got 4 teams. We're going to discuss over-under on wins. That is especially Ryan Horvat. And I'm going to be the numbers nerd, tossing out some data to possibly support some of Horvy's views. Then Mary Kay Cabot is going to be stopping by, breaking down the Cleveland Browns. What are they going to do at running back with Quinshon Judkins still unsigned and, of course, in legal hot water? And what about Jerry Jeudy? Who the hell is going to be chucking them wounded ducks week 1 for this organization? We're going to get you all the inside scoop ahead of your fantasy football draft on C-Town. Then spin me round, round, baby, round, round. Round 4, part good tonight. Breaking out ADPs in the fantasy football universe and whether or not we are buying or selling certain players at that valuation. On top of that as well, we want to talk to you, the 2.02 average listeners and viewers of this fine program. If you have any fantasy football questions, some fantasy football hot takes, sports betting action you want to share with us, whether in baseball, the WNBA, or looking ahead at the futures market on the gridiron, simple way to contact Horry and I, just pick up the phone and dial us, fools, at 833-732 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight, where we have our pole dancing poll question of the day. And it's asking you this: which running back diamond in the rough available after pick number 100 in fantasy football drafts are you targeting most? Your options are Cam Scatterbo of the New York Giants at 103.4, Tank Bigsby of the Jaguars at 135.7, Dylan Sampson of the Cleveland Browns at 148.6, or Jaden Blue of the Dallas Cowboys at 151.2. So far, over 310 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Keep the votes coming and drop us a comment. We're going to read those a little bit later on the show. So bring the noise on X at BetMGM tonight. On X at BetMGM tonight. Let me bring in my long-lost colleague who is re-teaming with me tonight. The one, the only, the ever-handsome Ryan Horvat. Horvey, I hope you had a great vacation. We got some breaking news right before the show, straight from a guy who's always breaking news, and that is Adam Schefter of ESPN fame. And this was his tweet. He says, ESPN sources, Trey Hendrickson is planning to report to Bengals camp on Wednesday, ending his holdout without being any closer to a new deal. Per sources reporting to camp, stops a $50,000 per day fines and also serves as a good faith gesture. So again, no guarantee that he's going to suit up for the week 1 Battle of Ohio matchup against the Brownies. But it is moving in the right direction. And Hendrickson will show up to camp, maybe in street clothes, standing on the sidelines, avoiding the additional fines, the $50K per day, significant chunk of change, but still no deal in sight. So what was your initial take when this news hit? And do you expect, if you were to apply a percentage chance, Horvat, what would it be that Trey Hendrickson is on the field and active week 1?
Ooh, that's a good question. I would say probably still about a 95% chance, man. I don't know how this ends up going down, but I do think he ends up playing. I know that he wants a new deal. He deserves a new deal. Cincinnati's pass rush was outside the top 20 last year with him on the field. And every year that he's healthy, he's guaranteed 15.5 to 17.5 sacks. They got some good news a couple days ago while I was on vacation. Shamar Stewart, who they took in the first round, actually showed up. So I believe this was the second or third day of training camp. But, I mean, they need some pass rushers, man. I have some serious concerns about that secondary. I don't know how this ends up going down. I mean, I was a little surprised this offseason. You knew that they had to pay Jamar Chase. He's the best wide receiver in the league, and you knew that he was going to reset the market. But then I didn't think that they were going to get a deal done, a new contract with T. Higgins, and be able to give him $100 million. I figured either he was going to play another year under the franchise tag or he was going to look to be dealt, which would make sense, man, because he was 26 years old. So it's almost like Madden with the Bengals. They have all this talent on the offensive side of the ball, but the reason that I can't go over on the 9.5 wins is because I still have some concerns about the defensive side of the ball. Love Hendrickson, the player. Hopefully they could get a deal done here, man. Or who knows, maybe they have to move him. We'll see how this goes down. I do think that he'll be on the field for the Bengals, but this is why I have concerns about them. I love Al Golden, but then again, I like Lou Anarumo, the coordinator from, obviously last year and the Super Bowl run. I really liked his second half adjustments that they made against Kansas City a couple of years ago in that run to the Super Bowl in the AFC title game. So we'll see how this ends up working out. I do think this is a good business decision. Like if I'm an agent, which I'm obviously not, I would advise my clients to hold in rather than hold out and show up rather than take that fine. Show up in street clothes, fake an injury if you have to, but there's no reason when you're looking for a new deal to cost yourself money. Although ultimately he's one of the best pass rushers in the league and he's going to get a new deal somewhere.
Yeah, look, I would probably not go 95% chance. I would maybe place around 89, 90%. I think he will ultimately be likely on the field week 1 against Seatown. But what I'm worried about is a collective unit defensively of this team. I think it's going to be well below average like it was last season. It's good news if you're investing in Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, even Chase Brown, because his presence as a pass catcher there on the field. But this team, really good chance they're going to start off 2-4. Another slow start seems to be in the offing. The first 2 games, highly winnable. playing Cleveland at Cleveland, and then at home against Jacksonville. Then after that, at Minnesota, at the Broncos. Good luck against that vaunted secondary. Then you get Detroit at home, and then you're at Green Bay. It is it's certainly daunting, to say the least, the opening first few weeks of the season, but we shall see if it plays out with Trey Hendrickson on the field starting in week 1. Again, breaking news right before we came in, that Adam Schefter reporting he is going to report to camp tomorrow. No deal yet, so he's still kind of a hold in, if you will, but he's going to avoid the $50,000 per day fine that the team has instituted. All right, we'll keep tabs on all of that, but right now, let's get after it with our cards this evening. These are our top 3 plays tonight, and numero uno on yours, mi amigo. What do you have?
All right, it'll be the last start for Sandy Alcantara before the trade deadline. Looks like he is going to get moved. We'll see who wants him. He's got an ERA right now of 6.66, and he's probably going to need to sign a deal with the Devil to move on and regain something because he's been terrible this season. That said, so the total in the game, it's him against Sonny Gray, but the total is now down to 7.5. BetMGM has it minus 120 to the under, and I believe that's the best price. So I'm going to go under 2.5 earned runs. He's coming off a shutout. Before that, I mean, the trends aren't going to say anything good, but last start before the deadline, we'll see how long he goes, but I like under 2.5 earned runs. The best price I saw was plus 105, and then I saw it as high as minus 120. But I do think he does go under 2.5 earned runs. Fingers crossed, because he's let me down a few times this year. But that's play number 1 for me in Marlins Cardinals.
All right, numero uno on my card tonight. Give me Tommy Pham on the over 1.5 hits plus ones plus RBI, also known as HRR, also known as HER, taking on the San Francisco Giants. Even money plus 100 there at BetMGM. Great history against Justin Verlander, who's been rubbish this season. Pham 6-13 lifetime against him with a pair of doubles and a home run. That's a .462 batting average for you non-math majors in attendance. So you look at Verlander, close to a 5 ERA at home, a 5.16 ERA in his last 5 starts. Pham has gone over on the 1.5 HRR in 4 of his last 6 games. And in the month of July, batting ridiculous 365 with a 1,000 OPS. So I believe Tommy Pham cashes the over on 1.5 HER at plus 100. Numero dos on your card. Please share.
All right, I'll go Max Fried over 5.5 Ks. This game's just getting underway. The Yankees, I wanted to bet them, but they're minus 160 against the Rays. He's actually went under this number in 4 of his last 5 starts. So we're getting a good price, 5.5 strikeouts, minus 110. Short sample size, but 4 career starts against the Rays. And he's had at least 6 strikeouts in 3 of those 4 starts. He's went over this season in 12 of his 21 starts. So let's go Max Fried over 5.5 Ks. You can still grab this right now, minus 110. The game just getting underway, top of the first.
All right, let's go with a team that definitely has some heavy hearts due to the passing of legend and one of my childhood idols in Ryan Sandberg. Massive series to Chicago Cubs. Dropped game 1 against Milwaukee last night. Tonight, they win 1 for Rhino. So I'm going to play a little same game parlay. Give me Seiya Suzuki to get a hit, and give me the Cubs on the money line. Now, Seiya just gotten a hit in 3 of his last 9 games, but a guy that's had a pretty fine history there at the ballpark formerly known as Miller Park, over an 800 OPS in his career inside that venue. He's 3 for 5 lifetime against Quinn Priester, who's going to be taking the ball for the Brew Crew. And not only that, but Priester got lit up by the Cubs earlier this season. Back in early May, gave up 7 earned runs in 4 1/3 inning. He's going against Colin Reeves, pitched better on the road than at home, 3.63 road ERA. So again, Cubs money line, Seiya Suzuki to get hit, plus 150, built there at BetMGM. Numero trace on your card. Horvat, bring it home.
All right, it is Tyler Glasnow night. The Dodgers minus 160 favorites against the Reds. Unfortunately, my Cy Young, my strikeout leader, props, futures are both dead because he missed a couple months with that shoulder injury. But since coming back, he's got an ERA sitting right at 1, a 0.78 whip. That's 3 starts. Now, I went over 7.5 Ks. It's plus 115. He's actually went under 8 Ks in 6 of his last 7 starts. But again, he was just ramping back, coming back from this injury. Pitch count starting to ramp back up. Had 12 Ks in his last start against the Twins. Let's go with Glasnow over 7.5 Ks, plus 115 right now at BetMGM.
Numero Trace on my card. Seth Lugo of the Royals. Give me the over 17.5 outs against the Atlanta Braves. Lugo's been a deep worker. He has gone over 17.5 outs. That's 6 complete innings in 6 of his last 7 starts at home. A teeny tiny 2.48 ERA, 7.14 K per 9. Though the walks per 9 a little high, makes it feel slightly uncomfortable at 3.41 when playing at Kauffman Stadium. Atlanta, also number 10 in WRC plus in the last couple of weeks, but I think Lugo will again complete 6 innings. Give me the over 17.5 outs, so a heavier juice at minus 135. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. When we come back, Parlay Pete got to start over the bar, get his parlay of the day out to the masses. We're going to say hello to our little friend and get seduced by the juice. Don't go anywhere, fools. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't go anywhere. Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat will be right back with more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Now, Brad Evans and Ryan Horvath bring out their sledgehammers on BetMGM tonight. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
Welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvath back in the house with me on this Team Huevos Tuesday. And yeah, we're going to show some huevos here momentarily. It is a family show, though, so it'll be bleeped out. Don't worry about it. We're going to get some more bets on the board. Parlay Pete was going to mosey on over here and give you his parlay of the day. We're going to say hello to our little friend, the Sledgehammer Special. Roll the shoulders of plus money and get seduced by the deuce and work in another bonus time wager as well. Friendly reminder, if you want to talk fantasy football with us, of course you do. If you want to talk sports betting futures and some of the props that are out there, is already a gazillion of them available right now at BetMGM, whether on the diamond tonight, looking ahead the NFL season, college football, the WNBA. Simple way to get your take on the air or your question answered. Just pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also fire off a tweet on X at BetMGM tonight. Addie producing the show. She'll notify us of the comment or question. We'll read on air and give you our 2 cents. So again, bring the noise, whether on X or pick up the phone at 833-732-3875. Friendly reminder, listen to BetMGM tonight live anywhere, baby, with the Odyssey, iHeart, or TuneIn apps. So, yeah, you have zero excuse. If you're not at home, you're on the go, maybe you're in your car, you can always tap in to BetMGM tonight every Monday through Friday live, again, on the Odyssey, iHeart, or TuneIn apps. All right, with that business put to the side, pardon me for a second. I got to yell at this moron at the bar. Hey, drunk pirate idiot, get over here. Yeah, shiver me timbers. I'm here to make some booty. Yeah, Parlay Pete is in the house. Already got a winner on the board last night in the WNBA at plus 108. So he's feeling like quite the risk taker tonight in the world of Major League Baseball. A little two-leg action at Significant Juice. Leg numero uno. He's going to go with Teoscar Hernandez on the over 1.5 HRR. Game just underway against the Cincinnati Reds on the road there. And leg numero dos. He disagrees with Ryan Horvath. He is going to fade the living daylights at a Sandy Alcantara, is what he pronounces that. It's Alcantara for those that may not be familiar with the actual pronunciation, but he likes the over on 2.5 earned runs in his matchup tonight, taking on the St. Louis Cardinals. All right, going back to Leg numero uno and Teoscar Hernandez on the 1.5 over HRR, also known as his plus runs plus RBI, also known as Hernandez going against Nick Lodolo, who is a left-handed pitcher. And Hernandez, all he does is punish southpaw pitchers. A guy batting .328 with a 1,038 OPS against LHPs this season. He has gone over on 1.5 HRR in 4 of his last 5 games and a significantly higher batting average away from Chavez Ravine. And Lodolo at home, even though he struck out the side in the first inning, he's got a 4.17 ERA in the Great American Bandbox. So Parlay Pete says, hey, Oscar Hernandez will cash in on the over 1.5 HRR. Meanwhile, leg numero dos, Sandy Alcantara on the over 2.5 earned runs. Parlay Pete's loving this because Alcantara's road ERA is deplorable. It's laughable. It is puke-inducing. He's got a 10.06 ERA away from SoFly this season, and 8 games started. On the road this year in 8 starts, he has given up at least 3 earned runs in 7 of those 8, and 11 of his last 14 overall. He is cashing over on 2.5 earned runs. The Cardinals, middle of the road, number 18 in WRC plus over the last couple of weeks. But Parlay Pete believes Alec Burleson and company a mash at the dish against Sandy Alcantara, taking the over there on 2.5 earned runs. So to recap, yeah, shiver me timbers. Parlay P, roll the 2-legger. Leg numero uno, Teoscar Hernandez, over 1.5 HRR. And leg numero dos, Sandy Alcantara, over 2.5 earned runs. That is a cool plus 181. Yeah, baby. There at BetMGM. All right, time to pivot, and say hello to our little friend, Ryan Horvat. What is the phrase that pays?
Daddy wants, daddy needs, daddy's got to have it. Give me the sledgehammer, Brandon.
Yeah.
There it is. All right. This one almost seems too good to be true. I'm not going to lie. A lot of strikeout props for me tonight. I got Tyler Glass now. This is probably my favorite. We're going to look for a way to fade the White Sox. We'll go with Jesus Luzardo. Over 5.5 Ks you could actually get right now, minus 105. Or you could go 6.5, which is plus money. He's went over this number in 5 of his last 6 starts, 7 of his last 10. The Sox are top half in the league this season in strikeouts. He's went over this number also in 6 of 10 road starts, so I do trust him on the south side tonight. I like the bet better than laying the minus 180 for the Phillies. So I'm going to fade the White Sox with Luzardo tonight, over 5.5 Ks or over 6.5. I like him up to 7 against the Sox tonight. Again, he's went over this number in 5 of his last 6 starts, so almost seems too good to be true.
All right, crank the Beastie Boys in the background. Hey, ladies, get funky. Daddy want, daddy need, daddy gotta have it. Let's go. Oh, yeah. And, what do I hear there? Descending from the heavens? Oh, it's Angel, as in Reese of the Chicago Sky. I think she's going to ball out, not on the boards, which is something she routinely does, but scoring the rock. Maybe a lot of second, third, fourth opportunities for her against the Mystics. Give me the over 14.5 points at a minus 110 juice. A little bit of background on this bet. She has done this in 7 of her last 10 games, as a matter of fact, and she's already done this not once, but twice against some Washington Mystics this season, going for 22 in one game and 17 in the other. Yes, Washington, their last 10, has cashed a lot of unders on points per game, getting over just 80.8, the 4th fewest in the WNBA. Number 5 as well in terms of defensive rating, giving up 1.005 points per possession. But again, that history card and recency bias, it is indeed a hell of a drug. Angel Reese balls out again against the Washington Mystics. Again, I'm taking the over 14.5 points at a minus 110 juice. Let's get some plus money on the board. It's time to roll the shoulders, my man, and get seduced by the juice. Again, all plus money all the time. And thank you, bartender, once again for the very handsome and so delicious pour. Harvey, let's take some shots, catch a buzz, and cash in. What do you like tonight?
All right, let's go with America's team tonight, the A's, but I don't want to bet them against the Mariners, who, are my mistress team, my American League team, since I'm a Cubs fan. I'm going to go with Nick Kurtz, though, who is going to win Rookie of the Year. I believe he's like minus 2,200, which makes sense. He's had at least 1 RBI in 15 of his last 24 games. He's done so in 15 of his last 22 games. Played at Sutter Health Park, or whatever the hell the name of it is, this season, batting .308 with 23 homers, 59 RBI, 76 hits. He's got a 31.7% barrel rate, a 65% hard hit rate. All the numbers are great. And he's going against tonight Logan Evans, who's also a rookie. He's got a 3.64 ERA, but I think he's probably heading in the opposite direction. And Kurtz is killing righties this year, man. He's got a 348 batting average, a 768 slugging percentage. So let's just hope that the A's get some runners on and he records an RBI plus 110.
All right, it's a good call. You might hear that name again a little bit later on in the show. Dude has been coming up aces for the A's here of late. You already threw out this bet, and I'm going to double down, baby. Roll the shoulders yet again on Tyler Glass now. 8 or more strikeouts against the Cincinnati Reds. Has won in the first inning. That was it, but I think he's going to get 7 more plus 115. is indeed what the payout is, as Horvat already mentioned earlier on in the program. Just to reiterate now, he's only done this one time in 8 starts this season, but he's coming off a dozen punch outs in the last game against the Twinkies. Sky high, 17.4%. Called strike percentage, that's outstanding. 10.63 K per 9 this season. Sure, the Reds are only number 24 in K rate over the last couple of weeks, punching out a 19.4% of their plate appearances. But like Horvat, I believe Glasnow was going to have some ace stuff, some nasty stuff tonight, forcing a lot of swings and a miss. I think he strikes at least 8 at plus 115. All right, it's bonus time. Bonus time. Horvat, whether in Major League Baseball, the WNBA, looking ahead at some of the action in the futures market in college football, your specialty, or in the NFL, all I demand is another bet. So give it to me. Give it to me.
Little worried about my Cubs right now. They are struggling, right? 3 wins in their last 7 games. Did win 2 or 3 from the White Sox this weekend. The Brewers have been on fire. They won 11 straight games. They've won how many series now? They beat up on the Dodgers, the Mariners. They've won 7 of their last 10 home games. That said, I think the Cubs get themselves right tonight, and I think they're going to win one for Rhino. So I'll go with Colin Ray and the Cubs. Plus 110 right now at BetMGM. That's the best price. I'm going to fade Quinn Priester and the Brewers, even though he's been great, man. 9-2 with a 3.72 ERA. They have a 10-0 record with him on the mound in his last 10 starts. I think that the Cubs are due here. So plus 110, a personal play here for me. Let's go with the Cubs to get right tonight, especially because it's the only game that I'm watching here tonight on the Marquee Network.
And I am too. I got it here at the Casa de Evan Studios, as I always do, and I'm going to be locked into that one. Really a massive needed win for the Cubs, so they can remain on pace with the Milwaukee Brewers, who simply will not lose. I'm dumbfounded at how good this franchise is with like a minuscule payroll that they have. And of course, they're going to be buyers of the deadline, but Jackson Churio, Christian Yelich. I mean, those guys are just really balling out. So hat tip to the costume sausages. But ultimately, I think the Cubs, hopefully, I agree, they win one for, again, one of my childhood idols. Had the Rhino poster plastered on my wall in Champaign, Illinois growing up. And I played second base in Little League because I had a weak arm. So I loved Rhino, had one of his signature gloves that I always wore and played with. So I absolutely loved and adored him. Collected all his baseball cards back in the day, and I hope the Cubs go out and win one for the Hall of Famer and the North Side legend. All right, I'm going to go back to the WNBA. Give me Jackie Young on the over 15.5 points of the Aces playing the Los Angeles Sparks. A minus 115 juice there, so not plus money, but I do like this bet. She's done this in 2 of her last 3 games. She's already faced LA, not once but twice. She had 34 in one game and 26 in the other. All needed 16 points to cash the over tonight. You look at LA, they have allowed the second most opponent points per game over the last 10 at 87.3. They have the 3rd worst defensive rating over that stretch as well, giving up 1.074 points per possession, and they play at a fast pace. So this means a high possession game, which means more opportunities for Jackie Young to put ball through the basket. I'm taking the over 15.5 points against LA Sparks at a minus 115 juice. So, Horvat, I know you may not be really zoned in on the WNBA, but out of Angel Reese or Jackie Young on both those points props, because you're already tailing me, or I'm tailing you on Tyler Glass now, which one do you like better, Reese or Young, to cash you over on her respective points proposition?
I've been making a killing off Reese, man, all season long. The points and the rebounds combo, the rebounds especially. So I would probably go back to that well. Hell, like last week or 2 weeks ago, before the All-Star break, she had a really good week for me. So I'd go Reese. I like the 14.5 number. I think that should be closer to 15.5 to 16.5, and especially at a minus 110 price. I'll go Angel Reese. And now she's on the cover of the WNBA video game too. So maybe that's a good thing. Yeah.
That is a positive thing. Yeah, she's got a lot of swagger, and somebody who's scoring at will right now. And I think she will do that once again tonight. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. When we come back, we're going to step to the dish, take some hacks, and another edition of Better Up. We got 4 games being played on the late night tip there on the Major League Baseball Diamond. You demand bets, and we're going to give you bets, including our Crew to Cash hot hit parlay action of the night. Don't you go anywhere, fools. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Wherever you go, we're there. Listen to the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey, tune in, and now on the iHeartRadio app. Wagertainment for every fan.
Awesome. Good
Somehow,
job,
out
guys.
of all the things
30,
that
and I meant 60.
Oh, you did?
Oh, no, you're good. I noticed that. I was like, what? Why are you playing the long one? Look at this, Brando. My mom.
Let's cash in on the diamond with Brad Evans and Ryan Horvath on BetMGM tonight, presented by BetMGM.
Line shot in the left field. Sandberg singles to left.
Well, Cairo is loosening up, and it looked like Cairo will come in and pinch run for Rhino, and they'll allow Rhino to get a final standing ovation here at Wrigley Field.
Everybody on their feet. Look at that. We'll never forget you, Rhino, the sign says. Boy, oh boy.
From one legend to another, calling Ryan Sandberg's final hit, courtesy of WGN for that rejoiner highlight. RIP. Legend of the Chicago Cubs and Baseball Hall of Famer Ryan Sandberg, who passed away yesterday due to cancer, which he had beat once. Unfortunately, could not take it down for a second time. Gone way too soon at the age of 65. And the Cubs tonight already underway. 2 outs in the top of the first inning in Milwaukee, and a mammoth series, and they drive game 1. So hopefully tonight they're going to play some inspired baseball with Seiya Suzuki right now at the dish, making contact, giving it real time. Looks like a ground out to the shortstop. So the Cubs go 1, 2, 3 in the first against Quinn Priester of the Milwaukee Brewers. Welcome back to BetMGM tonight. I'm Brad the Big Noise Evans, alongside my teammate Ryan Horvath here on a hashtag Team Huevos Tuesday. We're going to be stepping the dish and taking some more hacks on the diamond in the world of sports betting. We got 4 matches: Rangers, Angels, Mets, Padres, Pirates, Giants, Mariners, and A's tonight. So that is what we're going to pick from. We're going to get our Crew to Cash hot hit parlay. We missed it last night. Thanks, Corey Seager. Everybody was on him and their great grandmother, and he was a guy that did us dirty, unfortunately, but that's baseball. Friendly reminder, we do have a Twitter poll posted right now, our pole dancing poll question of the day, and we need your input. Which running back, diamond in the rough, available after pick number 100 in fantasy football drafts, are you targeting most? Your options are Cam Scatterbo, the New York Giants, at pick number 103.4. Tank Bigsby of the Jags at pick number 135.7. Dylan Sampson of the Cleveland Browns at 148.6. Or Jaden Blue of the Cowboys at 151.2. Nearly 320 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise. Yeah, Democratic right. Keep the votes a coming. And drop us a comment, a.k.a. bring the noise. Again, on X at BetMGM tonight. On X at BetMGM tonight. With that business put to the side, it's time to get after it with another edition of Better Up.
Let's cash in on the diamond. Ryan Horvath and Brad Evans are swinging for profits. It's Better Up on BetMGM tonight.
Yes, Ryan Horvath's got elite speed. He's like Juan Pierre in his prime. Oh, flashback to the Florida Marlins from back in the day. Guy was stealing all kinds of bags. Bit of a slap hitter, so hopefully he's going to split a gap, collect first base, and then maybe steal second, possibly steal third, and then somebody's going to knock him in. He's going to touch home plate and score a winner. So he is going to throw out his first bet on the Major League Baseball diamond here in a second. He's going to throw reasons behind said bet, and then he's going to drop a little baseball phrase. That'll be the cue to Brando working the board here on BetMGM tonight to drop a famous call or a movie quote that he has there in the HAPA, and then I will take it from there and do the same thing. When we get done, we're going to do our Crew to Cash or hot hit parlay of the night. Everybody is going to get the pool on that one, and hopefully going to cash in at significant plus odds. They got to stick around for all 5 legs that we're going to reveal on our Crew to Cash hot hit parlay here in a minute. So, Herbie, you're up first. Give us your initial Better Up.
All right, love the Juan Pierre reference. To quote Jay-Z, used to run bag like Juan Pierre. You know, I actually know a girl that used to date Juan Pierre. Bag wasn't the only thing he was running back in the day. Yeah, guy was a legend. Anyway, let's go with a disgusting bet. It was actually plus 115. I got to see the best price right now because, man, the Giants are taking some serious money. They're out to minus 170. So I'm going to bet the Pirates right now at plus 148. Falter's been decent this season. The Pirates are terrible, don't get me wrong, and they're even, worse on the road. 45-62 this season, but Falter 7-5 actually has a winning record, has a 3.82 ERA. I know Verlander's coming off his first victory of the season, man, but he's 1-8 this season with a 4.70 ERA. So this is more just a fade on Justin Verlander. In the year 2025, watch, he'll probably throw a no-hitter tonight because it's just what he does. But I'll go with the Pirates right now. Plus 148 is the best price that I'm seeing. Brando, hit me with a little round tripper.
I asked Joe Boo to come take fear from bats. I offered him cigar and rum.
You know, you might think about taking Jesus Christ as your savior instead of fooling around with all this stuff.
Ah, Jesus. I like him very much. But he no help with curveball.
You trying to say Jesus Christ can't hit a curveball?
Okay, hopefully this guy
Classic.
can hit a curveball. That is Young-Hoo Lee of the San Francisco Giants. Give me the over on 1.5. HRR, hits plus ones plus RBI, also known as her, taking on Bailey Falter and those Buccos. Plus 105, so little baby seduced by the Jews there as a result. Hoo Lee has done this in 3 of his last 4 games, and versus LHPs this season, batting a robust 284 with a 791 OPS. Also batting a decent 273 clip there by the Bay in home matchups. Falter 4.43 road ERA this season, a 45.3% hard hit rate, which is sky high. And his last 5 starts, also a 4.65 ERA. So Young-Hoo Lee over 1.5. HRR, also known as her, plus 105 against the Pirates, is my first batter up. Brando, touch them all.
Hello, Tribe fans. Welcome back to Major League Baseball. Sort of. Paid attendance today is 1,412. Some of them were driven away by that little 10-run first inning the Red Sox put up.
Love it. Let's go, Zach Nato, over 1.5 her. It's actually minus 150 now, but I still like it. He's also, spoiler alert, going to be my hitter in the hitter prop. But, yeah, we'll roll with him, man. He went 1 for 4 with a double and an RBI in the first game in the series on Monday. Has an 8.4% barrel rate, a 38.6% hard hit rate last season. And this season, he's been even better with a 12.9% barrel rate, a 46.1% hard hit rate. He's 4 for 6 with a double and a homer in his career against Patrick Corbin. Also, this season has been much better at home, as an 826 OPS. So we will fade Patrick Corbin, and we'll do it with Zach Neto over 1.5 her, minus 150. Brando, hit me into a double play, which hopefully he doesn't do tonight.
You ain't good enough to lick the dirt off our cleats. You eat dog crap for breakfast, geek. You play ball like a girl.
All right, let's go to the Padres and Macho Man, Manny Machado, giving the over 1.5 total bases, taking on the Mets at plus 110. Outstanding history in Chaminade. I was taking them out for the Metropolitans. 7 for 19 is Machado lifetime against them with 3 2-baggers. That's a 368 batting average at 926 OPS. He has gone over 1.5 total bags in 6 straight games. He's got a 910 OPS against left-handed pitchers this season. Consistently is mashed against southpaws in his entire career. In his last 15 games, nearly an 1,100 OPS. So Manny Machado over 1.5 total bases at plus 110. I love that wager tonight. Brando, swipe a bag.
In a left center field and deep. This is a tie ball game. 1-1 pitch. He hits it to deep left center. Look out. Do you believe it? It's gone. Sandberg in the Cubs' last at-bat has twice delivered a game-tying home run.
Great polls tonight from Brando. Love it. All right, let's go with Taylor Ward. Let's, again, fade Patrick Corbin, who has been better this season. He's 6-7 with a 3.78 ERA. I don't like it. I like when he was just an automatic fade. But let's go with Taylor Ward. He had a homer on Monday night. He's got 25 homers this season. Let's go with the her, and let's go minus 125 as the price. He's already recorded a career-high 78 RBI, and he just destroys lefties, man. He's got a 924 OPS this season. So we'll go with Taylor Ward Any way that you want to play him. I even like him to have an RBI, which I believe is plus 150. But I like the HRR minus 125. Brando, holy cow, you could put it on the board. Yes. How about a little dual threat right there?
Well, hello. Okay, bombs away for Brent Rooker. Man, when he gets a hold of one, he sends it a long ways.
Oh, let's stick with the A's team, and I'm going to go Nick Kurtz, who is just living on another planet right now. I'll take the over 1.5 hits against the M's at plus 150. He's got 2 or more hits, 8 of his last 11 games against right-handed pitchers. They're going to be facing one in Logan Evans tonight. Batting .348 with a 1,195 OPS, batting .302 at Sutter Health Park, that bandbox of a minor league stadium the A's playing. And you look at Evans, 4.55 road ERA this season, is really struggling against left-handed hitters as well, getting up a 286 batting average. So Kurtz, I think, will collect a couple of hits at plus 150. All right, let's get our crew to cash. These are guys we believe are going to log a hit. So, Ryan, you already tipped your hand on who you're taking. Remind the audience who that is.
Yeah, we will go with Zach Neto, who, again, 1 for 4 last night with the double. He's been on fire this season and has an 826 OPS at home.
All right, now I'm, of course, going to go with Nick Kurtz. Again, all the guy does is rake in the dish. He's got appearance in 8 of his last 11 games. I got to ride him against my distant cousin in Logan Evans. No, I'm not related to him. Maybe I am. I have no idea. Of the Seattle Mariners. Brando, working the board here on BetMGM tonight. Who's your pick to click?
Give me J.P. Crawford. And I know betting guys don't do this, but he's due. Give me J.P. Crawford to get a hit tonight.
Hey, man, he's probably going to get 5 at-bats at least. Batting leadoff there for the Mariners in that wonderful hitting environment at Sutter Health. Addy, you're up next. Who's your guy to slap on the outfield?
Well, I did pretty well yesterday with Josh Naylor, so I'm feeling good today. Give me Francisco Lindor.
Ooh, yeah, and Lindor was a money man for me last night on the over 1.5 HRR, so please continue to ride the hot hand. Monty, quick, who's your guy?
Brent Rooker, going with the A's with you.
All right, so Zach Neto, Nick Kurtz, J.P. Crawford, Francisco Lindor, and Brent Rooker. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, mi amigos. All those guys get a hit. Plus 302. Hells to the yes there at BetMGM. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on the program. When we come back, John McClain, outstanding reporter who's going to be covering the Houston, Texas wall-to-wall for us, is joining us next. You got questions about the backfield? Yeah, you do. Don't you miss that interview, and don't you go anywhere. Right here, BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't go anywhere. You're listening to BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
chaos commence.
We are the betting show.
There is no other show on the planet that packs in more picks nightly.
With the big noise, Brad Evans.
Oh, sharp action! They gotta listen to the sharps! Get the heck out of here with that nonsense. I'm on JMU as well. Drake, hate the Drake. Love the Drake, hate the Drake. No, you never fade the Drake!
And the mad better, Ryan Horvat.
The Keep the Points special. I'll keep cashing tickets around here on Odyssey. Yeah, put me at night, baby. That's where we cash tickets.
They're bringing the heat and helping you cash in big.
It's a lock! It's over! It's a guarantee! It's easy money!
Nobody wants to bet Seattle U, except for this guy. They're going to win this game outright, but I'll be safe and take the points plus 6.5.
And delivering the late night sweats.
It is good! It's good!
Oh,
it is good!
No way!
It is good! Holy God! It is good!
I need to celebrate tonight with my family! Do it for my kids! Do it for my boy!
It's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. And on this Team Huevos Tuesday, my guy, Ryan Horvat in the house as well. We're going to be bringing on the legendary reporter in Houston, John McClain, talking all things Texans here momentarily. But before we bring John on, a friendly reminder, folks, if you want to talk some fantasy football with us, you want to talk NFL futures, college football futures, action on the diamond tonight, action on the hardwood in the WNBA, you absolutely can. An easy way to contact Tori and I, just pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875, 833-732-3875. You can also fire off a question on X. Reach out to us at BetMGM tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM tonight. Quickly, scoreboard update. Again, I got Cubs Brewers on my screen right now. 1-0 Cubbies at the top of the second, just wrapped, going in the bottom half of that inning. So 1-0 Cubs on the road in a mammoth series against the Milwaukee Brewers. Of course, the Cubs tonight play with a heavy heart, honoring Ryan Sandberg with the Rhino t-shirts they're wearing, the patch as well on the jersey, and hopefully going to win one for Rhino tonight. All right, let's go out to the phone lines right now and talk to the legend himself, and that is John McClain. Cover the NFL in Houston for over 45 years. Also a member of the Texas Sports Hall of Fame. Give him a follow on X, would you kindly, at McClain_on_NFL. Again, on X, at McClain_on_NFL to get all his takes there on Twitter/the X. John, welcome back to BetMGM tonight. And straight away for me, let's dig in on the major news that has impacted this organization the last about 48 hours. Joe Mixon expected to be sidelined for multiple weeks with that nagging foot injury. Knowing that, what's the contingency plan for the Texans right now at running back? How is Nick Chubb also looked so far in camp? Has he shown shades of yesteryear with the Cleveland Browns? What's the likely strategy come week one for this organization in the backfield against the LA Rams?
Well, thanks for having me. And it's actually my 49th year covering the NFL.
Wow.
It's amazing. When I was young, being out in the heat and humidity didn't bother me at all. And now, of course, that I'm old, the heat and humidity drive me crazy, but I'm still out there watching training camp. And the news about Mixon was not news at all locally. We've all known that. Yeah. And everybody's written it and talked about it on talk shows. But you know how it is, a national guy gets it and people thinks it's new. Joe Mixon had 2 illegal hip drop tackles last year, no penalties called, and he got hurt both times. He had surgery on his ankle. So it's like D'Amico Ryans told us. He said, look, when he's ready, he'll be back and we'll let you know. And that's the most they talk about it. One time in the off season, close to training camp, they put out a video, showed him working out, and he was working out like a fiend, and there wasn't anything he wasn't doing. And today I walked over to where the running backs were by themselves. Chubb, of course, is first team. And there was like 7 backs, and about, let's see, all of them were younger than Nick Chubb. Chubb looked great. Chubb also put out workout videos. He's not limited in any way. And what impressed me the most was the way he hit the blocking sled. He hit the blocking sled so hard it made me hurt, and I was about 10 feet away. He acted like he was taking out all those frustrations over that serious knee injury on the sled, and they told me that he sets an example for the young running backs that they have on their roster. So people here are pumped to see what Chubb can do. He's 2 years removed from that serious knee injury, and as you guys know, a lot of times it's the second year back subconsciously where you tell yourself, and you don't even know it, you can do the things you used to do. He's 29 years old. He's on a 1-year contract, and right now they are really fired up. But I don't know he'll get many carries in preseason. They need him ready to go for the first game against the Rams. And, of course, they'd like to have Joe Mixon back for the first game against the Rams because in Nick Caley, the new offensive coordinator who came from the Rams, running the ball is very important. And they did it well last year when Mixon was in the lineup, but they didn't run squat without Mixon, which is one reason Nick Chubb's here.
John, the Texans for the second straight year, the favorites to win the AFC South. Anywhere you're looking right now, as high as like -110, -115. So pretty big favorites. If there's a team that does concern you or a team that can compete with Houston this year, who would it be? You have a new coach in Liam Cohen in Jacksonville. Quarterback battle going on in Indy right now. And the Titans are starting a rookie quarterback week 1. Is it as simple as just betting them at -105 to win the division? Or do you think there is a team that could challenge them this year?
No, I don't think there's a team. They've won it the last 2 years. Last year, we were all disappointed in their season. They still finished 10-7, blew out the Chargers in the wild card round, trailed the Chiefs by 1 point going into the fourth quarter at Arrowhead Stadium, and then got beat because Stroud ended up getting sacked 8 times, playing behind the worst offensive line in the NFL, which is going to have brought in 5 new players. Right now, they have new starters at every position, a work in progress. But Nick Caley wants to run the ball. They will run the ball. They've got some veteran backs, but they need Mixon and they need Chubb. I think Liam Cohen is going to do a terrific job with the Jaguars. I think that Trevor Lawrence has not been the generational quarterback everybody predicted since he won the national championship at Clemson. But starting off with Urban Meyer and that fiasco certainly set him back. Then Doug Peterson, now Liam Cohen. I go back to when Cohen was offensive coordinator at Kentucky and Will Levis was great. He hadn't been great since he was with Liam Cohen. Wouldn't surprise me at the end of at some point during the season, maybe at the start of the season, maybe at the end, that Will Levis will find his way onto the Jacksonville roster because he and Cohen were really good together. So I think he's going to have a great effect on Lawrence. They've got some talent. I think they'll compete for a wild card berth. As far as the Colts, they got 2 quarterbacks who didn't have a rating of 80 last year, even though they were starters. And so nobody knows which quarterback will start. Could be a big turnover in Indy because they have a new owner. Who knows how Jim Irsay's daughter, Carly, will run that franchise compared to her late father. But all I know now, Texans should be first and the Titans should be last.
John, what kind of season are you expecting from CJ Stroud? Because last year I thought there was kind of like unrealistic expectations, which obviously when you throw for 4,000 yards as a rookie, 23 touchdowns and only 5 interceptions, there's going to be high expectations. And even though they made the playoffs last year and won the division, he threw 12 interceptions. The QB rating went down a little bit, didn't throw for 4,000 yards for the second straight season. You mentioned the offensive line struggles. Now you have 2 rookies that I really like out of Iowa State that you bring in along with Nico Collins and Christian Kirk. What kind of season are you expecting from Stroud? Do you think he could maybe make a case for an MVP campaign? What are you expecting out of him?
The Texans have a Super Bowl caliber defense. They do not have a Super Bowl caliber offense. They have questions in their offensive line. I watched every play Stroud played last season, and some of those plays I watched multiple times. His problem was terrible pass protection. Guys who looked like they had no clue about his stunt. They were poorly coached, and it showed. They not only he was the most pressured quarterback, second sacks. They also there's a stat that your offensive line gives up at least one guy at the snap of the ball, gives up pressure. They let in that, and that's why they've had such changes. And so, as Patrick Mahomes showed in the Super Bowl, you get pressure on a quarterback, it doesn't matter who it is. It's going to have a negative effect, and it's amazing they were able to win 10 games. And fortunately for them, they play in a weak division and should be playing in a weak division again. So if Stroud gets decent protection, he doesn't have to be in the top 5 or the top 10. Say if they could just be in the middle. I look for him to have a really good season, not an MVP season. As far as those rookie receivers, they brought in Christian Kirk as a veteran for the slot. In the second round, they drafted Jaden Higgins from Iowa State. He should 6'4", just like Nico Collins, should start outside opposite Collins. And then Jaden Noel, who's a really good prospect, they got him in the third round, and all the experts seem to think that was one of the best picks of the draft. So barring injury, they should be playing 4 receivers a lot. And they love those 2 young guys. And if Christian Kirk can stay healthy, which is a big if, but he burned the Texans a lot with the Jaguars when he was healthy, which is one reason they signed him. But they've got to be able to run the ball in Nick Caley's new system.
We're talking now to the man himself, John McClain, who has covered the Houston organizations for 49 years, folks. So he knows all the ins and outs of the organization, the ones that have come and the ones that, of course, have gone. He's in the Texas Sports Hall of Fame. Follow him on X at McClain_on_NFL. John, let's talk about the WR1 of this franchise, and Nico Collins, far and away the top dog among the wideout stable. He's plus 125 on BetMGM to surpass 1,250 receiving yards this season. Do you think he gets there? And just how good and electric is Nico? And what is his nuclear potential, if you will, here in 2025?
Collins has missed time with injuries in each of his first 3 seasons. And he became great the last 2 years. And if he could stay healthy, he could have 13, 14, 1,500 yards because he's definitely C.J. Stroud's best target. And one of the best things he does at 6'4", 222, he breaks a lot of tackles. He catches balls on slant routes. He turns it on, and he can outrun people. He also gets behind the secondary. Last year on a long touchdown pass, he had a hamstring injury, kept him out 5 games. One reason Stroud didn't have the stats, Collins misses 5, Stephon Diggs missed 9, and then they lost Tank Dell, the third receiver. So any quarterback losing his top 3 receivers is going to have a negative effect. Collins is capable of 100 catches and 1,500 yards if he could play 17 games, but that's a big if because it hadn't happened. But he works his tail off, signed a contract extension last year, which now he's vastly underpaid considering what the other wideouts have gotten. But he is, when you see big play, his name's right there because he is a big play waiting to happen.
Oh, outstanding stuff from the one, the only John McClain. Again, a man has covered the NFL in Houston for nearly 50 years. And then big reason why he's in the Texas Sports Hall of Fame. Again, give him a follow at McClain_on_NFL. John, we appreciate the time. We'll hopefully catch up soon. And it could be an exciting year of professional tackle football in H-Town. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. By the way, I started when I was 10. You guys enjoy the season.
Oh, that's just terrific. Outstanding stuff from the one, the only John McClain. Again, the biggest takeaway, folks, We know we talked about the running backs, and he said Nick Chubb has looked good so far, but Jaden Higgins has the inside track as starting as the WR2 outside for this organization. Obviously, could play in the slot as well. Don't sleep on him too hard in your fantasy football drafts. He's a guy that may catch 60 to 70 balls in year one, and that's not a crazy take, is it, Horvey?
No, not at all, man. He's 6'4". He's going to operate out of the slot. Guy is super quick. I loved him at Iowa State. I love both of these guys, but I think he could have the breakout campaign, especially when pairing him with Nico Collins, who, again, just has to stay healthy, man. That's his only issue because he's a top 10 receiver in this league.
Hey, stick around. We're going to spin more news in the NFL training camp edition. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Wherever you go, we're there. Listen to the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey. Tune in and now on the iHeartRadio app. Wagertainment for every fan.
Let's get back to the madness. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvat in the house on this hashtag Team Huevos Tuesday. We're going to be spinning some news in the NFL. Of course, coming out hot and heavy, firing off on the wire all the time because NFL training camps are in full swing. We got our first exhibition game, the Hall of Fame game on the immediate horizon as well. I will not bet on it. No, I will not do it. If anything, Horvat, and you're a true degenerate.
I will.
Some action in the Hall of Fame game.
Oh, yeah.
I know you will. The only thing you
yeah.
could conceivably take is the under. And I'm assuming the over-under is probably going to be set at what? Like, it's always in the low 30s. In every single preseason game, none of the starters are going to play. It's going to be nothing but second, third, and fourth stringers. A lot of these guys aren't going to make the roster. So ultimately, it could finish like 10-6, 13-9, something like that would make sense to me. So I'm going to be betting the under. Am I wrong in my assessment? And I probably won't watch a single down of it. I'm not that thirsty for football. I want more meaningful action than that. I'll wait till the full slate of preseason games. We may actually see some starters in week 2, but what is your take on the Hall of Fame game up there playing in Canton?
Yeah, good call on the under, although that total is right now 32.5, minus 118 to the over. The Chargers, 1.5 point dogs, and we get the news that Trey Lance, who is still in the league, I'll never forget, obviously, San Francisco making him a top 5 pick, and then Kyle Shanahan in his first start in a downpour, just using him like a glorified fullback and injuring him. He's going to get the start, so we get to see what he's got left in the tank. What is he, like 25 years old? But we'll get some Trey Lance. Yeah, at 32.5, man, I'll probably take some under, and I might look at some best balls and play some fantasy with some of these scrubs as well, just because I need a little football in my life, man. I was betting the Canadian Football League last week, so it's time for some NFL action, even if it's a preseason game, which, the Hall of Fame game, Hall of Fame ceremony, always awesome, but the game is always one of the worst. Even like as far as preseason games, it's always the worst.
Wow, you've been some Saskatchewan Roughriders action.
Oh, yeah.
The CFL. Bravo to you, my man. Yeah, you're certainly hungry. You are indeed thirsty for some action anywhere played on American soil when it comes to football. I will refrain, but I say that now, twist my arm. I'll probably take the under as well, the 32.5, because that total's way too high. By the way, we have an awesome pole dancing poll question of the day that demands your attention. It's asking you this: which running back diamond in the rough available after pick number 100 in fantasy football drafts are you targeting most? Your options are Cam Scattaboo of the New York Giants at pick number 103.4. Tank Bigsby of the Jags at 135.7. Dylan Sampson of the Browns at 148.6. Or Jaden Blue, who's made some splashy plays here last week for the Dallas Cowboys at 151.2. So far, over 320 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise. Yeah, Democratic right. Keep the votes coming. And drop off a comment. You can do so by bringing the noise on X at BetMGM Tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM Tonight. Speaking of the king of sportsbooks, no matter where the action is, we'll supercharge the odds on your next sports bet. Use the odds boost token to boost your potential payout for a winning bet. Opt in right now on that odds boost token. Again, only at the king of sportsbooks. That, of course, is BetMGM. All right, quick update on the diamond before we dive in on some of these news and notes in the NFL. Right now, it is 2-2, Toronto and Baltimore, game 2 of the doubleheader. And the Baltimore Orioles absolutely crushed Toronto, 16-4 in game 1. That 2-2 score is in the top of the 7th. The Rockies, they're getting pulverized. The Pebbles are terrible. They're down 9-1 on the road in the middle of the 6th inning right now against the Cleveland Guardians. 7-2, Detroit up on the Arizona Diamondbacks. Brandon Pfaadt once again getting rocked. The Yankees up 4-3, bottom of the 4th against the Rays. 3-2 now, Reds over the LA Dodgers, and Tyler Glasnow was really kind of cooled off at the end of 4. 6-0 Phillies over the Chicago White Sox in the bottom of the 3rd. 4-0 Kansas City over the Atlanta Braves in the bottom of third, and Colin Ray's in a whole heap of trouble. It is 1-1.
Yeah.
But base is juiced right now for the Brewers. 1 out in the bottom of the third. He's getting a visit from the Cubs pitching coach, Hanami. We'll see if he can get out of this mess. 1-0. Top of the third, Red Sox over the Twins. 2-0. Your boy, Sandy Alcantara, blanking the Cardinals in the top of the third inning. 0-0. Washington and Houston just underway. Bottom of the first inning there in H-Town. So, again, we'll keep your eyes peeled there on the diamond. Of course, I am glued, and so is Horvat to the action at Miller Park. It's what it really should be called still, between the Brew Crew and the Cubs. And, again, Colin Ray dealing with the bases jammed, only 1 out in the bottom of the third inning. But we got to talk some football. And in the news, NFL training camp particulars coming out on the wire. Let's go to story number 1. James Cook, according to The Athletic, is focused on his, quote, 3-down ability, end quote. A guy last season really piled up the touchdowns. He was fantastic. Also caught 32 passes for over 250 yards and a pair of touchdowns through the air. But what's your take on James Cook, a guy that was a certifiable, almost a back-end RB1 when he was on the field in the 16 games last season? Can he duplicate and be a top 10 running back yet again this season? I look at the ADP, largely going right now in round 4. So what are your thoughts on James Cook and the follow-up? Can he sustain the level of touchdown production that we saw last year?
Yeah, Brad, usually I want to bet on a guy and I want to draft a guy, fantasy purposes, that's playing for a new contract, especially that first big contract for a running back or a wide receiver. But I don't know, man. You said it, touchdowns. He tied for the league lead last year with 16 rushing touchdowns, but he's not really a workhorse, right? Which I know he's had over 1,000 yards the last 2 seasons, and he wants to get paid like a top 10 running back. And last year in fantasy, running back 8 overall, running back 11 in PPR. But he played fewer than half of their offensive snaps, even when he was healthy. A 48% snap rate, 45% rushing attempt share which ranks 25th going back to 2 seasons ago. Even if you take away Josh Allen, who uses his legs a lot, man, he's just not really a 3-down, every down back. I think he's a tremendous player, but that would be my concern fantasy purposes, and that's why I know he wants to get paid, but I don't know that they're going to be able to get a deal done in Buffalo. So love him, but I think he's being drafted a little bit. The ADP is a little bit too high for me, man, especially with some of these younger backs. So I think a little overvalued fantasy purposes, but a hell of a player. We'll see if he could duplicate the success from last year. I don't know that he's rushing for 16 touchdowns, though.
No, I don't think so either. Regression is bound to kick in, right? I think he's got to be in that RB 12 to RB 15, RB 16 range when it's all said and done. Again, he's going to be rock solid. I just don't think he is like a surefire RB1 in a 12-team setting. Mike Clay at ESPN is going to predict it for 1,231 rushing yards, 12 rushing touchdowns, 37 receptions, 235 receiving, 2 receiving touchdowns. Got him an RB12. Now, the upside is he has the 7th easiest projected fantasy running back strength of schedule, but the opportunity share was only 58.9% last year. So if he is around 60% again this year, with Theo Johnson, Ray Davis getting some work, that is an area of concern. Again, it's all about sustainability, although the advanced metrics, not too shabby. Number 12 missed tackles forced last season, 16 in yak per attempt. Of course, Josh Allen is a bit of a goal line gremlin as well, given his big size and a lot of those shotgun formations. He'll sit back and then just take off right up the gut and carry dudes across the chalk. So that is an issue. Again, I wouldn't extend that go-go gadget arm or slap the wallet too heavily for James Cook this season. We're in agreement. Let's go Luther Burden of my Chicago Bears and kind of yours as well, because you're on the Bears bandwagon this season. Debuted at training camp, I think today officially. I was dealing with a soft tissue issue, but he is going to go. He's back at it. For the Bears, a lot of expectations. Maybe he could be a poor man's Amon-Ra St. Brown, guy that was a tackle-breaking machine last season at the University of Missouri. You look at Luther Burden right now, Horvat, wide receiver 57 on average in drafts conducted over last month, 136.05 is the ADP. Cheap, ultra cheap. Is he a late round lottery ticket worth scratching and maybe cashing this year?
I think so, man, right? I don't know about the first 4 weeks of the season because my biggest takeaway from the comments that Ben Johnson had, and obviously Ben Johnson and the Bears love him. They took him 39th overall, but was the tweet that Courtney Cronin, I saw, he's a little behind right now. I ultimately do think he's wide receiver number 3 behind DJ Moore and Rome Odunze. 2023, he operated out of the slot a ton, had the 3rd highest receiving grade among Power 5 receivers, right behind Malik Neighbors and Malik Washington. So I think that he could have a monster season. I just worry a little bit that he did miss OTAs, he missed mini camp, and then he missed the first 4 days of training camp. But you said it, man. I mean, he's a really good playmaker, great speed, very elusive after the catch. I loved him so much at Missouri. I think he's going to be a really good player, but I just worry a little bit because he is already behind Rome Odunze and DJ Moore. He's a rookie in a complicated offense, and he has missed some time. But, week 5 and on, I think he could be a hell of a player, fantasy purposes, too.
Yeah, you got to take a chill pill. You can't be quick to drop him because he could have a spectacular second half. There's always roster turnover. He gets the opportunity. I think he could be a poor man's Amon-Ra St. Brown. He's got that kind of skill set. He's got a similar build at 5'11", 205 pounds. They could use him on jet sweeps as a rusher from time to time as well. Excellent footwork, a supreme route runner, excellent hands. He was number 19 in YAC per reception for Mizzou last season. I'm a buyer burden because he didn't cost you a damn thing. Again, pick number 136.05 in average drafts over the last month. That's barely a top 60 overall fantasy wide receiver. All right, from Chicago, let's go to the Mile High City. J.K. Dobbins going to be working in concert with Ryan Harvey. According to Sean Payton, his exact words, a swift transition to the Denver offense for J.K. Dobbins coming from the L.A. Chargers to the Mile High Ponies. What are your thoughts about the distribution of touches between Harvey and Dobbins? And Harvey has made some eye-opening plays in training camp. However, there are still concerns about his pass pro.
Yep, I worry. And I also worry just how Sean Payton is going to use his running backs. You could go back to when he was the head coach with the Saints, man, right? Like he would use Pierre Thomas, Reggie Bush, and Darren Sproles all in different ways. Mark Ingram, Alvin Kamara, right? Like you never really knew who was going to have the hot hand every single week. Dobbins was off to a ridiculous start last year before getting hurt, though, man. If he could just stay healthy, last year over 800 rushing yards, and he's always going to be good for chunk runs. Last year finished the season tied for 11th in runs of 10 yards or more. Just comes down to health. And I worry a little bit about how they're going to use them just because, like you said, you have R.J. Harvey, who I like a lot. You have Audric Estime, and then you have McLaughlin in the mix as well. So that would be my only concern. How is Sean Payton going to use his backs? What's the snap share going to look like? And can he stay healthy?
And we're going to have more information from a beat writer tomorrow. Sean Drotor is going to be joining us to break everything down on the Denver Broncos. So we're going to bring the subject up to him. You look at Dobbins. He's RB36, 108.89 in fantasy football ADP. RJ Harvey, a much prettier penny. He's going to RB24, shiny new toy at 68.56. I think Harvey will outproduce him because of the catches. I think Harvey's got a great shot at least 60 receptions this season. And I think he's going to show up and show out, though he's got to work on that pass pro. All right, let's go to Jaden Blue, who's made a cannonball splash this week. Hard to ask for a much better first week of camp is the quote from Nick Harris from the Fort Worth Star Telegram. I've seen some of the video highlights making the rounds of social media. Dude's got some juice in those legs, and he's got not a whole lot of competition with Javonte Williams there as well. No Rico Dottle in the mix. But you look at Jaden Blue, could be somebody worth a late round grab in your estimation. What are your thoughts on him?
Yeah, they obviously need some help in the backfield. I don't know what he is, man, because he was at Texas for 3 years and he was a running back. In 2022, he backed up Bijan Robinson, Roshan Johnson, Keelan Robinson, and Jonathan Brooks. Last year, especially that 3-game run that he had, he's fast as hell, but he only ran the ball 215 times in 3 seasons at Texas. But I do think that he's going to get some touches, especially when you look at Rico Dotto, Ezekiel Elliott, Delvin Cook, like Javonte Williams, Miles Sanders, what they've had, Phil Maffa in the backfield here. I think he could be a surprise in the backfield, something that Dallas has not had really in 3-4 years after all those names that I just read.
Again, dirt cheap, RB48, 153.20 is the ADP. He's got that long speed. He's got plus hands. He was number 9 in breakaway run rate among all FBS running backs again at Texas last season. Number 9 in missed tackles, force per attempt. Number 13 in yak per attempt. So don't forget about Jaden Blue. He ain't lazy, folks, and proving that right now in the world of fantasy football. We got to take a little siesta. We come back from the pro game to the college. We're going to try to make some cash on Big 12 teams. Stick around. This is a BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't miss out on the action. If you missed the show, you can listen back on the always free Odyssey app. It's BetMGM tonight, presented by BetMGM.
It's time to make money on the college gridiron on BetMGM tonight with Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
Welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvat in the house on this hashtag Team Huevos Tuesday. We're keeping our eyes peeled, everything in the world of Major League Baseball, as I am watching Craig Counsell race out of the dugout to argue a call that was like a swinging bump by catcher Reese McGuire of the Northsiders. And they're saying that was a fair ball. I'm seeing the replay right now. Swing barely makes contact. That should be a foul ball. It actually hit on the backside of home plate, not out in front of it. So Counsell's got every argument in the world that should be a foul ball. However, I don't know if it's going to be reviewed or not, as the lead umpire is going down talking to the third base umpire, and they're going to try to sort out this mess. But as it stands right now, they're saying, yeah, a play stands. What the living hell? It comes down 2-1 to the Milwaukee Brewers, training a couple of runners there on base. Dansby Swanson had a horrific at-bat before that. His runners in scoring position struggles continue. We're going to be talking a little college football, Big 12 action here in this segment. And a friendly reminder before we dive into Ryan Horvat's favorite subject, if you want to talk college football futures with us, you want to talk NFL futures, the MLB, maybe some games yet to begin tonight, possibly the WNBA or fantasy football. I know you do. Draft season on the immediate horizon. Simple way to contact Tori and I. All I got to do is pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also fire off a tweet on X at BetMGM tonight. Addy producing the show will alert us. If you send in a comment or question, we'll grab it. Describe it on air and give you our 2 cents. So again, fire those off on X at BetMGM tonight. Also, friendly reminder, if you miss any of the broadcasts, I've already missed some of the key interviews like John McClain's awesome insights on the Houston Texans, very detailed, a legend down there in Southeast Texas and in the NFL media ranks. You can always go back and listen at your leisure with a BetMGM Tonight podcast, available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcast. Subscribe to the BetMGM Tonight podcast. All right, with that business out of the way, it's time to get after it with another edition of College Cash.
It's time for chaos.
They're back now to the 30. They're down to the 20. All the band is out on the field.
It's time for tradition. It's time to make the college cash.
All right. Again, all Big 12 all the time. We're going to do a spotlight on 4 teams, a very competitive league this year. Anyone's best guess, in my estimation, who is going to take that conference's crown and represent possibly in the college football playoff. But let's go ahead and get after it. And let's start off with what is perceived as one of the front runners in this conference, and that being the Kansas State Wildcats. 8.5 wins is the line. Currently at BetMGM, it's juiced barely over there, a -115. The under at -105. Again, I'm going to play numbers near it here because Ryan knows all the nitty-gritty about every single one of these college teams. So giving you a little statistical background, K-State, according to ESPN's Football Power Index, number 21 overall. ESPN projects K-State for 8.6 wins this season, so just barely above the 8.5 line, giving them a 22.2% chance of making the college football playoff. Strength of schedule, quite attractive, 64th hardest in all of Division I college football. And according to theanalyst.com, number 18 projected offensive rating, number 33 projected defensive rating. And with all that nitty gritty now coursing through your cerebral cortex, Ryan Horvat, our connoisseur and our expert in everything college football. What's your take? K-State over, under 8.5 wins this season.
Yeah, I bet Kansas State over 8.5 wins. I took a stab on them to win the Big 12 at 6-1, and then I bet Avery Johnson, the starting quarterback, at 50-1 to win the Heisman. Last year they were the favorites. Looked good the first 8 weeks. They started 7-1, I believe, and then they lost 3 of their last 4. They did win their bowl game against Rutgers. Hung 40 points. Avery Johnson looked good in that game. He was their second leading rusher, rushed for 7 touchdowns, threw for over 2,600 yards. Now he's got a full offseason where he's the guy. Last year had to replace Will Howard. Their leading wide receiver, Jace Brown's back. Last year he caught 5 touchdowns, finished with over 800 receiving yards. I think Sterling Lockett is going to be a weapon, both on special teams as a return man and as a slot receiver. They bring back their tight end, Garrett Oakley, who caught 5 touchdowns. And they have a 5-star recruit, their highest recruit ever, Lincoln Cure. He's 6'6", 220. I think he's going to be a stud tight end. Their offensive line's usually a strength. On the defense, they bring back their 2 top tacklers, but they do have to replace the next 4. But the defense isn't really an issue for Kansas State, although they were second in the conference last year in rushing yards allowed, but they also play a 3-3-5. I like the offseason, though. They have a new OC coming in, Matt Wells from Utah State. Also was at Texas Tech for a while as well. And I like the schedule, man. They get 2 games against opponents who are coming off byes, Kansas and Oklahoma State, but I'm not really high on either of those teams this year. And they're also returning from byes for those games as well. So give me Kansas State to win at least 9-10 games. And I like Avery Johnson at 50-1 as a Heisman contender as well.
That's a pretty decent price here, -115 on the over 8.5 wins. A lot of these markets are severely juiced one direction or the other, including the next one. And it's not so much cowboy up, cowboy down. Oklahoma State, the Fighting Gundies there, 5.5 wins, +145 on the over, -175 on the under. Let me give you the background here, numerically speaking. Number 67, according to Football Power Index there at ESPN, projected to win 5.5 games, so exactly what the line is. A 48.1% chance of winning 6 games this season. Not too shabby there. Strength of schedule, number 39 overall in the country. Number 58, according to the analysts, projected offensive rating, but number 92, yikes, projected defensive rating. Your thoughts on the Cowboys? Are they going to shoot some blanks this season?
I don't know what's going on, man, there, right? Like Mike Gundy, it's been a little bit of a mess. He's been there for 21 years. He's 169-88. So usually you could bank on them to win 8-9 games, but they only bring back 1 starter on the offensive side of the ball and 1 on defense. On offense, they have a quarterback battle. They have redshirt sophomore Zane Flores and a transfer from TCU that are battling for the starting quarterback spot. They have to replace Ollie Gordon, who was a little bit of a bust. He was a Heisman contender coming into the season last year. I do like Rodney Fields and Trent Howland, the running backs that they bring in. They have a bunch of transfers at the wide receiver position, including Shamar Rigby from Purdue. Josh Ford's back. He's a tight end who had 10 catches and a touchdown at tight end. Defense only 1 starter back, so I just don't know what this team's going to look like. I don't like to fade Mike Gundy because when you think it's going to be a down year, usually they win 7-8 games, but with 2 starters back, they lose a bunch of guys to the portal, a new OC. I would lean under on Oklahoma State.
All right, taking the under on the Cowboys this season. Drink up at Eskimo Joe's there in Stillwater. What about Kansas? We already talked about K-State, so going back to Sunflower State. The Jayhawks at 7.5 wins, +135. Attract to juice if you like the over, -160 on the under. The background here, ESPN Power Index got them at a number 30, 7.9 wins a forecast. So they kind of like the over at plus money. They have a 13.4% chance to make the college football playoff. That's decent. Number 16 in terms of schedule, so not overly intimidating. Number 4, according to the analyst.com, projected offensive rating. Number 66, though, in defensive rating. Rock, Chalk, Jayhawk. Should they focus on basketball, or is football going to make noise again?
I would love to buy in, man, right? Because Jalen Daniels is back for what appears to be year 10 at Kansas. It's year 6. Last year actually played more than 9 games for the first time since stepping foot on campus, but only completed 57% of his passes. had 12 touchdown passes, but also threw a career-high 12 picks. This offense hasn't looked the same since Andy Kotelnicki left a couple of years ago to take the job at Penn State last year. Devin Neal's gone. They do bring back Hillshaw Jr., and they bring in a transfer from Iowa, LaShawn Williams, who was 6th in the Big Ten with 823 rushing yards before he got hurt last year. Wide receivers are all new except for, including Emmanuel Henderson, who they get from Bama out of the portal. Only 2 starters back on the O-line, and you said it, the defense last year was 92nd in the country in total defense. Dean Miller was really good. He's back, had a team-high 6 sacks, but I don't trust anybody else on the defensive side of the ball. They did lose some close games last year. 5 of their 7 losses came by 6 points or less. I want to buy in, man, but I lean under on Kansas this year.
All right, taking the under on the Jayhawks. I'll probably take the over just because I like the plus money. Plus 135 is awfully attractive. All right, let's go to Arizona, the Grand Canyon State, and talk about the Wildcats down there in Tucson. 5.5 wins. That's it. That's all line is. Same as OK State. Minus 110 either direction. Background here, number 69. Not so nice. Projected at the Football Power Index on ESPN, forecasted win 4.9 games this year, 37.7% chance, that's it, to win 6, according to ESPN. Number 65 in terms of strength of schedule. Number 69, again, not so nice, according to the analyst.com, projected offensive rating. Number 90, projected defensive rating. Can the Wildcats overachieve?
That's the thing. I have no idea what that defense is going to look like, man. It wasn't very good last year. Danny Gonzalez takes over. He's the new DC. They're going to play a 4-2-5 this season. He wants to be more aggressive, try to mix up the coverages a little bit more. Trey Smith is their only starter back on the defensive line. On the offensive side of the ball, they bring back Noah Fafita. He regressed last year. 2,958 yards, 18 touchdowns, but he doubled his picks with 12. They lose Tet McMillan. I do like some of their pieces, but with this schedule, I lean under. I think they're a 5-win team.
All right, taking the under on the Arizona Wildcats at minus 110. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. When we come back, another intrepid reporter interviewer, Mary Kay Cabot, covers the Cleveland Browns. Going to be joining us. Got a lot of questions side of that franchise for fantasy football purposes. Don't you go anywhere, fools. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network. Come on, Cubs!
Don't miss out on the action. If you missed the show, you can listen back on the always free Odyssey app. It's BetMGM Tonight, presented by BetMGM.
the betting show.
There is no other show on the planet that packs in more picks nightly.
With the big noise, Brad Evans.
Oh, sharp action! They gotta listen to the sharps! Get the heck out of here with that nonsense. I'm on JMU as well. Drake, hate the Drake. Love the Drake, hate the Drake. No, you never fade the Drake!
And the mad better, Ryan Horvat.
The Keep the Points special. I'll keep cashing tickets around here on Odyssey. Yeah, put me at night, baby. That's where we cash tickets.
They're bringing the heat and helping you cash in big.
It's a lock! It's over! It's a guarantee! It's easy money!
Nobody wants to bet Seattle U, except for this guy. They're going to win this game outright, but I'll be safe and take the points plus 6.5.
And delivering the late night sweats.
And it's gone! It's gone!
Oh,
and it's gone!
No way!
It's gone! Holy God! It is gone!
I need to celebrate tonight with my family! Do it for my kids! Do it for my boy!
It's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvat in the house on this hashtag Team Huevos Tuesday. We're going to be talking to the outstanding reporter Mary Kay Cabot. Does a bang-up job covering the Cleveland Browns here momentarily. But a friendly reminder, if you have any fantasy football questions, if you have any hot takes in terms of the NFL futures market, the college football futures market, a Major League Baseball, or even the WNBA, we want to hear your thoughts and opinions, and we'll also field all of your fantasy questions. Simple way to contact Tori and I. All you got to do is pick up the phone and dial us, fools, at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also fire off a comment or a question on X, aka the Twitter, at BetMGM tonight. Again, on X, at BetMGM tonight. Ooh, boy, the action's heating up right now in Milwaukee, 2-1. The Cubs are down to the Brewers, but got runners on the corners. And Seiya Suzuki, I need you to get a hit, buddy. 0 for 2 so far in this game. Top of the fifth inning, only one out. They have an opportunity to tie it, and Seiya just did. Hitting with double play. God bless America. As the Cubs squander an opportunity with only one out to score a run. So remains 2-1 heading to the bottom of the fifth. All right, we'll keep you up to date. All the action in Major League Baseball. But right now, we got to bring on the terrific reporter, Mary Kay Cabot. She's the Browns beat writer for Cleveland.com and the Plain Dealer. She's also the Browns analyst on WKYC-TV, Pro Football Hall of Fame selector. Give her a follow and an outstanding one at that. On X, where she's always giving it to you there, at Mary Kay Cabot. Again, on X, at Mary Kay Cabot. Mary, welcome to BetMGM tonight. First question straight away from me. The running back position is a mess right now in Cleveland, given the serious off-the-field issues for rookie Quinshon Judkins, who remains unsigned as of tape time. As it currently stands, how do you see Kevin Stefanski deploying the rushing attack week 1 against Cincinnati? And I know that's a loaded question. We got miles to go. But who knows when Judkins is going to arrive. And with Jerome Ford dealing with an injury issue of his own, Dylan Sampson seems like an interesting fantasy football pick. What have you seen so far in training camp in terms of his level of development and production? And what are your thoughts overall, again, on this murky backfield along Lake Erie?
Well, Dylan has only practiced once in pads so far, so I think we'll have a better idea of how he's acclimating to the pro game when we see him in pads a few more times. But so far, he looks really fast. He looks shifty. He's catching the ball out of the backfield. And if it gets to the point where Quinshon Judkins gets suspended for the first how many ever games, then I think Dylan is going to play a very, very big role in this offense, maybe even be the featured back, which, from a size standpoint, he's not anywhere near as big as Quinshon and not what necessarily the Browns are used to for that role. But he's very fast. He's very productive. He's a home run hitter. and I do think that that he can make a lot of noise for them in the event Quinshon's not there.
Mary Kay, I'm staring right now at the Cleveland Browns quarterback depth chart. And as of today, and granted it's Tuesday, July 29th, Joe Flacco would be the starter. Kenny Pickett, who they acquired this offseason, is the backup. Dylan Gabriel's on the roster. They take him, and then they turn around and draft Shedeur Sanders a few rounds later. Who ultimately do you think starts the season week 1? And who do you think finishes the season this year?
Well, that's a really good question. I think right now that Joe Flacco has the decided edge. I think he was kind of running neck and neck with Kenny Pickett, and I think at that point it was going to be a matter of picking a style. Did you want the guy with the big, huge rocket arm that can hit the explosives but yet isn't very mobile, or do you want to go with more of the game manager guy that might not hit as many explosives but not throw as many interceptions probably, and also do some more things for you in the mobility game with keepers and RPOs and designed runs and different things like that. So it was really going to be coming down to picking a style. And now with Kenny out, I think he's probably going to be out most of the rest of this week at least. And then they'll see what he might possibly be capable of. But I think that Joe is going to have the edge now. He's now getting way more reps than he was getting before. They were dialing him back a little bit to let some of these younger guys get those snaps. But now Joe's getting in the groove. He's getting his timing down. And I think it's going to be really hard for anyone to overtake him.
As far as fantasy football, David Njoku, even with, shaky quarterback play and the entire Deshaun Watson situation, has been pretty reliable. I know they draft Harold Fannin Jr. Would you expect, even with, quarterback room that we don't really know who's going to be the starter, that David Njoku would continue to produce this season? Or is there maybe any concern about maybe him buying in if this is a 3-4 win team?
No, there's no concern about him buying in. In fact, when I talked to him on Radio Row at the Super Bowl, he was one of the ones that was very instrumental in making sure that that he was going to tell Myles Garrett to come back, to get his tail back onto this football team so they can go out there and try to win some games this year. So David is all in, and I think that they're going to run a lot of 2 tight end sets with him and Harold Fannin. So I don't think it's a matter of Harold coming in here to replace him. I think he's coming in here to complement him, and I think he'll do that very well.
We're talking to the outstanding Mary Kay Cabot, Browns beat writer for Cleveland.com and the Plain Dealer, Browns analyst for WKYC TV, Pro Football Hall of Fame selector. Give her a follow on X at Mary Kay Cabot. Again, on X at Mary Kay Cabot. Mary, Jerry Jeudy really finished strong over last season's second half, finally delivering on his round 1 promise, which he rarely delivered on as a member of the Denver Broncos. What is your confidence level that he reaches 1,000 yards in the follow-up this season? Is it crazy to think he lures at least 140 to 150 targets this year?
Well, I'll tell you what, that's one of the things that I think could be a key factor in this quarterback competition. If Joe Flacco can get the ball to Jerry Jeudy in the same way that he got the ball to Amari Cooper and connect with him and light it up with Jerry that way, I think that's going to go a long way towards winning the quarterback competition. Once again, Joe has to stay away from those interceptions, but if he can light it up with Jerry and David and Harold and then even Cedric Tillman, then I think that's really going to help him. And so, yes, I do think that Jerry is capable of another 1,000-yard season, another Pro Bowl type of season, especially if Joe is under center.
Yeah, it's crazy to think that he's going right now like a wide receiver 36, wide receiver 37 in fantasy drafts. So really a back-end wide receiver 3, and a guy that could deliver like top 20 numbers this year. So do not sleep too hard on Jerry Jeudy this season. Mary, this is my last question. You brought up Cedric Tillman, his Jerry Jeudy's tag team partner. Last year finished with 553 yards in only 11 games. His season-long receiving yards prop right now at BetMGM is just 650.5. If he plays even 15 games this year, do you believe he blows past that number? What's his overall upside here in 2025?
We're talking about Cedric Tillman, right?
Yep, correct.
I'm sorry. Cedric, the upside for Cedric is really, really good. Last year, he missed 6 games with a concussion, and he was really coming into his own, and the lights were really coming on for him. He, again, is a player that I think is going to benefit tremendously from Joe Flacco's big arm. So, once again, if Joe ends up being the starting quarterback and it's starting to look that way, then I think you're going to see some really, really good things from Cedric Tillman this year. I mean, he's a big downfield threat himself. He's got speed. He's a big guy. He can go up for the ball. He can win the contested catch. And he does a lot of things really, really well. So I think the upside is very high for him this year.
Interesting. Yeah, and a guy, again, you can get dirt cheap right now in fantasy football drafts. We appreciate the time. The one, the only, Mary Kay Cabot, Browns beat writer for Cleveland.com and the Plain Dealer, Browns analyst for WKYC TV, Pro Football Hall of Fame selector. Give her a follow on X at Mary Kay Cabot. Mary, I would say enjoy the summer heat, but it's oppressive right now in the Midwest. Hopefully you're cooling off during the days, and we will catch up soon when the regular season gets underway. We appreciate the time.
Sure, sounds good. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
All right, there she goes, Mary Kay Cabot. I got 2 immediate takeaways. She's as plugged in to any NFL organization as anybody. And, the one thing that she mentioned was about Dylan Sampson. And she's saying that he is on track to be the featured running back. Now, he's looked really good in a padsless practice, and he's going to put on those pads for the first time, and we'll see how he then performs as a result. But, again, with Quinshon Judkins unsigned and dealing with his legal issues stemming from a domestic violence incident here recently, we have no idea if he's ever going to, put pen to paper, and he's actually going to show up as a member of this Cleveland Browns organization. And you look at some of the other people on this roster. I mean, Jerome Ford has been kind of the consummate third down running back. So he's a guy that's also been dealing with an injury, not exactly 100%. I mean, the Ducks are starting to line up in a row for Dylan Sampson. He may be a bit undersized, but if he can really ball out in pads, he's a guy that could ultimately be maybe a fantasy difference maker that you're getting ultra late in a lot of drafts.
Yeah, man, with this Quinshon Judkins situation, what a mess. I lean under, like, the case I was making for the Browns not to be the worst team in the league would be Myles Garrett's back on the defensive side of the ball after saying he was leaving and he wanted to play with, a legit quarterback. They definitely don't have that in Cleveland, though, which was why I was already leaning under that quarterback situation. But then I thought maybe they could be like a run-first, tough defensive team with the 1-2 punch of Quinshon Judkins and Sampson. Because my only concern is he an every down back? Like you said, Brad, he's not the biggest guy. He's only 5'8", 201 pounds. But there's a reason why they took him in the 4th round with the 126th pick. He was an absolute stud in the SEC against really good competition. He was the 2024 SEC Offensive Player of the Year. He scored 22 touchdowns, had 1,400 yards. So I think he could be a really good back. I just wonder, is he an every down back, a 3-down back? But he might have to be, man. So I'm really high on him right now coming into the season.
I am too, because again, he's one of those kind of late round lottery tickets, and he can purchase them, scratch everything off. It could be lucky sevens across the board. And I understand that, game flow and script is not going to go Cleveland's way, but Sampson's got adept hands. He could be an explosive pass catcher out of the backfield. He could possibly supplant Jerome Ford in those situations. And if you get a suitable veteran, and I know he's a gray beard, he's very long in the tooth there, and Joe Flacco, I mean, he could pay a pretty handsome dividend, a nice little profit, considering we get him well after pick number 100, right around pick number 150 in early fantasy football draft. Speaking of Flacco, the other thing is she goes, he's going to be difficult to overtake, is what she said. Kenny Pickett obviously dealing with the hamstring injury. Shedeur Sanders has miles to go to earn the coach's trust, the staff there, and Stefanski and company. I mean, Flacco's going to start week 1 against Cincinnati. And if he performs decently well, he could really have a stranglehold on this, starting position for the foreseeable future. So Flacco, if you're in a Superflex league, another guy worth going the extra dollar on. He may only cost you like 3 or 4 in total, but he can maybe surprise early half this season.
Yeah, I thought maybe they would give Pickett a chance just because they traded for him, man. But I think we've had a big enough sample size of Kenny Pickett to know and see that he's not a starting quarterback in this league. Whereas with Joe, granted, he's older and he does turn the football over at times. He's probably your best option. And I'm sure that the guys in the locker room, especially guys like Myles Garrett, right, that have to be there and are getting paid to be there and want to actually win football games, I'm sure that's going to be their guy. So I'm with you. I can see that being the case for sure.
All right, more fantasy football talk. Stick around, spin me around. Coming up next right here, BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
On the move? Take the BetMGM Network with you. Catch live Wagertainment anytime on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brother Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Orban in the house on this hashtag Team Huevos Tuesday. We're doing another edition of Spin Me Round, Round, Baby, Round, Round, like a record, baby, round, 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 round. And we're in round 4, back half round 4 of average fantasy drafts. So we're going to give you takes on various ADPs, the players going in that phase of fantasy exercises, and basically tell you if we're going to be buying or selling at their current ADP. Wheels are coming off of the Cubs. 4-1 right now. One out in the bottom of the 5th inning. I think just not looking great. Colin Ray's out of the game. Brazier's in right now. The Brook who could really open this sucker up. PCA dropped what was a routine fly ball off the bat of Kristen Yelich, who just scored, so it's now 5-1 on the tag up. Brewers are just rolling. It could go up 2-0 in this critical series. The Cubs could fall behind 2 full games in the series. Elsewhere, Tigers boat racing. The Diamondbacks up 12-2 in the top of the 9th inning. Yankees up 6-4 going to the bottom of the 7th against the Rays. The Reds up 4-3 top of the 7th, though 2 runners on for the LA Dodgers. Phillies blanking the White Sox 6-0 going to the bottom of the 7th. The Royals giving up 3 runs in the bottom or the top of the 6th. They're up just 4-3 on the Braves now. Again, Brewers up 5-1 on the Cubs. Twins down 5-1 at the end of 5 to the Red Sox. Marlins up 3-0 right now on the Cardinals. You might have been right on about Sandy Alcantara. Still in the game, though he's got 2 runners on first and second, only 1 out in the bottom of the 5th. And all knotted up at 2, Nats and Stros in the bottom of the 4th inning. So there you go. Update there on the diamond. All of the action there. But, hey, we want to get your fantasy football takes right now here on BetMGM Tonight. And one way to do it is giving your opinion in the pole dancing poll question of the day. And it's asking you this: which running back diamond in the rough available after pick number 100 in fantasy football drafts are you targeting most? Your options are Cam Scatterbo, the Giants, at pick number 103.4. Tank Bigsby, the Jags, at pick number 135.7. Dylan Sampson of the Browns at 148.6. And we just had an awesome interview with some tremendous insights from Mary Kay Cabot, who covers the Browns like a snuggie. So if you missed any of that, you can always download and listen to the BetMGM Tonight podcast wherever you get your podcast. She talked very highly of Sampson so far in his performance early on in training camp. And the last option, Jaden Blue of the Dallas Cowboys to pick number 151.2 overall. Over 320 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise. Yeah, Democratic, right? Keep the votes coming and drop us a comment, a.k.a. bring the noise on X at BetMGM Tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM Tonight. All right. The Cubs able to stop the bleeding, though down 5-1 entering the top of the 6th inning. And the Bats, they've been dormant the last few games. One of the hottest hitting teams in baseball for much of the season. On the struggle bus right now. So hopefully they can wake up. I will break in if there's any meaningful action, but we got to talk some fantasy football. And we're in round 4 of our ADP breakdown in the back half of that round. So let's start off with Alvin Kamara of the Fleur-de-Lis of the New Orleans Saints, who I think are going to be the worst team in the NFL. He is RB15, ADP overall of 43.16. So what are your thoughts on Kamara, a guy that's been a king of consistency because he can do it on every single down, Horvat?
Yeah, I think he's properly rated right there, right? Running back 15, man. I think this is finally the season he maybe falls outside the top 10 just because he's 30. Also, he might have more competition in the backfield with Kendra Miller and with Devin Neal, who they drafted as well. The other thing is Kellen Moore is a play caller. You even saw this last year in Philadelphia. Doesn't really use his running backs a whole lot in the pass game, but when you have this quarterback situation, possibly a rookie starting week 1, I think you have to use Kamara. And he also, Kellen Moore, couple weeks ago, I should say, still said Alvin Kamara is one of the premier players in this league. So they're going to use him, man. I think he's properly rated where he's at. If he's there round 4, I have interest, of course. Last year, 5th in fantasy points per game. PPR league's always huge because of what he could do as a pass catcher. Even though he's 30, I don't know if he's going to fall off a cliff, but I do think he's properly rated.
Yeah, it's about right. He might be a little bit overvalued. I got him at RB 19 overall. I just think the situation sucks. That's the problem. Like Tyler Shuck, like how effective is he really going to be, right? Yeah, you got Chris Olave, you got Rashid Shaheed. Offensive line should be okay, but you're going to have a lot of negative game scripts. Now, that doesn't necessarily demean the value of Alvin Kamara because he's a guy who can go out there and catch 80 balls seemingly every single year. Maybe I'm too bearish on him, but he also doesn't have an easy strength of schedule. He's got the 7th hardest of any projected fantasy running back this season. And yeah, he could regress. Now, he was number 1 in expected fantasy points per game last season, seeing 76.4% of the opportunity share, number 19 total missed tackles forced, over 21 yards created per touch. I just hate the situation. And because of that, I will probably divert from investing in him. So I think he's a little bit overvalued. All right, let's go to Kenneth Walker, the third of the Seattle Seahawks. RB16, 43.88. Earning accolades in training camp. Excellent fit for that zone scheme up there in the Great Northwest. What are your thoughts on him? Could it be a breakthrough season for Kenneth Walker III up there in the Great Northwest?
I think so, man, right? I think he's still going to get the majority of the touches, even with Zach Charbonnet. I know that the offense is going to look a little bit different now with Sam Darnold behind center. But last year was just, he was never healthy, right? Like his 2 most efficient games of the season, week 1 and week 4, missed the 2 weeks in between those with that oblique injury. After that, he really never got going, topped 4 yards per carry in just one of his last 9 games. Only cracked 50 rushing yards in 3 of those games. It was a career low yards per carry last year, but this year, fully healthy, man, I think he has a bounce back year. I'm pretty high on Kenneth Walker, so I think he's actually a little undervalued.
All right, hell have frozen over. Nico Horner just hit a home run. That's crazy.
There we go.
Maybe that'll spark the Cubs. 5-2 solo shot, 4th of the season as he's rounding the bases right now on Marquee. Look, I love Kenneth Walker III. He is going to be one of my primary targets at RB2 this season. I think he's got the opportunity to be maybe a top 10 running back. Mike Clay's got him projected for 1,146 rush yards, 9 rushing touchdowns. The underrated part of his game are his hands. Clay's got him projected for 51 catches. He caught 46 balls in 11 games last year. I mean, the guy's got some soft and tacky hands, middle of pack strength of schedule. He was number 21 yak per attempt, number 9 missed tackles forced, 13 yards created per touch, seeing 72.5% of the opportunity share. And he was number 6 in expected fantasy points per game. So that top 10 upside is very real, folks. Buy on Kenneth Walker III. All right, let's go another guy that is deafening buzz coming out of LA Chargers camp on Omarion Hampton. Najee Harris still not back yet with that eye issue stemming from the 4th of July accident. You look at Hampton, RB17, ADP 44.12. Are you buying hook, line, and sinker that he is going to be a breakout sensation in year 1?
Yes, sir. Other than Ashton Genty, he was my favorite college running back. Loved him at Carolina. Last year was the offense. If it weren't for Genty, I would think he would have been the first. Oh, I know he would have been the first running back taken. I love his running style. I think he's going to get a ton of goal line opportunities, even when Najee Harris eventually comes back. And I think he is also going to be a monster out of the backfield, running routes and catching balls. I mean, he could catch 50 to 60 balls. So I think he's going to be a bell cow. And I think he's going to be a home run hit, even his rookie season. So really high on Omarion Hampton this year.
I am too, man. I bet on him to run for 1,000 yards at 2-to-1 odds. I think that is a ridiculous value right now in the betting market. I think Omarion Hampton has a chance to be a borderline top 10 running back. I think he's going to be in the back end RB1 conversation at 12-team fantasy leagues when it's all said and done. Clay's kind of projected for 1,025 on the ground, 10 rushing touchdowns, 41 catches for 297 and 2 scores. The 18th hardest strength of schedule, not overly intimidating. Remember, in North Carolina, the fighting Bill Belichick's, he was top 6 last season among all FBS running backs, yak per attempt, breakaway runs, missed tackles, forced. Dude's got skills, and he's built like a Sherman tank. I think he's got a steamroll over fools and a run first, run often offense and a Greg Roman. All right, let's go to Hurt So Good. Come on, Jalen, make it hurt so good. Yeah, Jalen Hurts, quarterback 5. Next man up, 45.92. Coming off the high of that Super Bowl win. Is going to be more of the same in one of the healthiest offensive environments in football.
Yep, still one of the best offensive lines, if not the best offensive line in all of pro football. Despite their best efforts for my Green Bay Packers, the tush push has not been outlawed. He's a touchdown vulture. You wish, at times he was a little bit more accurate or you got more passing yards when you have A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith. Maybe those numbers do go up. But, yeah, I think he's quarterback 4. So I think he's actually a little undervalued because of what he brings with his legs. So really high on Jalen Hurts again this year.
Yeah, I mean, he's about right. He's going quarterback 5, so you might even say he's slightly discounted. Tush Push, alive and well. He had 14 rushing touchdowns last season. He's probably going to be right around 14 rushing touchdowns. And again, this year, running behind that premium offensive line, probably going to pass anywhere for another 21 to 25 with A.J. Brown, the Slim Reaper, Devontae Smith. He was number 1 adjusted completion percentage last year. Number 3 expected fantasy points per game. Yeah, again, I think there's an argument he's slightly discounted. Cortland Sutton, next man up. Man, he got paid. $92 million extension yesterday. That was announced by the Broncos. Wide receiver 22, 47.36. Bo Nix, year 2. Hopefully it's going to be more of a sensation than a slumper. What are your thoughts on the former giddy-up SMU Mustang?
Yeah, like you said, got paid, deserved it. Wide receiver number 1. You would expect Bo Nix, Sean Payton to take the handcuffs off a little bit his sophomore season. Last year, there were a lot of throws that were behind the line of scrimmage, a lot of dinking and dunking. But still, Cortland Sutton, 135 targets, 81 receptions, went over 1,000 yards, had 8 touchdowns. I would expect those numbers to be even better this season. Again, with Bo Nix entering year 2 and another year as Sean Payton as his play caller and head coach. So love Sutton this year.
All right. Yeah, I do too. Mike Clay got him projected for 1,016 receiving yards, 9 touchdowns. He was number 2 in air yards, 7.9 targets per game, number 8 in total red zone targets. If a lot of those unrealized air yards become realized, it could be an even better banner season for Cortland Sutton. All right, last guy here on the list, DK Metcalf, wide receiver 23, 48.96. Aaron Rodgers is ancient. Okay, he roamed with Stegosaurus in the Mesozoic. I'm not exactly bullish on this offense. Could be very conservative. What are your thoughts on DK Metcalf? I mean, he's got all-world talents, but a guy that has just not really got it done inside the red zone.
Yeah, my concern would be Rodgers at 41 years old. Is he going to stay healthy? Is he going to start 12 to 15 games? Is DK going to be a head case if things start slow for Pittsburgh? I think Pittsburgh's the ultimate boomer bust team, right? They could win 11, 12 games, or they could win 4, like last year the Jets did, man. So I'm high on DK only because I do think he's going to have double-digit targets every single week. Because when Aaron Rodgers has his guy, see Devontae Adams, Jordy Nelson, Greg Jennings, he targets the hell out of them. So I'm a little bit higher than most, but I could see it just being a mess, kind of like it was for the Jets last year.
Yeah, I'm not going to be invested in Metcalf at all. Not at the price point right now. Now, Clay's got him at wide receiver 20, projected for 82 catches, 1,181 receiving yards, 7 touchdowns. Again, he was number 1 in deep ball targets last year. Number 52, though, in red zone targets. So, what's his role going to be inside the 20-yard line on a team with Jonnu Smith and Pat Freiermuth? Yeah. Jalen Warren's going to be active. That's my question, and it's a big one because it's really going to determine his ultimate fantasy worth. He was also number 38. That's it in total yak, and he played 15 games last season, though he was top 20 in total route wins. Again, I just ho-hum on DK Metcalf. So as a result, I will not be investing at wide receiver 23. All right, the Cubs are kind of making this interesting. Horvey.
Yeah.
Got runners in the corners again. Last time they were in this situation, Seiya Suzuki grounded out to a double play. Only one out in the top of the sixth. Reese McGuire is up. Hopefully you get a gapper here and make this a very muy interesante. And, potentially come back and maybe even win this sucker. So we'll find out. We'll give you an update when we come back off a siesta, but we got to do exactly that right now. When we do come back, we're going to review our cards. Mine is not looking so good, of course. Gambling God's getting the revenge after my 3-0 night last night. We'll give you the pole dancing poll results as well and answer your questions if you have any. Stick around. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
We're bringing the Wagertainment wherever you are. Stream the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn. Open the app and listen now.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvath in the house on this hashtag. Team Huevos Tuesday. Team is not showing any huevos, more like Team Raisins. The Cubs. What the hell? Had runners again on the corners, one out. Can't get anybody in. 5-2 as it's going to the bottom of the sixth inning, I believe. So, just squandering opportunities left, right, rinse and repeat. Or the Chicago Cubs tonight. Milwaukee, and again, a critical series, could fall 2 full games behind the Brewers in the NL Central standings if they don't make a triumphant comeback. Let me give an update on some of the other games that have gone down in the world of Major League Baseball. The Orioles won game 2, so they got the sweep of the Blue Jays in a doubleheader today. They won 3-2 in game 2. Cleveland won 10-4 over the Colorado Pebbles. Detroit won 12-2 over Arizona. The Yankees up 7-4 at the top of the ninth of the Rays. 4-4 now between the Reds and the Dodgers. 6-0 still. Top of the ninth inning between the Phillies and the White Sox. Phillies really playing banging up baseball in this one. Jesus Luzardo had a brilliant start. Kansas City up now 8-3 over the Atlanta Braves in the bottom of the sixth. Again, 5-2 Brewers over the Cubs in the bottom of the sixth. 6-1 Boston over the Twinkies at the end of six. 5-0 now. Miami up on St. Louis in the top of the sixth. Sandy Alcantara about to exit, but a strong showing to say the least. 2-2 Washington and Houston going to the bottom of the fifth. And the night games, a couple of them just now getting underway. Rangers, Angels, Mets, and Padres. Friendly reminder, phone line still wide open, and we would love to hear any questions or comments you may have pertaining to fantasy football or sports betting. If you want to talk about either, a simple way to contact Ryan Horvath and I, just pick up the phone and dial us, fools, at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, where we have our pole dancing poll question of the day. Let me go ahead and shut that down. It was asking you this: which running back diamond in the rough available after pick number 100 in fantasy football drafts are you targeting most? Your options were Cam Scatterboo of the Giants at 103.4, Tank Bigsby of the Jags at 135.7, Dylan Sampson of the Browns at 148.6, or Jaden Blue of the Cowboys at 151.2. Officially, 326 votes were cast. Horvey, who led the way?
I'm going to go with Cam Scatterboo, man. I feel like he's going to be a cult hero, so I'll go with him.
Now the silver medalist is Cam Scatterboo. Number 1, Tank Bigsby would have been my pick.
Okay.
At 39.9%. Scatterboo at 30.7%. Number 3, Jaden Blue at 16.6%. And dead last, so that could be changing here in the next few days based on the reporting by Mary Kay Cabot. We had her on earlier in the show. If you missed that interview, go back and listen at your leisure to the BetMGM Tonight podcast, where you download and get your podcasts like Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever. Again, check it out, the BetMGM Tonight podcast. Samson was last at 12.9%. We did have some comments that came in. One from Think of the People, who said RJ Harvey, and I corrected him immediately and said RJ Harvey isn't remotely going after pick 100 in early drafts. Understand the rules, fools. Yeah, Harvey does not come remotely close to this discussion right now, going, I think, largely in the 60s in terms of ADP. Brandon, we're on the board here on BetMGM Tonight. Said of these 4, Tank Bigsby is probably the only one that you can trust, though I think Jaden Blue has some breakout potential. I'm not sure he can be more than a week 1 or 2 waiver wire pickup after you see his usage. Good point there, but long way to go before that's got to be determined and the real bullets really start flying when the regular season gets underway. Brian the Entertainer says, I really just drafted Travis Etienne at pick number 108 and Najee Harris at 113 yesterday. I would not invest in any one of those guys, especially Harris, who's very much on the outside looking in right now. And they were thinking the people then follow up and said, I think Jaden Blue might be the running back to own in Dallas and not Javonte Williams. Again, a lot to go to determine that, but yeah, strong start for him so far in training camp. Horvat, I was going to bring this up at the top of the show, but we got, breaking news about Trey Hendrickson and how he is going to be kind of a quote-unquote hold-in. We don't know if that is ultimately going to be the case, but he's going to show up at training camp tomorrow with the Bengals to avoid the $50,000 fines that he's been racking up. But there was an outstanding quote today from Sean Payton and Evan Ingram, and it was actually out of the mouth of the tight end who's going to play the joker position for Payton and the Denver Broncos. And Ingram said, quote, my strengths are being used at the highest level, end quote, in Payton's offense is what he was asked about and referencing. He right now is tight end 8, 99.17 in terms of ADP. Cheap, really cheap. A guy that, had the injury issues last season. But remember 2 years ago for the Jaguars, 114 receptions, 114. 963 yards, 4 touchdowns. He was TE4 last season, despite limitations, finished number 7 and expected fantasy points per game. I'm all in on Evan Ingram. I'm a buyer. I'm a believer. We're going to talk to Sean Drotar tomorrow, covers the Denver Broncos. They are the Mile High State. We're getting his thoughts on the subject. But where do you stand on Ingram? Are you bullish like I am on the tight end for the My Little Ponies?
I am, man, because of Sean Payton as a play caller. Now, he'll be 31 years old, I believe, in September. But, I mean, last year wasn't a down year because of his age. It was because he only played 9 games, and it was because Jacksonville was an absolute mess. Mac Jones was the quarterback because Trevor Lawrence got hurt. Still, he had 47 receptions last year on 64 targets, only caught 1 touchdown, which was a bust after the year before, and the year before that when he had 4 both. But we talked about it earlier, or I did. Bo Nix doesn't really throw a whole lot outside the numbers. He's not really going to be throwing the deep ball, so a lot of checkdowns. I think he's going to use the middle of the field. I like Ingram a lot. I don't know if we get 114 catches on 143 targets, but I definitely think he could finish as a top 6 tight end fantasy purposes as long as he stays healthy, man. And so, I'm pretty bullish on him as well.
Andrew Vaughn just hit a grand slam on Ryan Presley. Presley's been trash, and Vaughn has just been electric. I think his batting average now north of 360 as a member of the Milwaukee Brewers. Just unreal. Just teed off on Presley. 9-2, game, set, match. Way to go, Cubs. Not playing inspired ball, but in search of imagination. The woes continue in Milwaukee. One of the surprise stories of this Major League Baseball season. Unbelievable. Congrats, Custom Sausages. All right. Look, man, I'm all in again on Evan Ingram. Folks, again, invest with high confidence, supreme confidence in him. He is a perfect fit in that joker role in this offense. And Bo Nix is going to be looking at him within that 5 to 15-yard range. And I don't think this is crazy or outlandish or extreme to say. I think he's going to average like 7 to 9 targets a game. I really do. As long as he stays healthy, he's got a shot to get back to the 100-catch level. He really does. So he is going to be the essential WR2 next to Cortland Sutton in this offensive scheme, and RJ Harvey's going to catch a boatload of balls. I just really like Denver overall, an exciting team, an offense that is ascending, and they may have the best defense in the entire National Football League. I was on You Better You Bet, as I always am before every BetMGM tonight. One of my favorite bets. The market's not available yet on BetMGM. It's not available anywhere. But Cam Ward, whatever the line is on interceptions in week 1, and chances are it's going to be a half. Maybe it's 1.5. The Tennessee Titans on the road playing the Denver Broncos there at Empower Field, I think Cam Ward's going to throw at least 2 INTs in his first ever meaningful NFL game against that vaunted secondary. Ward today, according to onlookers, was sailing passes all over the place. You do that against Denver, against that secondary, they're going to make you pay. He's got to have at least 2 INTs in week 1. I don't give a damn what the number is.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Pat Surtain's the best corner in the league, and it's not even really close. Like you said, that might be the best defense in the league. If it weren't for the Chiefs, and I kind of like the Chargers, I would be all over the Broncos winning that division. Definitely like their win total. I think we get 3 teams in that division in the playoffs, and then who knows what the Raiders are with Pete Carroll. But, yeah, what a tough matchup for a rookie quarterback week 1, man. That could get real ugly. So I love the interception prop immediately when that comes out for Cam Ward.
All right, let's quickly go through our card. How are your top 3 picks looking tonight?
Looking like a 2-1 night. Max Fried over 5.5 Ks was a winner. He finished with 9. Tyler Glasnow, though, unfortunately did not strike out 8. He only struck out 3, gave up 4 runs, I believe. And then Sandy Alcantara, under 2.5 earned runs, actually gave up 0. So 2-1 night for me.
I suck tonight. Again, I went 3-0 last night, so it's only fair. And loving gambling. Tommy Pham could, save an overnight. I have the over 1.5 HRR. It's the Giants. That one's about to get underway. Cubs ain't going to win. That's going to be loser number 2. And Seth Lugo, I had the over 17.5 outs. Yeah. Dude went 5 2/3 and then melted. WTF. He melted. That's a loser as a result on the 17.5 outs. Teoscar Hernandez over 1.5 HRR. He's got a double but didn't score, not going to run. And I had the over, or Parlay Pete did, on Alcantara, 2.5 earned runs. Angel Reese did cash on the over 14.5 points. The Sledgehammer special came through. Had Glasnow seduced by the juice and K's. That didn't come through. Jackie Young's about to tip. So we shall see. And my favorite bet remaining, Nick Kurtz, 2 or more hits at plus 150. What's your favorite real quick?
Yeah, same one for me. I have him do record an RBI, though, plus 110, which, man, I thought we would get a better price. Like the over 1.5 total bags as well. And I think that's it for me tonight, man.
All right, yep. I got to collect my losses and try to get back after tomorrow. And Horvat, second round for a bonus hour here at BetMGM tonight. Until tomorrow, adios, amigos. Let's stay hot, Kurtz.
Don't miss a second of the Wagertainment. Listen to the BetMGM Network live, now streaming everywhere on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn.
Take your shirts off. Throw them around your head. Spin them like a helicopter.
It's BetMGM Tonight After Dark with Ryan Horvat.
Some zig, I'm going to zag. All right, the theme of the night is all dogs hopefully take us to heaven. Nobody wants to bet Seattle U, except for this guy.
Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
BetMGM Tonight After Dark, Tuesday, July 29th edition for the 60 minutes coming up here. I'll be solo here. Brad Evans on with us from 7 to 10. He'll be back with us tomorrow night on a Wednesday, July 30th, 7 to 10 p.m. Eastern as well. You can listen to BetMGM Tonight live anywhere with the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps. And if you miss anything, you can always find the podcast wherever you find your podcasts, like Apple Podcasts, Spotify, anywhere else. All you got to do, type in BetMGM Tonight, like, subscribe, review, rate, all that fun stuff. We always appreciate that. Tonight, we got Brandon Combs running the board out in Chicago. We got Addie producing the show, and we got Monty running the video as well. We're going to talk a little Big 12. I've been off for, well, really not all that long. It wasn't even really a vacation. I did the show Monday through Thursday. I was off on Friday for a concert, and now I'm back here on Tuesday. But when I was gone, I got 2 tweets and 4 direct messages on the Big 12. PJ Glasser and I, who do the college football show every single Saturday morning, details on that coming up soon. We did the SEC, we did the Big 10, and I think we kind of skimmed through the Big 12. So we'll talk about that and take a look at some realistic options that could win the conference and some win total bets that I placed, even a Heisman bet or 2 that I placed in the Big 12 as well. Let's wrap up some Major League Baseball scores. Trade deadline week, so we'll be talking a lot of baseball. We'll have some great guests throughout the week. I don't really want to talk baseball because my team getting clobbered right now in a big game in the NL Central. Cubs lose last night, game 1 of the series against the Brewers out in Milwaukee. Tonight, 9-3 ball game, and the Brewers right now on the live line, minus 2,200 favorites. Live total 13.5. But again, the Brewers up 9-3 on the Cubs. Atlanta trails right now 9-4 out in Kansas City. Royals with a 5-run lead. Miami up 5-0 on the Cardinals. It was Sonny Gray tonight against Sandy Alcantara. Alcantara making most likely his last start in Miami. It's been a brutal season for him so far. His ERA is sitting at 6.66. Can't make that up. Tonight, though, he goes 6 scoreless. And also, for me, under 2.5 earned runs at plus 105. So a nice little winner for me. 5-0 lead right now for the Marlins. That game's in the top of the 7th. Right now, the Astros up 3-2 on the Nationals. Huge favorites on the live line out in Houston, minus 475 favorites. Live total in the game, anywhere from 8.5 to 7.5. Cam Smith had an RBI double in the bottom of the first. Diaz homered to center field, I saw in the bottom of the 4th. And then I believe it was Cooper Hummel with an RBI single, and Houston has a 3-2 lead. I know the Nats actually took a lot of money tonight. I think they went from like plus 120 down to plus 105, but Houston does have the lead 3-2, only in the top of the 6th, though. Rangers trail the Angels 2-0. That game is only going into the top of the 2nd. Padres with a 1-0 lead on the Mets. They're minus 190 favorites on the live line. That game is going into the bottom of the 2nd. Live total sitting there at 7.5 over at BetMGM. Just getting underway. San Francisco and Pittsburgh. That game is scoreless. Live total 7.5. Giants huge favorites tonight, minus 235. One more game to go tonight is the A's, minus 108. Mariners, minus 110. So pretty much a pick 'em. For the Mariners, it's Evans going with a 3.64 ERA. Severino going for the A's. He's got a 4.96. Total in the game's 11. That'd be my lean in that game. Probably the over, and I like the A's a little bit. Again, Cubs down 9-3. Boston's up 6-3 on Minnesota. And the Dodgers, looks like they may win this game. They were trailing. Now 5-4, though, in the bottom of the 9th. They're taking on the Reds. Tyler Glass now got the start. Only struck out 3, unfortunately, for me. 5-4 lead, though, for the Dodgers here in the bottom of the 9th. 1 away, so 2 outs away from picking up the win tonight against the Reds. All right, I'm looking right now as I pull up a sports book, BetMGM, of course, at the Big 12 Conference Championship winner odds for 2025. Kansas State, the best price I saw was 6-1. Right now, sitting there at plus 550 for the second consecutive season. They're the favorites. Although I should say co-favorites because Texas Tech also took a little bit of money. They're sitting at plus 550. If you're going to make the case, teams to actually win the Big 12 this year. And again, I think this is a good conference to bet because like last year, nobody saw that run coming from Arizona State where they were going to win double-digit games and win the conference. Kenny Dillingham, year one as head coach. So they're one of the favorites, and I think that they do have a shot to win the conference. I'd say it's probably, man, actually, you could make the case for a lot of these teams. Kansas State plus 550. We'll get into them here in a second. Texas Tech plus 550. Utah 6-1. Baylor plus 650. Arizona State to repeat plus 650. TCU to have a bounce back year 8-1. Iowa State 12-1. And Kansas at 15-1. That's probably where I draw the line. And then it's BYU at 25-1. Going back to Kansas State, that's who I bet. I like the win total a little bit more, over 8.5 wins. I also bet their quarterback, Avery Johnson, at 50-1 to win the Heisman. Last year was their second leading rusher, had 7 touchdowns on the ground, also threw for 2,600 yards. Like I said, they were the favorites the last year to win the Big 12. I like the coaching staff. They started 7-1 and then fell off a cliff to end the year. They lost 3 of their last 4 games. They did have some injuries, though. But I like what they bring back on the offensive side of the ball. Dylan Edwards is back. Last year averaged 7 yards per carry at the running back position. Their leading wide receiver, Jace Brown's back. Last year, 800 receiving yards. I like Sterling Lockett as another weapon. They have 2 good tight ends now, and Garrett Oakley, who caught 5 touchdowns last year, and then Lincoln Cure, who is 6'6", 220, a basketball player, also a 5-star, the first 5-star in Kansas State history. So they're doing a really good job recruiting right now. Solid offensive line with a ton of depth and talent that they added in the portal. Defense, not great against the run last year. Outside the top 11 in the conference, actually bottom 2, but they bring back their top 2 tacklers from last year. Austin Romaine, who had 96 tackles, and VJ Payne's back. He had 64 tackles. The schedule is tough, but I like that they play 2 games against opponents who are coming off byes in Kansas and Oklahoma State. In both of those games, where they're facing an opponent that's coming off a bye, they're also coming off a bye. So they'll be well rested in those games as well. They bring in a new OC, Matt Wells from Utah State, also from Texas Tech. He's going to take over play calling duties. And I think his fit with Avery Johnson, that offense might be, I don't know, top 3 in the conference. And I think Avery Johnson is a legit threat to win the Heisman next year. So for me, Kansas State over 8.5 wins. Last year was a disappointing year, and they still went 8-4. And they lost 3 of their last 4 games. Did win their bowl game. Granted, it was against Rutgers, hung 40 on them. It was also a year of adjustments, you have to remember. Avery Johnson was a first-year starter, taking over for Will Howard, who goes to Ohio State and wins a national championship. And then Connor Riley replaced Colin Klein as OC, which wasn't the right fit, which is why they have their second play caller in 2 years. But I'm back in on Kansas State this year. I like Avery Johnson 50-1 to win the Heisman. Kansas State over 8.5 wins. And plus 550 is still a decent price for them to win the Big 12. Texas Tech, a lot of people are high on Texas Tech coming into the year. I also like them to win 9 games this season. They bring back 4 starters only on the offensive side of the ball, but one of them is their quarterback, Baron Morton, who was 3rd in the Big 12 last year with 3,350 passing yards, 27 touchdowns, only threw 8 picks, protected the football. They have a first-year OC in Mac Leftwich, and they bring in a ton of transfers. It's going to be tough to replace Taj Brooks at the running back position. He's Texas Tech's all-time leading rusher in school history, but they bring in Quentin Joyner from USC to replace him. They bring in a wide receiver from Miami, Ohio, Reggie Virgil, who's pretty solid, and a tight end from Louisiana and Terrence Carter, who's also pretty good. Caleb Douglas comes back at wide receiver, had 800 receiving yards last year. Their offensive line is huge, and it gets even bigger. They bring in Howard Sampson, great name. He's 6'8", and they bring in a 6'7" tackle and a 6'5" guard in the portal. So they may have the biggest offensive line in college football. It's like a team of basketball players. And I like Morton, their starting quarterback, a lot. It's year 4 for Joey McGuire. He's 23-16 in 3 seasons. Solid head coach at Texas Tech. On the defensive side of the ball, 3 starters are back, but they get a huge boost. Their star linebacker Jacob Rodriguez is back for his final season. It looked like he was going to go pro or leave in the portal, but ends up coming back. Last year led the Big 12 in tackles, had 127, also had 5 sacks. They spent a ton of money on this team and this program to try to make it to the Big 12 championship game. So at plus 550, I don't hate the bet. I went with Kansas State and with Utah, who I'll talk about here in a second, but I get why all the hype is about Texas Tech. I like their win total. I like them to win 9 games for sure. They just opened a new stadium, which cost them $242 million. So the boosters are going to want them to go over 8.5 wins. That's where the win total's still sitting right now. No movement really. 8.5. Like I said, they bring back 2 of their 3 leading receivers and Caleb Douglas and Eakin. The only concern would be their offensive line. As big as they are, Samson's a transfer from North Carolina, and they don't have a lot of experience playing together on that offensive line, but they do have a really good offensive line coach in Clay McGuire, who did a good job with last year's unit, which ranked 44th in opponent adjusted pressured rate. So we'll see if they can protect Morton. If they could, they should win 9 games. So Kansas State and Texas Tech with legit shots to win the conference. Baylor is another team I'm pretty high on. Last year, they went 8-5. They bring back 8 starters on offense, 4 on defense. Funny enough, the defense was the issue last year. And usually I like Dave Aranda defenses. He took over play calling, and they were one of the worst units in the Big 12. So what do? They hit the portal hard. They get Kelvin Simpson-Hunt from Ohio State, a defensive back. They get Devin Turner, a safety from Northwestern. Their stud linebacker, Keaton Thomas in English, is back. He had 114 tackles last year, 2.5 sacks last year. The only reason I did not play them to win the Big 12, because I do like the price, is just the schedule, man. You get Arizona State in the first 4 games of the season. Your non-conference schedule, you get Auburn and SMU, so they might be a little bit beat up. I like the win total, though, over 7.5 wins. Last year, they went 8-5. They bring back 13 starters, really high on their quarterback, Sawyer Robertson. I know PJ was talking about him. They have 4 offensive linemen back. And Robertson last year, man, threw for over 3,000 yards, 28 touchdowns. Could have had a big deal in the transfer portal, like $3 to $4 million, but decided to go back to Baylor instead. Had the 5th best QBR in college football last year, and he didn't even start the first 2 games of the season. Bryson Washington's back, had the best season for a freshman running back in Baylor history, had over 1,000 rushing yards and 12 touchdowns. And they also bring back Dawson Pendergrass, who had 671 yards on the ground and 6 touchdowns. 4 starters, like I said, back on the offensive line. So the offense for Baylor isn't going to be the issue. It might be the best offense in the Big 12, or at least top 3. It just comes down to, can the defense bounce back from what we saw last year? I would say they probably do. Another bet that I like, a team that's not going to win the Big 12, but I did place this one last week, under 5.5 wins for Central Florida. I keep talking about UCF every year. Like, if I'm buying stock in a program, I would love UCF. The way that they could recruit, the Florida pipeline, also, no taxes. So you want to make money in the NIL, you can make your $3-4 million and not have to pay a whole lot back in taxes. But this is going to be a complete rebuild. I still don't know if Scott Frost is a good head coach, even though he did lead this program to a 13-0 season back in 2017. Then he goes to Nebraska, and it was an absolute mess. You lose your leading rusher in RJ Harvey, who we talked about tonight, what he's going to do at the pro level. And you're going to have to build a new identity for this team because Gus Malzahn is gone. He's now the OC at Florida State, so it's going to be a different looking offense. And last year, they had some struggles, only went, 4-8? So I think it's going to be a complete rebuild for UCF, and I think 5.5 is a little inflated, so I went under 5.5 on them. Utah at 8-1, I took a stab on them to win the division or to win the conference. I almost said Pac-12, had to catch myself. Year 21 for Kyle Whittingham. In his 21 years at Utah, he's 167-86. Last year was their first losing season since 2013. They had a 7-game losing streak to end the year. Only went 5-7, but you got to remember they had that whole Cam Rising situation. He got hurt. They started 4-0, and then they fell off a cliff. Now they bring in a new quarterback in Devin Dampier, who's a transfer for New Mexico. the only quarterback in school history at New Mexico to be named All Mountain West first team. They also bring his OC over and Jason Beck. Together, Dampier passed for almost 3,000 yards last year and ran for 1,166. That was the issue last year for Utah. 5 starters are back on the offensive line. Even last year, winning 5 games, they were still top 25 in the country in total defense, only giving up 20 points per game. So at 8-1, don't hate a stab on Utah, the Utes, to win the Big 12 this year. But my best bet would be Kansas State, and Kansas State over 8.5 wins, and Avery Johnson 50-1 to win the Heisman. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to talk some Houston Texans football with John McClain. BetMGM tonight.
Don't go anywhere. You're listening to BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Let's get back to the madness. It's BetMGM Tonight After Dark with Ryan Horvat.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. And on this Team Huevos Tuesday, my guy, Ryan Horvat in the house as well. We're going to be bringing on the legendary reporter in Houston, John McClain, talking all things Texans here momentarily. But before we bring John on, a friendly reminder, folks, if you want to talk some fantasy football with us, you want to talk NFL futures, college football futures, action on the diamond tonight, action on the hardwood in the WNBA, you absolutely can. An easy way to contact Tori and I, just pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also fire off a question on X. Reach out to us at BetMGM Tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM Tonight. Quickly, scoreboard update. Again, I got Cubs Brewers on my screen right now. 1-0 Cubbies at the top of the second, just wrapped, going in the bottom half of that inning. So 1-0 Cubs on the road in a mammoth series against the Milwaukee Brewers. Of course, the Cubs tonight play with a heavy heart, honoring Ryan Sandberg with the Rhino t-shirts they're wearing, the patch as well on the jersey, and hopefully going to win one for Rhino tonight. All right, let's go out to the phone lines right now and talk to the legend himself, and that is John McClain. Cover the NFL in Houston for over 45 years, also a member of the Texas Sports Hall of Fame. Give him a follow on X, would you kindly, at McClain_on_NFL. Again, on X, at McClain_on_NFL to get all his takes there on Twitter/the X. John, welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. And straight away for me, let's dig in on the major news that has impacted this organization the last about 48 hours. Joe Mixon expected to be sidelined for multiple weeks with that nagging foot injury. Knowing that, what's the contingency plan for the Texans right now at running back? How is Nick Chubb also looked so far in camp? Has he shown shades of yesteryear with the Cleveland Browns? What's the likely strategy come week one for this organization in the backfield against the LA Rams?
Well, thanks for having me. And it's actually my 49th year covering the NFL.
Wow.
It's amazing. When I was young, being out in the heat and humidity didn't bother me at all. And now, of course, that I'm old, the heat and humidity drive me crazy, but I'm still out there watching training camp. And the news about Mixon was not news at all locally. We've all known that. Yeah. And everybody's written it and talked about it on talk shows. But you know how it is, a national guy gets it and people thinks it's new. Joe Mixon had 2 illegal hip drop tackles last year, no penalties called, and he got hurt both times. He had surgery on his ankle. So it's like D'Amico Ryans told us. He said, look, when he's ready, he'll be back and we'll let you know. And that's the most they talk about it. One time in the off season, close to training camp, they put out a video, showed him working out, and he was working out like a fiend, and there wasn't anything he wasn't doing. And today I walked over to where the running backs were by themselves. Chubb, of course, is first team. And there was like 7 backs, and about, all of them were younger than Nick Chubb. Chubb looked great. Chubb also put out workout videos. He's not limited in any way. And what impressed me the most was the way he hit the blocking sled. He hit the blocking sled so hard it made me hurt, and I was about 10 feet away. He acted like he was taking out all those frustrations over that serious knee injury on the sled. And they told me that he sets an example for the young running backs that they have on their roster. So people here are pumped to see what Chubb can do. He's 2 years removed from that serious knee injury. And as you guys know, a lot of times it's the second year back subconsciously where you tell yourself, and you don't even know it, you can do the things he used to do. He's 29 years old. He's on a one-year contract, and right now they are really fired up. But I don't know he'll get many carries in preseason. They need him ready to go for the first game against the Rams. And, of course, they'd like to have Joe Mixon back for the first game against the Rams because in Nick Caley, the new offensive coordinator who came from the Rams, running the ball is very important. And they did it well last year when Mixon was in the lineup, but they didn't run squat without Mixon, which is one reason Nick Chubb's here.
John, the Texans for the second straight year, the favorites to win the AFC South. Anywhere you're looking right now, as high as like -110, -115. So pretty big favorites. If there's a team that does concern you or a team that can compete with Houston this year, who would it be? You have a new coach in Liam Cohen in Jacksonville. Quarterback battle going on in Indy right now. And the Titans are starting a rookie quarterback week 1. Is it as simple as just betting them at -105 to win the division? Or do you think there is a team that could challenge them this year?
No, I don't think there's a team. They've won it the last 2 years. Last year, we were all disappointed in their season. They still finished 10-7, blew out the Chargers in the wild card round, trailed the Chiefs by 1 point going into the fourth quarter at Arrowhead Stadium, and then got beat because Stroud ended up getting sacked 8 times, playing behind the worst offensive line in the NFL, which is going to have brought in 5 new players. Right now they have new starters at every position, a work in progress. But Nick Caley wants to run the ball. They will run the ball. They've got some veteran backs, but they need Mixon and they need Chubb. I think Liam Cohen is going to do a terrific job with the Jaguars. I think that Trevor Lawrence has not been the generational quarterback everybody predicted since he won the national championship at Clemson. But starting off with Urban Meyer and that fiasco certainly set him back. Then Doug Peterson, now Liam Cohen. I go back to when Cohen was offensive coordinator at Kentucky and Will Levis was great. He hadn't been great since he was with Liam Cohen. Wouldn't surprise me at the end of at some point during the season, maybe at the start of the season, maybe at the end, that Will Levis will find his way onto the Jacksonville roster because he and Cohen were really good together. So I think he's going to have a great effect on Lawrence. They've got some talent. I think they'll compete for a wild card berth. As far as the Colts, they got 2 quarterbacks who didn't have a rating of 80 last year, even though they were starters. And so nobody knows which quarterback will start. Could be a big turnover in Indy because they have a new owner. Who knows how Jim Irsay's daughter, Carly, will run that franchise compared to her late father. But all I know now, Texans should be first and the Titans should be last.
John, what kind of season are you expecting from CJ Stroud? Because last year I thought there was kind of like unrealistic expectations, which obviously when you throw for 4,000 yards as a rookie, 23 touchdowns and only 5 interceptions, there's going to be high expectations. And even though they made the playoffs last year and won the division, he threw 12 interceptions. The QB rating went down a little bit, didn't throw for 4,000 yards for the second straight season. You mentioned the offensive line struggles. Now you have 2 rookies that I really like out of Iowa State that you bring in along with Nico Collins and Christian Kirk. What kind of season are you expecting from Stroud? Do you think he could maybe make a case for an MVP campaign? What are you expecting out of him?
The Texans have a Super Bowl caliber defense. They do not have a Super Bowl caliber offense. They have questions in their offensive line. I watched every play Stroud played last season, and some of those plays I watched multiple times. His problem was terrible pass protection. Guys who looked like they had no clue about his stunt. They were poorly coached, and it showed. He was the most pressured quarterback, second sacks. There's a stat that your offensive line gives up at least one guy at the snap of the ball, gives up pressure. They let in that, and that's why they've had such changes. And so, as Patrick Mahomes showed in the Super Bowl, you get pressure on a quarterback, it doesn't matter who it is. It's going to have a negative effect. And it's amazing they were able to win 10 games. And fortunately for them, they play in a weak division and should be playing in a weak division again. So if Stroud gets decent protection, he doesn't have to be in the top 5 or the top 10. Say if they could just be in the middle. I look for him to have a really good season, not an MVP season as far as those rookie receivers. They brought in Christian Kirk as a veteran for the slot. In the second round, they drafted Jaden Higgins from Iowa State. He should 6'4", just like Nico Collins, should start outside opposite Collins. And then Jaden Noel, who's a really good prospect. They got him in the third round, and all the experts seem to think that was one of the best picks of the draft. So barring injury, they should be playing 4 receivers a lot. And they love those 2 young guys. And if Christian Kirk can stay healthy, which is a big if, but he burned the Texans a lot with the Jaguars when he was healthy, which is one reason they signed him. But they've got to be able to run the ball in Nick Caley's new system.
We're talking to the man himself, John McClain, who has covered the Houston organizations for 49 years, folks. So he knows all the ins and outs of the organization, the ones that have come and the ones that, of course, have gone. He's in the Texas Sports Hall of Fame. Follow him on X at McClain_on_NFL. John, let's talk about the WR1 of this franchise, and Nico Collins, far and away the top dog among the wideout stable. He's plus 125 on BetMGM to surpass 1,250 receiving yards this season. Do you think he gets there? And just how good and electric is Nico? And what is his nuclear potential, if you will, here in 2025?
Collins has missed time with injuries in each of his first 3 seasons. And he became great the last 2 years. And if he could stay healthy, he could have 13, 14, 1,500 yards because he's definitely C.J. Stroud's best target. And one of the best things he does at 6'4", 222, he breaks a lot of tackles. He catches balls on slant routes. He turns it on, and he can outrun people. He also gets behind the secondary. Last year on a long touchdown pass, he had a hamstring injury, kept him out 5 games. One reason Stroud didn't have the stats, Collins misses 5, Stephon Diggs missed 9, and then they lost Tank Dell, the third receiver. So any quarterback losing his top 3 receivers is going to have a negative effect. Collins is capable of 100 catches and 1,500 yards if he could play 17 games, but that's a big if because it hadn't happened. But he works his tail off, signed a contract extension last year, which now he's vastly underpaid considering what the other wideouts have gotten. But he is, when you see big play, his name's right there because he is a big play waiting to happen.
Oh, outstanding stuff from the one, the only John McClain. Again, a man has covered the NFL in Houston for nearly 50 years, and then big reason why he's in the Texas Sports Hall of Fame. Again, give him a follow at McClain_on_NFL. John, we appreciate the time. We'll hopefully catch up soon, and it could be an exciting year of professional tackle football in H-Town. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. By the way, I started when I was 10. You guys enjoy the season.
Oh, that's just terrific. Outstanding stuff from the one, the only John McClain. Again, the biggest takeaway, folks. We know we talked about the running backs, and he said Nick Chubb has looked good so far, but Jaden Higgins has the inside track as starting as the WR2 outside for this organization. Obviously, could play in the slot as well. Don't sleep on him too hard in your fantasy football drafts. He's a guy that may catch 60 to 70 balls in year 1, and that's not a crazy take, is it, Horvey?
No, not at all, man. He's 6'4". He's going to operate out of the slot. Guy is super quick. I loved him at Iowa State. I love both of these guys, but I think he could have the breakout campaign, especially when pairing him with Nico Collins, who, again, just has to stay healthy, man. That's his only issue because he's a top 10 receiver in this league.
Hey, stick around. We're going to spin more news in the NFL training camp edition. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Wherever you go, we're there. Listen to the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey, tune in, and now on the iHeartRadio app. Wagertainment for every fan.
Let's get back to the madness. It's BetMGM Tonight After Dark with Ryan Horvat.
Wrapping up Tuesday night show, BetMGM Tonight After Dark, solo hour. Brandon Combs producing the show out in Chicago. Addie Bates, executive producer tonight. And we got Monty running the video as well. You can watch the show on Twitch as well as YouTube if you did miss anything tonight. All you got to do, search the podcast wherever you find your podcast. Spotify, Apple, wherever, BetMGM Tonight. That's what you type in. Like, subscribe, review, rate, all that fun stuff. Wrapping up some scores around Major League Baseball. Trade deadline right around the corner this week. We'll have full coverage here on the BetMGM network, of course. All of our great programming from the Daily Tip to You Better You Bet, Bet Sweats, and then us here on BetMGM Tonight. Also, of course, Send It In with PJ Glasser you don't want to miss, as well as all of our great weekend programming. Earlier tonight, Royals knock off the Braves 9-6. The Royals were minus 128 favorites against the Braves. Total went over 9.5. Phillies, 6-3 winners over the White Sox. To bet Philly tonight, though, you had to lay minus 182. Total was a push at 9. Cubs go final about 20 minutes ago, had to turn it off. Brewers win again, second straight against the Cubs in this series. 9-3 winners. The Brewers were minus 128 favorites. Total goes over 8. Boston earlier tonight, 8-5 winners over Minnesota. They were also minus 128 favorites. The total went over 9. The Dodgers win 5-4 over the Reds. Although the Reds continued to take money, the Dodgers actually closed minus 157 with Glass now on the mound. He did not factor into the decision, but the Dodgers do get the 5-4 win over the Reds. Total also was a push at 9. Yankees come back and beat the Rays 7-5. They were minus 190 favorites. Total goes over 8.5. Cleveland, 10-4 winners tonight over Colorado. They were minus 199, so under minus 200. That should have been an auto bet for me with the Guardians over the Rockies, who were brutal and even worse on the road. Total did go over 8.5. The Tigers, 12-2 winners earlier today over Arizona. They were minus 161 favorites on the money line. Total went over 8.5. Good day for overs. Baltimore, 3-2 winners in game one of the doubleheader over Toronto. They were plus 106 in that one, and the total went under 9.5. Actually, they swept that series today. 16-4 winners earlier today over Toronto as well. Right now, games in progress. The Marlins up 5-0 on St. Louis. Could be the last start for Sandy Alcantara in a Marlins uniform. He went 6 scoreless, and it looks like the Marlins are going to win this one, as right now the Cardinals down to their final out. Astros, Addie, big Astros fan, now up 7-3 on the Nationals. That was a stinky line where the Nationals kept taking money. I think they closed at plus 105 or plus 100, getting pounded right now. If you like them at plus 100, you're going to love them at plus 1420. That's where they're at, down 4 runs. Angels up 2-0 on the Rangers. Mets trail 1-0 early to the Padres. San Francisco and Pittsburgh are scoreless. Also scoreless right now are the A's and the Seattle Mariners. I was on a little vacation, came back to some devastating news on July 28th. Ryan Sandberg passes away at 65 years old. Way too young, in my opinion. One of my favorite Cubs. Actually, my favorite Cub of all time. Weirdly enough, I was named after him, but my name's spelled R-Y-A-N. Not quite sure when my parents pulled the plug at the last minute, but played 16 seasons in Major League Baseball for the Phillies and, more importantly, the Chicago Cubs. Brando running the board out in Chicago, a big Cub fan, Rhino fan. Any favorite? Well, I know you're going to have some favorite memories, man. Plenty of them. But how did you take the news? And then any favorite Rhino memories?
Yeah, it's been a tough 24 hours getting the news with Rhino. He's more than just my favorite Cubs player, right? Like, he was somebody that my grandfather brought me up on. He was, he was a part of something special and a bond that I had with my grandfather and my uncle growing up. And, with both of them being gone now, it just kind of feels like you lose the last piece of that. You know what I mean? And so it was tough. It was definitely, an emotional night for me last night for sure, watching all of the Sandberg tributes on Marquee Network and all the stuff that they were doing for him and listening to some of the stories. And then even today, man, listening to like Hawk Harrelson and Bruce Levine and all these people that knew him talk about him. It's been tough, man. Cancer sucks, and it's brutal, and anybody that has to go through that, I feel for Rhino's family, and it's just it's tough, man. So I'm wearing the Ryan Sandberg jersey today, to commemorate him, and I saw all the stuff that they were doing over at Wrigley, flowers on top of the statue and everything, and so. But yeah, I mean, I've got a lot of favorite Rhino memories. I mean, obviously the Sandberg game, I was only 3 years old for it, but I've seen it 110 times, and I still watch it every time it comes on. For me personally, though, it was, I was there for a walk-off home run against the Pittsburgh Pirates back in 1993, and that was a lot of fun to be there, be in attendance, and then watch your favorite player hit a walk-off home run was really cool. And back then they didn't it wasn't as celebrated now at the walk-offs as they are now. Like back then you hit the walk-off home run, and you celebrate and you celebrate with your team. Your teammates give you hugs and stuff, but it wasn't like it is now, where they everybody crowds around the plate and they throw the helmet up and all this other stuff. So. But yeah, man, it was just like watching him play ball. Back then there were no lights really at Wrigley until 1988. They played a lot of day games. I'd come home from school, the game would already be half over, but my grandfather would tape it, and I'd watch the game with him. And then afterwards, I'd take a ball outside, throw the ball off the wall, and try to do everything that Rhino did. And it was just a lot of great memories with Ryan Sandberg. Named my son after him. Much like your parents did, only I spelled it the right way. I spelled it Ryne, and he'll tell you too.
I never understood.
He's only 10 years old, and if somebody calls him Ryan, he gets so mad and he corrects them. It's not Ryan, it's Ryan. And I've shown him plenty of videos, told him plenty of stories, so he knows who Ryan Sandberg is too. And so yeah, it's been a day, man. It's been a day for Cubs fans. But I mean, how about you? You got any favorite memories, favorite stories of Ryan Sandberg?
I mean, so Rhino was my dad's favorite player, my mom's favorite player. My parents were obsessed, both Cubs fans as well. So what's funny, man, is like when I was like pretty much 7 to 9 years old, I was like a really weird kid, right? Like I didn't really like going outside in the summertime. I really hated being on the grass for whatever reason. So I stayed inside and watched Cubs games pretty much. I mean, WGN, but like all day long, but instead of watching like the live games. So I grew up, I was a big Jody Davis fan and Ryan Sandberg. Those were my two favorite players. So what I would do is go back and watch the VHS, like you said, how your grandfather would record and tape the games. So would my grandpa, so would my dad. So I would actually watch the 84 season back. Because that was the first time they had been to the postseason, I believe, since like 1945, 1944. I wasn't even born yet. I'm born after this, but just going back and watching that season on VHS, it's awesome. I mean, watching anything on WGN or with Harry Carey on the call. I mean, obviously, you have the Sandberg game when he comes back from retirement. What was it, 1990, where he hits 40 homers that season? I mean, I got a lot of favorite memories. Going to Wrigley for the first time. Problem was I was so young, right? Like I was so young. And so it was a lot of like, not now, YouTube clips, but it was a lot of VHS viewing. But
and that 40 home
always wanted to wear number 23, not only for him, not only for MJ, but for Rhino. So the greatest number in Chicago sports history. Yeah, man. And also just a class act.